Chapter 214. Land of Hope, choo-choo! With a long whistle, the steam locomotive pulled into the station, pulling over 20 carriages behind it. Among the disembarking passengers, a man in a tuxedo and half-top hat stepped out, lugging an oversized suitcase that looked comically disproportionate to his slim frame. It was Klein Moretti, setting foot for the first time in the Lone Kingdom's massive capital, Backland. Backland was immense, divided by the Tussock River into northern and southern halves. The Backland bridge and ferry lines connected its banks. With a population of over 5 million, it was the most prosperous city on the southern and northern continents. But to Klein, the first impression was far from welcoming. A haze of faint yellow fog filled the air, blurring everything. Though it was only 6:30, the gas lamps above the platform were already lit. Battling the gloom, Klein wrinkled his nose. The air was terrible. He couldn't help recalling a joke he'd seen in the Tussock Times. A man lost in the Backland fog asks a drenched passerby how to reach the Tussock River. The man replies, "Just walk straight. I swam from there." This was no exaggeration. Pollution and fog had become city hallmarks. 30 years ago, the city averaged 60 foggy days annually. Now it was 75. Even newspapers mocked the situation relentlessly. Out of growing concern, organizations like the Soot Reduction Association and the Smoke Reduction Association had emerged, and there were even talks of forming a National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Still holding his nose, Klein set down his heavy suitcase and pulled out a golden pocket watch from his vest. It was new, £4.10 solly, plus another £1.5 solly for the matching chain. He'd chosen gold, despite his preference for silver, because as a clown, his style had to embrace the theatrical. The time read 6:39. Not too late. He tucked the watch away, gripped his cane, and merged into the crowd flowing out of the station. Suddenly, he made an abrupt turn. The pickpocket tailing him reached forward, only to grasp empty air. Klein had sensed him. Calmly, he continued walking. At a crossroads ahead was a gardened plaza with a tall, chimney-like column in the center. Smoke spewed from the top. Yes, it was a chimney. Some smoke rose into the sky, the rest condensed into droplets that rained down faintly. Unbothered, Klein put down his luggage again and unfolded a newspaper and map. He had prepared in advance. His time spent acting as a clown had led to a revelation. The clown's essence wasn't just juggling and agility. It was about knowing fate's cruelty, yet smiling through it, hiding pain, sorrow, and confusion with cheer. That understanding triggered the digestion of the potion. If he continued like this, advancement wouldn't be far off. But a big question loomed. What came next? What was the name of Sequence 7? What was its potion formula? There were two angles of approach. One, get involved with Backland's Beyonder circles and dig for information. Two, bait the secret order, the only ones known to pursue Antigonus artifacts, by subtly luring them with what he knew. The vertical pupil formed by mysterious symbols. But that was dangerous. If the bait was too poor, they wouldn't come. If too tempting, it might attract something beyond his ability to handle. After all, the leader of the secret order, Zaratul, had once advised Emperor Roselle. He might even have been one of the biggest winners of that long-ago feast of revolution. Though perhaps he was long dead. It had been 2 centuries. Klein shivered. Backland was far colder than Tingen. He needed to find lodging soon. From the paper he confirmed a potential place he'd circled, 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, with a weekly rent of 18 solly. He had deliberately chosen this area. Backland might be massive, but he couldn't afford to be discovered by the local nighthawks. That ruled out the North Borough where St. Samuel Cathedral stood, and other high-security districts like Empress and Western Borough. He also crossed off the poor districts, East Borough, the docks, the industrial areas, and Backland Bridge region. His remaining options were Hillston, the financial district, and Sherwood, a residential zone dotted with small businesses. The latter was cheaper and safer for someone in hiding. One reason he hadn't approached the Capital Housing Improvement Association was their requirement for identification. Klein had none that would hold up. If he couldn't rent something today, he'd find a motel with loose ID checks. That was Plan B. He folded his things, picked up his bag, and headed toward the Backland Metro, the city's subway system. Yes, a metro. When Klein had first seen the word in the papers, It had startled him. This world hadn't entered the electrical age, yet Backland already had a subway powered by steam locomotives. Built 25 years prior, it had first connected the Tussock River's banks and now reached major boroughs. It was still small in scale but functioned. After a short wait at the ticket counter, Klein handed over 4 pence and said, "Second-class seat." The cashier, head down, silently stamped a ticket and passed it over. He walked down into the station and joined the crowd on the platform. Labels on the ground marked each carriage's class. A whistle blew. A black steam train with complex machinery and elegant curves pulled into view, smoke guided through a specialized chimney. This was the purpose of those strange columns on the streets above. Klein boarded and found his second-class seat. Unlike third class, it was one person to a seat. As he stowed his luggage and leaned on his cane, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. A thin teenage boy burst in. His coat was oversized, and he wore a rounded top hat. Head low, he quickly raised his ticket. "Sorry, wrong carriage, I'm third class," the boy mumbled and quickly rushed through to the next car. Just as the doors were about to close, more footsteps followed. A group of men in black coats and half-top hats barged into the car, their movements coordinated and urgent. Klein instinctively thought, "Are they chasing that boy?" But like every other passenger, he said nothing. Quietly, he leaned back, watching them out of the corner of his eye before returning to his newspaper and map. Chapter 215, Mrs. Sammer. "Did you see a teenage boy? He's wearing an old coat?" One of the men who burst into the carriage asked the conductor fiercely. Klein glanced sideways. The speaker was thin, hardy, and dark-skinned from sun exposure. His recessed eyes didn't resemble those of a typical Lowan citizen. A Highlander or mixed blood? He recalled that the highlands at the base of the Hornassus mountain range were once home to fierce warriors, now assimilated, all working in cities like Backland. Some worked, others joined gangs, unafraid of danger. The conductor, intimidated, pointed toward the third-class carriage. "I saw him. He went that way." The leader in the half-top hat nodded and rushed off with his men, ignoring the other passengers. "If I were that boy, I'd have already left the train." Klein returned to his newspaper, letting his thoughts wander. A minute later, as the train doors shut and it began accelerating, Klein sensed something and looked up. A teenage boy entered from the first-class side, walking slowly in an old coat and round-top hat, carrying a worn haversack. His features were refined, but his red eyes were solemn and tired. Impressive. Circled around to avoid being tailed? Very cautious for someone so young. Klein activated his spirit vision discreetly. The boy was fatigued, tense, and dispirited, but still calm and thinking clearly. The boy passed through silently toward third class, unaware he'd been scanned by a beyonder. The rest of the ride passed uneventfully. Klein arrived at Sherwood Burroughs Station 20 minutes later, rented a carriage, and headed to Minsk Street. At Unit 17, next to the house he hoped to rent, he rang the bell. "Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" A mechanical bird popped from above the door, gears clinking as it nodded and chirped. Crude but functional, Klein thought. Soon, a wary maid in black and white opened the door. "May I help you?" Klein smiled and lifted his newspaper-wrapped cane. "I'm here to find Mrs. Sammer about renting a house. I'm guessing it hasn't been rented out?" "Not at all. Please wait a moment." After a brief report to her mistress, she returned and let him in, helping him hang his coat and hat in the foyer. The living room was warm, lit by a well-designed fireplace filled with smokeless charcoal. It was larger than the entire Moretti apartment's first floor, with carpets and pleasant scenic oil paintings. The maid gestured toward the pale yellow-dressed woman sitting on the sofa. "Madam, the guest is here." Mrs. Sammer appeared to be in her 30s, well-preserved and pretty, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a low-cut dress that exposed her long white neck. "Hello there, Mrs. Sammer." Klein bowed. "Good evening. Please have a seat. Do you wish for some coffee or tea?" "Tea, please. Julianne Marquise black tea." Then to Klein, "How might I address you?" "Sherlock Moriarty. You can call me Sherlock." He glanced toward the kitchen and its maze of pipes. Those are my husband's designs. Although his actual job is a manager at the Coim Company, he's a machinery enthusiast. He's also a member of the Kingdom's Soot Reduction Association." "Mrs., I'm not here for a blind date with your husband." Klein kept smiling. "Mrs. Sammer, I wish to rent the Unit 15. She straightened with a reserved smile. I have to remind you of certain things. Unit 15 doesn't have such pipes, reclining chairs, card tables, mahogany kitchen cabinets, fine porcelain, silver cutlery, gold-plated tea sets, or removable carpets. She gestured around as she listed the items, then added, It originally belonged to my elder sister and brother-in-law, but due to a business failure, my brother-in-law had no choice but to move to the southern continent. However, I don't agree with their choice. There are no good grammar schools there, not even a good home tutor. Mrs., that's not something I would like to know. Apart from the weather, there's no place in the southern continent that can compare with Backland. She was visibly pleased. This house still has a 3-year lease. I wish for you to pay a year's rent at once, 18 soldi a week. The use of the furniture will cost 1 soldi. I can collect a deposit of £50. Klein smiled and shook his head. Mrs. Sammer, you should be able to tell that I just arrived in Backland. I don't know what will happen to me in time. To pay £50 for a deposit will lower my ability to resist any risks. My limit is half a year, £25. He still planned to rent a second flat for disguise purposes. Have you studied at grammar school? Yes, I later self-studied history. Do you have any identification with you? I'm sorry, I was in a hurry when I left home and forgot to bring it with me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm from Mid-Seashire. The forgot line reminded him of Captain Dunn, and his smile widened. Julianne returned with tea. The aroma was refined, far better than the Side black tea he was used to. Very authentic Marquise black tea. Mrs. Sammer curled her lips. Then let's do half a year's rent, £25. Klein thanked her. After some idle conversation, another maid brought the contract. They signed it and Klein handed over the money with some reluctance. Mr. Moriarty, I believe you'll be finding a job in Backland? Yes. She smiled knowingly. I can give you some suggestions. She launched into a cost of living lecture, explaining that £3 a week was the bare minimum, with £5 allowing for a maid, 6 for a chef and 7 for a manservant. Mrs. Sammer, I think you are flaunting your wealth. I once earned more than £10 a week. At that moment, the door opened and a stout man with elegant moustaches entered. Luke, this is Mr. Moriarty. He will be our neighbour, she said. Luke handed his coat to a servant and said politely, Mr. Moriarty, would you like to join us for dinner? I'm very sorry, Mr. Sammer, I've eaten on the steam locomotive, although that taste does leave a deep impression on one. Julianne then brought Klein next door to Unit 15. The layout was similar. Large living room, dining room, 2 guest rooms, kitchen, bathroom and cellar on the first floor. 4 bedrooms, a study, solarium activity room and a huge balcony on the second. Mrs. Sammer wishes to tell you that you can rent out part of it, but not to workers or make this place too packed or noisy. Oh, I'll bring you clean blankets, sheets and pillowcases in a while. Left alone, Klein sat in the empty living room. A wave of loneliness passed over him, but he shook it off. Revenge and advancement couldn't happen overnight. He needed a lucrative but flexible job to support himself. After ruling out plagiarism and journalism, both risky due to his identity or lacking credentials, he made his choice. Private detective. That was the reason for the fake name. Chapter 216. The Same Old Gathering. Klein's first morning in Backland dawned cold and humid, with a light fog that blurred visibility. For breakfast he had cheap tea worth a penny and 2 slices of toast with poor butter. Busy throughout the morning, Klein first went to the Sherwood Borough's Backland Bulletin to post a small advertisement for a month, costing £30. Starting Tuesday, local readers would find this notice along the seam of the 7th and 8th pages. Sherlock Moriarty. Good at various types of private investigations. Reasonable prices and strictly adheres to the principles of confidentiality. Resides at Sherwood Borough's 15 Minsk Street. Klein avoided major papers like the Tussock Times or the Backland Daily Tribune, whose readership spanned the entire Lone Kingdom. His business was limited to Backland for now, and he preferred a low profile. The Backland Bulletin was locally well received and had low ad fees, so it was his top choice. After leaving the Bulletin, Klein pulled out a map and visited herbal stores, flower shops, jewelry outlets and accessory vendors to buy powders and silver slices for a ritual. Most mystic materials without spiritual properties were sold in ordinary shops, but not under one roof. So Klein had to visit several places. This trip cost him another £5, dropping his withdrawn £200 below 100, leaving only £92. Spending money is as easy as drinking water, Klein muttered, stopping at a small cafeteria for an 8-pence black pepper steak. Back at 15 Minsk Street by early afternoon, Klein immediately began mixing slumber flower, dragon bloodgrass, dark red sandalwood, and mint powders to make holy night powder, vital for crafting a wall of spirituality. For now, this was his only option until he could buy a silver ritual dagger. He guessed he needed to reach sequence 7 to remove such restrictions. He relaxed on his bed, thinking about the upcoming Tarot Club gathering. Phew, Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and the Sun haven't requested leave. The gathering will happen on time. I wonder what surprises Mr. Hanged Man has, and how many pages of Roselle's diary he'll bring. To Klein, private detective work balanced income and action. It connected him with diverse people and could help uncover Backlund's Beyonder circles, and from there, the secret order's threads. If lucky, he might identify the sequence 7 clown circle and buy the potion formula and ingredients. As for Inst Zangwill, Klein decided not to seek him actively, and might even avoid him. Yet, if he stumbled upon this enemy, without revealing himself, Klein wouldn't mind anonymously tipping the Church of the Ebonite Goddess. He calculated a private detective's income could support a middle-class life at best. To afford Beyonder materials and formulas, he'd depend on Miss Justice or investments with the £100 left in his anonymous account. The £92 in hand was untouchable for now, meaning no income for some time. Klein sat up, went downstairs and sifted through the newspapers he'd bought. They advertised inventions needing investment or joint ventures. Drawing on his earth knowledge and era understanding, Klein found none reliable. At 15 minutes to 3, he returned upstairs, locked his door, drew curtains and used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog, sitting in the fool's ancient high-backed chair. Extending his spirituality, he touched the crimson star of the sun as if answering a prayer. This is one of the few things in my new life that hasn't changed, he sighed. Outside the city of Silver, in a half-ruined grey-black tower, 9 patrol squad members gathered around a blazing bonfire, sharing recent experiences. Others guarded the perimeter, alert for attacks from the darkness. Many City of Silver Beyonders had paid dearly for underestimating the night. At all times, never let your guard down. The monsters in the darkness could be right behind you. Lightning was scarce tonight, so they kept flames burning and light shining. In total darkness, they risked disappearing without trace. Reality had shattered imagination's limits repeatedly. Derek Berg stayed quiet, listening as teammates recalled a humanoid monster covered in eyes. Their team had suffered heavily, 5 injured, 2 severely. Suddenly Derek's vision blurred, thick grey mist engulfing him. In the distant grey fog depths, a blurry figure sat on an ancient chair, gazing down. Prepare for the gathering. The fool's voice echoed only in Derek's ears. After 10 seconds of watching, Derek moved to the fire's edge, leaned against a broken wall, and feigned sleep. Having learned the 6-member council and Elder Lovia couldn't detect Mr. Fool's existence, Derek believed he could quietly attend the Tarot Club gathering above the grey fog without suspicion, if he stayed careful. In Backlund's Empress Borough, Audrey, feigning tiredness, returned to her bedroom. She suppressed excitement and sat quietly on the bed, waiting for Mr. Fool's summoning. Father's busy discussing a bill with Parliament. The Beyonder Guard isn't tailing me constantly. Thank the goddess, my life's returned to normal. She smiled, eyes sparkling. 2 weeks have passed. Mr. Hanged Man must have prepared the pituitary gland of a mature rainbow salamander. I'm about to advance to sequence 8. This thrilled her more than the £30,000 bounty, or the large plantation worth at least £8,000. Suddenly, the familiar illusory crimson tide surged towards her like a tidal wave engulfing her. On an ancient sailboat, Alger Wilson locked the captain's cabin door, sitting behind a sextant and ship logs, memorizing thick sheets. Having been rewarded by his superiors after investigations, he left Backlund's bustle, returning to sea with secretly copied Roselle diary pages. After digesting the seafarer potion, I can advance normally. My contributions cover the formula and ingredients, but this exposes my knowledge of the acting method. There are pros and cons. Alger shook his head. Suddenly he felt the fool's summoning, recalling Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilango's face rotting and peeling. Alger lowered his head, letting the crimson tide envelop him. Above the grey fog, inside a palace resembling a giant's residence, Klein activated his spirit vision to check Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun's states. Audrey prepared to greet everyone happily, but the Hanged Man interrupted, gesturing to her before rushing to speak. "Mr. Fool, I've obtained 19 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Here, I must thank you for sending your adorer to help me get rid of Chilangos. These diary pages will be the compensation I should pay." 19 pages? Not bad. Klein smiled faintly, saying, "That is the principle of equivalent exchange." Audrey had started referring to the fool as he, him, and his, unconsciously. Alger humbly said, "My current memory limit is 6 pages. Please allow me to give them to you in parts." "No problem." Klein nodded gently, surrounded by thick grey fog. The son Derek curiously looked at the pages appearing before the Hanged Man. From experience, he guessed the diary held many mysteries. Seeing Miss Justice without an urge to question, he remained silent. Soon, 6 pages were complete and handed to Klein. Audrey and others waited quietly. They were used to this routine. Klein read aloud the first page. 16th December. I managed to contact the pathetic fellow who's trapped in the storm and was lost in the darkness. Finally, a follow-up to a previous diary entry. Klein's interest deepened. He called himself Mr. Dorr and tried to teach me a complicated and difficult ritual. He wanted me to help him return to the real world and promised to fulfill 3 of my requests. Does he think I'm stupid? I've lived for more than 60 years over my 2 lives. Does he think I can't tell that this is the usual manipulation done by evil gods and devils? But the history of the 4th epoch that he described was truly interesting. Chapter 217, Mr. Dorr's description. Mr. Dorr, this naming style was eerily similar to mine. Klein wondered what the real name of this pathetic fellow trapped in the deep darkness amid the storms was, and what his sequence might be. Or perhaps, as Emperor Roselle had guessed, he was one of the evil gods or devils. Klein let out a silent chuckle, a mixture of ridicule and self-deprecating humor. He was also intrigued by the history of the 4th epoch. I know of the most famous war of the 4 emperors in the 4th epoch, but the specifics and main figures have only been limited to what the major churches spread. For example, the Dark Emperor of the Solomon Empire. It wasn't until today that this so-called Mr. Dorr finally answered my questions by revealing who the other 3 emperors were. The half-insane Blood Emperor of the Tudor dynasty, the Night Emperor of the Trunsost Empire, and the Emperor of the Underworld of the Southern Continent, also known as Death. According to Mr. Dorr, in this war that changed the world's entire situation, the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor fell one after another. The Emperor of the Underworld reaped the greatest benefits. That said, Mr. Dorr added with profound significance that after more than a century of digestion, Death went mad, but also became stronger. So Death teamed up with the primordial demoness and brought about a pale disaster for the northern continent. Of course, this isn't something he witnessed personally, but something he hears whenever he comes near the real world every month. Death went mad but also became stronger. Even deities can go mad. What a horrifying sentence. However, this confirms my guess. Before the 5th epoch, those deities often descended into the real world, directly interfering in the northern and southern continents. They might even personally appear, just like Death. I asked Mr. Dorr if he'd participated in the War of the 4 Emperors, what role he played, and the position and role of the 7 deities in the war. Mr. Dorr didn't answer my question. Instead, he teased that the number of preeminent mighty figures in the 4th epoch far exceeds my imagination. He also mentioned 2 laws, the law of beyond a characteristic's indestructibility and the law of similar sequence, beyond a characteristic's conservation. These are consistent with some knowledge from a secret ancient organization and some phenomena I've observed. This leads to many interesting conclusions, making explanations take other forms and causing the mind to tremble in horror. For example, When there are too many high-sequence beyonders on the same sequence pathway, low-sequence beyonders reduce, and vice versa. The beyonder characteristics are fixed at the source. They won't increase or decrease. Does this mean there really is a God who created all deities, an omnipotent and omniscient God, and everything originated from him? This was the longest Roselle diary entry Klein had ever seen, occupying 2 full pages, originally a double-sided page, split after repeated copying. That's a lot of information. Klein sighed silently. As a history student, he had always thought the Solomon Empire, Tudor dynasty, and Trunsoest Empire followed one another chronologically, with some restoration between political changes. To his surprise, Mr. Dawes' description clearly revealed all 3 empires existed simultaneously. If true, this overturned most historical research on the 4th epoch. Klein thought of the original Klein, fascinated by archaeology and 4th epoch history. Today, I've helped him fulfill his wish. He wondered if death had already become a true deity during the War of the 4 Emperors. It was hard to tell from Mr. Dawes' descriptions. He assumed the emperor of the underworld who benefited from the war broke through limits and became a deity but went mad as a result. A deity going mad was terrifying. Just thinking about it made one tremble deeply. No wonder Emperor Roselle called it horrifying. Could the so-called evil gods be crazy orthodox deities? Might only evil gods remain one day? Man, does this mean the end of days is unstoppable? Klein smiled, hiding the growing solemnity in his heart. The future he imagined was filled with a dark grey hue. At the same time, he raised his respect for the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor, viewing them as preeminent mighty figures close to deities. Perhaps Sequence 1 represents the peak existence of a pathway. By this logic, a Dark Emperor living centuries or over a millennium wasn't impossible. This might explain the original Klein's confusion, who found contradictory records from the Antigonus family notebook and his mentor's view. He thought maybe the Dark Emperor was a title used by every Solomon Empire emperor, or the same Dark Emperor always. Other possibilities existed, like replacements 2 or 3 times, but with the same pathway. Sequence 1 name, Dark Emperor. I wonder who Mr. Daw really was in 4th epoch history. Emperor Roselle hadn't detailed his experiments or coincidences, making it impossible for me to even converse with Mr. Daw. The laws of beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation matched what the captain described, maybe terms from Emperor Roselle. Based on these laws, many speculations arise. For example, with many holy artifacts and high-sequence beyonders in the 7 churches, low-sequence beyonders should be rare. Yet reality contradicts this, hinting at an extra divine gift. For example, maybe the nation of the Evannites' destruction relates to the conservation of characteristics. That their resource possession caused trouble or weakened the Evannite pathway and threatened the goddess's position. Or certain sealed artifacts might be used as main potion ingredients or considered equivalent to potions if latent dangers and madness are removed. No wonder the unearthed documents called the 4th epoch the epoch of the gods. Records show many deities descended then. Why did they stop? Why no more revelations? If not for Beyonder's ritual magic responses, many might doubt deity's existence. Many thoughts hit Klein, as if he delved deeper into mysticism's realm. Flipping the next 4 pages, he felt disappointment. They no longer related to Mr. Daw. His clown ability let him conceal emotions well, and with the grey fog's cover, Audrey, secretly watching, noticed nothing. He gathered his chaotic thoughts and read the 3rd diary page. 10th September. I've endured it a long time but can't help complaining. I must have had fucking shit for brains to choose the savant path, right? Of course, this gave me my greatest advantage and the church's high regard. But the first few sequences lack beyonder powers needed for combat. I rely too much on mystical items. For example, Sequence 9 Savant only has extraordinary memory, learning, and practical skills. Sequence 8 Archaeologist gains strong physique and ancient knowledge, barely applying ritual magic. Sequence 7 Appraiser can quickly identify mystical objects, avoiding hidden dangers. Sequence 6 Artisan produces machinery wonders but not powerful beyonder objects. Their ritualistic magic standard is enhanced. No wonder the modern name is Machinery Specialist. Comparatively, Sequence 7 Warlock and Sequence 6 Scrolls Professor of the Mystery Prior Pathway are tempting. It'd be great if only the church had the full sequence and the hidden sage didn't exist. However, I finally got good news. After advancing again, I'll gain combat beyonder powers of my own. Sequence 5 Astromancer. Modern name scares me, astronomer. Am I going to end up as an all-powerful mad scientist? Heavens, have mercy. I was only a second-tier student at the college entrance exam. Emperor Roselle had a strange talent for jokes. Even recently, dispirited Klein twitched his mouth, wishing to light a candle for this senior. Study hard and improve by the day was indeed wise. He remembered the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's unique trait, weak in combat powers but excellent at making and using items. Continuing the diary. 2nd June, the kingdom has created chaos repeatedly, instigating wars without fully destroying the Faceless Empire, Lone Kingdom, and Fainapota Kingdom. Thus, the kingdom shoulders huge debts and its economy nears collapse. People, merchants, and soldiers are dissatisfied. Riots just lack a spark. This is my chance, but I must be careful. The Sauron family witnessed Fourth Epoch history and is an ancient family likely having high sequence beyonders. I need church support and tacit agreement with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. I can't appear immediately. First, I'll let rebels destroy order before ending it all as protector. Consul Roselle Gustave. I like that name. Chapter 218, Free General Knowledge. June 3rd. After discussing with Edwards and the others, I gave up on the idea of reaching a tacit understanding with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. This might reveal my true intentions, making the Sauron family and their noble supporters aware and act directly. That would be dangerous. It's a pity Grim died in the Sea of Fog. He was the smartest among us. Descend into chaos. Descend. Only in chaos can I fish in troubled waters. Only when the Sauron family is overwhelmed will the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun reluctantly acknowledge me. Maybe I should help some rebels, but how can I hide myself so no one notices? June 4th, Zaratul from the Secret Order visited me incognito very suddenly. Klein felt intrigued about why Zaratul, the Secret Order leader, would seek Roselle before the rebellion and coup, but the next 2 diary pages held nothing on this. That frustration grew. The 3 diary pages, though brief and straightforward, conveyed the famous 1173 Intis turmoil over 100 years ago. History records Colonel Republic quashing the rebellion, transforming Intis into a republic with himself as consul. Over 19 years he reformed penal codes, encouraged inventions, protected the Industrial Revolution, strengthened the country, fought wars north and south, and made Lemberg, Massin, Sega protectorates. He forced the northern continent's 3 great powers, the Faceless Empire, Loen Kingdom, and Fainapota Kingdom, to bow. In 1192, nearly 20 years after becoming consul, Roselle converted the Republic into an empire and declared himself Caesar. Less than 6 years later, he died in the White Maple Palace, ending the 5th Epoch's most legendary story. Klein suspected more behind Roselle's death than history books showed. Power struggles among Beyonders must have played a part, and a Beyonder faction likely stabilized the situation, unlike textbook accounts. As expected, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Grim, died in the Sea of Fog. Roselle had earlier hinted something was wrong with this horseman. It related to a tiny island where many extraordinary beings were found, a fortuitous but dangerous encounter. Klein flipped to the 5th page, feeling emotional. Its contents were trivial. Roselle's musings after drinking expensive red wine, disappointment over the woman he once adored, now aged and out of shape, and a degenerate summary of a period addicted to playing cards. The 6th page was similar to the first, recounting daily life. But the last page made Klein's eyes brighten. 8th April, I have to send someone to investigate the Secret Order for more information. I can't be passive anymore. I can't let Zaratul lead me by the nose. Did Roselle discover anything? Klein could only wait for the next gathering when the Hanged Man would deliver another 6 pages. He knew a century-old investigation might not reveal much about the Secret Order today. Many high-sequence Beyonders would have died of old age, and middle or low-level members even more so. Still, Klein believed it could inspire and clarify the Secret Order's true identity and methods. Setting the diary pages down, Klein tapped his finger on the long bronze table, glancing slowly from Miss Justice to the hanged man. Then the sun. Right. Roselle's diary mentioned God who created all the deities, an omnipotent and omniscient God. This echoed City of Silver customs. Where did Roselle learn this? Could it be from that ancient secret organization controlling the world from behind the scenes? Established before the forsaken land of the gods was forsaken? Suddenly, Klein smiled gently and said, Roselle mentioned some hidden history and some simple general knowledge. The latter reminded me of something I don't think I've told you all. Audrey immediately turned, eyes bright, excited. Mr. Fool was taking the initiative to share from Roselle's diary. She forgot she was only a spectator. Compared to her, the hanged man and Alga were composed, though Alga's straightening posture betrayed subtle tension. Only the son, Derek, had long believed Mr. Fool's items held many mysteries, but lacking knowledge of Emperor Roselle or his northern continent's significance, he simply showed curiosity without suspicion. Mr. Fool, did Emperor Roselle mention some general knowledge? I'm willing to pay for it, Audrey said, adding silently, but please share it privately. Klein chuckled, no need, it's very simple general knowledge. After reading this diary part, as the Tarot Club's summoner, I feel it's necessary to share it, though I'm sure some of you already know. He mainly meant the sun, since the City of Silver had a 2,000 to 3,000 year history and likely knew the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility. In their harsh environment, monsters in the darkness were abundant, but sometimes they lacked materials. Passing on heritage by creating potions from predecessors' Beyonder characteristics was a sacred, glorious tradition. Klein noted the hanged man's prior knowledge as well. Too bad I can't always pay Miss Justice in gold pounds to reward my adorers. My image as a powerful man crafted by Mr. Azik must remain intact, he thought. Still, everyone has subordinates like the Evernight goddesses Sleepless. No one suspects she's not a true deity just because her low-level Nighthawks are weak. Klein sighed silently. Audrey responded joyfully, Thank you very much. Mr. Fool, you're just too generous. She had briefly regretted using cash to buy information. Klein stopped tapping and spoke calmly. The first piece of general knowledge, law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility. The characteristics of a Beyonder are never destroyed or reduced. They only pass from one carrier to another. Unconsciously, his lips curled in a smile at the captain's tone he'd used. It cannot be destroyed or reduced. It just transfers. Audrey reflected deeply. Her emerald eyes flicked to the hanged man and the sun, who showed no surprise, clearly long familiar with the law. Only I didn't know, she felt slightly aggrieved, but quickly praised Mr. Fool's kindness. Klein added, When a rampager dies, they leave behind an item containing Beyonder characteristics. It may be a main ingredient or a mystical artifact needing sealing. An ordinary Beyonder's death produces similar results. The item left is equivalent to the potion without supplementary ingredients containing Beyonder powers, usable as a half-mystical object. The plain words echoed in Audrey's mind. Layer upon layer built up to a climax. She recalled her earlier question to the hanged man. Would a sequence pathway sever if Beyonder materials vanished? Now she knew the answer but wished she didn't. It felt like a nightmare. How cruel, how dark. Past bad cases involved individuals' evil nature, like Mr. A or Chilangos, which didn't tarnish her love for mysticism, but now she saw the mystical world's greyness and darkness. Wake up, Audrey, you can't be naive, she told herself. Since I've chosen this path, I must walk bravely. She saw the hanged man and the sun make habitual movements, appearing to understand. Humph, Mr. Hanged Man is terrible. He once tried to use this info for exchange. This info is worth a lot but is simple general knowledge to us and Mr. Fool. She laughed softly, mood improving as she dismissed extreme thoughts. Klein wasn't surprised by their reactions and continued, The second piece of general knowledge, law of similar sequence Beyonder characteristics conservation. The hanged man shifted in his seat, sensing understanding but not fully grasping its meaning. Justice and the sun shared this feeling, unable to fully comprehend the law's core. Why similar sequence? Alga asked. Klein smiled. What do you wish to pay for the answer? One idea was general knowledge is free, but explanations cost a fee, matching his status and valuing information. Free things cost the most. Chapter 219, Explanation. If the fool had simply said there was some simple general knowledge in Rozozel's diary, the hanged man Alger wouldn't have been so eager to pay for the answer. The word simple dampened his curiosity and his usual wariness of deals with the fool, which reminded him of contracts with evil gods and devils, also held him back. But now that he knew what the simple general knowledge entailed, his interest was piqued. Although he couldn't fully understand the concepts, he couldn't resist asking with reverence, "Mr. Fool, what kind of payment do you want?" Yes, Justice Audrey nodded rapidly but subtly, signaling she also wanted to ask. The son Derek said nothing, but the look he gave the fool conveyed all. Klein smiled, expecting this, and said, "Information regarding the secret order." The secret order, Alger muttered. He was familiar with the term, having once explained secret organizations, including the secret order, to Miss Justice for a fee. Audrey and Derek frowned. Audrey's knowledge was limited to what Alger told her, and Derek had never even heard of the secret order. Klein wasn't surprised. According to his guess, the City of Silver's area belonged to the Third Epoch, after the first blasphemy slate, but before the second. The Zaratul family appeared only in the Fourth Epoch, when the secret order was formed. It was impossible for both to exist simultaneously. If the son knew about the secret order, Klein would have to rethink the City of Silver's history, the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and the Zaratul family. After about 20 seconds of silence, Alger looked at the fool and said carefully, "I accept your request and will help gather information on the secret order. Can you make payment in advance?" It wasn't surprising a suspected deity was interested in an ancient secret organization. More importantly, after many gatherings, Alger guessed the fool's state was imperfect, that he might be trapped, and that all his adorer's actions on the northern and southern continents aimed to free him. This might connect to why the 7 deities stopped descending to the real world after the Fourth Epoch, a thought that made Alger shudder as if touching the realm of gods. Klein leaned back and nodded. "No problem. If the information you collect exceeds the value of the answer, I will compensate further." Whether the value was lacking or not was up to Klein. If he could pay, he would. If not, he'd let it be, he thought silently. Justice Audrey's eyes brightened suddenly. She raised her hand and said, "I want to partake in this deal." Klein laughed. Sure. Frankly, Klein's main target was Miss Justice. As a Backland local mixed in several Beyonder circles, her access to information was far greater than his, especially as it was his first time in the capital. Based on his divinations, Klein believed clues about the secret order would appear in Backland, not elsewhere. The son Derek listened quietly, then said, "I'm willing to use the payment I reserved and exchange it for the answer." Previously, he had traded the Sequence 8 telepathist formula for Sequence 9 Bard and saved his compensation for future potion formulas. Klein nodded and gave the explanation he'd prepared. The so-called similar sequence means high sequence beyonders can exchange with other pathways. Example, the Death Pathway's Sequence 5 Gatekeeper can be advanced normally, or one can choose the Giant Pathway's Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. This doesn't cause loss of control or accumulate madness, unlike taking the wrong potion. If it's not a similar sequence, a semi-deranged state is the best result. "Exchangeable?" Audrey blurted, surprised and delighted. She was thrilled that sequence pathways weren't fixed, that one didn't have to follow the original path entirely. The cost wasn't permanent madness or stagnation. Within the 22 divine pathways, some special sequences were similar. What thrilled her most, she had a future chance to choose again. It was like picking something new at Philip's department store. Wonderful. Alger silently muttered, suddenly understanding several things and resolving many past doubts. This knowledge was incredibly valuable. As expected of Mr. Fool, even simple general knowledge could shock and greatly benefit low-sequence beyonders. Derek, the son, felt a twinge of disappointment. He didn't want to change sequences, but wanted to be the light that dispelled darkness and curse. He recalled a City of Silver incident. The former chief, a powerful beyonder with potential to surpass Demon Hunter, built a mausoleum and lived inside. He appeared less and less until the door couldn't be opened. Citizens thought the chief's advancement had gone wrong, and he'd gone mad, finishing himself off. Now, hearing the fool's explanation, Derek thought differently. The chief might have tried to advance via a similar pathway. He'd obtained the death pathway's formula, and the mausoleum might have been a special requirement. But why did he fail? Why didn't he become a monster? What did he encounter inside? Did City of Silver lack potion formulas after Demon Hunter? Derek's thoughts were interrupted by Justice Audrey's soft voice. Mr. Fool, may I ask which pathways are exchangeable with the Spectator Sequencer pathway? Sequence 4. Demon Hunter sounded great. Very suitable for her. Very suitable for Justice. Klein wanted to answer humorously, but Audrey added nervously, I can pay for the answer. How many gold pounds do you think is enough? I guess your adorer needs funds for their activities. She recalled how Mr. Fool's adorer had easily finished Pirate Admiral Chilango's A High Sequence Beyonder and nearly said, I apologize, Mr. Fool. Pretend I didn't ask. But she had asked and couldn't back down. Come on, Audrey. Maybe the fool has a weaker adorer. She bit her lip, encouraging herself. Gold pounds? Klein thought seriously. We'll transact after enough information about the secret order is gathered. He recalled his informant in the Psychology Alchemists, Daxter Guderian. Captain and I sigh. Daxter's identity as informant is unverifiable now. Tragedy or comedy? I can't contact him. Otherwise, he'd be the easiest way to get info on the Spectator pathway. Klein smirked. All right, Audrey replied happily. Their talk made Alger, who was about to ask a similar question, stay silent for now. He'd wait until he had enough info on the secret order. After a brief silence, Audrey glanced at Mr. Fool and raised her hand slightly. With his nod, she turned to the hanged man opposite and asked eagerly, My tip helped you finish Rear Admiral Hurricane. Have you prepared the complete pituitary gland of a mature rainbow salamander? That's one reason I returned to sea. Alger nodded gently. I have the Beyonder material you wanted, but how should I give it to you? How? Audrey froze. Giving her address was impossible, and going through Shio or Fours would reveal she was a Beyonder. Not impossible. Emperor Roselle said we must choose the lesser of two evils. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred. He tapped the long table's edge lightly and smiled. Miss Sir, are you willing to cooperate with me in making an attempt regarding this matter? Chapter 220, Klein's Sacrificial Trial. Attempt? Justice Audrey was instantly thrilled and nodded, acting reserved and elegant. I'm very willing to cooperate. As a spectator, she recalled Mr. Fool had used the word attempt only twice before, once when bringing her and the hanged man into this mysterious space, and once when giving them honorary names to attempt a prayer, both successful and revealing his true nature. What would this attempt be? Something exciting. Audrey restrained her impatience, trying to behave properly. Alger the hanged man tensed immediately, wary of the fool's proposal. What does he want? Is it good or bad for me? Thoughts raced, including the image of Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilango's rapidly rotting face. Finally, Alger lowered his head and said respectfully, Your wish is my wish. Derek, the son, glanced at the hanged man and Justice, puzzled why they were so sensitive to the attempt. Klein lightly tapped the bronze table edge, smiling. This attempt will make your transaction easier, safer, and confidential. He turned to the hanged man. Do you remember the sacrificial ritual the son described? Klein deliberately mentioned it to show openness. The ritual he'd planned was based on the one he'd tricked the son into giving him, a template ceremony. I remember. I've come across such things, Alger replied, heart pounding. Orthodox gods rarely respond to such rituals, and sacrifice was often equated with evil gods in this era. The hanged man felt like walking on a razor's edge, wary of being consumed. Klein nodded and said, My idea, you sacrifice the Beyonder material to me through the ritual, and I'll bestow it to Miss Justice. This transaction benefits both of you. Audrey was dumbfounded. This surpassed her imagination. Then she quickly understood the advantages and the true deity's nature behind this simple act. Mr. Fool is great, she thought. Our tarot club will be different from other secret organizations. Alger grew even warier, deep in thought. Honorable Mr. Fool, what must I do? Klein pressed his right hand lightly. As I said, this is only an attempt. It might fail, so your cooperation is needed. First, prepare an altar. It can be crude, but it must bear this symbol. A light screen appeared showing the hidden, pupilless eye and the mysterious, contorted lines, the symbol on the fool's chair back. Having experimented without spiritual materials, Klein was confident this ceremony could create an illusory gate above the grey fog, like the door of summoning. But his strength alone couldn't stabilize it. He was 90% sure the ritual would succeed, but it might need beyonder materials in sufficient quantity, not just spiritual ones. Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man will bear the cost. He decided to transfer the risk. They understood the Tarot Club was an experiment. Failure was inevitable, even for deities. As the Hanged Man, Justice, and the Sun studied the symbol, Klein chuckled. "If you forget, pray to me and you'll remember." "All right," Audrey answered happily. "With Mr. Fool, rituals aren't tedious." The Hanged Man nodded. Klein continued, "Second, follow normal procedures, but no additional herbs or holy oil. Time doesn't matter. Chanting my name is enough. Recite this prayer in ancient Hermes or Jotun. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom." After chanting, combine spiritual materials with the incantation's natural power and await my response. If unsuccessful, replace spiritual materials with beyonder materials and try again. Alger's guess was likely true. The Fool was trapped, offering gradual attempts using himself, Justice, and the Sun to break restrictions, eventually freeing him to descend to the real world. This explained why he had pulled them into this mysterious space and agreed to form the Tarot Club. Even so, Alger wondered why the Fool's powerful adorer wasn't used instead. Maybe there were secrets or surveillance unknown to him. After Klein finished, he asked softly, "The sacrificial ritual needs a specific time. Mr. Hanged Man, when will you attempt it?" Alger replied, "The rainbow salamander's pituitary gland is the only beyonder material I have. I have many spiritual materials. Once this gathering ends, I'll attempt the first scenario. If it fails, I'll seek other beyonder materials and inform you via prayer." He glanced at Justice. Audrey instantly understood. "If more beyonder materials are needed, I'll compensate you, though I can't guarantee the exact materials." Klein sighed and chuckled. "As expected of wealthy Miss Justice. We have an agreement." He looked at Justice. "Once Mr. Hanged Man's attempt succeeds, I'll inform you of the bestowment ceremony." "All right." Audrey was confident in Mr. Fool. She suddenly realized the method could apply to exchanging money too, if the attempt succeeded. "I wonder if items without spirituality would work? I'll ask Mr. Fool after the attempt." With sacrificial ritual and bestowment settled, she asked, "Mr. Fool, I've found 2 ladies suitable for our tarot club. They're beyonders with their own circles and resources in Backland, secretive and decent. Will you let them join?" Alger immediately thought, Justice wants to strengthen her faction. Derek was interested and looked at Klein expectantly. Klein hesitated. He'd imagined tarot club members wouldn't know each other, each cultivating their own subordinates for secrecy. That way, exposure or capture of one member wouldn't affect the whole. But Justice's offer hit a weak spot. He wanted to find clues about the secret order and Lanivus through beyonders in Backland. If he let Justice handle it, the person involved might hold back. Also, he doubted if he could summon them above the grey fog just by reciting his name. To keep his image, Klein procrastinated. He said calmly, "It requires examination. Miss Justice, discreetly tell them my name to gauge their interest." Audrey beamed. "Yes, Mr. Fool." After a few more exchanges, the gathering ended. The Sun, the Hanged Man, and Justice returned to the real world, while Klein stayed above the grey fog, waiting for the sacrificial attempt. Chapter 221. The Tarot Club at a Higher Level. The Blue Avenger bobbed like a leaf on the Sonia Sea's waves, rising and falling but stable. Alger Wilson paced the captain's cabin nervously, then sat at the mahogany desk. He took out the brass sextant, paper and pen, and carefully drew the mysterious symbol the Fool had given him. Using his seafarer's memory, Alger completed the first step of the sacrificial ritual swiftly. He took a candle from the drawer and set up the ritual according to dualism principles. One candle was placed atop the combined symbol of the pupilless eye and contorted lines, and another in the middle to represent the sacrificer. Cleaning the altar with water condensed in his palm, Alger created a sealing wall around the desk using a silver dagger. He lit the candles with his spirituality, stepped back into the dim light, and took a deep breath. Lowering his head, he recited in ancient Hermes, "The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. The ancient incantation echoed within the spiritual wall, stirring violent gales like natural storms. It was the oldest sacrificial language created by human beyonders, filled with mystery, but lacking strong protection for the user. Bearing pain like knives slicing his skin, Alger took a small dark brown glass bottle from his pocket. He poured sesame-sized metallic granules into the wind. The gale shifted, dyed silver and black, swirling and colliding until infused into the candle flame, representing the Fool. The flame surged and tore open an illusory door, carved with the symbol Alger had drawn. Klein, above the grey fog, saw the hazy door appear behind his high-backed chair. He sensed the rippling spirituality stirring the mysterious space. It seems to be working. Klein spread out his spirituality, amplifying the upheaval. With creaks and insubstantial sounds, the blurry door slowly opened. In the captain's cabin, Alger beheld the illusory door opening to deep darkness, filled with countless invisible lustrous shadows, massive stores of knowledge. Above was the thick grey fog and the ancient palace overlooking the real world. Fear and indescribable excitement filled Alger. He hastily grasped the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland, a palm-sized object with soft ridges constantly shifting colors. Raising it before the door, Alger felt a suction force lightly pull at his hands, stealing the tingling sensation from the gland. He dared not raise his head until the Fool's deep voice echoed, "You did well." "It's my honor," Alger answered. He looked again, but the illusory door was gone. The gale stopped and candle flames returned to normal. After extinguishing the candles normally, Alger sat with a complicated expression. At first only people could be pulled above the grey fog. Then responses could be made by listening to prayers. Now sacrifices and bestowments can be performed. Mr. Fool is freeing himself one step at a time, inching closer to entering the real world. The thought frightened and worried Alger, but also gave him some delight. "At least I'm one of the earliest Tarot Club members," he sighed. Above the grey fog in the Grand Palace, Klein toyed with the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland, its shifting colors reflecting on his face. A tingling sensation and a strong sense of accomplishment made him smile genuinely. The Tarot Club will become even more miraculous, he thought, then extended his spirituality to the crimson star representing Miss Justice. Back in her bedroom, Audrey could no longer sit quietly. She flipped through books restlessly, glanced at herself in the mirror with a distant gaze, and wrung an ornate doll in her hands. She awaited the hanged man's ritual result, both hopeful and afraid of failure. Emperor Roselle said to stay calm in important moments. Audrey, breathe. Or maybe tease the dog? No, Susie can think and talk. She has dignity. I can't just tease her. Her mind wandered. After a while, thick grey fog appeared before her. Inside, a lofty chair and the Fool smiling. "Miss Justice, the attempt was successful. Have you prepared the materials that contain spirituality?" he asked. "That's great. As expected of Mr. Fool." Audrey forgot the hanged man's role for a moment. She steadied herself. "Yes, I always have such materials." Before joining the Tarot Club, Audrey had collected many materials from her family treasury according to essential oil formulas, unaware which contained spirituality. Klein nodded slightly. "When will you hold the ritual? Assuming no beyonders are nearby." Audrey glanced at the shut door and wondered if Susie counted as a beyonder dog. "I can do it now," Klein tersely acknowledged. "The ritual's process is as I described before. Change the prayer to, 'Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. I pray for you to give me strength.' Use the dualism method." Audrey fought the urge to nod and began preparations. When the illusory door opened, revealing a scene more illusory than the starry sky, she felt intoxicated in body and mind. "This is the mysterious world I've always pursued. This is the feeling I've longed for." She praised Mr. Fool silently. It was faith toward the goddess, but worship toward the Fool. Soon, she noticed something on the altar, the soft, lustrous, ridged rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. Joy surged, her eyes lit up, and she wanted to grab it, but etiquette held her back. She praised Mr. Fool sincerely again. After completing the ritual, she inspected the beyonder material 5 times. Our tarot club is at a higher level than all other secret organizations. She felt secretly proud. She glanced nervously at the door, wary of Susie's sudden intrusion. She had to redouble efforts and concoct the potion to complete her advancement. Minutes later, she held a bottle of liquid shining with shifting lusters reaching deep into hearts. Confident, Audrey drank the telepathist potion, successfully navigating the integration stage of Beyond a Traits and advancing. Her vision cleared and improved greatly. She restrained dissipating spirituality with cogitation. After her sequence stabilized, she smiled and walked to the door to let the golden retriever in. Susie eyed her suspiciously. "You took far longer than usual," she said bluntly. Audrey sat on an ottoman, dryly laughed and changed the subject. "Susie, tell me, how should I secretly inform Shio and Fours about a certain matter without revealing myself, yet still pique their interest?" Before finishing, Audrey began seriously pondering Mr. Fool's mission. She looked at Susie, who looked back. Both fell into deep thought simultaneously. Having completed his goal, Klein returned to reality, slept a little over an hour, then hurried out. He spent £1 buying gold-rimmed glasses, wigs, and adhesive mustaches, disguises he'd need later. Before dinner, he visited East Borough, the city's busiest and most dangerous area, and rented a one-bedroom house at 4 soldi, 3p per week. He paid 2 weeks' rent plus a deposit, totaling 17 solis. East Borough reminded him of Tingin's Lower Street, but vastly larger. Residents wore old but decent clothes, many shabby, pale and thin, as if poised to turn feral from hunger or poverty. Gangs ran rampant. Returning to Sherwood Borough felt like heaven after hell. For 2 days, Klein experimented using his spirituality to perform rituals and create charms, no longer praying to the goddess but waiting for his advertisement's results. Thursday morning, the doorbell rang. Chapter 222, The First Job, Ding, Dong. The doorbell's constant ringing echoed through the spacious but mostly empty living room. Klein, sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper about investment opportunities, sighed. He stood up, wearing a white shirt and black vest, no bow tie, just casual homewear. "My first job as a detective? But I can't just wait at home for missions. Maybe I should hang a notice on the door with a fountain pen for clients to schedule visits. But without fame, that would be pointless." Sigh. "I'll have to rely on morning divinations to see if any jobs come, though I might miss missions from powerful beyonders. Maybe that's for the best." Without looking through the peephole, Klein's clown's premonition showed him the visitors outside. An old lady in a black plush hat, her back slightly hunched, face deeply wrinkled and sallow, dressed formally in neat dark clothes. Her temples were pure white, but her blue eyes lively. Beside her stood a young man in his 20s with similar eyes. He wore a black double-breasted coat, a half-top hat and bow tie, looking as if ready for a banquet, never relaxed in his posture. Klein opened the door before the bell rang again and greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, Madam Sir. What a wonderful day it is, at least up to this point. I've already seen the sun for 5 minutes." The old lady nodded. "Yes, it's always shy, hiding behind fog and clouds." The young man asked, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes. How can I help you? Please come in and sit down." "No need. We don't want to waste time. My poor Brody is still waiting for me to save it." The old lady's voice was sharp. Klein noted the pronoun it and frowned. The young man nodded and said, "Brody is my grandmother's cat. He went missing last night. We live at the end of this street. I'm willing to pay 5 soldi. If it costs more time and effort, I'll compensate you." Find a cat, Klein thought. I guess it's just because we live close. This isn't the detective career I imagined, but I can't refuse my first case. Let's see what comes of this. "Can you describe Brody in detail?" Before the young man could speak, the old lady said, "Brody is a lovely black cat, lively and healthy, with beautiful green eyes. He loves cooked chicken breast. Last night he just ran off. No, he must be lost. I put chicken breast in his bowl, but he won't come back." Klein smiled. "I'm satisfied with your description, Mrs. Doris. I accept this request. Let's go now. I need to search for clues. My reasoning depends on details." Mrs. Doris nodded without consulting her grandson. "You're the most proactive detective I've seen. It's a deal." Klein donned his coat and hat, grabbed his cane, and followed Mrs. Doris and Jürgen onto the street. Unlike Tingen, many backland roads were rebuilt with cement or asphalt, keeping mud minimal even in rain. As Mrs. Doris led, Jurgen whispered, "Please find Brody. He's one of my grandmother's pillars since her husband and parents passed." After Brody went missing, she started hearing him mewing. It's affecting her mind. Klein nodded. "I'll do my best. By the way, I don't think I caught your name." Jurgen Cooper, senior solicitor. At 58 Minsk Street, they entered a dim house. "This is Brody's bowl. This is his favorite box where he sleeps," Doris said, worry plain on her face. Klein squatted and found strands of black cat fur in the box. Standing, gripping his silver inlaid cane, Klein pretended to observe while silently reciting a divination. His hand slid from the cane's end just enough to let it stand on its own unnoticed. The cane slowly tilted toward a cupboard. Klein watched, then strode over. "Any sign Brody ran this way?" Jurgen asked. Without a word, Klein kneeled and opened the cupboard's bottom door. "Meow!" Brody darted out, tail high, running straight to his bowl. "Brody, how did you get locked in there?" Mrs. Doris cried, astonished. Jurgen turned to Klein. "How did you know?" Klein smiled, deep voice. "Inference, my good man." After collecting 5 soldi and their friendship, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street under gloomy skies. A figure loitered before his door. More business? The visitor was a 15 or 16-year-old boy in an old coat and round hat that looked too big. "It's him." Klein recognized the boy from the steam train on his first day in Backlund when he was being chased. His calm maturity had left an impression. Klein smiled and approached. "Excuse me, are you looking for me?" Startled, the boy spun around, bright red eyes full of fear. Composing himself, he asked, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes. Let's talk inside." "All right." Inside, Klein kept his coat on but took off his hat and put away his cane. Leading the boy to the guest area, he gestured at the sofa. "Please sit. What's your name? What job do you have?" "You can call me Ian." The boy surveyed the room, silent for a moment. "I was hired by another detective, Mr. Zriel Victor Lee, who helped me gather information." Klein clasped his hands. "Does this job involve your former employer?" "Yes." Ian nodded solemnly. "A few days ago, I noticed someone was following me with bad intentions. I tried to lose them. You probably saw it yourself on the metro. I recognized you sizing me up then. Observational skills rival a spectator's. Is he a beyonder or born with an ability?" Klein activated spirit vision but found nothing unusual. He nodded calmly. "Your response left an impression." Ian continued. "I suspect this is connected to Mr. Zriel. I visited his home. It seemed normal, but signs showed someone infiltrated and triggered traps. I haven't seen Mr. Zriel since. I tried the police, but his disappearance isn't old enough to report. I sought help from other detectives, but they turned me down, saying they saw Mr. Zriel at a recent party. I was surprised when Mr. Zriel didn't respond to our agreed contact method. I want to ask a detective Mr. Zriel doesn't know. That means I don't know them either. I searched newspapers and found you, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty." Chapter 223. 3 Matters. Klein asked after listening carefully, "So you suspect that the Zriel whom the detective saw was someone in disguise?" Ian held his brown round hat, replying as if he'd already considered it thoroughly. "It's a possibility, but I think it's too difficult given the huge risks involved. The party was at night, and though the lighting wasn't bright, most attendees were detectives, keen observers. A wig, beard, or cosmetics wouldn't fool them." "Maybe some beyonder power could," Klein thought, noting the subtle trap in his question to gauge if Ian knew anything about mysticism. But Ian's initial answer was no. Detective Moriarty nodded slightly in agreement, and Ian continued, "I believe the detectives did see Mr. Zriel, but he wasn't free. He was controlled, unable to signal for help. His silence to my absent contact was probably a cry for help." Klein nodded, relaxing into his chair. "Reasonable." Ian paused a moment before saying, "I want to entrust you with investigating Zriel and confirming his condition. That's all I need." Since Ian was semi-professional in intelligence gathering, Klein thought this a good chance to get acquainted. He smiled. "How much will you pay? You know this could be dangerous." Ian looked at his worn coat pocket. "2 ways. First, I pay a full amount up front. No matter difficulty, that's it unless you're seriously injured. Second, £5 now, then more later depending on difficulty, but that can cause disputes." Klein pretended to think, then said lowly, "Let's do this. £5 now, and after the job, you help me with 3 tasks. Don't worry, nothing difficult or uncomfortable. We'll write it into the contract. Ian frowned briefly, then stood and extended his hand. All right. After shaking, Klein produced a standard contract, added details with a fountain pen, and sealed it with his fingerprint. Ian then wrote down Zanzreel's information on white paper. Klein skimmed it and casually asked, "How do I contact you in an emergency or once I confirm Zreel's condition?" Ian pursed his lips, hesitated, and finally said stiffly, "You don't need to contact me. I will appear when the time comes." Without another word, Ian produced a thick stack of notes, all neatly arranged with portraits facing up perfectly. Klein inwardly sighed, obsessive-compulsive disorder, late stage. Ian handed over 3 £1 notes, 6 5-soldi notes, and 10 1-soldi notes, less than £3 total. Klein wondered if Ian would have balked at a higher price. Folding the bills carelessly, he caught Ian's twitching expression. "I'll try to finish the investigation soon," Klein said, standing and extending his hand in farewell. "Thank you for your help," Ian replied sincerely. Watching the mature boy leave, Klein thought, this runs deeper than it seems. Ian hadn't revealed anything about Zreel's recent case or instructions. "I'll just confirm Zreel's condition and call it." Klein pulled a copper quarter-pence from his pocket and flipped it. Ping! His eyes darkened. "Any Beyonder elements here?" He opened his hand to catch the coin. Clang! It slipped and rolled away. The divination had failed. "Ian's withholding more than I thought. No clues at all," Klein mused as he bent to pick up the coin. That night, in the wee hours at 138 Rose Street, Backland Bridge, Klein wore a cheap light blue workman's outfit, his face disguised by a rough black beard, making him look savage. His dark cap, pressed low, nearly hid his eyes. These Intis Republic hunter caps were popular among the lower class of Backland. Hiding beneath an Intis parasol tree, Klein studied Zreel's dark house under flickering gas lamps. Detective Zreel was from Southville. His family was back home. Here in Backland he was alone, slowly building his reputation. Still a bachelor, he had 2 temporary maids who came every 3 days without staying. The terrace house was completely dark. Klein removed a silver chain from inside his sleeve and let a topaz pendant hang naturally. "There's danger inside. There's danger inside." After repeating this 7 times, he opened his eyes. The spirit pendulum spun slowly clockwise. "There's danger, but nothing serious," Klein muttered, confirming he carried tarot cards, charms, and holy night powder. Taking advantage of the quiet night, Klein crossed the street nimbly. The house faced the street directly, no veranda or garden. Klein went around and climbed a water pipe to the small balcony where clothes were hung. He slid a tarot card through a door crack, unlocking the corridor. Following Ian's sketch, Klein moved silently towards Zreel's bedroom. Tapping his left molar, he activated spirit vision. He could see through wood but not concrete, and the image was blurry. Inside, he saw 3 humanoid auras in different spots. 3 people lying in ambush? For Ian or someone else? The bedroom was small. Klein silently retreated to the balcony. He pulled out a thin silver slice, a slumber charm he'd made earlier that afternoon. Instead of praying to the Evernight goddess, he'd invoked a ritual to himself. The fall that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The charm was weaker than usual, but better than his first attempts. After one last survey, Klein whispered in ancient Hermes, "Crimson." Feeling the charm's chill, he crept back to Zreel's bedroom door. He infused the charm with spirituality, cracked the door open and threw it inside. Closing the door, he counted 3, 2, 1. He burst in and rolled onto the floor. Hearing no movement, Klein stood and used crimson moonlight filtering through the window to observe. The bedroom was normally furnished: bed, closets, desk, sofas, coat rack. On one side of the bed lay a man in a black coat, sleeping deeply. The other 2 figures near the sofa and closet were also asleep. Satisfied, Klein bent to pick up some short yellowish-brown hairs. Ian had described Zreel as having short yellowish-brown hair. "This should be right," Klein whispered. He grabbed the hairs and sat on the sofa, slowly sinking into the crimson-tinted darkness. Preparing for dream divination, he leaned back with a self-deprecating smile. Deduction, my good man. Chapter 224, Metaphysics-Styled Detective. The dim room was covered in a thin veil of crimson moonlight, everything indistinct. The 3 men in black coats slept in different spots. On the sofa, Klein's eyes half closed in the darkness. He seemed to have entered a deep slumber. His dream was a grey, distorted world, flashing with bursts of brilliance. Finally, the scene settled. It was a gloomy corner, the ground sloshed with sewage. A man with short brown hair, wearing a white shirt and brown vest, leaned against the wall, surrounded by a dense swarm of grey rats. Half his lips were bitten off, showing yellow teeth and rotten gums. His nose was bloody, mixed with short hairs, flesh on his face peeling away to reveal bone. White fat maggots wriggled everywhere. His throat seemed mauled by some wild beast. At least half of it was missing. Klein barely recognized him as Zriel Victor Lee. It was impossible to relate this corpse to the mature, handsome man in the black and white photograph he'd taken with Ian. Zriel is already dead. In a few days, he'll be gnawed down to nothing but bone. Maybe not even a complete skeleton left. Klein left the dream and recalled what he had seen. His past experiences made witnessing corpses like this easier to bear. Looking out at the crimson moon, Klein thought for over 10 seconds and decided to try communicating with the soul of the man in black beside the sofa. In the past few days, he'd concocted a mantha extract and Eye of the Spirit medication. Serenity Agent wasn't necessary. He was capable of invading dreams and forcefully communicating with souls while staying calm and rational. After setting up a simple altar, letting a tranquil fragrance waft out to induce a half-dreaming state, Klein prayed to himself, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Then he entered the world above the grey fog, spending over 2/3 of his spirituality to give a response. When I advanced to sequence 7, such prayers should allow me to use a little of the mysterious space above the grey fog, just like summoning and bestowment rituals. Looking around, Klein made a rough judgment and quickly returned to the real world. He passed through what seemed like a starry sky in a chaotic storm of thoughts, entering the target's mental plane. There, he saw the man's illusory figure floating in mid-air. "Who sent you to Zriel's home?" Klein asked in a deep voice. The man replied dazedly, his illusory eyes vacant. "Massault. Massault sent me to wait for the boy named Ian." The light in the spiritual world changed, revealing a lean, capable-looking, dark-skinned man, the leader of the group chasing Ian on the steam train. As expected, it's him. Exhausted from using so much spirituality, Klein hurriedly asked, "Who ordered Massault?" "No idea. He's an executioner of our Zemanja gang. No one can order him other than the boss," the man said blankly. Zemanja, the word means warrior in the Highlanders' language. Klein, a pseudo-historian but true mysticism scholar, felt a sharp pain in his head and was violently expelled from the storm of thoughts. Not long after, he exited mediumship and felt his head throbbing. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He methodically packed up his materials and the short yellowish-brown hair sample, then opened the oriel window to let cold night wind disperse the smell of a mantha extract and Eye of the Spirit medication. While this happened, Klein returned to the balcony, locked the door from inside, and wiped off all the places he'd touched. When Zriel's bedroom returned to normal, Klein bowed silently to the 3 men still sleeping soundly. Straightening up, he put on gloves and leapt, flipping out of the oriel window with nimble grace. He stood firmly, tiptoeing on the tight ledge. He raised the vertical latch on the open window and used a tarot card to hold its bottom. With his clown abilities, he took in the details and adjusted the balance. After a few seconds, he slowly pulled back the tarot card, and the latch stopped in place, not falling. Whoosh! First, he closed the unlatched half of the window, then jumped over to the latched side. His right hand jerked inward, closing it. The speed was so quick the latch didn't fall until it vibrated, accurately slotting into the hole. Clang! The sound rang out sharply like a strong wind slamming glass. Klein knew the 3 men would soon awaken. Without hesitation, he jumped to the street. The height from the 2nd floor posed no danger, but his landing wasn't silent. He quickly left the area and Rose Street, but didn't take a rental carriage back to Sherwood Borough's Minsk Street. Instead, he turned several corners and headed to the neighboring East Borough. It was a cold night, the wind biting into his bones. Klein shivered and decided he'd need an additional sweater for future missions. He also planned to buy charcoal soon to heat his fireplace. After an unknown time, Klein entered East Borough without a map, relying on instinct. Few gas lamps lit the distant streets. If not for the uncovered crimson moon, many roads would be pitch black. As he walked, pairs of eyes suddenly appeared ahead in the darkness. They came stooping from afar, silently sauntering over. Living corpses? Klein halted, reaching for his Requiem charm and tarot cards, quickly activating spirit vision. He saw unhealthy, weak-colored auras and faces of numerous figures, living people, normal but with numbed expressions, vacant eyes and weak movements. Men and women alike. It's almost midnight. Why are they still on the streets? Confused, Klein leaned to one side, passing the group on the sidewalk. Soon, he encountered a second wave, then a third, all sharing the same numb pain. Frowning, he was about to approach when a shout rang ahead. "Get up! All of you get up! You sons of bitches! The streets and parks aren't for people like you to sleep in." Klein was startled. Then the term poor law popped into his mind, and he understood. He had experienced it himself. Phew. Klein exhaled his pace and headed to his one-bedroom house on Black Palm Street in East Borough. There, he slept 2 hours, recovering some spirituality. Afterward, he went out again, breaking a withered branch to use as a dowsing rod. The location of Zriel's corpse, the location of Zriel's corpse. After repeated divinations, Klein walked long until he reached a corner of East Borough with a sewer entrance. 12 years ago, after the Great Plague, the Lone Kingdom had built an advanced sewer system, surpassing Rozelle's heritage of the Intis Republic. Moving the manhole cover aside, Klein held his breath and climbed down metal stairs. Since his clothes weren't specially made, he couldn't bring many items. He regretted not bringing Quelaag's oil, which Fry had introduced to him for odor and refreshment. 10 seconds later, his feet touched the sticky ground. The filth gave him goosebumps, but he pressed on, venturing deeper into the silent sewer. Ahead was a fork, somewhat hidden. A thick, pungent smell wafted from there. Klein turned and walked toward the end where glowing dots of spirituality flickered. Without lighting a candle, he activated spirit vision and saw a rotten corpse bitten to pieces. It was exactly the scene he had seen in his dream. Squeak! The dense swarm of grey rats scattered, but some stayed, unwilling to leave their food. Confirming it was Zriel, Klein hesitated before setting up a mediumship ritual. If Ian's description is correct and Zriel died only days ago, I should get rough information by channeling his spirit. Whoosh! As the wind swirled and the spirituality wall formed, the rats fled. Klein began his ritual as before. The cause of Zriel's death. The cause of Zriel's death. His eyes turned black, pupils and whites vanished. He quickly used cogitation to enter a dream, but nothing appeared in the misty, illusory world. Klein opened his eyes, frowning. The channeling failed. Someone had dealt with Zriel's spirit. A Beyonder was involved. The fact someone disguised as Zriel and fooled detectives confirmed this. After thinking, Klein decided to end the matter. He had fulfilled the requirements. "I'll get Ian to call the police," he muttered, packing up and removing the spirituality wall. Chapter 225, Unnoticeable Guidance. Klein backed away from the fork in the sewer path, careful not to touch Zriel's corpse. Thump! 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 Distant sounds echoed through the empty sewers. Klein listened a moment, then decisively retreated along the grimy concrete walkway beside the sewage channel. No need to take risks in matters that didn't concern him. Climbing out, he closed the iron manhole cover and scanned the surroundings. Once satisfied, he returned to his rented room in East Borough, changed out of disguise, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, and took a rented carriage back to Sherwood Borough at 3 in the morning. However, he avoided Minsk Street, making a large detour to ensure no one followed him before entering his house. Klein slept until dawn, woken by the doorbell. Instinctively, he sat up, donned his shirt and vest, and hurried down. Before opening, his clown premonition naturally painted the visitor's image in his mind. An old coat, brown round hat, tattered satchel, bright red eyes, delicate face, and quiet demeanor. Ian, the teenager who had entrusted him with the job yesterday. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty," Ian greeted, glancing around. "Any progress?" "Yeah, I'm only asking because I happened to pass by." Klein nodded seriously. "Yes." Ian was momentarily silent, then stammered. "Have you determined Mr. Zriel's condition?" Klein paused, then added, "I found Zriel's corpse." "Corpse," Ian repeated, pupils shrinking. He seemed unsurprised, as if he expected the worst. Klein watched quietly. "Sigh." Ian exhaled, scanning their surroundings warily. Your efficiency is amazing. Can you take me to see Mr. Zreel's body? No problem. In fact, that's what I was planning. Klein considered briefly. I hope you won't mention me when you call the police. Just say you found the corpse yourself. I believe you know how to make up a reason. Ian nodded without surprise, understanding not every detective wanted police involvement. Except for famous detectives who cooperated with police, most were discriminated against or worse in the Lone Kingdom. All right. Preparing for the sewers, Klein changed into common working-class clothes, donned a deer-hunting cap, and took a lantern. They took a public carriage to East Borough, then walked half an hour to the remote sewer entrance, watched by numb and malicious eyes. How did you find it? Ian asked, half surprised, watching Klein lift the manhole cover and climb down. Klein replied casually, skillful training, which includes many techniques in reasoning, investigation, tracking, and interrogation. Ian followed without disgust. You seem to have received very professional training. Klein didn't answer directly, holding the lit lantern as he led Ian to the gloomy corner. He narrowed his eyes. More of Zreel's body was missing than the previous night. An arm and half his ribs. That's not something a rat can do, Klein muttered silently. Lantern light revealed the corpse clearly to Ian. Suddenly Ian squatted, vomiting yellow-green bile. Klein pulled out Quelag's oil, unscrewed the cap and held it near Ian's nose. Ian's eyes lit up and calmed. Nearly 20 seconds later, he whispered weakly, "Thank you." He stood and examined the mutilated corpse again. "I can confirm that this is Detective Zreel." "My condolences," Klein said politely. "I suggest you call the police." "Okay." Ian nodded, expression unreadable, following Klein back to the surface. At the exit, Klein clapped his hands. "This is the end of my mission. As for what should be done after this, that's up to you." Ian fell silent a few seconds. "I still owe you 3 matters. You can tell me now." "Actually, I can only think of one at the moment," Klein answered frankly. "I want to know where I can get a gun and bullets without needing a full-class weapon permit." That's Ian replied almost without thinking. "Go to Braveheart's bar at Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge district. Find Casper's Kalanin. Tell him old geezer introduced you." "All right. Let's talk about the other 2 matters in the future. I have a feeling that we'll meet again." Klein nodded casually. Ian gave him a look but said nothing. They parted ways, heading down different East Borough streets. Silence returned to the secluded sewer entrance. After walking a while, Klein suddenly turned, retracing his steps to hide in a nearby corner, peeking at the sewer entrance. After 2 or 3 minutes, Ian returned silently, looking around warily. Klein withdrew, leaning against a wall to listen. He heard the manhole cover scrape aside and someone climbed down. Ian had re-entered the sewers. Was there a clue on Zreel's body? This matter was deeper than it seemed. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Satisfied, he decided to leave for real and planned to seek out Caspar's in 2 days. Meanwhile, at tea time in Empress Borough, Viscount Glaint's study was closed off from guests. "Shio, Fours, this is the reward the 2 of you deserve." Audrey, dressed in pale yellow lace, slid a bulging envelope across the desk. Shio reached for it faster than she could speak. Feeling the weight, she said sincerely, "Miss Audrey, thank you for your generosity. Your honesty makes you look even more beautiful." Inside were thick stacks of grey paper money with black stripes smelling faintly of ink. £10. Shio examined a note. Beside her, Fours leaned over. "This is at least..." They exchanged surprised looks. Audrey smiled faintly. "A total of £800. Decide how you will split it." "I'm sorry this put you in danger." Shio stared blankly, wishing she could count the notes over and over. "Even if it's divided evenly with my savings, it's enough to buy the potion formula for Sheriff." She hesitated, raised her hand, paused, then lowered it silently. Fours sighed wistfully. "This is even more than the royalties I've received for my Stormwind Mountain villa so far." Viscount Glaint, sitting nearby, was a little envious, not of the money but Audrey's ease in handing it out. Clearing his throat, he said, "If you get the formula for apothecary, I will also provide substantial payment." "We'll do our best," Shio said without hesitation. "We've recently contacted someone suspected of being psychology alchemists. We'll soon have clues on the spectator potion you want." Audrey smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." They chatted about rumors in Beyonder circles, browsing books. Suddenly Shio spotted 2 hardcovers, History of the Lone Kingdom's Aristocracy and Study of the Coat of Arms. Fours found Geography and People of the Faceless Empire and Traveling the Northern Continent. Honorable Viscount Blaint, may I borrow these too? Shio asked. No problem, he replied. Fours quickly made a similar request and got approval. Audrey's lips curved faintly, watching. As a new spectator, she had subtly guided Shio's and Fours' interests without their awareness, a demonstration of her power. That evening, Shio curled on a sofa by the fireplace, reading History of the Lone Kingdom's Aristocracy under gaslight. Fours attended an author gathering. After a while, Shio noticed something strange about the book's cover. Examining closely, she found an interlayer hiding an ancient piece of paper. The front was covered in Emperor Roselle's special symbols. The back had a paragraph in ancient Hermes. Viscount Blaint's ancestors deciphered some of Emperor Roselle's special symbols? Shio gasped excitedly. Struggling to decipher, she muttered, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 226. The Terrified Sherwood Burrow, 15 Minsk Street. Klein sat comfortably in a reclining chair beside a fireplace burning with charcoal. The room was warm, almost summery. He wore a white shirt, black vest, and thin trousers, flipping through a newspaper's ads section. A new type of transportation vehicle is in urgent need for investments. Details to be discussed in person. Klein circled the message thoughtfully with a pencil. If he had no commissions tomorrow or the day after, he planned to check whether this new vehicle had investment value. It was impossible to divine due to lack of information. "I hope it's something like a bicycle," he muttered just before an illusory prayer echoed faintly in his ears. "Who is it? Miss Justice? Mr. Hangman? The Sun? Or some clerk at Backlund Bank copying my passcode?" Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he put down the newspaper, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he entered the world above the grey fog. Near the fool's seat and the edge of the ancient mottled bronze table, a clear, bright brilliance emitted waves of radiance. Experienced, Klein calmly sat and emanated spirituality, touching the ripples in response to the prayer. The scene shifted. A blurry sofa appeared with a petite woman in a knight's trainee uniform curled up on it. "She's not copying my passcode. She's reading a piece of paper," Klein realized. She must be one of the 2 Beyonders Miss Justice mentioned who required vetting. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klein chose not to respond formally. He planned to test her at night, her reaction, attitude, and abilities, without forcing anyone to join the tarot club. Meanwhile, Shio had just finished chanting an ancient Hermes sentence found hidden in a book. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." She froze, then suddenly straightened up in horror. This seems to be the honorary name of a hidden existence, she realized. Her mysticism, knowledge, and rumors warned that reciting a hidden existence's full honorary name often attracted their attention, usually misfortune or tragedy. Many hidden beings were incarnations of evil gods and devils. And I recited it in ancient Hermes, completely unprotected. I'm so dumb. Why did I actually read it in my head? Shio looked around fearfully, expecting a monster to appear in her house. The sofa, tea table, cupboard, chairs, oil paintings, all reflected normally. After nearly a minute of tense vigilance, she relaxed a little and comforted herself. "Don't worry, don't be afraid. I just said the honorable name and didn't follow with a prayer. This is an incomplete ceremony, so it shouldn't attract attention. Moreover, there's a good chance the name is a translation based on Emperor Roselle's special symbols. It might not even be correct. But if evil gods and devils take interest, they respond even to incomplete ceremonies. I'm so stupid." Her face scrunched up as she feared a grave mistake. Waiting a few more minutes, she slowly exhaled, relieved by no response. She stuffed the paper back into History of the Lone Kingdom's Aristocracy and headed to the bathroom, trying to clear her head with cold water. Splash! Cupping water in her hands, she caught sight of a long, slightly curly brown hair in the mirror's corner. Her own shoulder-length unkempt yellow hair suddenly stood on end. She stomped, pushed off and spun around, slamming the intruder with her elbow. Pow! She fell against a warm body. The other party screamed in pain and collapsed. Shio stopped and looked down to see her good friend Fours clutching her stomach, tears in her eyes. A twitch appeared at Shio's mouth as she said, "Falls, when did you get back?" Falls groaned, took time to recover, and finally said, "I just got back." "Shio, are you nuts? Why did you attack me without looking? And you hit me hard." "Where did you come in from?" Shio asked awkwardly. "Through the bathroom window." "Why?" "Is there a problem? Apprentices don't carry keys," Falls replied matter-of-factly. Shio pushed responsibility away. "Then why not use the door? You really gave me a fright." Falls blinked. "If I went through the door, I'd have to take a big round. I'm used to straight lines." She eyed Shio suspiciously. "But wasn't your reaction a bit much?" Shio struggled before admitting honestly, It's because I made a mistake, a fatal one." "What mistake?" Falls asked, rubbing her belly, puzzled and concerned. Shio recounted how she found the interlayer in the book cover, the old paper, and silently reciting the suspected incantation, the honorary name of a hidden existence. Falls looked around, chilled for some unknown reason, then returned to the living room with Shio. She quickly scanned the yellowed sheet, the special symbols, and the ancient Hermes sentence. "It's not any evil god, devil, or secret existence I know of. It should be fine. Nothing has happened yet, so everything should be fine." Seeing Shio relax, Falls added with a teasing edge, "Of course, if something does happen, there's no way our meager abilities can save us." Shio paled, blurting, "Falls, let's sleep together tonight." "No, wait, I'll just sleep alone." Falls chuckled. "All right, don't worry. I hear strange murmurs every full moon but haven't gone mad or lost control. We should study the other 3 books. If they have the same paper and incantation, it might be a prank from Viscount Glaint." They hurriedly flipped through study of the coat of arms and the others but found nothing odd. Shio looked at Falls. Falls looked back, the mood heavy again. "Should we sneak into St. Samuel Cathedral's nave tonight?" Shio suggested. "That's the church of the Evernite goddess in the Backlund diocese," Shio explained. "Why not St. Hierland Cathedral, the god of steam and machinery's headquarters?" Falls replied. The 2 ladies, followers of different faiths, fell silent. Falls sighed. "That might get us targeted by the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. Maybe that's the hidden existence's goal. All right, go to sleep. We'll see tomorrow morning. If nothing happens, we're probably safe." That night, the waxing crimson moon hid behind clouds, stars barely visible. Klein woke instinctively, got out of bed, and entered the world above the grey fog. He sat in the fool's high-backed chair, ready to respond to Miss Justice's companion and proceed with the examination. Suddenly an idea struck him. Maybe I can try to pull her into the world above the grey fog under current circumstances. She must be asleep. If I succeed, she'll probably think it's just a vivid dream. I can sever the connection before she sees too much. After deliberation, Klein tapped the rippling ring of light to connect. Suddenly, his spirituality surged wildly, causing the mysterious space above the grey fog to tremble. Just as he feared draining his spirituality, everything calmed. A blurry, distorted figure appeared by the bronze table. In dreamlike reverie, Shio opened her eyes sleepily and saw the endless fog, the ancient chair, and a dark figure watching her. Klein was thrilled and immediately severed the connection as planned. The hazy figure vanished, but a crimson illusory star appeared in the mist. Klein confirmed, as long as someone chants his name, he can pull them into the world above the grey fog. The crimson star symbolizes a stable connection, but with his current strength he can only maintain one extra connection. Also, based on experience, his spirituality can only pull in beyonders one sequence higher than him, and it might not always succeed. It likely won't affect those at the same sequence or lower. Satisfied, Klein knew no further response was necessary. His attempt alone was enough. Shio woke suddenly in her sleep. She had worried all day about chanting the honorary name. Shortly after falling asleep, she dreamed of a mysterious space, grey fog, and a figure watching her from above. The dream was so clear she felt afraid. Looking at sleeping Falls, she wondered, is this a nightmare from my fear, or am I haunted because I attracted a hidden existence's attention? Yes, there's a Beyonder gathering tomorrow night. Besides buying the formula, I must find an exorcist to purify myself. Chapter 227, Inventor Leopard. On a foggy morning, Klein sat at his dining table, breaking his specially bought wheat bread into pieces and soaking them in milk. Though his body had changed long ago, his passion for delicacies remained strong. The simple breakfasts in the Loan Kingdom bored him, so he experimented, adding pork pastries from the south, fina potter noodles and roasted corn pastries. Caviar from the Faceless Empire isn't bad either, but it's too expensive. It's only suitable for formal meals. Klein mused, savoring the blend of milk and wheat flavors. After breakfast, he picked up the newspapers to read. I'll do a divination later. If nothing urgent comes up, I'll visit Mr. Leopard on 3rd Street in St. George Borough to check out his new transportation vehicle. Klein thought about how vast Backland was, every borough nearly the size of a small city, with travel relying mostly on walking and steam metro, making a better transport option appealing. Just then, loud knocking interrupted his thoughts. Annoyed, he muttered, "Who is it? Don't they know how to ring the doorbell?" and opened the door. Standing there was the Highlander man who had chased Ian on the steam metro, dark-skinned, lean, with recessed eyes. This was Mersault, the feared executioner of the Zmanja gang. "Excuse me, who are you looking for? Do you have a commission for me?" Klein feigned confusion. Mersault sized him up coldly, asking, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes. I want to hire you to find someone. We can discuss the details inside." "There's no need," Mersault said sharply. "The person is Ian Wright. Bright red eyes, about 15 or 16, wears a brown old coat and round hat. You know him." Klein chuckled softly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Ignoring him, Mersault said, "He stole an important item from me. Find him and you'll be paid at least £10. Klein shook his head. Too few clues. £30. No, against my principle of confidentiality. £50. I'm sorry, I cannot accept the mission." Mersault's eyes turned cold and fierce. Without another word or farewell, he turned and walked away quickly. Klein sighed inwardly. This gang's intelligence was impressive. They knew Ian came to him once. Still, Klein felt no fear. "I once faced the son of an evil god directly. What's a gang like this?" He smiled, flipping a coin to decide whether to go out today. The coin said yes. Later, in St. George Borough's 3rd Street, Klein arrived after an 11-pence ride using a tracked public carriage, steam metro and trackless carriage. Drizzle had started. Klein pressed his half-top hat down and hurried to Unit 9, sheltering under the eaves. He rang the doorbell but heard no sound. Is the doorbell broken? Just then footsteps approached. He pictured the man in his mind, tall, thin, black hair, blue eyes, about 30, in greyish-blue worker clothes, gentle and refined. The door creaked open. The man rubbed his forehead and asked, "May I know who you're looking for? Something I can help with?" Klein removed his hat and bowed slightly. "I'm here to see Mr. Leopard about his new transportation vehicle." The man's eyes brightened. "I'm Leopard. Come in, please." Inside, the foyer lacked a coat rack, so Klein leaned his cane and kept his coat on. The living room was cluttered with mechanical parts, wrenches, bearings, screwdrivers on the coffee table. "How much do you want to invest? Would you like coffee or black tea?" I'm out of black tea," Leopard said awkwardly. This gentleman isn't great socially, Klein thought, and cut to the chase. "I want to see your new vehicle before deciding. I can't promise anything without understanding it." Leopard's eyes lit up. He pointed to a triangular emblem on the wall, the god of steam and machinery's sacred symbol, a solid triangle filled with steam, gears, and levers. Leopard led Klein to a large room, made bigger by knocking down walls. The floor was scattered with parts, and in the center stood a crude, half-man-high carriage-like contraption. The doorbell mechanism connected here. A steel ball could roll along tracks to clang the object enough to wake Leopard. "That your invention?" Klein asked. "Yes, based on Emperor Rosel's imagination," Leopard said fervently. "Emperor Rosel's imagination?" Klein raised an eyebrow. Leopard explained, "He left manuscripts imagining future machines. He was a genius. Many things are already reality. The manuscript is kept at the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, inaccessible to non-believers." Klein almost smiled. That emperor truly leaves no stone unturned. "Describe it," Klein prompted. Leopard opened the carriage door. "It's a transport without horses. The driver pedals from the front left seat. Chains connect the pedals to the 4 rubber-inflated wheels, making for a smooth ride." "So human-powered? With 4 passengers, that won't go far," Klein pointed out. "That's the next goal, reduce weight and multiply lever strength. But I lack funds for more attempts." Leopard looked hopeful. Klein suggested, "Why not use steam as power?" Leopard shook his head. Steam machines exist but are huge and hard to drive on many streets. Then try something simpler. 2 wheels, 1 person, no outer shell. You mean a bicycle? Leopard pondered. Yes, Klein nodded. Others' bicycles aren't practical. Simplifying might work, but who'd buy it? Klein answered immediately. Postmen, working class with savings, businessmen who don't need formal transport, all many in Backland. Leopard nodded slowly. I'll try, but I lack money for spare parts. I'll invest 100 gold pounds, plus I want 10 to 15% of shares. You can have 35 cents just for the bicycle concept. Leopard bargained. Deal, Klein laughed. We'll draft a simple contract, then a formal one with clauses, like you needing my consent before other investors. No problem, Leopard said eagerly, eager to buy spare parts. That evening, drenched from the drizzle, Klein returned to Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. He went straight to the bathroom to relieve his bloated stomach. As water splashed, Klein bent to wash his hands. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. The mirror reflected his lowered head and dim surroundings, but also a pair of eyes beside him. A pair of eyes. Chapter 228, The Mastermind. Almost instinctively, Klein bent his knees and rolled sideways toward the bathroom door. So. A small black feathered arrow stabbed into the wash basin made of bone and suffused with a blue luster. Beautiful, but deadly. If he'd hesitated even slightly, he'd have been skewered. Mid-roll, Klein reached into his pocket for his tarot cards, but a gust of wind surged in. A black figure closed in at high speed. In a flash it appeared before him, foot lashing upward in a fierce kick. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Klein blocked with his elbow. Bang! His arm went numb and his body was knocked back like a ball in squash or lower-class soccer. What immense strength! As his body flew, he adjusted in mid-air with acrobatic finesse, regaining balance. Pah! Pah! A tree bark-colored blowpipe bounced across the bathroom floor behind the door. Just as he prepared to plant his feet and counterattack, another scene flashed in his mind. The black figure arrived sooner than expected, arms sweeping toward his chest. Klein twisted mid-air, body spinning. Pow! He pressed one hand to the ground, opened his legs like scissors, and ducked his head low. The man's fist hit nothing. Redirected, the punch only grazed his extended legs. Pushing off the ground, Klein flipped sideways and landed on his feet, only to face another onslaught. Pow! The black figure closed in. Klein lifted his arms to block. Thud! It felt like colliding with a bear. He staggered back, arms nearly useless from the blow. Only then did he see the attacker clearly, dark-skinned, lean, recessed eyes. Morsort, the Zmanja gang's executioner. The man who had visited Detective Moriarty that very morning. Pa! 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 Morsort pursued, fists flying in vicious hooks and jabs. Klein couldn't match him in strength. He had to rely on agility and premonition, barely avoiding the hail of punches. No, I have to make full use of my advantages. He rolled aside. Crack! A chair shattered under Morsort's kick. Klein rolled, twisted, ducked, his only goal find a window to use his cards or charms. But Morsort was relentless. Tap! 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 His feet pounded as he chased, agile as a giant bear. Klein had no opening to retaliate, only to dodge and defend. Gotcha! Bam! Bam! A chair broke. The table overturned. The coat rack crashed. Klein had circled nearly the whole room, but he was out of options. I can't go on like this. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the living room coffee table. Bam! Taking a hit on the arm, he grit his teeth and lunged backward toward the living room. At that moment, Morsort's muscles swelled like balloons. Boom! He stamped the ground hard enough to shake it and launched himself like a bullet, foot aimed at Klein. The impact sent Klein flying into the coffee table with a crash. Ceramic shattered, papers and pens scattered. Weakened and momentarily paralyzed, Klein saw Morsort close in, a fierce glint in his eyes. His knee drove forward, crushing porcelain underfoot. Klein's eyes darkened. He was holding a contract template. That was why he'd fled here, ignoring his premonition to grab a contract or a newspaper. As the knee approached, Klein's wrist flicked. In his mind, he saw Morsort's neck twisted backward. Sow! The contract flew like a dart. Sow! It pierced Morsort's throat, barely a meter away. Oof! Morsort tried to retreat, but it was too late. The paper stabbed through his windpipe. Blood gushed, frothy and red. He dropped to his knees. Huff! 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 He pulled out the bloodied contract and clutched his neck, but the blood didn't stop. His eyes lost focus and his body twitched before going still. Klein recovered slowly, tarot cards between his fingers ready for another attacker. Spirit vision revealed no other auras. He finally relaxed. The room was a mess. 2 chairs broken, the table shattered, porcelain everywhere. His sleeves were torn, his coat dusty. There's no way to claim reimbursement for this. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Klein laughed, first softly, then wildly, as if he'd heard the greatest joke of his life. His body rocked with laughter until only the echoes remained. Moments later, he stopped, face serious. He approached the corpse. He wanted to make the dead speak. Setting up the familiar ritual, Klein inhaled the refreshing scent and whispered, "The mastermind who sent Merceau on this mission." His eyes darkened. In the dream world, the grey blur shifted and formed a scene. A middle-aged man stood before Merceau. No hat, a petal-collared white shirt, black vest, skinny trousers, extravagant and flamboyant, brown hair, blue eyes, a handsome, stubbled face. The man spoke in a deep voice. "No matter what you do, make sure you find Ian Wright alive. If he's dead, bring him to me within an hour, preferably within 15 minutes. "Yes, Mr. Ambassador," Merceau replied, head lowered but still unruly. The scene shattered. "Mr. Ambassador? This involves another country?" Judging by the shirt, probably Intiz's ambassador to Backland. "Ian is only a teenage boy. That gentleman can channel spirits, or has someone who can." Klein constructed another divination sentence. The reason for finding Ian Wright. In the next scene, the same man stared at Mersault and said, "You don't need to know why, just heed my instructions. I gave you the potion and money to become the person in power behind this manga gang, not for you to raise questions, but for you to do things. Yes, you only need to know that Ian Wright might be involved in an item of great importance." The scene faded. Klein exited the dream, mind racing. An item of great importance. What could Ian possibly have? Potion. So Mersault was a beyonder. No wonder his combat ability was terrifying. If only I were Sequence 7. Answering my own prayers consumes so much spirituality. After ending the ritual and dismissing the wall of spirituality, Klein studied Mersault's corpse. Finally, he saw specks of spiritual light converge at the wound. Carefully, he reached in and pulled out a dark red jelly-like substance. A beyonder characteristic. But of what sequence? I can divine that above the grey fog. Low sequence characteristics can imbue people with powers, but consuming them without proper ingredients can lead to immediate loss of control. Klein sighed. He forced himself to focus. Now came the next headache. What was he supposed to do with this corpse? Chapter 229, Lesser of Two Evils. Mersault's body lay still, eyes wide with lingering bloodlust. The wound at his throat, now more mangled from the beyonder characteristics condensation, gave off a foul stench from post-mortem incontinence. Klein stared at the crimson, jelly-like object in his hand and considered his options. 3 paths lay before him. Report it as self-defense, dispose of the corpse and pretend nothing happened, or abandon his identity and flee. The first risked exposing his illegal identity. The second left too many loose ends, especially if the ambassador sent more dangerous agents after Ian. The third, disappearing completely, might trigger a manhunt. His face would be sketched and posted in newspapers, and even Daily or the Nighthawks might recognize him. Worse, the matter could attract powerful beyonders if it tied back to Int Zangwil and sealed artifact 0208. There was a variation to the third option, hide the body and vanish. But if the ambassador suspected anything and used the Zemanja gang or police to track him, it'd be the same gamble. Klein made his decision the way he knew best, divination. Although he already leaned toward the first choice, the one with more control and less long-term risk, he had to be sure. He wrote a divination statement, dangled his spirit pendulum above it, and recited silently, "I should make a police report." The pendulum spun clockwise with tight, fast circles, a clear yes. He tested the other options too. Both were denied. Resolved, Klein pulled on gloves and searched Mersault's body. He found a dagger, some cash, cigarettes, a lighter, and other odds and ends. After replacing everything but the dagger, he stabbed it into Mersault's wound to obscure its original shape, then positioned the corpse's hand to grip it. He gathered the beyonder characteristic, tarot cards, self-made charms, the bloodied contract, divination note, and other materials into a paper bag. He then conducted a ritual to summon himself and transformed into a spirit form. More corporeal with Azic's copper whistle, he took the bag and returned to the world above the grey fog. There he stored the items behind the fool's seat, leaving the whistle as well, and descended back to his body. The blood-stained note and divination paper were intentionally preserved, not destroyed, because a future investigation might involve high-level divination. With the grey fog's interference, not even the eternal blazing sun could penetrate it. This was why, after advancing to Sequence 8, Klein stored all spiritual records above the grey fog. He couldn't risk exposure or deeper scrutiny. After dispersing the ritual's residual scent, he cleaned the scene. The only mysticism-related items left behind were the candles, which were ordinary this time. In a bachelor's flat, candles were hardly suspicious. Klein consulted his golden pocket watch. He estimated the time since Morsault's death and how long it would take police and forensic investigators to respond. He wanted to ensure that by the time any spirit channeling occurred, more than an hour would have passed, enough to render the results vague and inconclusive. Even if they tried to divine the involvement of Beyonders, the key evidence, like the contract, was now beyond their reach. Fortunately, I'm also a professional. It feels like I've really become Moriarty, he muttered as he did one last sweep of the scene. When enough time had passed, Klein put on his glasses and stepped outside. It was already dark. Gas lamps lit up the wet streets of Backland's middle-class Minsk Street. Spotting two patrolling constables, Klein approached. "Officers, a criminal attacked me." His messy appearance made them immediately wary. They raised their batons and scanned the area. "Where's the criminal?" one asked sternly. "He sneaked into my home and tried to kill me. In the fight, I accidentally stabbed him to death." The officers exchanged glances, their expressions skeptical. "Take us there." "All right," Klein nodded, feigning distress. He led them to 15 Minsk Street, unlocked the door, and let them see the chaos inside. 2 broken chairs, a ruined coffee table, and a corpse holding a dagger. "Watch the scene. I'll report this to the inspector," one said. A short while later, the sergeant arrived with 2 more officers. As they examined the house, the bearded sergeant pulled Klein aside. "Name: Sherlock Moriarty. This is my rental receipt for half a year. Occupation: private detective. Do you know the deceased? Why did he attack you?" "I know him. His name is Morsault, executioner of the Zmanja gang," Klein began, offering the entire backstory. "I was hired by Ian Wright to investigate Detective Zriel Victor Lee. It led to the Zmanja gang. I later saw Morsault meeting with a gentleman. He called him Mr. Ambassador." The sergeant's expression shifted. "Ambassador? Do you know his name?" "I don't, but I could recognize his face in a photograph. This morning, Morsault came asking about Ian. I refused to cooperate. When I got home, he attacked me. Thankfully, I'm good at combat and quick to react." The sergeant pressed for details. Klein told the truth mostly. He swapped premonition for reaction, changed the thrown contract into a drop dagger. "Yay! Follow us back to the police station and wait for the autopsy results, the results of the on-site investigation, and inquiries from the relevant parties involved." Clearly, the sergeant had bigger concerns now. This wasn't just a murder. It involved a foreign ambassador. As he turned to leave, he paused and asked one last thing. "What's your faith?" "God of steam machinery." That was no accident. The Church of the Lord of Storms had jurisdiction over Beyonder-related matters in Sherwood Borough. By choosing a different church, Klein could avoid running into Nighthawks. He had no choice but to let the goddess down. Chapter 230, Interrogation. In an unremarkable Empress Borough house, Shio and Fours took random seats and glanced at the blackboard. Mr. A sat alone in his hooded robe, silent and high above the crowd. The familiar listing caught Shio's eye. Sequence 8, Sheriff Potion Formula, £450. Relief flooded her. The formula hadn't vanished just as she'd gathered the money. She did a quick tally, £400 from the split, plus £150 in savings, and felt secure. But then reality struck. She'd still need a fortune for the main ingredients. Maybe she could sell the formula in other circles. It was a tempting path to riches. Normally, she wouldn't leak a potion recipe since competition inflated ingredient prices, but this was different. Still, the arbiter pathway was rare and tightly controlled, tied to the royals and military. Leaked formulas were few, and beyonders who chose the path even fewer. Despite her time in Backlund's mysticism scene, Xiao had never met another arbiter. Either they were well hidden, or her pathway was just that obscure. Compared to Fours, I'm lucky, she thought, recalling how Fours still hadn't found the next apprentice recipe. Xiao handed her note to Mr. A's attendant. She was buying the formula. Soon she was ushered into the study and donned a hooded robe. The seller was similarly cloaked. "This is the formula to the sheriff potion. Where's my money?" he rasped, pressing a note to the desk. Xiao wordlessly pushed forward the already counted cash. Once verified, the seller let go of the formula. She stepped forward, grabbed it, and scanned straight to the main ingredients. A pair of terror demon worm's eyes. Silver warbear's right palm. "Beyonder items I know of, but have never seen sold," she sighed, leaving the study and removing her robe. Back beside Fours, having finally secured the formula, Xiao's thoughts turned to the haunting and the mysterious honorary name. She decided to request a purification ritual. £30 was worth peace of mind. After whispering to Fours, she made the request. The blackboard soon displayed suspected haunting of evil spirits. Requesting the help of friends who specialize in exorcism. £30. Later, an attendant led them downstairs. Inside, a man in a white mask chuckled. "Let me introduce myself first, so that you won't doubt my ability." No, we trust Mr. A," Xiao quickly cut in, disguising her voice to conceal her identity. The man laughed. "This is my habit. I am a believer of the sun. As you know, this is not common in Backlund or in the entire kingdom. It is only through moments like this that I can live as my true self." Fours, curious, remarked, "This is the first time I'm seeing a living believer of the sun. It's not like I can meet diplomats of higher standing." "Then, should I feel honored?" the man said, raising his arms in a sun-praising gesture. Fours smiled. "In terms of exorcism and purification, the attendant of the sun is a professional. Our hearts are at rest, so we can begin." Without further chatter, the man took out a sun-emblazoned badge, set it on the table, and lit 2 candles. In a solemn voice, he chanted, "The sun that is eternal, you are an inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. I pray to you, please bestow me with your cleansing glow. Please repel the evil spirits in this body." Light burst from the emblem, warm, pure, and boundless. It surged over Xiao and Fours like a tide. After nearly a minute, the warmth faded, leaving only a soothing, sun-bathed calm. Meanwhile, in Sherwood Borough's Rice police station, Klein sat among thieves and drunkards, squeezed onto a low bench. It was undignified, to say the least. Suddenly, warmth touched the back of his hand, driving away Backlund's night chill. He glanced down, no black dots from the grey fog. Who's being so kind? To know that I was feeling a little cold just now, he mused wryly. Looking around at the thief chained to a pipe and the belligerent drunkard, Klein sighed. There should be another test. Then I'll be free. Hopefully the police focus on the ambassador and the Zmanja gang instead of a puny detective. Mersault's beyonder characteristic was hidden above the grey fog. He didn't leave anything strange behind. That should reduce suspicion about my strength. More than an hour passed. Then the short-bearded officer returned. "Sherlock Moriarty, come with me to the interrogation room." "Here it comes." Klein followed him through the hall and was gestured into an iron-doored room. Inside, under the gas lamp's soft glow, sat a man in a black shirt. No vest, no formality, just cold blue eyes and a rigid face. "I ask, you answer." Klein was hit with a suppressive force like a barbed electric whip to the brain. He nearly collapsed, clutching the table for support. His temples pounded. This is a beyonder power. Arbiter pathway, sequence 7. Interrogator! As long as it's not the Nighthawks, everything's fine, he thought with grim optimism. The man spread 8 black and white photos. Identify the ambassador who met Mersault. The threat of pain pressed down. Klein didn't dare lie. He quickly pointed to a charming, ostentatiously dressed middle-aged gentleman. No reaction. The interrogator asked, "Were your previous statements the truth?" "Nothing but the truth." He leaned forward. "When was the last time you met Ian Wright?" "Yesterday morning," Klein said through gritted teeth. "I tailed Mersault and found Zariel's body, took Ian to identify it and told him to call the police. The body's at the sewer entrance at Iron Carbon Street, East Borough." After a long pause, the man nodded. The pressure vanished. "You may leave now," he said flatly. Klein stood and stumbled out, his body drained. More tiring than fighting Mersault. If not for the spiritual training I've undergone, I would have crumbled. Back in the corridor, the sergeant met him. Come with me to fill out some forms. Lawyer Jurgen is waiting to bail you out. Phew. Klein let out a long sigh. The worst had passed. Chapter 231. Losses. Klein met Jurgen Cooper at the Rice police station. The solicitor looked as though he had just stepped out of a formal banquet. Black double-breasted suit, white stiff-collared shirt, huge bow tie and polished boots. The police treated him with notable respect. Holding his half-top hat, Jurgen said, "The formalities are over. You can leave if you pay the bail of £10. Thank you." Klein simply followed him to the financial office, relieved he still had his full £95 on him. If he'd left it at home, he wasn't confident how much the police would have overlooked during their search, and he hadn't dared stash it above the grey fog in case he needed to bribe someone. After paying, he exited into the chilly, damp night and shivered. "After the case is closed, your bail will be returned to you," Jurgen explained. "Of course, you can't expect them to voluntarily notify you. In a week, if no one contacts you, come and ask for it yourself. You could also claim appropriate compensation from the other party's estate." "All right," Klein said, though he had little hope of ever seeing that money again. He mentally tallied his losses. £5 earned from Ian's commission, but his furniture and tea set were trashed. There'd be repair costs, material costs, clothes to mend, and that bail. If he didn't recover those £10, he'd end up in the red. Well, there was still the beyonder characteristic left behind by Massault. Klein climbed into the carriage and glanced at Jurgen's straight posture. Thank you for coming to bail me out. How much should I pay you?" Jurgen nodded. "This one's pro bono. I heard from Sergeant Vaccine that you were involved in an incident. I believe that we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future." "There will be many opportunities to work together in the future," Klein chuckled. "Lawyer Jurgen, are you cursing me?" Jurgen replied solemnly, "No, it's not what you think. It's very common for a private detective to have a fixed lawyer he works with." "Sir, you really lack a sense of humor, even though you look young." Klein smiled and shifted topics. "Coincidentally, I'm in need of a lawyer to help me draw up an investment contract." "Investment contract?" Jurgen sounded surprised. "I know it's not part of a detective's job, but I stumbled across a good investment opportunity," Klein said simply. "What are your usual fees?" "Generally, it's based on the contract's amount and complexity. It's £100. I'd need a preemptive right, veto rights," Klein explained in detail. Jurgen calculated for a moment. £2. I'll give it to you Monday morning." "All right." On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein paid the 3 solly fare and returned to his house. When he opened the door and saw the chaos inside, his heart winced. He hadn't expected to start his new profession at a loss. He removed his coat and began tidying up when the doorbell rang. It was Julianne, the maid from next door. "Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer wish to invite you over to discuss something," she said, sounding a little afraid. "Here it comes. The compensation talk." "All right." After changing into a cleaner coat, Klein entered the Sammers' living room. Luke Sammer stood and shook his hand. "Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. I only just learned that you were a private detective. That's quite unbecoming as a neighbor." "No, it was my fault. I didn't know if I was suited for this career and might find other jobs at any moment. I'm very sorry for what happened tonight. I'll compensate you." "It's just an accident," Luke replied generously. "Blonde?" Blue-eyed Stellin asked curiously. "Did you really kill the intruder? Hey, you must want black tea, right?" Klein nodded. Perhaps he was just a thief. Klein didn't clarify that the incident was tied to a job. The less they knew, the better. Luke laughed. "You must possess excellent combat skills. As a neighbor, I feel very safe. Perhaps we will have matters to entrust you in the future." "Actually, I was almost killed," Klein said, smiling ruefully. "Regardless, you were the ultimate victor," Luke replied. Stellan then picked up a porcelain teacup. "I'm very curious about how many commissions a private detective receives a week, and how much can they earn?" "It depends. Just like good and bad harvests. I earned £5 and 5 solly last week, but after last night's incident, I might have made a loss." Ignoring the second half, she continued, "If you can maintain this income, you'll get a pretty good life in Backlund's Cherwood district. No need to sublet, you can hire a maid, listen to a symphony, play tennis, attend salons, dine out. If you're preparing for marriage, you'll need to save a little. £5 a week is a little short of being truly decent. Then, what is the required weekly salary to be truly decent? Klein asked. £7 at least, Stellan replied. Klein turned to Luke. I heard from your wife that you work at Coim. What's its main business? Anthracite and charcoal. No wonder he was in the Soot Reduction Association. In Backlund, how big of a salary does a manager receive? It's seldom mentioned in the newspapers. Ha. Depends on the industry and job scope. Backlund Bank's best manager earns £5,000 a year. For me, it's about £430 to £440 with bonuses. That's about £8 a week. Before Klein could respond, Stellin added, we could have lived in the suburbs, garden, lawn, stable, a new carriage and foals, but Luke would waste too much time commuting. That would be even more valuable. A new carriage and horses cost £100. £8 a week is impressive. Unfortunately, I only recently got a pay rise when... After more small talk, Klein returned home and began cleaning again. He wasn't in a hurry to go above the grey fog, nor to divine anything. The special department might still be watching. Tomorrow night he'd visit the bar Ian mentioned to buy a gun. Maybe even find a Beyonder bodyguard. As a Sequence 8 it was slightly comical, but safety was paramount. If the price is too high, I'll blow the copper whistle for Mr. Azik. Though that might be riskier. I don't know much about sealed artifact 008. As he worked, Klein muttered to himself. At the same time, after the purification ceremony, the masked man told Shio and Fours, no matter what kind of sinister spirit it has already been exorcised by me. Heh, if it had reached the level of an evil spirit that I'm unable to exorcise, it should have given a response. However, there was none. He poured the water from the sun emblem into a metal bottle and handed it to Shio. Sprinkle it in your room to ward off any remnants. Thank you, Shio replied, feeling the pinch as she paid, but much more at ease. Back in the living room, the attendant passed them a note. Miss Arbeiter, who has just bought the sheriff formula, would you mind having a chat in the study? I might have what you need. Chapter 232. The Bravehearts Bar Who? How did that person know I purchased the sheriff recipe? Shio's pupils contracted as she scanned the crowd. Nothing seemed amiss. Mr. A sat in his usual place on the single sofa, hooded and calm. She nudged Fours and whispered, should I go? Fours glanced at the note and replied without hesitation, go, at least you still have Mr. A watching. No one would dare to do anything to you, so you can take the opportunity to find out what the other party's goal is. Who knows? You might actually obtain the potion materials you want as a result. That makes sense. Proactive by nature, Shio nodded and followed the attendant, donning a hooded robe that covered her face so thoroughly she could barely see. Inside the study sat a man in a tuxedo and a golden mask. The mask revealed only his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. Have a seat, he said hoarsely. Shio raised her chin and sat down confidently. Do you have the main ingredients for the sheriff potion? Yes, I have the eyes of a terror demon worm and the right palm of a silver warbear. In fact, that sheriff potion formula you bought was sold on my behalf. No wonder. Shio tensed. She wasn't foolish despite what Fours often teased. Survival in Eastborough had sharpened her instincts. Why are you doing this? To select suitable helpers. With your financial situation, it'll be difficult for you to gather the money needed for these two Beyonder ingredients in a short period of time. Of course, you can sell the formula at other Beyonder gatherings, but please believe me, this will bring you unnecessary danger. Our circles might not overlap, but I'm not the only person. Shio frowned. Since you have such a massive organization and possess the formulas to the sheriff and arbiter potions, why do you need my help? There are certain matters we do not wish to deal with ourselves. There are many reasons, but there's no need for me to tell you that. And every arbiter that embarks on the journey as a Beyonder by themselves has more or less some connection with the aristocracy. This is something we need. It seems like he doesn't know about my origins. Shio relaxed slightly. Just treat it as additional missions beyond the Beyonder gatherings. I will give you some missions and pay you with the corresponding rewards. If you feel that it's dangerous, you can reject them. This is a fair and free trade. Once you save up enough money, you can purchase the ingredients from me. Shio's heart stirred. She hesitated for 9 seconds, then said, "As long as I have the right to reject missions, I can consider it." "No problem. We can agree on where and how we'll meet in the future. To make you feel at ease, we'll concede the right to decide the details to you." "All right." Klein spent Sunday restoring his home. New chairs, tea sets, clothing repairs, £6, 9 soldi in all. A loss, clearly. What a loss. I hope the police department compensates me for my losses from Mersault's estate. Sir, at best, just a portion. But Mersault's beyond a characteristic was worth at least £300, if only Klein had access to the right buyers. That night, dressed plainly and inconspicuously, Klein travelled to Irongate Street near Backlund Bridge and arrived at the Bravehearts Bar. A huge, brawny man stood at the black wooden door but didn't stop him. Klein pushed it open to a flood of heat, noise, and the thick scent of beer and sweat. Inside, a rat-baiting contest was underway on one stage, boxers warming up on another. Amid the din, Klein made his way to the bar. 1 glass of Southville beer, he ordered. 5 pence. After paying and taking a swig, cool, bitter, slightly sweet, he asked, "Where's Kaspar's Kalinin?" The bartender pointed. "Billiard room 3. Klein carried his beer and knocked lightly. Inside, 2 men paused their game. "I'm looking for Kaspar's Kalinin. Old geezer introduced me." The big-nosed, red-nosed man nodded. "Come in." Klein stepped inside. Kaspar's billiard opponent quietly exited, and Kaspar's hobbled forward. "What do you want?" "A powerful custom revolver and 50 rounds. £3, 10 soldi. This will definitely be more expensive than a regular weapons store. The price includes the risks I have to undertake." "Deal." Klein pulled out 5 £1 notes. After verifying their authenticity, Kaspers said, "You're more straightforward than you look. Give me 5 minutes." He limped away. While waiting, Klein glanced at the billiard table. It reminded him of snooker. "It must be you, Emperor Roselle." Klein nearly chuckled. Soon, Kaspars returned with a brown paper package and 2 5 soldi notes. Klein opened it. A long-barreled revolver with a walnut wood grip and 50 gleaming rounds. He loaded the gun, tucked it into his armpit holster, and gathered the extra bullets. "If I wish to hire a good bodyguard, who should I look for? A very good one, the kind that exceeds human limitations." Kaspars's gaze turned cold. He studied Klein in silence for 2 minutes. "I can make the query for you, but there's no guarantee that someone will accept this mission. No matter what the result is, please allow me to express my gratitude in advance." Kaspars nodded and left. 10 minutes later, he returned. "He wants to meet you before making a decision." "No problem. I would also determine the difficulty of the mission if it were me." Kaspers led Klein through the crowd and into the kitchen. There, he knocked lightly on a door. Once permitted, they entered. It was a card room. More than 10 people sat playing Texas poker. When Kaspars and Klein walked in, one man in a black vest and white shirt stood up, the others fell silent. With a single glance, Klein frowned slightly. Everyone at the table, except the standing man, looked wrong, pale, feral-eyed. He tapped his left molar twice and activated spirit vision. His muscles tightened. Dark black auras surrounded all the seated players. They were dead. No, beyond dead. These weren't just corpses, they were zombies. A rotting stench seemed to rise as the man in the vest stepped forward. His face, too, was pale, and in his eyes there was malice. Chapter 233. A man cannot be judged by his looks. The more Klein thought about a man playing poker with over 10 corpses, the more his scalp tingled. He suppressed the unease and focused on the man in the black vest, pale-faced, early 30s, eyes tinged with madness. Pretending to be intimidated, Klein took a small step back as Kaspers quietly exited and shut the door. "You're the one looking for a bodyguard?" the man asked in a low, grave voice. "Yes." Klein gulped deliberately. The man's eerie demeanor terrified him, but it also reassured him. After all, strength was safety. "Why are you looking for a bodyguard? How much are you willing to pay for this?" Klein didn't answer immediately. After about 20 seconds of consideration, he said, "I'll tell you the details of the mission first. Give me a price after you assess it. If I can pay for it, or if I have an item of equivalent value, we would have ourselves a deal. Otherwise, I can only give up and look for someone else." The man didn't reply, but gestured for Klein to go on. Klein glanced at the corpses around the table, pretending they were just eccentric poker players, and asked, "Before I answer, do you want to kick these guys out of the room?" "There's no need for that." Klein hesitated, then confessed, "I offended a big shot who might have a country supporting him." The room fell deathly silent. The strange man froze, statue-like. After nearly a minute, he finally said, "This mission is priceless. Get out." Stunned, Klein watched him return to his seat and resume the card game. The undead players began dealing and betting again. "The big shot doesn't have that much freedom in Backland," Klein added, but the man ignored him. With a helpless sigh, Klein stepped out and saw Kaspars waiting. "We didn't come to an arrangement," Klein said. Kaspars didn't look surprised. "Did he request too high a price?" "No, he finds the mission too difficult. Marek is the scariest person I know. He isn't even afraid of bullets, and since he thinks the mission is difficult, I don't think I can help you get in touch with other powerful people." "What a pity," Klein sighed. Kaspars solemnly struck his chest. "May the storm be with you." "Then I'm dead," Klein muttered, then offered, "You can try asking around for me. I'll pay you a fee. I'll come again tomorrow night." After getting a promise, Klein left the Bravehearts bar, too melancholic to enjoy a round of billiards. Was I too honest? If I'd downplayed the danger, Marek might have accepted, but deceiving someone into facing risk for me doesn't sit right. If I keep going against my conscience, I'll walk the path to losing control. Reflecting on this, Klein returned to Minsk Street by way of 2 carriage transfers. After washing up, he drew the bedroom curtains and sat in thought. The danger, he realized, wasn't entirely insurmountable. The ambassador only wanted Ian Wright. If he learned Klein didn't know Ian's whereabouts, he might not risk anything more, especially with the military involved. Of course, there was still a chance the ambassador would subtly leak Klein's beyonder strength to the military in retaliation. That, Klein had to be on guard against. He even entertained the idea of killing the ambassador, but sighed at the thought of his powerful beyonder subordinates. Could the messenger help without Mr. Azik's permission? Probably not. Maybe he could post a commission in the Tarot Club. Maybe money would tempt someone like Mr. A. Resolved, he took out pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. Ian Wright's whereabouts. After ensuring there were no hidden beyonders, he visualized Ian's face and repeated the sentence. Soon, Klein entered a dreamlike state and saw a run-down room, bunk bed, floor mat, and 4 sleeping figures. Ian lay curled on the upper bunk, asleep under an old satchel. When the dream shattered, Klein opened his eyes and interpreted it. That sort of lodging could only be in East Barrow or Backland Bridge, but those places were massive. Even deploying every policeman in Backland wouldn't find him. He sighed. Ian had been careful not to leave behind any personal items, or else Klein could have used dowsing. Klein returned to the paper and added a line to his cover story. "I don't know Ian Wright's whereabouts. I haven't seen him since we found Zreel's body." He placed the note and pen visibly on the desk. After confirming once more that no one was watching, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the incantation, entering the world above the grey fog. Within the majestic palace, Klein didn't inspect the surroundings. He repeated his divination, confirming the previous answer. Looking up, he saw the newest crimson star dyed with a sun-like gold radiance. "Is this the source of the warmth I felt earlier?" Klein reached out with his spirituality. A blurred scene appeared. The petite lady he'd once tried to pull into the fog, now identified as Zio, was in front of an altar with a woman with brown curls and a white-masked man. He heard them chanting the eternal blazing sun's honorary name. An exorcism? Klein nearly laughed. He finally understood the sensation from earlier. It wasn't someone invading the grey fog. It was a notification, like Justice's or the hanged man's prayers. Since it wasn't a direct prayer, the response had taken the form of a warm current instead of overlapping voices. The grey fog responded automatically, not from any breach. At the same time, he realized something else. The grey fog's link to justice and the others wasn't entirely beyond this world's rules. It could be affected and limited by certain methods. He continued watching. This time, the vision lasted longer than usual. Normally, he could only see something if someone prayed or he actively responded to a prayer. But now, the footage played on like a low-resolution video. He saw Shio meet the golden-masked man in a study, heard someone call her by name, and realized she was seeking the sheriff potion's ingredients. He saw her and her friend return home, but regrettably no address was revealed. When the vision ended, Klein nodded thoughtfully. The gold light slowly faded. In other words, the purifying power helped stabilize the connection. Shio's £30 was worth it. I wonder when I'll be able to maintain such a link on my own. Klein smiled, picked up pen and paper again, and resumed divining Ian Wright's whereabouts. Chapter 234, The Night of the Full Moon. It was the same dream divination, but Klein saw more this time. The first scene remained the small, dark, squalid room with Ian Wright sleeping soundly on a bunk bed. The second showed Ian in the sewer they'd been to, squatting before Zreel's mutilated body, rubbing his white teeth and removing one of them. The third scene was a noisy street with passers-by dressed plainly, some in old, tattered clothes. Gardens and lawns were surrounded by low chimneys, puffing smoke. Ian, wearing an old overcoat and round hat, entered the telegraph office near the street's centre. Across from it was the mall entrance to the steam metro. The image faded. Klein tapped the bronze table and judged, "From that tooth and the telegram, Zreel and Ian aren't just detectives caught in trouble, they have an organization behind them." But he didn't linger too long above the grey fog. Returning to his seat, Klein pulled out Mersault's Beyonder characteristic, a crimson, jelly-like object, and wrote a new divination statement, the corresponding potion name. Holding the item and paper, he fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, the finely dressed ambassador appeared, thin-faced and stubbly, holding a crimson bottle. He said, "Drink it. Drink this hunter potion and you'll rule the Zamandja gang. Of course, money is also indispensable, as Emperor Roselle once said, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other." "Hunter? Backland is a huge metropolitan city." Mersault frowned. To someone illiterate like him, hunters meant wilderness and animals. The ambassador chuckled. "The biggest city is the largest dark forest. Here, everyone has two identities, one the prey and the other the hunter. Even the weakest hunter is a hunter. It's possible for them to harm stronger prey. Go, join this magnificent hunt." The scene shattered into specks of light. Klein looked at the crimson characteristic and thought, so it's the hunter potion. No wonder Mersault was so good at fighting. He even used a blowpipe to shoot poison darts. No wonder he tracked me here. But Mersault didn't fully understand being a hunter. He didn't set traps or use weapons, perhaps because he didn't know Klein was also a Sequence 8 Beyonder. He underestimated me. It was clear he'd only recently consumed the potion. The hunter pathway was wielded by the former Intis royal family, the Sauron family, the Facesack rulers, the Einhorn family, and the Iron and Blood Cross Order, a secret organization from the last 2 or 3 centuries. Based on the ambassador's attire, his identity was likely a high-ranking diplomat of the Intis Republic, an ambassador of the Lone Kingdom. I wonder what important item he's after. Klein wrapped his spirituality tightly and descended. Back in his room, Klein checked his surroundings carefully. Nothing unusual. He exhaled silently, confident he could convene the Tarot Club tomorrow. He pulled out a map of Backland and searched for a telegraph office along the subway line near the middle of the street. With few subway lines, he narrowed it to 3, one in West Borough, one in St. George Borough, and one at the East Borough Backland Bridge Junction. Judging from pedestrians' clothing, he picked the third, the East Borough Backland Bridge area. Sometimes interpreting revelations required practical knowledge and inference. Klein chuckled at himself and added a sentence to his divination paper. "I don't know where Ian is. I haven't seen him since we found Zreel's corpse. However, I learned through my own channels that Ian Wright appeared at the telegraph office on Bacardi Street. He left the paper spread on the desk, not folded or burned, then went to bed. Outside the curtains, the crimson moon peeked from clouds, shining brightly. At Hillston Borough, Fours woke abruptly, clutching her head. Her pretty face twisted in agony. She pressed her hands to her ears, tossing in bed as if fighting illusory murmurs. Sweat dripped from her forehead, veins bulged, her pale blue eyes filled with pain, flickering with layers of light and shadow. "No!" she cried low and tragic. She stopped covering her ears and began yanking her hair, as if pain could fight pain. After minutes, she stopped and weakly laughed at the handful of brown hair in her hand. I lied to Shio, telling her the murmurs every full moon don't have much of a negative effect on me. At least losing hair is a serious concern. With difficulty, Fours sat and looked at the curtain half covering the window. Outside, the crimson moon shone dreamily. It's getting worse each time. Will I lose control next time because of this? She couldn't hide the weakness in her heart. Fours had tried removing the bracelet that allowed teleportation through the spiritual world, but the murmurs remained. Sedatives, prayers to the god of steam and machinery, and rituals all failed. She was slipping into the abyss. If only I could understand what the murmurs say. I wish to die in the know, not buried clueless. Perhaps after advancing to sequence 8? But I've never met anyone selling the Trickmaster potion formula. Fours gazed out, her eyes red from the moonlight. Monday morning, Klein woke early and opened his window. He caught sight of the divination paper on his desk. It faced the window, but he clearly remembered it had faced the chair and bed before sleeping. It had flipped 180 degrees overnight. Klein's pupils narrowed. He pulled the curtains wide. The windows were shut tight. No breeze. No way the paper turned itself. No, someone came in without me noticing. A chill climbed his spine. He'd been so careful. This meant his life depended on the intruder's mood and whim. Was it a member of the military's special department or a powerful beyonder sent by the ambassador? The paper's changed position suggested the latter, a warning. To sneak in without leaving a trace. How incredible. Should I thank him? No, there must be a reason he didn't just finish the job quietly. Perhaps they don't want to alert the military watchers. Klein considered countless reasons. The paper was left intentionally to let others see it, to inform the ambassador and delay revenge while he prepared. But Klein expected the intruder to come when he was out, when surveillance might be lax. Who knew someone bypassed beyonders around him and entered while he slept? Feeling fate was controlled by someone else was unnerving. A very powerful beyonder, or one with odd abilities. Klein turned away from the window and pulled out a copper penny. Someone sneaked into this room last night. He silently chanted the statement and flicked the coin with his body concealed. It tumbled and landed in his palm. This time the number faced up. A negative result. No one had sneaked in last night. The paper wouldn't have turned alone. Could it be sleepwalking? No, I stayed awake even when the captain invaded my dream. Klein frowned, considering two possibilities. Either the divination was disrupted and misleading, or the intruder was not human. Chapter 235. The Busy Monday. Klein wasn't in a hurry to confirm his assumptions. He acted as if nothing happened, turning the paper so it faced him. The information about Ian Wright was true. He'd get a positive answer from divination, and Klein believed the ambassador's people would follow the trail rather than seek revenge on him, at least for now. He kept the paper on his desk for the military's special department watching him to redirect their attention to Ian Wright. It would become a race to find Ian before the ambassador, making Klein safer. Feels like I'm walking a tightrope. Is this a clown's special trick? He shook his head with amusement. Opening the oriel window for fresh air, he recoiled as thick smog poured in and quietly closed it again. Pressing the Ian paper down with an ink bottle, Klein washed quickly and dressed in his black double-breasted suit and half-top hat. He took his silver-inlaid cane from the umbrella stand and stepped into the fog-choked street, visibility no more than 10 meters, until he reached 58 Minsk Street. He rang the doorbell, and as the sound echoed, a black, green-eyed cat named Brody appeared in his mind. The cat approached the door, leapt up, grabbed the handle with its weight, twisted it, and opened the door. The morning wind crept in, and Brody glanced at Klein haughtily before stepping aside. What a clever cat, Klein praised as he faced Doris, the old lady in a white apron. It depends on its mood. Most of the time it acts stupid, as though it doesn't know what you're talking about. Oh, I've prepared my best bean turnip soup for you. Eat it with bread. Bean turnip soup. Sounded like a random mashup, but Klein smiled. I'm looking forward to it. The lawyer Jürgen emerged from the bathroom, impeccably dressed even at home. The contract you wanted is complete. Check to see if there are any omissions, he said without small talk. His brown hair was neatly combed back, shiny with pomade. Klein leaned his cane, removed his hat and coat, and followed Jürgen to the study, where a thick contract awaited. He skimmed the key clauses. His head hurt. I hope everything needed is included, especially the clauses about installment payments to Leopard rather than a lump sum. He closed the document and smiled. I'm satisfied. Your professional skills are better than I imagined. He pulled out 2 one-pound notes. Jürgen took the money and handed over the remaining contracts. If an error occurs during signing, there are 2 extra copies. Remember to shred the rest when finished. The shredder was a hand-cranked mechanical device. Klein nodded. But before he could respond, Doris called from the dining room. Good lads, it's time for breakfast. My grandmother's hearing has deteriorated, Jürgen explained, motioning Klein inside. In the dining room, Doris ladled yellow green bean turnip soup onto plates alongside bread. Klein looked at Jürgen, who looked even more serious than before. His heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to sit, Klein broke bread, dipped it into the soup, and ate with the spirit of an adventurer. To his surprise, it was quite good. The faint salty sweetness perfectly matched the fragrant bread. My grandmother was once an excellent cook, Jürgen said casually as he slowly ate. Then why the serious face? Klein thought, amused, enjoying the meal. After leaving, Klein made 3 transfers to 3rd Street in St. George Borough, formalizing an agreement and paying Leopard the first £50. The second payment of £30 would come in 2 weeks depending on Leopard's progress. Klein was left with only £21 8 solly. He then went to Sherwood Borough's public library to read past Tussock Times issues for news on the Inti's ambassador to the Lone Kingdom. Near noon, he finally found a black and white photo confirming the man from his dream divination. Bakerland Jean Madan, Klein recited silently. He left the library and found a small restaurant for lunch. At 10 minutes to 3, Klein pretended to nap. Drawing curtains, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He first divined if the military's special department had relaxed surveillance. Positive result. Then he wrote the divination statement he'd thought of in the morning, the infiltrator from last night. Leaning back, he muttered the sentence and fell asleep. In the illusory world, Klein saw his bedroom. A black shadow squirmed beneath the door crack. A slender iron-black threadworm drilled its way inside, arching and flattening itself as it moved stiffly toward the desk, leaving a trail of quickly evaporating mucus. It stopped before the Ian Wright paper, raised its head and body like a human, examined the paper, flipped it around, then disappeared back the way it came. So that was it. The infiltrator hadn't wanted or hadn't been able to harm Klein last night, unless this iron-black threadworm was highly venomous. Klein nodded in enlightenment, then divined and confirmed that the Beyonder controlling the threadworm acted under Ambassador Bakerland's orders. He concealed the paper bag in the corner beneath grey fog and sent a message to the Sun, Derek. When the pocket watch's hands aligned, Klein pulled in Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun simultaneously. This week's Tarot Club meeting happened as scheduled. The familiar grey fog and blurred silhouettes appeared. Audrey, now sequence 8, half stood, lifted her skirt and greeted happily, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun." Klein, having activated spirit vision, noticed a change in Miss Justice's astral projection surface with the grey fog's uniqueness. He chuckled, "Welcome, our Miss Telepathist." Audrey smiled humbly before turning to Alger. "Mr. Hanged Man, you should be handing this week's 6 pages. Perhaps, when Mr. Fool reads it, he will think of something and share a little more of his general knowledge." She smiled in anticipation. Alger nodded and quickly produced 6 pages of Roselle's diary with Klein's help. He'd considered consulting the Fool about submitting the rest of the diary via sacrifice, but gave up, seeing the Fool's lack of interest. The 6 pages finished quickly. As Alger prepared to offer them to the Fool, he suddenly remembered something and said respectfully, "Mr. Fool, I have obtained a piece of information related to the secret order." "There is no obstruction on the ocean, just timing," Alger explained. Pirates valued intelligence, often exchanging gathered information on colonial islands. Through these channels, Alger learned about the secret order. "Very good," Klein nodded, allowing the Hanged Man to recount what he knew. This would help Justice gather information and Sun understand nothing. At the same time, Klein let the diary pages appear in his hands. The Hanged Man said calmly, "The secret order has some connection with the Intis Republic. The Intis Republic, Emperor Rosel's homeland, and Zaratel's meeting with the Emperor in Trier, Intis' capital. The Secret Order's involvement in the Intis incident made the connection unsurprising. Validating this with his knowledge, Klein confirmed the information's truth. Just in time. I'm going to deal with the ambassador of the Intis Republic. Klein wasn't in a hurry to read Rosel's diary. Instead, he looked at the three members. Chapter 236, Internal Commission. As Klein's understanding of mysticism and beyonders deepened, and with his experiments in the space above the grey fog, he felt less anxious facing Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun. He no longer worried about maintaining an enigmatic image to hide his true nature from them. He knew the deities in this world, though powerful and bizarre, were not omniscient or omnipotent. That title belonged only to the legendary creator worshipped by the City of Silver. The deities had limits, could be trapped or challenged. This was something Klein now accepted from works like the Book of Storms and the Revelation of Evernight. So during the recent tarot gathering, Klein consciously cultivated character traits, shaping himself into a constrained powerhouse, almost a deity who for some reason could not act freely. This helped explain occasional gaps in knowledge or requests for help without arousing suspicion. Phew, I hope this building of character traits succeeds. That way I won't have to worry about dodging their questions in the future. Klein tapped the edge of the ancient table and chuckled. I want to issue a mission. Audrey's ears pricked and eyes widened in surprise and anticipation. This was the first time Mr. Fool had officially issued a mission. Though he had made requests before, they were tied to prepaid rewards, random missions fitting equal exchange. This time he used the word issue, and as a telepathist, Audrey was sharp enough to sense the weight behind that. Though the Hanged Man appeared calm, Audrey sensed unusual tension beneath. The Sun seemed muddled, treating it casually. Klein's tone relaxed with the aid of his clown powers. You can choose to accept it or not. Another adorer of mine has arrived in Backlund. He wants to finish a matter but cannot show himself. Another adorer? The Hanged Man nodded thoughtfully, unsurprised. For a powerful deity like Mr. Fool, having many adorers was natural. I wonder what sequence number this adorer is, he thought. He also felt indebted. He'd prayed for help during a crisis, and this adorer had killed Rear Admiral Hurricane. Some funds were likely needed for such activity. Audrey reflected quietly that although 30,000 gold pounds and a large plantation were huge sums, they did not drastically affect her life. She lacked full control over the money and mostly followed her father's arrangements, investing in munitions companies and ironclad tech spin-offs. Her available allowance was only £5,000, though her annuity had grown by 2,000. Seeing no one else speak, Klein declared, the task he wants completed is the assassination of the Intis Republic ambassador to the Lowen Kingdom, Bakerland, Jean Maiden. Assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador! Audrey gasped, losing composure. Such an act could provoke war. As an aristocrat, her first thought was diplomatic disaster. Why didn't Mr. Fool do it himself? She saw the answer as obvious. No mighty figure always meddled personally. After the kingdom's defeat on Balam's east coast, the king didn't go to the front lines. Generals were replaced instead. Alger was only mildly surprised. Mr. Fool is truly unable to strongly interfere with the real world, he mused, curious how much influence he had after linking to them. Could he take a life with ease? Alger began to speculate. Derek remained quiet, confused by terms like Intis Republic and ambassador. They sounded strange in Jotun. Klein scanned them casually. Which of you is willing to accept this mission? What reward do you want? Audrey hesitated. I can't convince myself to kill an innocent man for no reason, and it could cause a disastrous war. Just as she was about to raise her hand, the Hanged Man chuckled and said, I've heard Ambassador Bakerland is also the Intis Republic's intelligence chief in the kingdom. He secretly supports bloodshed, planned incidents that wrecked relationships between nobility and rich, and spread rumors to incite public dissent. Noticing Audrey's hesitation, he described Bakerland's dark side in detail. I'm not sure if the ambassador is a Beyonder, but many clues suggest he may be. He has many Beyonders around him under the Intis intelligence network, which is influenced by Intis' original royal family, the Saurons. They control early hunter sequences. He added, Whether war breaks out depends on the upper echelon's will, not the life or death of a diplomat. After Emperor Rosel's assassination, Intis suffered shocks, but maintained a stable republic. The Saurons had lost much power during Rosel's reign and now fought quietly for parliamentary seats and intelligence control. Hearing this, Audrey's hesitation vanished. She nodded gracefully. The Faceless Empire has rapidly expanded, defeating the kingdom and Intis on Balam's east coast and the highlands. If we pin the blame on them, both higher-ups and citizens of Intis will accept it. Though politically inexperienced, Audrey understood enough from her father, a member of parliament, to see that scapegoating the unpopular northern barbarians was common. After a pause, Audrey looked at the seat of honor, feeling guilt. "Mr. Fool, I can attempt this mission but cannot guarantee success." She planned to find her father to confirm Bakerland's intelligence role and gather information from high society, delegating the actual assassination. As a telepathist and spectator, she wasn't fit for combat. I could get Shio and Force to ask Mr. A to do it, or find other Beyonder hosts. I cannot be exposed. Things must remain secret. Inti's agents might lurk in those circles. I don't know how much money it'll take. £5,000 might not be enough. Audrey was already planning ahead. Klein didn't pin hopes on her success alone. He asked, "What compensation do you want?" Audrey replied, "The formula to the psychiatrist potion," then hesitated, "as well as the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. We can discuss the rest after the mission. If it fails, I'll bear the costs. I still owe your adorer the bounty money." Bounty money? Klein thought. So the adorer got £10,000, split 5,000 each. Ambassador Bakerland is definitely more valuable than Rear Admiral Hurricane. "Sure," Klein replied calmly. Then Alger added, "I'll also accept this mission. Compensation can be settled afterward." Audrey looked surprised. "Didn't you return to the sea? Just because I'm not in Backland doesn't mean I can't kill Ambassador Bakerland." Alger smiled, offering no further explanation. Derek never joined the conversation. Klein nodded. "Okay." He turned his gaze to the Roselle diary in his hands. Chapter 237. Sequence 2. 29th October. The leader of the secret order Zaratul visited me once again. He didn't mention anything specific and just casually chatted with me. I wasn't able to guess his true intentions. It seems like he just wanted to strengthen the communication between us and understand each other better. I've already met the two high-sequence Beyonders from the church, but I felt that Zaratul was much more powerful and mysterious than them, so I asked him what sequence number he was without much hope, and in the end, he actually answered me. He told me that he was a Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker. Sequence 2? In the church's categorization, that's the position of an angel, close to that of a deity. He truly is more powerful than the alchemist and arcane scholar that I met before. But my intuition tells me that Zaratul isn't telling the whole truth. Sequence 2 might just be his former position, or that he's about to advance. Miracle Invoker? A master at creating miracles? The name of this potion makes one's imagination run wild. This is the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer, a miracle invoker who controls fate. I tried probing Zaratul if the word miracle refers to the miracle of fate, that the Seer pathway is one that slowly understands and grasps fate so as to control it. Zaratul ignored the first question. He told me that fate is just one of the parts of the Seer pathway, and it's not even its main focus. The pathway that truly represents fate is Monster. He raised a few examples which were all potion names of the Monster sequence. Sequence 7, the Lucky. Sequence 5, the Lucky. Sequence 2, Soothsayer. And Sequence 1, Snake of Mercury. It's also known as the Snake of Fate. This was the first Sequence 1 I got to know. It hit me right in the face. According to what I know, the Monster pathway should be controlled by the Life School of Thought. This school seems to also have parts of the Apothecary sequence pathway. They propose 3 major divisions: the world of absolute rationality, the world of the spirit, and the material world. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Zaratul told me that the Life School of Thought specializes in astromancy, seeking to use medicine, music, light, wine, and fragrance to eliminate paths with unfavorable star readings and fate. They believe that disasters and diseases are caused by the loss of balance between man and nature, as well as the balance between man and his own mind. He added meaningfully that the life school of thought worships the moon. Why worship the moon and not go one step further, the Evernite goddess? This diary took up 2 pages and was clearly copied from both sides of the original. That's a lot of information. Klein sighed in heartfelt silence. This was also the first time he was learning of a Sequence 1 potion's name. Snake of Mercury and Snake of Fate really made one feel a pining for. Similarly, it's my first time learning of a Sequence 2. I now know the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer. The name Miracle Invoker sounds pretty good. It contains deep meaning and doesn't sound lowly. Of course, compared to Soothsayer, it does seem a little inferior. Fate is only part of the Seer pathway, and it's not even its main focus. I have to remember this. I should constantly reflect on myself and not end up steering towards fate. It might result in the failure of my acting. Zaratul's words don't seem contradictory. The monster pathway is the real path of fate. So Soothsayer is a Sequence 2. If that's the case, then I already knew of a Sequence 2 in the past. Although he didn't take his eyes off the paper, Klein was seriously considering his own sequence chain. Due to his experience in digesting the 2 potions, Seer and Clown, and because he could spy and revere fate, he was able to be a little prescient regarding fate. However, he would still be helpless toward the development of fate. He had slowly been equating the essence of his Beyonder pathway to fate. If it wasn't for this diary, it was very likely that he would have used this as a premise to comprehend and act for the subsequent sequences. As for whether or not Zaratul was lying, what Klein was certain of was that the monster pathway was definitely the sequence of fate, which was consistent with what he had seen from the confidential information of the Nighthawks, and with the potion name he had heard of earlier, Soothsayer. Now that there was a fate sequence, the Seer pathway was unlikely to be a repeat. This would result in some degree of overlapping, and it would be inconsistent with how each of the current sequences had different characteristics. Therefore, Klein was inclined to believe what Zaratul had said. He was inclined to believe that fate was only part of the Seer's pathway, not even its main focus. The value of these 2 pages is invaluable to the present me. The Alchemist and the Arcane Scholar should be the higher sequences of the Savant pathway. From Roselle's tone, they definitely don't belong to Sequence 2 and 1. That is to say, they are Sequence 4 and Sequence 3. For the time being, it's impossible to determine which is Sequence 4 and which is Sequence 3. Klein gathered his thoughts, flipped the diary, and continued reading. As for why the life school of thought only worshipped the moon and didn't believe in the Evernite goddess which symbolized the crimson moon, he was unable to ponder too deeply about it due to the lack of information. The 3rd page was Roselle's recount of inventing a practical steam engine. At times he was afraid of suffering crackdowns, and at other times afraid that the fruits of his labor would be seized by powerful figures. His words displayed his fear of being persecuted. To think that even Emperor Roselle, who thought of himself as the protagonist of an era, would have such a perturbed and worried side to him. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he flipped to the 4th page of the diary. 18th April. Matilda is pregnant. It's to be expected, and I can even tell you exactly which lovemaking session she conceived in, because I felt a decrease in my Beyonder characteristic. Once the conception is successful, my own Beyonder characteristic will follow a mysterious connection, and part of it will be transferred to my child. After that, I asked Archbishop Van Este worriedly. He told me that this is a normal phenomenon. For Sequence 7 and below, Beyonder characteristics will not be passed on to the next generation, but it isn't absolute. Sequence 6 and 5 will naturally pass down a portion, but it will not affect the parent's strength. As for the child, they would be born with certain Beyonder powers, close to that of Sequence 9. But as a result, their pathway is basically fixed. At high sequences, the inheritance of Beyonder characteristics is something one can control. One can choose to pass down or not, or one can even choose to pass down just a little bit, a third, half, or all of them. In other words, the children born from high sequence Beyonders might be born as Beyonders. As for the sequence number, it's up to either one of the parents to decide. I wonder if the descendants of the deities are like this as well. After reading the diary, there were only two phrases in Klein's mind: law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, and law of Beyonder characteristics conservation. Is the law governing the survival of Beyonder creatures? It's no wonder that some magical animals will reproduce only before they die. It's no wonder there would be the phenomenon of increased killing and bloodlust after childbirth. The target would be of their own race or even their partner. This is to supplement their Beyonder characteristics. According to this logic, if we trace this all the way back, where did the earliest Beyonder characteristics come from? Produced out of thin air? From the Creator who created everything. Since Miss Justice had already advanced to telepathist, Klein controlled the urge to nod and continued to leaf through the pages. The fifth page was Roselle's criticisms about how no one could enjoy his pop music and thought that he was making noise, while at the same time he mused how refreshing stories was a common pursuit of different people from different worlds, and that the popularity of the novels he plagiarized from the Count of Monte Cristo allowed the newspaper he founded to flourish. Emperor, is there anything else you haven't done? With a smile, Klein turned to the sixth and final page. 10th November, I received the great pirate Savigny Solomon in secret at the White Maple Palace. Solomon. I hope that he will plunder my opponents on the new sea route and strike at the ships of Faceless, Lone, and Fainapotter. And I promise to help him advance to a high sequence Beyonder. The Beyonder pathway of Dark Emperor has names that are as strange as the Demoness pathway: corruption, confusion, the fallen, disorder. However, in order to match the Dark Emperor, they added on their own suffixes: Baron of Corruption, Mentor of Confusion, Count of the Fallen, and Prince of Disorder. In order for Savigny to live up to his name, I decided to confer him the title of Count of the Court in secret. Savigny has a child named Nast Solomon, and my intuition tells me that he will dominate the 5 seas in the future. Nast Solomon, the king of the 5 seas. Nast, who claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire. To think that he was born during the Roselle period. Klein was stunned. Since Roselle had mentioned the term new sea route, Klein had easily determined the corresponding year. It was in 1194 that the new sea route was discovered and the southern continent was found, and Roselle was assassinated in 1198. The diary could only have been written between those 2 years. That also meant that it was about 151 to 155 years ago. If Nast, the king of the 5 seas, was the Nast Solomon Roselle had spoken of, he's almost 160 years old. Is this due to other reasons, or do high-sequence Beyonders obtain an extension to their lifespan in the first place? Klein thought seriously. He gathered his thoughts and let the diary disappear from his hands. He then looked at Justice and said, "You are free to trade or communicate now." Mr. Fool has no general knowledge to tell us today. Audrey was slightly disappointed. She turned her gaze to Sun and said, "Can I exchange information related to the dragon from you?" She clearly remembered that Mr. Sun called the spectator pathway the dragon pathway, and that he said it originated from the dragon race. "Sure, I want the sequence 8 potion formula for Bard," answered the Sun, Derek, who had been silent all this while in hesitation. He had wanted to use this as an exchange for information on the world where Justice and the Hanged Man were living, so that he wouldn't always be confounded by what he heard. However, seeing that his process of digesting the potion was nearing completion, he still made his advancement his top priority. Chapter 238, Dragon of Imagination. Audrey wasn't surprised by the Sun's request for the Sequence 8 Bard potion formula. Given the acting method had spread in the City of Silver and enough time had passed, it was likely he was nearing the end of digestion and eager for the next formula. "I wonder how the Bard acts," Audrey thought with interest. "Does he sing poetry daily? In battle, dodge and boost allies with song? Or bless himself before charging with hammer or sword? Maybe his singing ability even improves. He could be an outstanding singer or opera star." She held back her opinion carefully so the Sun wouldn't raise the price. This technique wasn't from tutors or Beyonder gatherings. It was her own discovery after advancing to telepathist. "I'll try my best to find the Sequence 8 Bard potion formula, but not today. Are you satisfied?" Audrey said deliberately and glanced at the honored seat. "We can have Mr. Fool witnessed this agreement. Klein laughed. Miss Justice, perhaps I can offer the light suppliant formula. Audrey's eyes brightened. She nodded quickly. What should I trade in return? Klein smiled. I haven't thought of it yet. Perhaps my followers will need help later. He simply wanted the knowledge he had painfully stolen from the eternal blazing sun not to go to waste, at least not at the Tarot Club. All right, I'll help them, Audrey promised happily. Klein produced a yellowed goatskin parchment showing the light suppliant formula, with substitutes and ancient names translated to Jotun. Main ingredients: brilliance rock or dazzling soul powder, blood of a mirror hedgehog or heart of a magma titan. Supplementary: golden-edged sunflower, 3 drops aconite juice. He passed it to the son. Though Derek could ask Mr. Fool to recall the formula if forgotten, he diligently memorized it. After some time he said, Miss Justice, let's talk about dragons. Mr. Fool, may I speak with Mr. Sun alone? Audrey quickly asked. She'd expected written communication but realized it was cumbersome to write questions and wait. Speaking directly, even if imperfect, was better. Klein nodded calmly. All right. Mastery of Hermes language was essential in Beyonder circles. Ancient Hermes was common, but Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish were rarer. Klein isolated the hanged man, blocking his senses. Alger, interested in dragons, declined to listen due to the cost. Mr. Fool gestured to begin, and the son, Derek, started after a pause. Dragons are mortal enemies of the giant king. They look like giant lizards covered in colorful scales. Their 4 limbs are thick and powerful, their wings large enough to fly. They rule the sky. They have many powers: fire breathing, lightning control, corrosion, frost. But these are not mainstream. The dragon of the mind is most numerous, led by Dragon King Ankerwelt. The Beyonder pathway from this dragon is the Spectator, called the Dragon Pathway in the City of Silver. Derek had planned to recite history but noticed Justice and the Hanged Man seemed from different worlds. So he limited his talk to dragons only. The King of Dragons, Ankerwelt, matches church records. Audrey nodded politely. Derek recalled his textbooks. The most powerful dragon was Ankerwelt, the dragon of imagination. His son Alzuhod, the dragon of nightmare, also soared the skies, watching powerful figures. Legend says whatever Ankerwelt imagined manifested. The kingdom he imagined descended into reality. The future he declared inevitably happened. Klein frowned. Audrey's focus on the sun hid her noticing his unusual reaction. The description reminded Klein of sealed artifact 08. Both share a trait of declared futures inevitably coming true. Leaning back, Klein appeared relaxed but was intensely focused. Dragon of imagination. That's a deity's mark. Audrey's eyes gleamed. Derek paused, then continued. Alzuhod controls creatures' hearts, making them act as he wills, though they believe it's their own will. He fabricates nightmares into reality, pushing many to cruel ends. Legend says he loves mischief, making princes kiss rotten princesses, girls dance till death, creating coincidences that lead to tragedy. All kinds of coincidences. This sounds like 008, Klein thought. What a vile dragon, but interesting abilities, Audrey sighed, excited. Is this the future of the Spectator pathway? No, I must call it the Dragon pathway. She hoped to become Sequence 7 psychiatrist and advance fast. Derek added, Dragons and Giant King history spans 2,000–3,000 years. I only know textbooks and legends, so no guarantee of accuracy. At least your history remains intact, Audrey smiled. And then, the creator awoke. Ankerwelt, Alzuhod and others fell, losing everything, including lives. This caused 49 days without sunlight, volcanic eruptions, floods. Dragons hid in dangerous places. Later the Giant King was destroyed by the creator, Derek said gravely. Audrey's history differed. There, the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity to defeat dragons and giants. She felt confused, as if time and history were disjointed. Klein was puzzled too. True history seemed mysterious, especially since it dated to the Second Epoch, older than recorded history. Church legends might be fake. City of Silver history wasn't fully reliable either. What was real history? He smiled. Is the exchange over? That's all I know, Derek replied, somewhat ashamed. He felt his info didn't match the light suppliant formula's value. Audrey exhaled quietly, smiling. I'm very satisfied. I know my future direction, she thought happily. After more exchanges, Klein ended the week's tarot club. After sending off Justice and others, he quickly returned to his room to avoid discovery. In Empress Borough, Count Hall's opulent villa, Audrey paced happily, planning to reward Susie with treats. A knock came. Audrey recognized her maid. Annie. Come in. Audrey smoothed her hair, straightened up. Annie entered with a paper, smiling. Miss, a telegram from the southern continent. Southern continent? Alfred? Audrey thought, taking the paper eagerly. It was from Alfred Hall, from Balam Empire's east coast. I found the rainbow salamander you wanted. 2 in total. Await delivery. But I don't need it anymore. Audrey froze, blinked, then sharply turned to Susie. The golden retriever wagged her tail, puzzled. Chapter 239, each having their own gathering. Well, I don't need it anymore, but I can give it to Susie, and I can exchange it for other Beyonder ingredients. Susie's potion still needs spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Some things are easier left to Susie. It's far more convenient for her than for me. Every famous detective needs a good assistant. Aha! Audrey quickly made her decision. To her, this was no longer something she particularly cared about. As she put down the telegram, her pleasure faded and the worries of reality began to emerge. I still owe Mr. Fall intelligence regarding the secret order, the mission to assassinate the Intis ambassador, and a request from Isadora. I've finally experienced the feeling of being riddled in debt. Audrey, we can't delay any longer. Let's start. The girl quietly clenched her fists. She wanted to find a pen and paper and write a letter to Viscount Glaint, so he could arrange a meeting with Shio and Fors as soon as possible. She needed to delegate the mission. She picked up a fountain pen, dipped it in ink, and suddenly held her wrist in mid-air without writing. She had just realized a crucial problem. She knew very little about the Intis ambassador Bakerland. In such cases, it was easy to misjudge the mission's difficulty. Either no one would accept it, or it would be given to the wrong person, dooming it from the start. The growing cost wasn't her main concern. She believed the Fool would reward her better and help her even more. After pondering, Audrey turned to her maidservant Annie. Tell Countess Jaria that I accept her invitation and will punctually attend her ball tomorrow evening. Jaria was Count Wolf's wife, and she had invited ambassadors from every country to learn, including Bakerland's Jean Medan. Audrey had planned to decline with the excuse of illness, but now felt intrigued by the ball. After observing Ambassador Bakerland and gathering enough information, she would meet with Shio and Fors. She suddenly felt the excitement of attending a major event she'd long dreamed of. First Manor, Rawstead Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam. Having returned to the real world, Alger Wilson changed into attire considered gaudy in the Intis Republic, slipped through a hotel back door into an alley, making several detours. He stopped before a house with no garden or lawn and put on a familiar white mask. Next, he knocked on the door with 3 heavy knocks and 2 light ones, separated by pauses. After about 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A man wearing a pirate's headband peeked out and looked around quickly. "Come in," he said in a deep voice as he made way. Without a word, Alger entered. Creak. The door slammed shut behind him. 15 Minsk Street, Klein's residence. Klein drew the curtains open and sat at his desk. Information about the secret order from the Hanged Man made him realize his target might have links to the Intis Republic. He recalled the words used to describe the Antigonus family, strange and terrifying. The Beyonder who sneaked in last night to read information and leave a warning was strange. The Antigonus family controls the seer pathway, as does the secret order. They could be the same. So the intruder might be a secret order member working as an Intis spy, or someone exploiting their ties to get formulas and potions. Klein speculated carefully. This explained why his clown's premonition didn't trigger when the iron-black threadworm intruded. It was suppression from a higher sequence Beyonder sharing his pathway. Or maybe the threadworm posed no real threat. It also explained why the threadworm infiltrated on the same night Klein wrote about Ian Wright and went straight for the desk. The intruder's seer ability made this logical. After repeated checks, Klein felt his guess was likely correct. If the intruder is a higher sequence seer, what sequence, and what potion controls the threadworm? Could it be related to the beast tamer? Klein shook his head, amused. Maybe my next potion formula will come from him. Is this the meaning behind my revelation? Backland really is the land of hope. He pondered his next steps. He had entrusted the mission to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland to remove latent dangers. He had to avoid suspicion, but lacked the ability to do it himself. With Ian Wright's location exposed, Klein was confident the ambassador wouldn't seek revenge soon or add to his problems. Finding the important item Wright mentioned was Klein's priority. Before that item is found, I'm safe. No need to rush hiring powerful Beyonder bodyguards. Even if revenge comes, it's unlikely the ambassador will hire a high-sequence Beyonder here. Backland isn't his base. Most likely, the ambassador would still send the Beyonder who sent the Threadworm, probably sequence 7, maybe 6 or 5, someone strong and familiar. When needed, Klein would hire a bodyguard accordingly. I hope the ambassador never issues that order. Staring out as the fog dissipated, Klein felt lost in thought. He decided to go to Braveheart's bar tonight, to meet Beyonders through Kaspar's, choose a bodyguard, sell Mersault's Beyonder trait for funds, and look for mystic items to strengthen himself. A timeless plan. After confirming the plan, Klein leisurely read the newspaper until dusk, cooked tomato oxtail soup, and ate. He closed his bedroom curtains and chose not to open them tonight. Summoning his spirit body, he brought back Azic's copper whistle, Mersault's trait, self-made charms, materials, and tarot cards, leaving behind a few items like the bloodied contract. Fully equipped, Klein's strength returned to peak. He was nearly an expert in mysticism again. Straightening his collar, taking hat and cane, Klein left 15 Minsk Street. Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's bar. In exchange for a beer, Klein found Kaspar's in a card room playing Fighting Evil and betting on a boxer. The familiar scene reminded Klein of Marek playing poker with living corpses. He was glad he hadn't brought Azic's whistle. If I had it, Marek's zombies would mutiny and entertain me warmly. I wonder what his face would be. Klein nodded at Kaspar's to indicate he wanted to talk. Kaspar's covered his cards, swore, got up and said low, I'll take you to a place with strong people, though not as good as Marek's crew. Whether you make a deal is your business. But don't anger them, or you might not see the sun tomorrow. Not that it's easy to see the sun in Backland after September. Do I need to pay you? Klein asked sincerely. Kaspar's nodded, pleased. £2. I can buy a revolver for that. Though priced over £3, you can haggle down. Klein grumbled and gave 2 £1 notes. Kaspar's told others he was leaving, then led Klein through the bar's kitchen, into a back alley, and around a dark house. He handed Klein an iron half-face mask, chuckling. Just pretend you bought this for £2. I can buy much more with £2. Klein wore the mask and messed up his hair. Kaspar's knocked rhythmically on the door. 7 or 8 seconds later, a small wooden board on the door pulled aside, revealing brown eyes. After scrutiny, the door behind Klein opened. A man wearing an iron mask handed Klein a hooded robe and scolded Kaspar's, Next time, tell me in advance, or, humph. He closed the door and led Klein through a dark living room into a dim activity room. A candle burned on a coffee table, lighting the room dimly. About 10 people sat on sofas and chairs, all wearing hooded robes and iron masks. After putting on the robe, Klein quietly found a chair in a corner. He heard a fat-faced man complain, Recently, wild beasts in the sewers gnawed a lot of my herbs. They're very smart. They didn't touch the poisonous ones. I need help cleaning them up. You know, this isn't my specialty. I'm good at concocting medicine and treating illnesses. Chapter 240. Trying Your Luck? Klein listened carefully to a man who was speaking about cleaning up a new beast in the sewers near Backland Bridge. The man, suspected to be an apothecary, wore a black iron mask covering only the upper part of his face, revealing his plump cheeks. He offered 4 bottles of his precious medicines as payment, 2 that stop bleeding and promote wound healing, more effective than clinic sutures and lasting 6 months, and 2 special bottles that could awaken a man's youthful urges, turning him into a Beyonder on the bed for about an hour and a half. After their expiry, these bottles cause violent, superhuman behavior before exhaustion kicks in. Klein internally mocked the man's shameless military doctor style advertisement, silently amused by the expired drug pitch. The room stayed quiet, so the apothecary sweetened the deal with an additional £30 on top of the medicine. Finally, a man on the edge of the group accepted the commission. He requested an advance of 2 bottles, one of each kind, with Mr. Eye of Wisdom to witness the deal. An elderly gentleman with deep facial lines nodded solemnly. With the transaction settled, the atmosphere warmed. A hooded woman announced she wanted to sell 2 weapons. Klein grew more attentive. She described the first weapon, an inscribed steel sword made by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, imbued with purifying and evil-warding effects, deadly to water ghosts, wraiths, zombies, and undead. It had 3 years of use left and was sharp enough to kill. The price? £500 or a Sequence 8 barbarian potion. Klein thought it was too expensive and not worth it. If he faced undead he couldn't handle, using Mr. Azik's copper whistle was a better bet. The second weapon was a meat cleaver with an exquisite mechanical design that could transform for easy carrying, a rare combat weapon costing £25. Klein watched as the steel sword was bought by a dour man, and the cleaver was added to Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection. Several transactions followed with varying success. Klein was tempted by a fortune accessory, a Beyonder item boosting luck for 3 months, but the price wasn't right and it wasn't his priority. When the room quieted again, Klein spoke softly, "I want to sell something." All eyes turned to him. He revealed an iron cigarette case containing crimson jelly-like Beyonder characteristic. Without elaboration, Klein said, "This is from a corpse. I don't know its use, but find it magical. Maybe some of you know what it is?" He withheld the fact that this was a Beyonder characteristic and a substitute main ingredient for the hunter potion. He didn't want to give away knowledge protected by the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility. This was also a test to see if anyone there knew that law. Someone who did would be powerful and possibly a suitable bodyguard. Though the others couldn't see his face under the iron mask, Caspers and some others probably knew Klein's appearance. Being careful was his priority. The crimson object was examined silently, but no one spoke. Finally, Mr. Eye of Wisdom coughed and said, "I have a rough idea what it is and does, but knowledge requires exchange." He offered £400, claiming it was a fair price, but left the choice to Klein. The price matched the cost of main ingredients for Sequence 9 potions, 2 required, so it was reasonable. Klein guessed Mr. Eye of Wisdom was a Sequence 7 appraiser from the Sequencer's pathway, given his knowledge and disinterest in divination. Klein agreed but added, "I have another request." "What request?" Eye of Wisdom asked. Klein said, "I offended someone, likely Sequence 6, maybe 5 in your circle, and want to hire a bodyguard." The suspected apothecary sneered. "Sequence 5 or 6? Why don't you just die quietly? If we were at that level, why attend such a small gathering?" Others remained silent, apparently unwilling to take the risk. Eye of Wisdom chuckled, "Maybe you don't know our circle well. Sequence 5 and 6 Beyonders are terrifyingly powerful. Sequence 8 or 9 Beyonders sometimes kill such people, but that's rare. I doubt anyone here wants that huge risk. If your enemy is really only Sequence 6 without mystical items, someone might accept the challenge." Klein shrugged. "I'm not sure. Then I'll try to save myself. What can I get for £400? The mystical item you mentioned?" Eye of Wisdom warned, "A £400 mystical item won't help you against your enemy and might put you in more danger. I suggest apologizing sincerely. £400 might buy understanding." Klein thought about it, but doubted they'd accept. Suddenly, the man who took the sewer beast commission laughed. "Maybe you can try your luck." He offered a mystical item for £400. It lets you hear the voice of a great being. If lucky and able to decipher useful info, you become very powerful, and self-protection becomes easier. But if unlucky or you fail to decipher, you might be cursed, hurt, or even die. Before he finished, Eye of Wisdom growled, "Black Snake, don't mention that ominous item." Black Snake laughed. "I'm not lying or breaking rules. I told him the pros and cons and left the choice to him. Probability of useful info is about 10%. Do you want to try your luck?" Klein connected this to the Aurora Order's listener, likely an item left after a listener lost control. He considered betting on it. Not exactly a bet, since he could bring the item above the grey fog to use, reducing danger. Though £400 was steep, Klein nodded solemnly and said, "Deal." Chapter 241, Language of Foulness. The dimly lit room fell into a heavy silence. After a few moments, the suspected apothecary muttered, "Why don't you leave an address? That way I can get something out of your body." He looked like he was cursing Klein, but his tone was more persuasive than threatening. Klein pretended not to understand. I don't have any chance of survival if I don't gamble. There'll be that sliver of hope if I gamble on it. I won't sit back and wait for death. Eye of Wisdom, who had been about to speak, fell silent. There was nothing more he could offer. I really admire your character. Black Snake laughed. I also admire you. In the past, I had quite a few friends who had such characters. Now I visit their tombstones every year and place a bunch of flowers there, the apothecary added with mocking candor. Klein handed over the Hunter Beyonder characteristic in its iron cigarette case to the attendant, who brought it to Eye of Wisdom. In return, the old man counted out £400 in cash and passed it to Black Snake, who merely glanced at it. I believe in Mr. Eye of Wisdom. He then placed a small wooden box on the floor and slid it toward Klein, avoiding the attendant. The moment Klein's fingers touched the box, illusory whispers echoed in his ears, and a wave of dizziness struck him. But it wasn't worse than hearing the prayers above the grey fog. He steadied himself and opened the box. Inside was a blackened, rotting human ear with green patches. How do I use it? He asked. Black Snake replied casually, grasping it without gloves is the same as using it. You'd better go home and try it when you're alone. Klein didn't ask further. He closed the box and pocketed it. This makes me dizzy. Suddenly, the apothecary shouted, I want to buy Spring of the Elves marrow crystals. Who has it? No one responded. Seriously, there's no answer every time this is asked, he muttered. Maybe you could book a cruise to Sonia Island, Eye of Wisdom joked. The gathering ended with a few failed transactions. Following convention, members left one by one, separated by 3-minute intervals, likely to prevent tailing or robbery. Klein exited when signaled. He returned his robe to the attendant and left through the Braveheart's bar's back door, removing his iron mask in the process. Passing through the kitchen, he saw Kaspar's. I'm delighted that you could come back. The red-nosed old man sighed. Klein leaned in and whispered, Are there such gatherings in the future? It seems like you didn't get what you wanted. Holy Lord of Storms, I don't think you should continue wasting your time, Kaspar's replied. Maybe it'll take a few days. I don't know the details. Klein nodded. Is Marek here? You're still trying to convince him? No, it will only anger him. He's in the card room behind you. No, I'm not going to convince him. Klein patted the copper whistle in his pocket. I understand. He left at once, stopped by the Eastborough apartment briefly, then returned to Minsk Street. Meanwhile, in the card room, Marek confidently played a hand of poker against a zombie. He revealed a full house, 3 kings and 2 nines, but the zombie unexpectedly revealed 4 sixes and 1. Marek froze. The surrounding zombies all turned to stare coldly at him. Minutes later, he staggered out the card room, pale and weak. His subordinates lay collapsed inside. Don't let anyone in before dawn, he ordered hoarsely, wiping a trace of dark blue-red fluid from his lips with a white handkerchief. He slumped into a chair and asked for a barrel of beer. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein washed up and returned to his room. After confirming no spirituality nearby, he summoned himself and brought the wooden box into the grey fog. The crimson stars above didn't flicker. Klein sat at the long table and opened the box. This time, no dizziness came, only silence. He sighed in relief. The grey fog had perfectly isolated all external influences. He tested the ear a few times, but no voices came. Alone, it was inert. Klein conjured pen and paper and prepared for divination, mimicking the process he had used to spy on the eternal blazing sun. He wrote down the origin of this item. Taking a deep breath, he held the ear and recited the statement 7 times. Darkness engulfed him as he fell into a trance. In the blurred grey world, he saw a man writhing and screaming. His body ballooned grotesquely, hairs turning black and long. Then a foul, terrible voice rang in Klein's ears, waking him instantly. It was more active and sinister than anything he'd heard in previous experiences. Klein immediately covered his ears and isolated the sound, but it continued to echo in his mind. His veins bulged like snakes. Suddenly they burst, splitting off into writhing tentacles covered in strange patterns. Even the grey fog shuddered. But unlike before, Klein remained sane. He clutched the handrail and held on. After a few seconds, the grey fog calmed and the voice faded. The tentacles fell to the ground and his wounds began to heal. Interacting with deities is always dangerous. He leaned back, exhausted but composed. Thankfully, it wasn't the true creator directly, or I'd be left with remnants of madness. As he relaxed, the black ear in his palm crumbled into fine black light. It's become a pure Beyonder characteristic. But the twitching tentacles on the ground, the madness stripped from him, had yet to vanish. A flash of insight struck Klein. He scattered the black light onto the tentacles. Illusory black gas rose, forming a thunderous, gloomy sky, then quickly vanished. On the ground remained a new iron-black charm, etched with magic symbols and path numbers. Klein picked it up. He felt as though howling maniacs were sealed inside. Through divination, he learned it could emit a maddening roar to infect targets with insanity. Those strong might gain enlightenment, but risk becoming devout followers of the true creator. The weak would collapse screaming. I'll call it the language of foulness. Klein murmured and then sealed it with a custom activation incantation. Chapter 242, Bakerland. Early Tuesday morning, Klein awoke naturally. He prepared toast, butter, bacon, and coffee, and sat leisurely reading the Backland Bulletin. With the language of foulness charm now in hand, his nerves had settled considerably. After flipping through the paper, he picked up the Tussock Times and spotted an article on the second page. At 2 o'clock this morning, there was a fierce gunfight at Red Brick Alley in the East Borough, suspected to be a clash between two gangs, one of which is the notorious Zmanga Gang. The Zmanga Gang. Red Brick Alley. Klein checked a map. It was near Bacardi Street, where Ian Wright had shown up at a telegraph office. Had Ian been hiding there? Was this a conflict between military special ops and Inti's intelligence? He slowly chewed the last of his bacon, pondering. He had informed both sides of the divination result the day before, and they had acted quickly that very night. Efficient. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Who is it? Klein wiped his mouth and went to answer it. Standing outside were two women, Mrs. Stellan Sammer, elegantly made up, and another lady wearing a wide-brimmed hat with a black tartan veil. Detective Moriarty, I have a friend who needs your help. Please come in, Klein said, adjusting his vest and top button as he turned. Stellan needed no guidance. She headed straight to the sofa like she owned the place. Klein almost asked about the job immediately, but instead smiled politely. Coffee or tea? There's no need. The other lady removed her hat. She had decent features, but her high cheekbones and tired look made her seem older than she was. Klein could clearly read her emotions: anger, sadness, fear. Yes, neither coffee nor tea can solve the problem. Stellan posed like a lady in a fashion magazine. This is Mrs. Mary Gale, a shareholder of Coim Company. What would you like to entrust me with, Mrs. Gale? Klein leaned forward. Don't call me Mrs. Gale. Just call me Mary. I wish for you to tail my husband and confirm if he has a mistress. It's best if you can obtain material evidence. Lone's progressive marriage laws favored the aggrieved party in divorces. Adultery meant financial ruin for the guilty. I've heard that at least 4 out of 10 of the other private detectives are investigating extramarital affairs. Klein considered aloud. Material evidence is not easy to obtain. I'll lend you the latest portable camera. As long as you have the evidence, I will pay you £10. If you only confirm that he has a mistress, you will only receive £3. £10 wasn't a bad fee. Klein, familiar with the portable camera that was still 2/3 the size of a human head, hesitated briefly. All right, but you have to provide me with detailed information about your husband and his regular activities. No problem. Mary paused, then forced the words out. Thank you for your help. I hope you won't tell anyone else about this, Stellan added. I'm a person who upholds confidentiality. Klein sighed, and I often get into trouble for that. Meanwhile, at Count Wolf's estate, a ball was in full swing. Men and women danced beneath the glow of chandeliers. Audrey held a pale gold champagne flute as she accidentally bumped into Bakerland Jean Medan, the Inti's ambassador. You're the most beautiful young lady I've ever met. He kissed her gloved hand, eyes full of passion. Audrey rolled her eyes inwardly and chuckled. Is this the way people from Intis talk? Yes, we are never stingy with praise for beautiful things. If it wasn't for the style of the Lowen kingdom, I might have called you my angel. Old pervert. Audrey maintained her smile. The people of Lowen and Intis are indeed different. Heh, That makes me think of a joke. Please allow me to be presumptuous. After a good time with a beautiful girl, most lone men would say, "Oh dear, I'd like a cigarette," but most intis men would say, what would they say? Audrey tilted her head, barely concealing her disgust. "Oh baby, I have to return now and can't be discovered by my wife." People who can laugh at themselves always have an additional charm to them. Audrey glanced behind him. "I'm sorry, a friend is looking for me." "It's a pleasure talking to you." Bakerland bowed. As Audrey walked away, Kance Learson, the Viscount's son and an MI9 agent, approached. "Audrey, don't be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland. He's a dirty old man. I don't know how many women he's tricked into bed." "Bakerland is lustful. This is in line with my observations. This is a weakness," Audrey smiled. "Kance, do you have a misconception about me? Goddess, how could I be bewitched by that Ambassador Bakerland? His cologne makes me want to vomit. His words are so foul, and his taste is like a male peacock." Kance grinned. "Your feelings are correct. Besides, Bakerland is a very dangerous fellow." "How dangerous? Have you heard of Beyonders? I know that you've always been interested in such matters." Audrey nodded. "I know quite a bit, most of it being told to me by Glaint." Kance looked serious. "He's into his intelligence head in our kingdom. He's done numerous atrocities, but we haven't been able to gather any evidence of his crimes. He's a Sequence 6, a conspiracist." Audrey already knew what pathway that belonged to. She feigned surprise. "He's really amazing. He has an assistant in the shadows, one that has perhaps reached Sequence 5. All of the Intis intelligence agents in the kingdom are under his management. Many are Beyonders. We only know a few." "Is Bakerland very smart? You haven't managed to get any incriminating evidence." "He truly is good at scheming, but he also has a lot of problems. He likes to chase after women and loves the feeling of romance. He takes risks and is quite radical. If it wasn't for his identity as an ambassador preventing us from taking action easily, he would have been captured long ago. However, he'll be replaced very soon. Very soon." "Why?" "My dear beautiful lady, this isn't something you should know." When the ball neared its end, Audrey found Viscount Glaint and asked him to help contact Shio and Falls. Chapter 243, Catching the Adulterous Act. Wednesday morning, across from the Coim Company in Sherwood Borough, Klein sat on a wooden bench outside the Garderly department store, clutching a paper bag with the famed Cindy Desi pie and a cup of iced tea. A tramp snoozed on the other side of the bench until a security guard roused and shooed him away. Wearing gold-rimmed spectacles with no corrective purpose and a silk half-top hat, Klein blended with the well-dressed gentleman nearby. His eyes never left the Coim Company entrance as he took a generous bite of the pie. The oily yet finely minced meat filling mixed with the wheat crust and hints of crushed apple delighted his palate. Backland may have its share of pollution and dreary weather, but its variety of food, plays, and operas outshines Tingen. Even if I don't partake much, the options alone make this a better city, Klein thought, sipping his iced tea. Since 8 in the morning, he had been there, waiting. His breakfast had been picked up en route, and £10 for this stakeout was an excellent fee. 3 weeks' salary for many middle-class detectives. According to Mary Gale, a Coim shareholder and Klein's client, her husband, Doragu Gale, was the first manager at Coim and Luke Sammer's superior. Mary's shares came from her father's side. She suspected Doragu of having a mistress because a company employee told her he routinely left work on Wednesday and Friday mornings alone, returning only in the afternoon, and often came home late, never before 7. Finally, Doragu appeared, wearing a black top hat, double-breasted tweed coat, and bow tie. Slightly overweight with yellowed temples and brown eyes, he looked every bit the respectable manager. Klein noted these details silently as he stood, grabbed his cane and heavy portable camera, and crossed the street. Instead of waiting for a carriage, Doragu scanned for a rental carriage nearby. Klein took the chance to casually bump into him. "Sorry, I'm quite lost," Klein apologized with a polite bow. Doragu frowned but waved him off without a word. Klein bowed and walked off, carefully avoiding raising suspicion. He hadn't collided with him to steal his belongings for dowsing. That would be too obvious. Instead, with the agility granted by his clown pathway training, he slipped a spare button of his own clothing into one of Doragu's coat pockets. Rounding a corner, Klein caught sight of Doragu boarding a rental carriage. He was patient, then climbed into another carriage himself, instructing the driver, "Go where I say. Start by heading to the end of this street." The driver said nothing and obeyed. Inside, Klein leaned his cane and began a divination, not for Doragu directly, but the whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes. The dowsing rod seeking method, originally for finding objects, was now helping him track his button discreetly. After several direction changes, they arrived in Hillston Borough at a house with marble statues and a lawn, unlike neighboring homes. His divination confirmed Doragu was inside. Approaching the door, Klein was stopped by two men in black and white plaid uniforms resembling police. "I don't know you. Where's your proof of membership?" asked the brown-skinned man with a southern continent appearance. Klein hid his camera behind him and frowned. "Proof of membership? This is the Quelag Club. Only members and one guest each can enter." Klein nodded. "How do I join?" "You need recommendations from 2 members," the man replied patiently. Klein decided to switch plans. He booked a short-stay hotel room nearby for 4 hours, locked the door, drew curtains, and entered the mysterious space above the grey fog. He conjured a yellowish-brown goatskin and a fountain pen, writing again, "The whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes." This time, Klein performed a dream divination, avoiding the Quelag Club in the real world due to suspicions about powerful beyonders inside. In the dreamlike grey space, Klein saw Doragu's black coat hanging on a rack and a round table before noticing a man and a woman romping nearby. The man was Doragu, the woman young, blonde, and in her early 20s, wearing a pained but coquettish expression. Why do I always see such scenes? Klein covered his eyes and woke. The mistress is confirmed, he thought. But how to get material evidence? The camera won't help. I can only sketch with my own body. That's impossible. He resolved to tail the woman next and find out her name and address. They won't always meet in the Quelag Club, he mused. Just as he prepared to leave the grey fog, an idea struck him. He decided to divine whether the iron-black threadworm that had infiltrated his room was controlled by a beyonder from the seer pathway. He hadn't tried before due to scarce information and the risk of failure. Now, with free time, he gave it a try. Holding his silver chain with the topaz pendant over the paper, he wrote, "The iron-black threadworm that sneaked into my room was controlled by a beyonder from the seer pathway." After repeating it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes to see the pendulum spinning strongly clockwise. Positive, he thought, surprised. But it should have failed, he reasoned, according to seer instincts. Curious, Klein switched to dream divination to identify the controller but saw nothing. "That's more like it," he muttered, pondering. Perhaps the mysterious space above the grey fog contains something related to the seer pathway, he speculated, tapping the ancient table. Though lacking proof, he decided to shelve the idea for now and focus on the real world. At least one thing's clear. The mid-sequence beyonder beside the ambassador is from the seer pathway, and that's my chance to get sequence 7 or even the sequence 6 potion formula. Wrapping his spirituality around himself, Klein plunged back into the grey fog. Meanwhile, in Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey stood firm, having the study's master guard the door as she looked at Shio and Fours. After a few silent seconds, she said, "I need your help with a mission." "What mission?" Shio's eyes sparkled with interest. Audrey gave a polite smile. "Assassinate the Intis ambassador to the Lone Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Madden." Chapter 244, Appointee Fours touched her earlobes in disbelief. "What? You want us to assassinate the Intis ambassador?" The beautiful, naive and scatterbrained Miss Audrey had just assigned them an assassination mission on a target as powerful as the ambassador of Intis, a major northern continent power. Shio hesitated before speaking. "Our strength isn't enough to complete this mission." Her first thought was how difficult the task was. Audrey, showing faint dimples, cut her off. "I'm not asking you to take the job yourselves. I want you to find a beyonder capable of doing it, someone like Mr. A. I'll pay you 4,000 gold pounds for this. Of course, it's only the initial offer. We can negotiate details later." She continued, "If the mission succeeds, you get 500 pounds. Even if it fails, you still receive 200 pounds for the risk." Audrey's annuity and bounty fund totaled about 13,000 pounds. But large withdrawals would draw attention from Count Hall or even the Varvat Bank. She had calculated £5,000 as the tipping point to avoid suspicion. Hearing 4,000 gold pounds made Shio catch her breath, but then she became depressed, knowing she couldn't complete the mission herself. Only £500 to find other Beyonders in our names while keeping it secret. Shio thought Audrey was the most generous and beautiful lady she'd ever met. Forz's mind filled with questions. Why would Audrey delegate such a mission? Was there noble infighting, a precursor to war? Was Count Hall playing a hidden role to cause chaos? Later, the two contacted Mr. A through a secret channel. At 3 p.m., the rare sunlight lit Backland as they arrived at the gathering house, spotting Mr. A lounging with his hood over his head and a condescending air. Forz whispered disdainfully, "I've heard some female Beyonders trade their bodies to Mr. A for potion ingredients. What a pervert." Shio held back the urge to draw her blade and said formally, "There's a large transaction. Are you interested?" Mr. A scanned Shio and chuckled. "Tell me, what's the job?" Shio answered, "Assassinate the Inti's ambassador to loan, Bakerland Jean Medan." Mr. A was silent, his expression hidden in shadow. After a moment, he leaned back and asked, "What's the reward?" £4,000, Shio said, plus information. Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist on the Hunter pathway, and his weakness is lust. Mr. A chuckled again. "I accept, but the reward must be higher." He listed his demands. First choice, the potion formulas to Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interer, Prophet, or Manipulator. Partial formulas would suffice, but their price is higher than the mission's bounty. Second choice, 10,000 gold pounds. That's the bounty for Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos. Bakerland's strength isn't as high, but his aides are powerful and he carries mystical items. Shio and Forz exchanged looks. "We'll discuss it and give you an answer in 24 hours. "Fine," Mr. A said with a farewell gesture. Forz murmured, "Those are high-sequence Beyonder formulas." Shio replied, "Strange, I thought he'd only want formulas or potion ingredients, not money." She explained, "Mr. A has many subordinates. They need shelter, food, clothes, and to satisfy their desires. All of this costs money. Nobles who refuse direct offers might still sell out for gold. Without his men, Mr. A wouldn't be nearly as scary or as intelligent." Forz frowned. "Shio, you're not as naive as you seem." That evening, they met a familiar golden retriever at a designated place and passed Mr. A's reply to Audrey. Reading it, Audrey sighed in relief. If it only costs 10,000 gold pounds to take out the ambassador, that's wonderful. She planned carefully. She could only use £5,000 at once, had to pay Shio and Forz £500, and would borrow 6,000, or better, £8,000 without exposing financial troubles. She'd repay with interest over several months, leaving her with just £1,000 monthly before the new year. Audrey wrote a new note. The second option, an advance of £2,000 and £8,000 after the mission. At 15 Mink Street, Klein met Mary Gale for tea, arranged via Stellin Sammer. "Madam Mary, I found your husband went to the Quillard Club while tailing him. I couldn't enter, membership is required. But half an hour after he left, one young lady emerged. Erica Taylor, who lives at 126 New Year's Street in Hilston Borough. She used to work at Coim and is currently unemployed. I took a picture of her leaving the club." Stellin sneered. "She's unemployed yet lives in Hilston Borough." Mary was silent for a moment, gloomy. "You need material evidence of intimacy. I'll get 2 members to nominate you to join the Quillard Club, but you must list your particulars as a famous detective. I can't arrange others to bring you in due to scheduling conflicts." Klein hesitated. "Who pays the club fees?" "I'll cover the initial fees. You must pay the annual £15 fee yourself. This is in return for your efficiency." Mary's eyes burned with determination. £15 a year and a £50 initiation fee. This is a high-end club, Klein thought, nodding. "I'll provide evidence as soon as possible." After dinner, Klein headed to the Bravehearts Bar near Backland Bridge. 2 reasons. To show the military and police secretly observing him that he was desperate for a way out, and to deceive the mid-sequence seer Beyonder under the ambassador's command. Klein believed no divination, his resurrection, past events, or the language of foulness charms creation would succeed in the grey fog space against this Beyonder. He needed to act desperate, grasping at straws, to mislead his enemy and improve his chances. Entering the bar, he saw Caspar standing before the rat-baiting ring. "Perfect timing. Marek is looking for you," Caspar said, limping over. "Marek? Why?" Klein instinctively touched the Azik copper whistle in his pocket, considering excuses. Before he could speak, Marek, pale and filled with malice, approached without his usual zombie entourage. Klein thought, "Where are the zombies?" Marek led Klein to the card room. "What's the matter?" Klein asked. Marek sat, staring intently. "Does your job still stand?" "Huh?" Klein was caught off guard. "I have a friend, stronger than me, willing to take the commission for £1,000. She can protect you for 3 days. Klein thought, this is good. Confusing the ambassador's beyonder might help. The problem is whether Marek's friend is trustworthy. "I'll consider and save the funds," Klein said. "The protector must remain secret. The 3 days of protection will be within 2 weeks. Of course, the seer would be aware of this. Regarding money, Klein planned to sell Mersault's beyonder characteristic, now the language of foulness charm, or borrow from Miss Justice, who owed him funds for Sequence 8 light suppliant and secret order intelligence. Combining those, £1,000 would be enough. Chapter 245. Confirmation. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein did not rush to ascend above the grey fog for divination. Instead, he appeared relaxed, reading a newspaper in a half-slumped position. Amid this calm, he heard a faint, illusory prayer, recognizably a woman's voice. After enduring the true creator's ravaging murmurs, Klein sensed his ability in this spiritual aspect had improved. As the clock neared 10, he put down the paper, washed up, then closed the bedroom curtains and ascended above the grey fog. There, the crimson star symbolizing justice pulsated and echoed with prayers. Spreading his spirituality, Klein made contact. Miss Justice appeared before him, blurry, dressed in a white silk nightgown, as if still in bed. After greeting him with his honorable name, Audrey cut to the point. "Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist on the Hunter pathway. He likely has a Sequence 5 assistant. After obtaining detailed info, I had someone ask Mr. A. He agreed to accept the assassination mission, but his conditions are 10,000 gold pounds or the potion formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interer, Prophet, and Manipulator. Partial formulas suffice. I chose the former and paid £2,000 advance. Honourable Mr. Fool, was my decision correct?" Klein's lips twitched at the £10,000 figure, but forced focus. The Sequence 5 assistant must be that seer pathway infiltrator. The first rule, overestimate the enemy. Would Mr. A be capable? Would he keep his word? Cataclysmic Interer, Prophet, Manipulator, and Unshadowed are likely Sequence 4 potions, threshold high Sequence beyonders. It was very probable Mr. A was one of the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order, stationed in Backland, ranking just below the 5 saints, an elite oracle. The Aurora Order follows the secret suppliant pathway directly linked to the true creator. Oracles are often at Sequence 5 Shepherd, or possibly Rose Bishop, one sequence lower but more intelligent. Klein reminded himself to warn Miss Justice against frequent interactions with Mr. A. Secret suppliant beyonders are almost without exception lunatics, either openly abnormal or hiding their insanity. Sequence 8. Listeners often hear the true creator's voice. Only a lunatic would dare accept and attempt an Inti's ambassador's assassination. Klein held a partial unshadowed potion formula and ritual for advancement, saving Justice £10,000. Why does Mr. A want only these 4 formulas? Are these pathways interchangeable at high sequences in Secret Suppliant? That's 5 paths total. Unshadowed comes from the eternal blazing sun. Cataclysmic Interer sounds like Lord of Storms or Evernite Goddess origin. Klein previously judged Eternal Blazing Sun, Lord of Storms, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom to be similar and hostile toward each other. Cataclysmic Interer likely belongs to Lord of Storms, Sailor Sequence 4, Prophet to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. But Manipulator's pathway was unclear. It'd be interesting if all can be swapped with the true Creator's sequence. Klein firmly decided not to give Mr. A any unshadowed formula portion. Aurora Order members were lunatics likely to bring disaster. Strategic items must not be traded with them, not just principle, but for his own safety. These lunatics might one day sacrifice the entire city. Let Justice spend the £10,000. Part is for his adorer's payment. The rest she can make up with knowledge Klein already has. Klein pinched his cheek and did not immediately reply to Justice. He conjured pen and paper to divine. He didn't know Marek's friend's identity beyond she. Direct divination on her reliability would fail. Instead, he could divine the risk to his own safety, higher success chance. After 10 seconds, Klein wrote, "It's risky for me to hire Marek's friend as bodyguard for 3 days." He put away the pen, took out his spirit pendulum, and performed the divination. The topaz pendant rotated clockwise slowly with low amplitude. "There is a certain risk, but quite low. Reliable." He nodded and then switched focus to Mr. A. With no direct contact, Klein could only divine indirectly. The best target was Ambassador Bakerland, who was connected to him and whose background he understood well. After thinking, Klein wrote, "Bakerland Jean Madden will have his life threatened by Mr. A." He kept the wording vague due to low confidence. The spirit pendulum spun clockwise faster and with greater amplitude. Mr. A will attempt the mission, and success chances are good. Klein exhaled and replied to Miss Justice's prayer. "Sure, your decision is sound. Do not reveal yourself when entrusting this mission. My adorer wants £1,000 for his activities. Payment as before, best if done by tomorrow. This covers the light suppliant formula. No need to seek more secret order info, but I will trade if you find relevant information." Since the infiltrator was a seer beyonder, Klein's urgency for secret order intel lessened. Though he had planned to ask for more money, he lowered his demand considering Justice's £10,000 expense for the assassination. Having finished, Klein returned to the real world. Audrey hummed while holding a music score, the red moon faint outside the window. Suddenly, thick grey fog appeared before her. A figure in an ancient chair looked down and spoke softly. Audrey sighed in relief, hearing Mr. Fool's reply. She was less nervous. £1,000? My debt to Mr. Fool is nearly cleared, though finances would be tight for days ahead. She thought, just grit my teeth. Finding £1,000 won't be hard. She planned to borrow more from Glaint and stagger repayments. Audrey smiled, the dimples showing. At noon Thursday, Klein heard another illusory prayer and confirmed Miss Justice had deposited the money into his anonymous account. Backland's bank reconciliation and liquidation were same day, so from Friday Klein could withdraw cash from any branch. After lunch, Klein met Mary Gale again. She led him outside the Quelag Club where 2 members waited. One was Surgeon Aaron Serris, aloof and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The other was equestrian teacher Talim Dumont, brown curly hair, smiling. After greetings, Aaron entered the club, leaving Talim to chat. "If not for Mary mentioning you, I'd have no idea Backland has a new outstanding detective," Talim said warmly. "If I need help, I'll look for you." "Thank you in advance," Klein smiled. Mary told Klein Talim was noble-born, his grandfather a viscount who lost wealth. Talim's father had many siblings, and noble titles depended on land possession, influenced by the king's mood. Due to family reputation, Talim couldn't enter government or serve as a butler, so he became an equestrian teacher, earning around £400 yearly. Sigh. Divorce really leads to poverty, Talim remarked, hinting perhaps at Mary's situation or his own Intis heritage. Unable to join the conversation, Klein followed Talim into the Quelag Club, where a large, brightly lit hall awaited. Chapter 246, Strange Omen. Aaron and Talim finished submitting their nomination forms to join the Quelag Club and left. Aaron had 2 afternoon surgeries. Talim had to teach horse riding to Viscount Conrad's youngest son, preparing him for upcoming social events. Klein watched as a red-vested manservant and a well-dressed maid came and went, finally delivering his own proof of membership and a Frost Constellation badge. Entry fee is £50. There are still 3.5 months left this year, and the annual fee is £4, the manservant explained, sliding the items forward. Klein handed over £54, the extra £4 being Mary Gale's first payment for his service. Mary had been very pleased with how quickly Klein had uncovered evidence about Duragu Gale's mistress. Klein recalled Stellin Sammer's private introduction. Mary's father was co-founder of the Coin Company, once a small firm but now one of the top 10 in Backland's industry, thanks to rising demand for anthracite and charcoal. Mary's net worth had skyrocketed. However, at the time of her marriage to Doragu, the company was still obscure, and Mary's dowry arrangement was a willing of gifts, meaning her shares were legally family property, not hers alone. If Mary divorced before proving Doragu's adultery, the company shares would be split equally. Stellan had envied Mary's wealth, which was estimated around 20,000 gold pounds, enough for Miss Justice to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland twice. Klein thought about this as the manservant and maid bowed politely. "Mr. Moriarty, welcome to the Quelag Club," the manservant said. Klein examined the membership card, an elastic paper with his name and start date, and the distinctive badge marked 192, the club's current membership count. "Our club doesn't accept members without recommendation," the manservant said proudly. He gave an overview of the club's facilities: buffet cafeteria, bar, library, squash room, conference and card rooms, all free to use, 16 lounges and 2 small conference rooms upstairs, tennis courts on the lawn, free, underground shooting ranges available for equipment rental, and an exclusive chef for a la carte meals, ingredients paid separately. Board, lodging, entertainment all included, Klein thought appreciatively. He asked for someone to show him around, and later prepare a lounge for an afternoon nap. After familiarizing himself, Klein entered a lounge designed like a later generation hotel room, decorated in Inti's style. He planned carefully. Tomorrow he'd try to obtain evidence of Doragu's affair. But the flash of a camera couldn't be hidden, and he only had one chance, before likely getting expelled. He needed a safe method. He also intended to review news about Ian's case to decide which days he should have protection. Suddenly his heart palpitated and he tensed. Is this a clown's premonition? But there are no images in my mind. The air felt still, like before a storm. The feeling passed quickly, leaving Klein puzzled. Is danger approaching? But when Mersault attacked, I felt nothing like this. He pulled out a coin to divine whether he'd be attacked soon. The answer was no. Still uneasy, Klein drew the curtains and pretended to nap, then walked 4 steps counterclockwise and ascended above the grey fog. There, sitting quietly, he muttered, "I will be in grave danger in the next few days." Repeating this thought, he flicked the coin again. It landed king side up, a positive sign. The premonition was real. Klein narrowed his eyes. This puzzled him. Neither seer nor clown powers had ever given such vague premonitions before. Usually danger had to be immediate or very near. There was nobody around me. The divination must have been influenced by a higher sequencer, probably Bakerland's assistant. He realized this premonition wasn't scientific or mystical, but had some other unknown cause. Looking around at the crimson, still palace above the fog, Klein set aside speculation to focus on the impending threat. Further divinations revealed only vague timing. Great danger would come within the next few days, but he could not narrow it down more precisely. In one vision, he saw Ian in his old coat, standing beneath gas lamps with a blurry crimson moon behind him. Nothing else appeared. How should I interpret this? Klein wondered. It was clearly a prelude to danger. Without delay, Klein returned to the real world, left the club, and went to the Hilston branch of the Backlund Bank to withdraw £100. The remainder of the £1,000 Justice had transferred, though it hadn't fully cleared yet. Bank rules limited withdrawals from anonymous accounts, a max of £500, same city info syncing, and requiring inquiries if last withdrawal was elsewhere. Klein encountered the 3rd rule today, so he couldn't withdraw more than £100 here. Pocketing the money, he took a carriage to the Backlund Bridge area and entered Braveheart's bar. Caspers guided him to the card room, where Marek sat, pale and zombie-free. Klein set aside using spiritual protection on Azik's copper whistle, placed £100 on the table, and said, "I agree to the deal. I'll pay £100 advance and £300 for each additional day of protection. Protection starts now." Marek glanced past Klein, nodded and said, "She has agreed." Surprised, Klein turned, nothing but empty air. Activating spirit vision, he found no sign of the bodyguard. Marek pocketed the money and said coolly, "You can leave. She's protecting you, but hidden." Klein thought if he hadn't divined beforehand, he'd believe he was being cheated. He left, occasionally flicking spirit vision on and off, watching outside but never spotting the protector. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein closed the door, washed his hands, then looked into the mirror. His reflection phased and transformed into a pale woman in a black regal dress, with light golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a small black bonnet. She lifted her skirt and bowed at him. Klein stepped back, leaning against the wall in shock. This must be the bodyguard I hired for £1,000. The image faded, and Klein's reflection returned to normal. Chapter 247, The Whole Story. The woman in the black regal dress from the mirror was no longer visible, and Klein's spirit vision revealed nothing unusual. Did I just hire a female ghost as my bodyguard? Klein thought, touching Azik's copper whistle in his pocket. It felt cold, but otherwise unchanged. The whistle seemed ineffective against this guardian. Perhaps she wasn't undead. Klein considered that maybe the whistle's power only affected unblessed corpses, and planned to investigate its true limits after the ambassador affair was over. Just as Klein prepared to read the newspaper, the doorbell tinkled. His body tensed. Danger was approaching in the next few days, he knew it. Donning his coat and readying himself, Klein opened the door cautiously. Outside, beneath faint crimson moonlight and wet streets lit by gas lamps, stood a boy in an old coat with bright red eyes, Ian Wright, the same figure from his divination dream. Ian Wright? Klein thought, opening the door wider. Detective Moriarty, Ian bowed, hat removed. I came to apologize, sorry to have dragged you into danger. Klein frowned. You should have gone to the police station. Ian glanced around nervously. I just came out of MI9. Military intelligence? Klein stepped aside, motioning him in. Let's talk. Ian entered and sat where he had last time. Before he could speak, Klein added, If what you say will put me in greater danger, don't tell me. No, it will all be over soon, Ian replied calmly. Suddenly, through the oriel window, the woman in the black dress appeared again. She found an illusory high-backed chair and sat, resting her face on her hand, expressionless and attentive. Klein stared, caught off guard. Ian resumed. Detective Zriel is actually a spy for the Faceless Empire. He adopted several vagrant children, me included, and trained us to gather intelligence. So I'm caught in a huge spy conspiracy, Klein realized. Ian continued. 2 weeks ago I found clues about Helmosuin's manuscript. Helmosuin? Klein echoed, the name ringing a bell. Ian explained. Turani von Helmosuin was Emperor Rozel's greatest successor, a mathematician and mechanist who created the second-generation difference machine. He mysteriously vanished while working on a third-generation model. Ah, the mad scientist who believed humans' flaws could be fixed by machines, Klein recalled. Ian added, I'm not sure if the manuscript involved the third-generation difference machine. I didn't see it directly, just clues. He recounted, reporting the lead to Zriel, who was pleased and immediately reported it up the chain. Ian was tasked to follow the lead but feared danger and chose not to steal it. Returning to Zriel's home, he found it infiltrated, traps unreset, and Zriel unresponsive. The Zemanga gang tried to capture Ian. With your help, I confirmed Zriel's death. I took a fake tooth from his corpse after we parted. Ian explained that inside the tooth was an emergency contact method to Zriel's superior, secret even to Zriel, to be removed only if something went wrong. Klein nodded. So you sent a telegram? Ian looked surprised. Did MI9 tell you that? No, a friend saw you on Bacardi Street, Klein lied smoothly. Ian sighed. I contacted Zriel's superior via telegram, arranging a meeting, but the Zemanga gang, or more precisely, Inti's Republic Intelligence, found me again. MI9 intervened, and chaos erupted, allowing me to escape. But when I met Zriel's superior that afternoon, I was ambushed and captured. I feared death and confessed all I knew, but they betrayed me and tried to kill me. MI9 arrived just in time to save me. Klein thought about Ian's youthful appearance. Only during crises did he look his real age. A sudden question struck Klein. With Zriel's corpse and Ian's success at retrieving the tooth, how had the fake tooth remained undiscovered by the ambassador's powerful seer? Leaving the body so hidden couldn't be a trap. The answer dawned. There must be traitors around Zriel's superior, someone who defected to Inti's intelligence. That explains why Zriel was exposed and killed when he found the manuscript, and why you were ambushed, Klein said. The ambassador had information about Zriel's superior, which meant Zriel's urgent communications sealed his fate. Ian was stunned, then clenched his fists. I didn't consider that. You're a brilliant detective. Changing the topic, Ian said he'd revealed the manuscript's location to MI9. They mentioned Klein's predicament but trusted Ian and sent no spies. Everyone was focused on the manuscript. There was too much pressure to lie. Ian bowed deeply, apologizing again. Sorry to have involved you. You don't need to hide anything from me. Klein smiled. No, I was the one who made the mistakes that put me here. He summarized his thoughts. When he realized Ian's case was deeper than expected, Klein accepted the request, thinking it involved gangsters and maybe one or two beyonders who'd keep their distance. The divination was inconclusive but solvable. That was acceptable. However, after confirming Zreel's death and the deeper conspiracy, Klein should have withdrawn and let Ian handle things. That would have been the cautious, correct choice. Klein's first real mistake was not reacting strongly when Mersault approached. He assumed Mersault was just a gang thug backed by beyonders, not knowing it involved the Intis ambassador. Mersault's rashness and attempt on his life worsened the situation. But that wasn't the biggest mistake. His fatal error was accepting the mission as Sherlock Moriarty without a disguise. This exposed his identity when the ambassador learned the truth. Even pretending to flee wouldn't help because officials would soon be alerted, and beyonders like Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, and mandated punishers would hunt him down. He'd be pursued by high-sequence beyonders due to his resurrection with a Grade 0 sealed artifact. There was no way to avoid attention once his appearance was known. He needed to plan for the worst now. Assassination, finding a bodyguard, buying gear. All took time. Only if the ambassador or his assistant died, or their attention diverted by an investigation, could Klein's danger fade. Since the assistant had no official status, reporting Klein wasn't likely. The assistant's death would be ideal. Compared to relying on Mr. Azik or attracting church pursuers, assassinating the ambassador was simpler. Even if it failed, Klein had to accept one outcome or another. All this stemmed from the small error of not disguising himself in a city of millions. He thought keeping a low profile was easier without a disguise, but this oversight cost him over 10,000 gold pounds with no guarantee of safety. I'm really like a clown, Klein mused wryly, one mistake triggering a desperate balancing act for survival. This was his first time being a fugitive in both his lifetimes. Once this was resolved, exposing his beyonder identity would be less dangerous. People would just think he'd acquired potions and a bodyguard, not suspect anything else. Of course, he'd have to adopt glasses and a mustache as a new persona to acclimate those around him. Klein laughed aloud, making Ian stare oddly. It's time I disappear for a while, or I'll be jailed, Ian said, donning his hat and bowing. Klein watched him vanish into the crimson moonlight. The woman by the oriel window was gone too, quietly, without his notice. Chapter 248, Waiting from Both Sides. Klein knew the matter of Helmersuin's manuscript would come to an end tonight. Both sides knew its location, so the ambassador would be free to take revenge. This explained the ominous danger Klein had foreseen. If he didn't have the language of foulness charm or the powerful bodyguard that cost him £1,000 for 3 days, he would have gone to the police station or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's headquarters in Backlund for safety. He could avoid attacks and wait for the ambassador's assassination. How successful the assassination would be, Klein wasn't confident about either. He had already prepared for the worst. But now, with double the preparations, he no longer wanted to avoid the danger. He would stay at home and pretend he knew nothing. Deep down, he was even looking forward to attackers knocking at his door. Sequence 9. Hunter Mersault was killed by me. If they send someone else, they would at least be Sequence 7, or even Sequence 6 or 5. They might come in numbers, but as long as I finish them, I'll obtain formulas and beyonder characteristics. I can then make up for some of my losses. Klein almost instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon on his chest, and silently prayed, "May the goddess bless me that the beyonder who comes is the one from the seer pathway." He looked around for his bodyguard, worried she might run away without a sound after hearing the whole story. The dining room lights were warm, but there was no one else except him. As his nerves grew, he suddenly saw a pale face appear on the glass cover of the gas lamp in the living room. Pale gold hair, delicate features. This lady is quite confident in her own strength. Klein's mind calmed and he whispered, I'm also a beyonder. I made a gamble on an item I bought from Kaspar's gathering and benefited from it, but it was only beneficial for me. The face on the glass nodded slightly and quickly disappeared. Klein's expression didn't change, but he secretly exhaled. Without taking off his coat, he went back to the sofa, picked up a newspaper and started reading. After a while, the doorbell tinkled again. Klein tensed, touching his tarot cards and language of foulness charm in his pockets. He walked slowly toward the door, using his clown abilities to predict what awaited him. The crimson moon was still faintly visible, the gas lamps unchanged. Waiting by the door was a sergeant in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 chevrons on his epaulets. He had a short brown beard and was the same sergeant who had dealt with Sherlock Moriarty's self-defense case. I think Jürgen mentioned his name. Sergeant Vaccine? Well, I can receive the £10 bail tomorrow or the next day. What is he doing here? Did MI9 send him to find Ian Wright? Or to inform me that I should temporarily hide away from danger? Klein grabbed the handle and opened the door. Meanwhile, inside the Intis embassy, a ball was being held. Bakerland, the ambassador, mingled among bankers, factory owners, lawyers, and merchants. He spoke of Trier's prosperity and openness, how the Intis Republic was no longer controlled by nobles, but by powerful commoners. With a glass of blood-red Almere wine in hand, Bakerland moved toward the balcony, thinking, they should have gotten the manuscript by now. He had placed a double spy in the Faceless Empire's Backland intelligence team to learn the meeting time, place and manner arranged by Ian and his team leader. His plan was to ambush Ian and the Faceless team, find the manuscript, and smuggle it out of Lone without MI9's knowledge. The situation has progressed smoothly, but MI9's appearance troubles me. Bakerland thought, with Rosago around, it can't be divination. MI9 isn't good at divination. That means we have a spy among us. He hoped Rosago would outpace MI9, grab the manuscript, and hand it over to Shadow for extraction. The ball distracted attention, so Bakerland couldn't involve himself directly. All he could do was pray his subordinates succeeded. Once Rosago succeeded, the manuscript would be transferred to an intelligence officer who had never been activated before. Rosago would lure MI9 away by creating trouble and kill the detective, if possible. If it wasn't for him, no one would have known about this. I wouldn't be transferred back to the country. He actually didn't run away, thinking MI9 would protect him. Bakerland rubbed his face, frustrated. He had orders to hand all intelligence matters to the highest-ranking military officer at the embassy after the operation, and to await the arrival of the new ambassador. Though reluctant to leave Backland's prosperity and conservative ladies, Bakerland prepared for departure. His thoughts were interrupted by a young lady in a crimson dress on the balcony, holding a glass of wine. She had a pretty face, gentle temperament, ink-black hair, and light brown eyes. Bakerland approached and learned she was Eileen, daughter of a timber merchant trying to rise socially. With his status, Bakerland quickly won her affection. After 2 dances, they became intimate. "Beautiful lady, I'd like to invite you to my room to sample some Almere wine of 1286. Eileen replied without hesitation. "All right." They left the ballroom, went to Bakerland's room, and he ordered the guards away. Before the wine arrived, Bakerland passionately brought Eileen to bed. Her skirt came undone as she hugged him with pure, fair arms. Suddenly, black, thin, fluffy spider feet sprouted from her nails and veins. Bang! Eileen's eyes bulged as white foam poured from her mouth. Bakerland retracted his fist from her abdomen and stood coldly. "Who sent you?" he asked deeply. Eileen tried to stand but was in too much pain, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Bakerland smiled grimly. "It's true that I'm into beautiful ladies, but I know this problem of mine. So every time I meet a beautiful lady, I'm especially careful. Speak, who sent you? Don't bother resisting, I'm very good at using fire." Chapter 249, The Assassination. Eileen clamped her mouth shut, angrily looking at the thin, smiling face of the ambassador, with a touch of terror. Bakerland stretched out his right hand, covered in a plume of orange flames that danced silently. He took 2 steps forward, making a gesture as if pressing his palm against Eileen's skin. This made Eileen think of the cruel interrogators in novels who used red-hot irons to brand their targets. No, I can't be that brutal to such a beautiful lady. Bakerland suddenly stopped his outstretched palm and chuckled softly. He shook, turning the orange flame into a long red whip. The whip ignited the air around it, which took on the form of thorns. Pow! Bakerland lashed his flaming whip at Eileen, burning her clothes and leaving a dark mark on her skin. Her face contorted as she screamed. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked again gently. Eileen's lips quivered before she finally opened them. It was, as Bakerland subconsciously listened, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Oh no. Bakerland jerked back and rolled to the ground. At the spot where he had stood, a flame rose up and formed a wall of fire. Splat, splat, splat! Rain like blood and flesh splattered against the wall, sizzling. Some penetrated the flame, leaving a thin trail of blood on the ground. At the end of the path stood Bakerland, who had risen again. Eileen's abdomen had been torn open and 2 arms wrapped in viscous liquid were sticking out. With a sudden push, a figure drilled out of her belly. Covered in thick, squirming, blood-red liquid, it was about the size of an adult male. Hard to imagine that a normal woman like Eileen would have such a thing hidden inside. Boom! The body below her head exploded into flesh and blood, forming a humanoid figure dressed in a strange red robe. The figure was beautiful, looking like a woman. The blood-red robe looked like a blossoming flower in the flames. Rose Bishop. Bakerland immediately identified the sequence. Sequence 6 of the secret suppliant pathway, Rose Bishop. Every Rose Bishop was an expert in flesh and blood magic. Beyonders of this sequence could hide inside others' bodies, avoiding investigations, but their hosts died when they emerged. For the Lord. Eileen's remaining head let out a low cry and closed her eyes forever. The Rose Bishop tapped its chest 4 times, bottom to top, right to left. With blood color and flame reflections in his eyes, he stepped forward through the wall of fire unscathed, with dark red liquid dripping down. Bakerland retreated and shouted, "Someone, help me!" Though Rosago and other agents were away on a mission, the embassy still had Beyonders, 1 Sequence 5, 1 Sequence 6, 3 Sequence 7s, and nearly 10 Sequence 8s and 9s. But Bakerland's voice echoed inside the room and didn't exit. The music outside didn't stop. The ball went on. The room felt completely isolated. This. Bakerland stopped shouting, narrowed his eyes, and looked around. The Rose Bishop chuckled. "It was by your own will, the rules that were decided by yourself. You told the guards not to disturb you or come near or let anyone close. Yes, I simply magnified your will and rules and made a slight distortion. If you want to escape this isolation, you have to defeat yourself." Bakerland's expression changed. The compliance was a distortion. The power of authority serving oneself reminded him of another sequence. "Baron of corruption," he growled. Sequence 6 of the Dark Emperor pathway. Before finishing, Bakerland's face turned extremely gloomy. "Shepherd! You're a shepherd! Who are you from the Aurora Order, Mr. A? Why are you assassinating me?" The Rose Bishop, no, shepherd, chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. Accept the Lord's blessings." His body stiffened as if covered in rust, turning into a puppet. Bakerland laughed rapturously. The gloom vanished. He took a white handkerchief from his left breast pocket and wiped his mouth. "I'm glad that you were able to chat with me for so long. It gave me enough time." After he removed the handkerchief, a thumb-sized puppet head with black eyes emerged. The shepherd opened his mouth to speak but heard a hollow voice from afar. "You." After pausing, his body burgeoned, skin turned dark. 2 curved goat horns with strange patterns sprouted from his head. Wings that reeked of sulfur appeared. The shepherd moved 3 meters forward, transformed into a devil-like creature. But his joints were shackled, his movements stiff and slow, thoughts blurred. "You still have the power of the devil? As expected of a shepherd, let me send you to your lord." A flaming spear with a blazing white tip materialized in Bakerland's right palm. He bent his back, about to throw the spear to pin and burn the shepherd. Sequence 7. Pyromaniac of the Conspiracist pathway, the ancient fire mage. Suddenly, Bakerland began to cough violently as if about to spit out his heart and lungs. His flaming spear lost control and disappeared inch by inch. His face flushed, his forehead burning hot. The influence from his mystical item lifted. The shepherd was freed from sluggishness and returned to normal. "Why do you think I was having such a long chat with you? How does severe pneumonia and an unstoppable cough feel like?" the devilish face asked with a smirk. Bakerland recalled the enemy's beautiful appearance and said regretfully, "Cough, cough, a disease! You cough, cough, killed her! Cough, 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 a demoness of affliction." The shepherd dispelled his devil form and became a series of stacked after images. He chuckled, "No, I only received a gift from Saint Tenebrous. I know conspiracists have all sorts of means, so I'll be using my strongest ability now, so you won't have any unnecessary hope." A translucent, blurry book appeared. The ancient book flipped rapidly with a soft chant. "I came, I saw, I record. As long as I have recorded it, I'll be able to use it once. This is an ability Saint Tenebrous deliberately showed me. Although I only have half its original effect, it's enough." The shepherd's voice turned hollow as darkness enveloped him. He grew into a small giant about 2.324 meters tall, covered in cold black armor. Two glowing crimson blobs glowed where his eyes should be. The Dark Knight raised a broadsword, stepped forward and delivered an unrelenting chop. "No, why?" Bakerland screamed as flames split apart and lights exploded. His body was cut into two halves. Thud! He fell to the ground, no blood flowing. His soul seemed corroded and destroyed by the black sword. Boom, boom, boom! Flames spewed uncontrollably, causing blasts that shook the room and rattled the glass. At that moment, the isolation created by his will vanished with his death. The shepherd didn't stop or wait for Beyonder characteristics to appear. He restored his inconspicuous appearance and sprinted through walls into the darkness outside before the embassy military officials arrived. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein paused with his right hand on the handle. He decided to throw a coin before opening the door. Since Ian had come, the revelation from his dream had happened, and danger could come anytime. Muttering, "The visitor outside will bring danger," Klein flicked up a quarter pence, watching it fall, number side up. Negative. Klein muttered but reached for the handle. Still cautious, he used spirit vision and saw nothing amiss. He opened the door and took 2 steps back. Dressed in black and white checkered uniform, Sergeant Faxine took off his hat and said seriously, "I've been sent by the higher-ups to tell you that you must be careful tonight and tomorrow. Be careful of strangers." Chapter 250, Rich Experience in Courting Death. "All right." Klein nodded solemnly. Sergeant Faxine touched his short hair and said, "There are other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail, and you can decide on your own." He cast his gaze toward the living room. Klein gestured politely, watching as Faxine closed the door behind him and sat on the sofa. "What are your plans?" Klein kept his coat on, hands in his pockets. Faxine leaned forward, clasping his hands. "You should be well aware that you have offended that ambassador. Tonight or tomorrow will be the most dangerous period for you. The higher-ups have given you 3 choices. The first is to go to the Holy Wind Cathedral for 2 days. I know you're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but St. Helend Cathedral is too far, and it's easy for trouble to arise on the way there." Klein nodded indiscernibly and waited for the second choice. Suddenly, his vision blurred and his head went numb. It felt like a thick layer of glass surrounded him. Faxine's mouth opened and closed slowly. His thoughts became sluggish. This feeling was familiar. Klein thought of the Antigonus family's puppet, sealed artifact 2049. He had been affected similarly before, awakened by Captain Dunn Smith's team, who kept stretching and retracting their arms to signal abnormality. The Antigonus family holds the seer pathway. This person's ability is similar. He is a mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway. As expected, it's him. Klein snapped back to reality but had no Dunn Smith to wake him. Faxine's face muscles squirmed and soon shifted into a handsome man with black hair, blue eyes and a tiny stubble. He smiled. Given time, this is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with for anyone who isn't a high-sequence beyonder. As he spoke, Klein saw the image of a woman in a black regal dress appear in the oriel window's glass. She walked slowly and stiffly out of the glass. Her blonde hair, delicate face, and pale complexion made her seem more doll than human. "I never thought you'd be able to hire such a powerful bodyguard. If not for my divination, I might have died here. What kind of compensation did you pay? By the way, my name is Rosago." He smiled but didn't expect a fluent answer from the man he controlled. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew across Klein's neck. Goosebumps rose as if someone invisible was breathing down his neck. Rosago laughed, raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Pow! Flames soared from his back. A transparent shadow burst into ashes. Klein saw these moves broken into a grid of images, not because Rosago slowed, but because Klein's thoughts were sluggish. He already has me under control. Why isn't he killing me directly? Klein thought. Do villains like lengthy monologues? No, he's hiding something. He focused on Rosago's details and saw a figure in each of Rosago's eyes, a blonde woman with blue eyes, pale face, and black Gothic regal dress. Behind Rosago, the woman remained near the oriel window, walking like a puppet trying to resist. They're tussling in the realm of mystery. I need to tip the balance. Klein looked at the language of foulness charm in his left hand. Cold and slippery, filled with evil. Glad he hadn't lowered his guard, he struggled to speak, his vocal cords rotted and throat squirming. He hoarsely said in ancient Hermes with staccato rhythm, "Foulness." As his voice echoed, corrosive pain stabbed his left palm. Illusory whispers threatened madness. This was familiar. It didn't affect his attempts. He injected most spirituality into the charm, which required no body control. In 3 seconds, the true creator's voice would descend and burrow into the ears of the closest creature. 3. Illusory whispers spread. Klein's scalp tingled, mind buzzed, veins throbbed, focus became difficult. A coffee table away, Rosago's expression drifted. His face swelled as the woman in his eyes became clearer. 2. The pale woman behind him quickened, but soon frowned in pain. Klein felt the influence weaken, his thoughts smoothing, joints lubricated. Enduring the madness and pain, he threw the charm at Rosago. 1. The iron-black charm melted with sinister patterns. Rosago regained composure and tried to leap aside, but saw darkness and heard murmurs of immense knowledge and madness. Veins in his head bulged, he tumbled, writhing as his skin ruptured, revealing flesh beneath. At the same time, Klein and the blonde woman fell to the ground, letting out tragic screams as if someone drilled their temples. Their eyes turned bloodshot, red liquid ran from their noses. They felt detached from the outside world. Klein was first to recover. Staggering, he saw Rosago torn clothes and skin, exposing veins and flesh. Rosago, like a legendary red monster skinned alive, tumbled groaning in pain, near losing control. Klein didn't wait. He couldn't risk Rosago gaining benefits or becoming a devotee of the true creator. He pulled out his revolver, adjusted the barrel, took 2 steps forward, circled the coffee table, and pressed the muzzle against Rosago's head. Bang! 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 Dressed in black double-breasted suit, Klein watched as Rosago's head swelled, then exploded, splattering red, white, and black on the floor. "Captain, thank you for demonstrating this to me before." Klein panted, lowering the revolver with a bright smile. Rosago's headless corpse faltered, then collapsed beside the sofa. The woman in black Gothic dress stopped screaming, her struggles slowed, her skin turned more translucent. Seeing the flesh squirming on Rosago's corpse, Klein used his self-created requiem charm. Under calm serenity, the corpse ceased moving. Klein thought quickly and chanted low, "Crimson." Injecting spirituality, he threw the charm at his bodyguard, the pale, golden-haired woman. Her slumbering powers emanated, she fell into deep sleep. To be sure, Klein threw another slumber charm, fearing interruption. 15 Minsk Street regained peace. The battle was mystical and beyond the physical, but the ground was stained. Looking at Rosago's corpse and sleeping bodyguard, Klein muttered, "It's good to court death often. At least I gain some immunity." He didn't attempt mediumship immediately since Rosago was tainted by the true creator. Contacting the spirit directly meant suicide. But Klein planned to do mediumship above the grey fog, bringing Rosago's remnants with him. His spirit body's level, even augmented by Azic's copper whistle, couldn't move a portable camera, let alone a heavy corpse. Mediumship involved channeling remnant spirituality, not the corpse itself. He took a candle, set up a ritual, summoned himself, and transformed into a special spirit body. Above the grey fog, he saw Rosago's spirituality remnants and noted his bodyguard's strange condition, similar yet different to his own. Without delay, Klein wrapped Rosago's remnant spirituality with Azic's whistle and entered the grey fog. After conjuring ritual items and setting a simple altar, he began the mediumship ritual. He was shocked to discover he no longer needed to pray to anyone to communicate with spirits. It felt like a true spirit medium's power. Phew, is this a special power of the mysterious space above the grey fog? he wondered as he began reciting the divination statement. The potion formulas for the seer pathway. Chapter 251, Gains, the potion formulas for the seer pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair, initiating a dream divination. In a grey illusory world, a gas lamp flickered to life, illuminating a desk with a goatskin scroll. As the seer and clown formulas surfaced, Rosago appeared in a fur shirt, listening to an unknown voice. Before the advancement, I have to warn you that you've been too reliant on divination. Divination is a revelation, a result. It is unable to tell us the process. For example, you might decide to invest all your money because your divination says that a railway stock can make money. But in fact, what that revelation really means is that in the long run, in 30 years, the railway stock will make money, and before that it will fall more than it rises. Fate isn't so easy to master, and there are many times when it's impossible to quantify it. Divination isn't all-powerful. In addition, divination can be interfered with and cause you to be misled. There are too many things in this world that cannot be understood. If you completely rely on divination, then you'll definitely die because of it. Divination is a revelation. It must be combined with one's own carefulness, caution, and self-control. Rosago hadn't foreseen the danger because the language of foulness was tied to the grey fog. That was why he died by Klein's hand. If not for that, escaping with Miss Bodyguard would have been impossible. It was a lesson for Klein too. Even with the grey fog shielding him, he couldn't afford carelessness. And clearly the voice didn't know about the acting method. If they had, some of that advice could be summed up as respect and fear fate. As these thoughts swirled, Rosago unfurled a parchment. Sequence 7. Magician, main ingredients, 1 true root of a mistraint, all the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. Supplementary ingredients, 60 ml of purified water, 30 ml of mistraint's juice, 3 grams of droplet gem powder, 4 drops of fantasy grass essential oil. Magician, another circus role. Seer, clown, and magician could form the foundation of an entire troupe. Klein recalled the suited clown he'd seen before, likely a magician, with skills like air bullets, flaming jumps, and summoning slips of paper as weapons. Fast spellcasting alone would boost his combat ability greatly. The scene shifted. Now Rosago stood in a room filled with golden statues. The same voice echoed once more. According to my experience, after you consume the Faceless potion, you have to remember this point. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. Faceless? Sequence 6 of the Seer Pathway? That explained how Rosago became Officer Vaccine, and probably Zriel as well. Creeping Hunger had similar mimicry abilities. Apparently, Rosago had killed some Faceless. It wasn't a power suited for direct battle, but on most occasions it was more useful than nearly anything else. No wonder Rosago dared to hunt Klein. It was a powerful asset. Klein's eyes widened as Rosago picked up a thin golden page covered in Hermes script. Sequence 6. Faceless. Main ingredients, mutated pituitary gland of a 1,000-faced hunter, characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. Supplementary ingredients, 80 milliliters of a 1,000-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. 1,000-faced hunter, a rare, nearly extinct draconic creature, not spiritual in nature. Klein dredged up relevant mysticism knowledge. The scenery remained, but Rosago's appearance changed. White wig, tuxedo, thick beard. This advancement is no longer as simple as before. The potions must be consumed in conjunction with a ritual. If you succeed, you'll obtain one of the most irresistible Beyonder powers beneath that of the high-sequence Beyonders. Rosago asked, "What's the ritual?" "Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and drink the potion while she's singing." An ancient book opened. Symbols shimmered. Lines of Hermes script floated into the air. Sequence 5. Marionettist. Klein's head throbbed. His spirituality was almost drained. The earlier battle had cost him dearly. The language of foulness charm, 3 more charms from the Evernight domain, and summoning himself, all of it added up. Holding out this long showed real progress and improved digestion of the clown potion. As the dream began shattering, he forced himself to scan the rest of the formula. Main ingredients, dust of ancient wraiths, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients, 80 milliliters of spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 10 grams of drago bark, remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, one pair of eyes from a six-winged gargoyle. Advancement ritual, consume potion in the midst of a singing mermaid song. Kacha. The dream fragmented into light and faded. Back in the real world, Klein clutched his aching head. Blood, brains, and body fragments covered the ground. He bent over and retched. Miss Bodyguard was still asleep. He extinguished the candle, packed away the ritual items, and panted heavily. Slowly, his spirituality recovered. A cold wind swept his neck. He stiffened and turned. Miss Bodyguard had awakened. She floated in the air, her form less corporeal, pale hair, pale face, and semi-transparent skin. Klein hurried to explain. After I blew his head off, I discovered that his body was still squirming. Because I was afraid he would come back alive, I quickly used all the charms on me. I was very nervous and panicked at the time. It might have affected you. If she thought he'd attacked her, he was finished. His genuine fear made his performance flawless. Miss Bodyguard glanced at herself, then asked coolly, "What charm was it at the beginning?" "I bought a black ear at the gathering for £400. I was told that I could hear the voice of a great existence, and that if I was lucky enough, I would benefit greatly. If I was unlucky, I would die on the spot. Back then, I couldn't get a bodyguard, and since I was in such danger, I could only take the gamble. The result was pretty good," Klein replied, absolutely truthfully. "When I heard the voice of the great existence, that black ear shattered by itself and turned into such a charm." Her gaze swept over him. Silence stretched. Then she nodded. "You'd better find a psychiatrist. So I'm a potential lunatic now." She guessed it was a listener's relic and correctly assumed Rosago's spirituality was corrupted. That explained why Klein recovered faster. He looked like someone already touched by madness. He smirked. "Let's hurry up and clean up the scene. MI9 might come over to take a look." He pointed at Rosago's headless body. Putting on gloves, he searched the corpse and found a few paper figurines, some herbal supplies, over £10 in cash, and a strange orange paper. Symbols of the sun, a warm glow. It felt serene to hold. "What is this?" he asked aloud. Unnoticed, Miss Bodyguard floated behind him. A mystical object corresponding to a notary. Notary? Klein was briefly surprised. Rosago had worked in Intis, believers in the eternal blazing sun. That deity was also the god of deeds. This could be a barred pathway item. Sequence 6 or 5. If the notarization is valid, the Beyonder powers will be temporarily enhanced. If the notarization is fake, the Beyonder powers will be forcefully dispersed. Just then, an eerie glow emerged from Rosago's body and brain mush. The light condensed into a black, pupilless eye. "Then, what is this?" Klein asked, pretending not to know. "Something worthless," Miss Bodyguard said. "Worthless," he frowned. He understood. Rosago hadn't lost control but was tainted by the true creator, so the Beyonder characteristic left behind wasn't usable. It was poison. Miss Bodyguard confirmed quietly, "It has been contaminated by an evil god. It has no value anymore. If it were valuable, he might even worry she'd silence him to take it." Klein pointed to the corpse. "These are our common spoils of war. We'll each pick a few. You first." Miss Bodyguard glanced at him, then silently took the notary document. Just as expected. Klein, with a cigarette case in hand, bent down and picked up the black eye. Chapter 252. Epilogue. As Klein's fingers touched the black eye, a wave of illusory sounds surged through his ears, followed by searing pain. At the same time, his vision changed. Countless thin black threads extended from both himself and Miss Bodyguard, stretching infinitely into the void. It was the kind of sight that would terrify anyone with trypophobia. Unable to withstand the corruption, Klein hurriedly sealed the black eye in the iron cigarette case. The discomfort vanished instantly. Only then did he reflect. Is this the essence of a marionettist's powers? Seeing and controlling the threads between body and spirit? Unfortunately, the contamination was too severe for it to be used. Attempting to purify it above the grey fog would mean a second direct provocation of the true creator. One he might respond to personally. Klein wasn't ready for that risk. After Miss Bodyguard picked the paper figurines and other ingredients, Klein collected the £13, 5 soldi and 8 pence scattered nearby. Glancing at Rosago's headless body, he said with a sigh, "Let's clean up the scene." "Let me do it," Miss Bodyguard replied calmly. Klein froze in surprise. She floated to the corpse, crouched down, and then slowly sank into it. The blood and fragments flowed back, reassembling a head riddled with spiderweb cracks, like a grotesque shattered doll. It still contained blood, brains, and the bullet. The horror of it made Klein instinctively step back. Then, to his amazement, Rosago's repaired corpse picked up the police cap and neatly covered its face. The scene was now spotless, cleaned with chilling professionalism. As the reanimated body lumbered to the door, Klein quickly warned, "Don't take a carriage or walk in brightly lit places." It'd cause chaos. Miss Bodyguard ignored him. Suddenly realizing something, Klein added, "On the way back, go to the Rice police station, Sergeant Vaccines' home, or around Minsk Street to find Rosago's original clothes." Rosago had shown up in uniform, but Faceless powers couldn't alter clothing. If the police found his original clothes nearby and saw that Klein wasn't injured, things could escalate quickly. After all, hiring an illegal powerhouse for £1,000 wasn't exactly low profile. Before he could act further, the corpse paused and replied in a rusty voice, "I know." "Ah, right." Her semi-spiritual state allowed her to tap into the spirit world instinctively, her own form of divination. Klein handed her the cartridge case and watched the corpse leave, even closing the door politely. "My spoil of war is a contaminated characteristic. No one can divine it. Even if they tried, they'd sense danger and stop." Klein sat down, still shaken. The entire fight had lasted less than a minute, but its danger had only been second to the battle with Megos and her unborn child. Even with Miss Bodyguard and the language of foulness, Rosago had nearly taken control of him instantly. The marionettist's abilities were terrifying. According to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, Rosago's corpse should contain everything from sequences 9 through 5. If not for the corruption, that characteristic could allow someone to jump straight to sequence 5, though such leapfrogging was long abandoned as too dangerous. Advancing step by step had been tested through generations. If Klein could one day purify Rosago's characteristic, it would become a resource for advancing from sequence 6 to 5, gaining strength just like the captain had. Klein pinched his brow, shifting his thoughts. Rosago's presence likely meant the struggle over the Hilmuswin manuscript had ended. Could he have run out of charms fighting someone else? Maybe his timing was meant to divert attention. MI9 probably hadn't expected him to retaliate so boldly, which might explain why Klein wasn't being monitored. Rosago was clearly acting on Bakerland's orders. Once Rosago was gone, the only threat remaining was Bakerland himself. Tonight, amid the chaos of the manuscript battle, was the perfect time to strike. Klein felt sure that whoever planned to kill Bakerland would act now. He took out his coin and divined, "Bakerland is already dead." Ding! The coin landed heads up. The assassination succeeded? Klein exhaled deeply, his nerves finally relaxing. Without Rosago to interfere, he trusted the result. It was over at last. He leaned back, eyes drifting toward the crimson moon. At the Intis Republic Embassy, 2 military officers examined Bakerland's corpse. The others had gone out, chasing shadows. "There's severe lung damage, a fatal blow far stronger than anything I've seen from a sequence 5, one murmured. The other noted the traces of blood magic on the bed and floor, the absence of signs on the walls, and the layered use of different Beyonder powers. "It suggests 4 unconnected sources." They both said "Shepherd" in unison. "Or a team of 4, but if that's the case, how did they all get in undetected?" one asked. The other hesitated. "There's another sequence I've heard of, Scribe. I don't know the pathway or affiliation. Still, the prime suspect is the Aurora Order," the first one said. "Let's start with the woman who seduced the ambassador. Damn it, Lone won't let us investigate." "They're lunatics. Deserve to be fucked by donkeys," the second muttered bitterly. They were definitely getting blamed for this. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein acted as if nothing had happened. Exhausted, he flipped through the papers. After 20 minutes, Miss Bodyguard appeared at the oriel window. "Is it done?" he asked instinctively. She gave a slight nod. "Thank you for your protection. This matter ends here," Klein said. "I'll pay you the remaining £900 in 2 days. As you know, there's a withdrawal limit, or should I hand it over to Marek? Just give it to me. I promise to protect you for 3 days, not just once." "Lady, you're really contract abiding. Wait, are you coming with me tomorrow to catch adulterers? Well, today's Thursday, so this ends by Sunday. At least it won't clash with the tarot gathering. Klein rubbed his forehead. All right, how should I address you? You don't need to know. She bowed slightly and vanished from the window. Chapter 253, Night Thoughts. She really has quite the character. Klein smiled in response to Miss Bodyguard's reply, a very obvious smile. Yes, to be able to fend off Rosago, a marionettist, for even a short seesaw battle, she's most likely a Sequence 5 Beyonder. What pathway does she belong to? What potion name does she have? Her state is unique. Without her, I wouldn't have had the chance to use the language of foulness. Klein picked up the newspaper beside him, but was actually lost in thought. His mind returned to the contaminated Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago. It shimmered with intense spirituality, probably impossible to conceal with just the iron cigarette case. Under spirit vision, it might be detected. Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and looked at his pocket. Faint, colourful lustres glimmered within the case, but it was weak and blended with his own aura, making it hard to detect. That's right. Only a high-sequence Beyonder can identify it despite 2 layers of interference. No wonder materials like herbal powders and essential oils are kept in metal bottles, not wood. Spirituality passes through wood and reveals aura colors to the perceptive. Klein realized how mysticism's details tied into the rules he'd blindly followed before. Now, everything made sense. After ensuring nothing was amiss, Klein put down the newspapers and went upstairs. He'd planned to fully relax with a bath, but the strange presence of Miss Bodyguard in his home made him uneasy. Instead, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and soaked his feet in hot water. Back in his bedroom, he took off his coat, hid his belongings, and collapsed on the bed. Exhaustion and tense nerves prevented him from falling asleep quickly. Opening his eyes to the crimson moonlight on the ceiling, Klein didn't seek cogitation's help to sleep. Instead, his thoughts drifted aimlessly, like a horse without reins. As his mind wandered, he spotted a problem. Too many coincidences since arriving in Tinjin City, and how it linked to sealed artifact 08. My second case after arriving in Backland gave me 3 new potion formulas. Too much of a coincidence? Though the divination said Backland contains the opportunities for me to become powerful, this progress felt too fast and simple. Not simple in difficulty, but in twists and complexity. This case was difficult and dangerous, but lacked complexity. I expected to gather information on the secret order through Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, Miss Shio, and her companion. After many twists, I'd eventually get the formulas, at least 3 months. Instead, I succeeded in less than 3 weeks. Could this be arranged by someone else? Yes, the Intis Republic's link to the secret order isn't coincidence. Emperor Roselle's diary confirms this circumstantially. The abilities of the seer and faceless pathways suit intelligence work. It's reasonable for a mid-sequence Beyonder like Rosago to be Bakerland's assistant. Not a coincidence. The ambassador's revenge attempt likely aimed to divert attention. Sending Rosago, who could succeed and escape easily, was a low-risk choice. Expected. Ian looking for new detectives in the papers after old ones refused to track Zriel was normal. I was probably the only new detective advertising on the Backland Bulletin. As I thought before, Mersault was too rash, and disguising myself usually attracts attention, so I avoided it. These fit the personalities involved, but that's not the main point. It doesn't explain how my second case involved a mid-sequence seer Beyonder. Is this fate? Doesn't feel right. After transmigrating, my first and second cases involved the seer pathway. Could this be 008's doing? The Antigonus family's notebook corrupted the misfortune cloth puppet and showed me the complicated vertical eye symbol tied to their treasure. With their bloodline ended, it saw me, a seer survivor who interacted with it, as inheritor. That seemed trivial. What if I'm a devout Evernite goddess believer? I guessed, but didn't confirm. The Antigonus treasure clearly links to the seer pathway. Why did I transmigrate? Why Klein's body? He was forced into suicide by the Antigonus notebook, which ties to the seer pathway. Roselle's diary mentioned regretting not choosing apprentice, marauder, or seer. More coincidences. Overall, except for 008's parts, everything looks messy, not consciously arranged. More like a passive, mutual attraction with breaks. I attract seer-related things and am attracted to them in turn. odd. This attraction even influences fate, blinding Mr. Azik? Do I have some strange characteristic? One that limits my resurrections? With that, Klein wanted to go above the grey fog for divination, but stopped. Miss Bodyguard might be watching through the mirror, and his greatest trait is the mysterious space above the grey fog itself. Divining it would be pointless. For now, no signs of manipulation. Pure attraction is acceptable. I've chosen a beyonder pathway and can't change until sequence 4, so I'll take it step by step. I should avoid Hornassus mountain range and the Antigonus treasure, though I have a feeling I'll regret saying that later. Klein chuckled dryly as exhaustion overcame him and his eyelids closed. His last thought before sleep: I should join more beyonder gatherings and gather ingredients for magician through Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, and the Sun. I wouldn't refuse anything for Faceless. Also, I should get mystical items with fewer side effects. Before my digestion and growth, I need life preservation. Besides that, investing, taking jobs, saving money, and tracking down Lenivus for revenge can be practice. Those were Klein's future plans. At 7 in the morning, gloomy and hazy outside, Klein woke up and walked to the door. Passing the full-length mirror, he saw Miss Bodyguard standing there, wearing her black bonnet and pale face. Her voice slipped through the glass ethereally. Someone from MI9 came last night. Expected. The police came late, but thankfully. Klein smiled and asked, they didn't find anything, right? No, Miss Bodyguard's figure faded into the mirror. Her ability is powerful. Even spirit vision can't detect her. Maybe she can be found via Rosago's beyonder threads? Klein's mind churned as he returned to bed and took out the iron cigarette case from under his pillow. As he touched it, a bone-chilling cold swept over his neck. His hairs stood, his body trembled. Pow! His hand loosened and the cigarette case fell. A warning from Miss Bodyguard. Klein laughed dryly, pretending nothing happened, and stuffed it back in his pocket. After washing and dressing, Klein went downstairs and fetched newspapers from his mailbox. Opening the Tussock Times, he read the headline, Inti's ambassador to Backland murdered. Terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claims responsibility. The result came quickly. Why would the Aurora Order claim responsibility for a simple job? Terror groups need to show off their stature to attract fresh blood and support their secret preachings. Mr. A must be a shepherd. The article detailed the Aurora Order's assault on Ambassador Bakerland. A letter claiming responsibility was left behind. The reporter introduced the Aurora Order and their illegal crimes, skyrocketing their infamy beyond most secret organizations. Anyway, it's over. Klein exhaled and looked out at the thin mist and drizzle. Shouldn't such moments be bright and sunny? Klein laughed at himself. And now, he had to go out and catch some adulterers. Chapter 254, Various Parties in Empress Borough. Inside the opulent villa of Count Hall, Audrey sat at breakfast with a white napkin covering her. A dining maidservant cut her a piece of bacon, laid out 2 fully fried eggs, spread fruit jam on soft bread, and added sauce to grilled mushrooms. In a true noble family, maidservants were divided into many categories. Apart from personal maids, there were bedroom maids, study room maids, activity room maids, guest room maids, dressing maids, shoe maids, jewelry maids, dining maids, laundry maids, and kitchen maids, each strictly assigned one task. Though wasteful, propriety was everything to nobles. Unless drowning in debt, they would never lower such standards. Audrey sipped the brownish-red tea, the faint scent of malt and rose lingering. Her father, Count Hall, a powerful banker and member of Parliament in the House of Lords, muttered as he held a newspaper. The Aurora Order is really crazy. Aurora Order, Audrey blinked. What did they do? Oh, baby, you don't want to know. They assassinated the Inti's ambassador, Bakerland. It does them no good. Count Hall shook his head while flipping pages. Audrey's elder brother, Hibbert Hall, swallowed grilled mushrooms and offered his opinion. Perhaps they want to destroy the relationship between the kingdom and Intis and let war spread from the colonies to the northern continent. Hibbert's handsome face and bright golden hair looked like a classical sculpture from any angle. No, if that were the case, they wouldn't leave so much obvious evidence. Besides, the kingdom has many new policies that need time to stabilize, so no rash war will start. What happened last night was reported in the newspaper this morning, and the details about the murderer explain the thoughts of His Majesty and the ministers. Count Hall directed his son. Audrey listened in a daze before realizing what had happened. Bakerland has been assassinated? Mr. A succeeded? He really is from the Aurora Order? The reason he openly exposed that it was the Aurora Order was to prove he completed the task and didn't cheat me? Too fast and efficient. I paid the first sum yesterday afternoon. Now I hear the result. A good result. Audrey felt astonished and delighted. Uncontrollable joy mingled with instinctive fear. The mission entrusted by Mr. Fool's admirer had been accomplished so easily, yet the power and actions of Mr. A and the Aurora Order scared her. Thankfully, I talked with Viscount Glaint yesterday and arranged a loan. As a Viscount, he likely raised the money discreetly. I'll give Mr. A the remaining funds through Shio and Fours in 2 days. I can't afford to show my face or attend Mr. A's gathering for the next month or 2. Luckily, I have other circles. Audrey took a reserved bite of jam-slathered bread. As breakfast drew to a close, small cakes topped with cream, cherries, and strawberries were served. She felt a little smug as she calmed down. Mr. Hanged Man wanted to join the mission, but might only just have completed his initial assignment. It's already over. Serves him right to be at sea, Audrey thought, smiling. At Hillston Burrow, Shio and Fours stared silently at a newspaper for a long time. This was done by Mr. A, wasn't it? Shio looked shocked. Fours turned the stone bracelet on her wrist, dazed. Perhaps. I know about the Aurora Order, but I don't know if Mr. A is a member. He should be. We only gave him £2,000 yesterday. Who else would want to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland? Shio said uncertainly. Fours was silent, then sighed. Whether it was Mr. A or not, we still have to pay the remaining £8,000. No one can prove he didn't do it. If we want to stay in this circle, we can't renege on the debt. Anyway, we're not the ones paying, and we'll get £500 for the work. Shio brightened. The thing is, I always feel that finding Mr. A again would be dangerous, Fours said thoughtfully. I'll go alone to make the last payment. It'll be better for both of us. But, Shio hesitated. If you follow me, it'll affect my escape, Fours said, shaking her bracelet disdainfully. All right then, Shio replied, scratching her short blonde hair helplessly. While they fretted, a new message came from Mr. A on a private channel. Don't look for him, but deposit the rest of the money anonymously in separate banks. Shio and Fours breathed a sigh of relief. In a temple-sized basement, Mr. A knelt in darkness before a 3-meter statue of a man hanging upside down, legs chained, arms stretched horizontally like a cross. The statue had a giant's unique single vertical eye. A man in a black robe entered and reported humbly, Mr. A, I've already sent the news. Well done, Mr. A said without looking up. Why not investigate who commissioned this mission? The man asked. No need. Remember, this is a critical moment. We will cause chaos across the continent, attract attention and welcome the return of our Lord. Suddenly, Mr. A laughed, then began coughing violently, collapsing. Cough! Cough! He coughed blood-colored fragments that squirmed on the ground as if alive. The man in the black robe lowered his head, pretending not to notice. After some time, Mr. A calmed, crawled forward and licked the blood-colored fragments back into his mouth. 126 New Year's Street, Hillston Burrow. Klein relaxed and didn't tail Doragu Gale today. Instead, he chose his mistress, Erica Taylor. Adultery needed 2. The pretty blonde, intricately made up, arrived early at the Quillard Club by rental carriage. Klein carried a suitcase with a portable camera and disguises, following her inside. Are there any more rooms to rest in? Klein asked an elegant maid wearing the club's frost badge. The maid smiled politely. Yes, please follow the attendant upstairs. Klein nodded, following a red-vested attendant upstairs, arriving just as Erica entered a street-facing lounge. Do you want to see the passers-by on the street or the tennis court? The attendant asked. The street, Klein answered casually. Their rooms were separated by 2 doors, both facing the street. How to take the picture? Sneak in and hide? Climb outside on pipes? Neither concealed the flash well, but the latter could be disguised as a Vogue shot, though it risked detection. Use a charm to put them to sleep? No, it wouldn't be convincing. It had to be a picture of them doing the deed. One chance. It had to be right. Photography wasn't Klein's forte. Old Neil might conjure a ritual to hide the flash, but the goddess might not respond. Suddenly, ripples appeared on a silver mirror. Miss Bodyguard appeared. pale and regal in her black Gothic dress and hat. Her pale blonde hair framed delicate features. "Do you have any way of hiding the camera flash?" Klein asked. Before he finished, a transparent hand extended from the mirror. Miss Bodyguard emerged like a ghost, approached Klein and nodded. "Yes." She lowered herself and fused into the camera's lens. Klein's mouth opened slightly, shocked. He tested the camera. The flash was limited to its vicinity and the image was excellent. "Spectral camera," Klein joked. He took the camera to the window and waited. Soon, Doragu Gale arrived by carriage. Erica saw him and hurried downstairs. Klein used a tarot card to open her room and hid in a cupboard filled with sheets. The darkness reminded him of last night's terrifying marionettist Rosago. Last night was dangerous. Today he caught adulterers in the act. Life was marvelous. While Klein was making fun of himself, he heard the door open. Chapter 255, Photography Expert. Huddled in the cupboard, Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and detected two auras entering. "Erica, I brought you a present," a deep voice said as the door closed. As expected, he's a lone gentleman. Even in an affair, he's old-fashioned. If he were intis, he'd be shouting sweetheart or baby, Klein thought, smirking. Erica Taylor asked, surprised, "Let me guess, Fassman eye cream, face cream, or essence, or Lashini's?" Klein was stunned. "What even are those?" Doragu Gale took about 8 seconds to respond. "No, stockings." Since oil hadn't been discovered, no cheap chemical products existed. Silk stockings were luxury items. "Not bad, let me see." Erica's joy didn't fade. "I bought 5 pairs yesterday at Phillips, 30 soldi each," Doragu said proudly. "How expensive?" "That's expensive," Erica and Klein said together, one out loud, the other quietly. Benson had worked years earning £1.10 soldi weekly, about 30 soldi, the cost of a single pair. With that he supported his siblings and gave them a place to sleep. Skilled workers made about 20 soldi weekly. Klein clicked his tongue. "No, it's worth it. I even gave 5 soldi tip." Doragu's aura grew vivid. Klein guessed he'd removed his coat. "Then I'll try them," Erica said softly, suggestive. Watching this live porno with Miss Bodyguard here made Klein's mouth twitch. The red auras flared like flames, purple nearly red, wrapping green and orange. Listening to wheezing and low laughter, Klein tracked the couple's moves by aura shifts. Feeling done, Klein pushed open the cupboard door and peeked. Doragu and Erica were tangled, clothes half undone, moving intensely. Klein raised the spectral camera, aimed carefully, waiting for their faces. As they fell back on the bed, he snapped the perfect shot. The camera's click was muted, the flash confined to a small area, so no alarm. Lacking confidence, Klein took a few more shots, wanting options. He planned to give only one photo to avoid suspicion. A piece of underwear dropped. Breathing grew heavier as Klein grabbed his camera and rolled out of the cupboard, closing the door. He rolled to the lounge door, opened quietly, slipped into the corridor. Done. He sighed, bowed toward the bed, then returned to his lounge. The last £7 were near. Plus, he gained a Quelaag Club membership worth £50, board, lodging and entertainment included, more than its price. Without connections, he couldn't join, even with £100. The mission was simple, safe, and profitable. Klein sighed emotionally. Suddenly, a hand reached from the camera lens. Miss Bodyguard in black regal dress floated out, pale-faced. Remembering he'd led her to watch a porno, Klein shifted topic, embarrassed. "I'm heading to the cafeteria to eat. Want to come? Each member can bring one guest." He planned to step out briefly, then return. She replied neutrally, "I can go without eating for 2 weeks." She turned and vanished into the mirror. What is her sequence? Klein wondered, putting the camera away. He went to the bathroom, relieved himself, then checked his reflection. He hadn't shaved this morning. Stubble showed. Hair parted 3 to 7, gold-rimmed glasses on his face. He looked refined and mature. There's a difference from before. With more beard, I won't worry about recognition. Once I advance to sequence 6 Faceless, I won't fear anything. He checked his golden pocket watch, then left the bathroom with his suitcase for the cafeteria. Breakfast was served. Klein ordered a half-cooked double-sided fried egg, white bread, butter, desi pie, bacon, and Marquise black tea with lemon. While seeking a seat, he spotted a familiar face, Aaron Seris, the surgeon who'd recommended him. Aaron sat alone, sipping coffee, reading a newspaper. "Good morning, Dr. Seris," Klein greeted. Aaron nudged his glasses. "Just call me Aaron, Detective Moriarty. In return, you have to call me Sherlock. Klein sat. Any news? I left in a hurry and haven't read papers. The Intis ambassador was assassinated. The Aurora Order claimed responsibility. This world grows chaotic. Soon there'll be all-out war between the southern and northern continents, Aaron said. The war never stopped. We just enjoyed peace, Klein replied, finishing his egg. Too bad such an important case won't hire private detectives like us. Aaron flipped pages. This isn't our concern. The Houses of Lords and Commons will soon pass motions. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill, the Atmospheric Pollution Council's establishment, and the Independent Alkaline Industry Inspector. The last two tackle pollution. Finally, they're paying attention. The hospital's pulmonary cases rise. Has it passed? I wonder how Benson's plans are. Will my death affect it? Klein smiled. That's good news. To Mary, very good. She hopes to make herself or Daragu a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. She's got a better chance, no commercial ties, and she's a devotee of the goddess. Plus, balance is needed in any organization. Aaron mentioned Klein's employer. I told her to frequent the club. Many MPs are members. In Lone, Commons MPs mostly came from wealthy nobles and professionals. Doctors, lawyers, priests, teachers, scientists, accountants. The Quelaag Club targeted middle-class professionals, regardless of politics. Klein didn't know much about this, so he changed the subject. Aaron, it's Friday. Don't you need to return to the hospital? No. I'm on leave. Things have been terrible lately. Aaron frowned. What happened? Klein sipped tea. Since Bakerland's assassination and Rosago's body discarded far away, Klein was concerned about after effects and his disguise's flaws. He avoided difficult missions, preferring simple, well-paying ones. Aaron sighed. I've been unlucky, several failed surgeries. Luckily, no serious harm, else my license would be revoked. Though deaths from surgeons were common, penalties were harsh for negligence. Well, I can't help much. Actually, I know a luck ritual, but it sends you above a grey fog. Klein lowered his head and nibbled bread. After breakfast, Klein said goodbye, withdrew £500, gave £300 to Miss Bodyguard, and returned home. While waiting for photo development, he hoped for simple missions, but none came. In the evening, Klein prepared to head out again his target, Braveheart's Bar. With Miss Bodyguard's presence, he hoped to connect with more Beyonders. Chapter 256, Meeting the Apothecary Again. Before leaving the house, Klein tossed a coin to see if it would be unbeneficial for him to visit the Braveheart's Bar that day. After receiving a negative result, he whispered into the air, "Is someone monitoring me today?" A few seconds later, Miss Bodyguard's ethereal voice sounded behind him. No. Klein glanced back but couldn't find her. His attention quickly returned to the answer he had received, and he snickered internally. MI9 isn't even considering me a suspect. After confirming Rosago hasn't been after me, they've completely forgotten about me. Should I feel honored or insulted? A detective searching for cats couldn't be linked to an ambassador's assassination or taking down a Sequence 5 expert. And MI9's been monitoring me for so long. It's clear I can't harm anyone of importance. With that, Klein donned his half-top hat, took his silver-inlaid cane, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. He spent 2 solli on a carriage to Braveheart's Bar on Iron Gate Street, Backland Bridge. He entered as a regular, past the drunkards cheering around the boxing ring, and tapped the bar counter. 1 glass of Southville beer. The bartender glanced up. Kaspar's is in card room 3. Klein smiled, slid 5 copper pennies across the counter, then carried his beer and walked through the loud, smelly crowd to knock on card room 3's door. Kaspar's, the black market arms dealer with a massive scar across his face, was playing Texas poker. Cash and coins piled high in front of him. When he saw Klein, Kaspar's twitched his red nose and said casually, "I don't like chips. They don't feel real. It's the cash's texture and the weight of the coins that gets me. It's like fucking women." After speaking, Kaspar's frowned. "What are you doing here again?" Klein didn't answer immediately but gestured to speak outside. "Let's talk outside." "Damn it, I was going to clean them up with this hand. Bullshit, I'm folding." Kaspar's tossed his cards aside, walked to the door and muttered, "You'd better have a good reason." Outside, Klein spoke in a low voice. "When's the next gathering?" "Same as the last one." Kaspar's raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you made a deal with Marek?" "It's not about bodyguards. I've become very interested." Klein replied honestly. Kaspers hesitated. There's a gathering tonight. Same organizer. But you'll need to wait half an hour. I'll let them know. After your reputation last time, it should be fine. Klein reached for the bills in his pocket. No problem, I'll pay. Kaspers smiled. Just £1 this time. It's worth it, Klein smirked as he handed over the money. After paying, Klein sat down sipping his beer and watching the boxing match. I could beat them both and take them down at the same time, Klein thought, casually. About 10 minutes later, Kaspers returned, glanced around and whispered. They agreed. We'll head there after half an hour. Don't forget your mask, Kaspers added. Klein nodded, drinking slower to finish his beer. The journey was the same as last time. The house was dark. Klein donned his iron half-mask as Kaspers knocked in a rhythmic pattern on the door. The knocking was different this time. Klein listened closely, noting the subtle change. A small plank opened, and a pair of eyes peeked out. After the usual steps, Klein put on his hooded robe, hiding his face. Inside, the room was dim, with a flickering candle. Klein chose a seat, no longer feeling the tension he had before. The cold breeze on his neck confirmed Miss Bodyguard's silent presence. Listening to the conversation, Klein quickly deduced that no Sequence 5 experts were in the room, and perhaps not even Sequence 6. Soon, the apothecary, half his face exposed, raised his hand and spoke. Black Snake has apparently died in the sewers. Those beasts are still rampant. Klein was taken aback. Black Snake? The man who had sold him the listener remains? He had helped create the language of foulness and was suspected to be from the Aurora Order. His strength was notable, yet he died clearing beasts in the sewers. Klein frowned. Something about this felt off. He remembered hearing thumping sounds when he found Zriel's corpse in the sewers, far from here. Was there a connection? The news of Black Snake's death spread quickly and whispers filled the room. A sense of fear spread through the group. The apothecary clapped his hands. So what should I do? A tense silence followed. Klein spoke up. If I were you, I'd give up on the herbs and never return. Why? The herbs are almost ready, and the beasts in the depths rarely come out, the apothecary said uncertainly. Klein lowered his voice. Black Snake had an organization backing him. His death would have triggered an investigation. You don't want to be involved with them, do you? The apothecary nodded, as if he had made up his mind. Klein added, I'd even report this to the police, anonymously. The room reacted with shock. What? Klein explained. If those beasts killed Black Snake, they're dangerous. If a catastrophe happens, we could all be in danger. The best move is to report it to the police and let them handle it. That way, we avoid the risks and get the benefit. Eye of Wisdom, an older gentleman, applauded. Such a great idea. We're afraid of official beyonders, but we can make use of them. We don't have to handle everything ourselves. Klein smiled internally. Lampooning them was easy. Klein stayed quiet as the deals went on around him, observing the transactions with no interest. He decided not to announce the Beyonder ingredients he needed just yet, planning to observe the group a bit longer. The minutes stretched on. Eye of Wisdom began arranging the exits, leading people out at intervals. Klein was the first to leave last time, so he hadn't seen this process before. After some time, only 3 people remained, Eye of Wisdom, Klein, and the apothecary. Eye of Wisdom chuckled. Looks like you're quite lucky. Klein smiled. Yes, my bet paid off. The apothecary stared at him, then asked, Do you have another mystical charm that affects luck? I thought you were a goner. Klein tactfully responded, Maybe I'm just lucky. Eye of Wisdom sighed. Don't bet on luck too often. One loss could doom you. I know, Klein said casually. That's why I came to see if I could buy something useful. I'm just like all of you now. Same, the apothecary sighed. I should have listened to my teacher. Klein's heart skipped. Teacher? Why do you say that? The apothecary straightened up. My teacher told me to choose a lucky path, but I ended up as a medicine maker, still searching for potion ingredients after 2 years. I envy your luck. Klein smiled. What made you choose this path? The apothecary sat up straight. It's a man's choice. After realizing I could enhance my abilities with medicine, I chose this path without hesitation. Chapter 257, 2081. What a godlike reason. After hearing the apothecary's answer, Klein couldn't control the changes in his expression despite being a clown. Fortunately, he wore an iron mask over his face. The apothecary didn't notice Klein and Eye of Wisdom's reactions and began to let his hair down. That's why I really like Backlund. There are a lot of prostitutes prowling the streets, hanging outside music halls, theaters, waiting in the streets and alleys. They're either professionals or working part-time. They were originally maidservants or workers, each with different flavors. It's said that in places in the West Borough, bankrupt aristocratic ladies might occasionally appear. That's really something to look forward to. Klein nudged the iron mask covering his face upwards and quickly changed the topic. Did your teacher have any objections to your choice? The apothecary shook his head slightly. No, he just kicked me out of the damn door after teaching me all the knowledge in herbs, telling me to roam the world and experience life. Damn it, he didn't even tell me where to find the next potion ingredients. At this point, the apothecary looked at Klein and added, if you know where to obtain Spring of the Elves marrow crystals, please do tell me. I'll pay you for it. Of course, you can also first buy it and then sell it to me for a higher price. You're a lucky guy. Who knows, you might help fulfill my wish. All right, Klein casually agreed, then asked thoughtfully, when that happens, can I use it to exchange for the potion formula for apothecary? From his point of view, an apothecary was very useful support. He could groom helpers with one. The apothecary, who wasn't too fat, quickly shook his head. No way. I can only teach my students. Is this a rule of the life school of thought? Maybe an oath with some secret witness. Klein wasn't surprised. At this moment the apothecary laughed. But I can tell you where to get the apothecary formula. It's right here in Backlund. Brilliant. Klein was pleasantly surprised. Realizing Eye of Wisdom was about to send him off, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Apothecary, do you have any medication to treat mental disorders and other problems? Klein acted for Miss Bodyguard, wanting to reassure her since she'd been slightly influenced by the true creator and could become a lunatic. He desperately sought a cure. Yes, there's a sedative, 10 soldi for one. I'll bring you 4 at the next gathering. Trust me, this is definitely more useful than hospital ones. I added some materials with spirituality, the apothecary replied without hesitation. How expensive? In Tingen's underground market, sedatives from hospitals ranged 1 to 2 soldi, while varieties leaking from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind ranged 4 to 5 soldi. Thinking this, Klein put on a show, looked at Eye of Wisdom and said, Dear sir, may I attend the next gathering? Yes, your last 2 performances prove your goodwill. Young lad, watch the Backlund Morning Post daily. When there's an advertisement for the Ernst firm on the 5th page, it means a meeting here at 8 o'clock the next evening. The strength and frequency of knocking are based on the prices listed. The first number is heavy strikes, the second number is light strikes, the third number is long pauses, the fourth is short pauses. The rest are meaningless, Eye of Wisdom said with a nod. After describing, he sighed. The lives of Beyonders who are neither official nor in organizations aren't as nice as you imagine. We must keep secrets, avoid officials, and stay cautious at all times. On the other hand, we fight the risk of losing control and madness. Too many of us have died because of those 2 matters. Even if we evade officials and avoid madness, we fall into lacking ingredients and knowledge. I organized this gathering to help each other. Unfortunately, it's an era of scarce mysteries. Many Beyonder ingredients are rarely seen. Yes, but I have Mr. Hangman who knows primitive island coordinates, and City of Silver's the sun fighting monsters in the darkness. I can rely on them for some Beyonder ingredients. Klein bowed politely to Eye of Wisdom. Your character is admirable. After sitting down, Klein remembered something and asked after deliberation, Gentlemen, do you have any mystical items? Like what Black Snake sold me, but without serious negative effects. I want some ability to protect myself. His plan, find something interesting, check the price, then decide on a target. Though he had no money now, maybe in the future. Can I inquire prices without money? Klein silently thought. The apothecary spread his hands, he had none and wouldn't sell even if he did. Eye of Wisdom chuckled. I have some, but I don't know what you want. Give me a price range. Some. He's probably a savant pathway beyonder relying on external items. Klein didn't hide envy. Something stronger than me, not to improve combat skills, best if it has mystical powers. He kept details vague to maintain his newcomer image. Eye of Wisdom smiled. I have an item fitting your requirements. Its former code name was 2081. 2081? Klein asked, puzzled. His puzzlement was a disguise. Inside he was shocked. Is this a sealed artifact leaked from the Chanis Gate of the Church of the Evernite Goddess? Klein didn't expect a familiar code name here. Eye of Wisdom explained casually. Many mystical items have obvious side effects causing harm. So, 7 Orthodox churches seek and seal them as sealed artifacts, using numbered code names. After debates, they formed a naming convention. Danger grade 0, 1, 2, and 3. 0 is most dangerous. Some can destroy countries or even the world. The 7 churches exchange info on grade 0 and 1, sharing possession lists, so codenames for 0 and 1 don't repeat. Grade 2 and 3 are assigned by each church, so codenames can overlap. Klein knew the General Nighthawk's info, but puzzled. Information on grade 0 and 1 is exchanged? Wouldn't that reveal major secrets? The other churches would know hidden cards. Maybe it's strategic deterrence to avoid direct conflict. Klein thought. Yes, though I can't explain why it happened. Legend says during the 4th or 5th epoch the 7 churches agreed, Eye of Wisdom said calmly. My 2081 came from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It lets you understand and comprehend many things. Even enemies beyond our powers can be identified rapidly, letting me know strengths and weaknesses. I might mimic them. The stronger the opponent, the higher failure chance. Even success results differ greatly. That sounds strong. Knowledge is power? Could omniscience equal omnipotence? Maybe old Mr. Eye of Wisdom isn't an appraiser but relies on 2081. Klein clicked tongue silently. So, how much to buy it? What flaws does it have? It keeps your mind churning at high speeds. Exceed the time limit, you become a retard. Eye of Wisdom said simply, not elaborating. The apothecary muttered, perhaps your brain is already damaged. You keep talking about your collection. Sooner or later someone will rob and kill you. Sir, your persuasions are always so repugnant. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Eye of Wisdom laughed. How do you know I'm not saying it to make greedy people attack me? Yes, like the entrapment law Emperor Roselle described. After laughing, he sighed, patting his sofa's armrest. As a collector, it's excruciating not flaunting my collection. Then he looked at Klein. I'm sorry, 2081 isn't for sale. It's my best collection. I spent £6,800 to buy it. Sealed artifacts at this level cost £4,000 to £20,000 based on effects and side effects. Most can't be bought with money. Then why say so much? Klein controlled a twitch. Sensing his reaction, Eye of Wisdom chuckled. What I recommend are 2 items. One is a brooch. It wards off and purifies spirits and lets you use some sun domain spells. The flaw? While wearing it, you never feel coolness, stuck in warm southern summer forever. The other is a hat that changes shapes. Wearing it lets you move underwater freely for half an hour and use some water or wind domain spells. The flaw? You'll crave water, weakening gradually on land. Prices range £1,500 to £3,500. Even if you raise the price, they may not be for sale since they rarely appear. Took me over 30 years to collect a few. Klein nodded. I'll think about it and decide at the next gathering. He smiled deliberately. Besides, I don't have that much money right now. Chapter 258. Murder Case. The concrete road was dirty from rain. 2 gas lamps as tall as a man cast a bright but misty light. A rental carriage passed through the night, pedestrians wearing hats or holding umbrellas. Klein leaned against a wall, admiring Backlund's evening streets. Suddenly the temperature inside the carriage dropped sharply. A cold, gloomy wind swirled around him. He turned and saw Miss Bodyguard sitting across, dressed in a black Gothic regal dress. That Eye of Wisdom sensed my presence. Klein nodded. He has several mystical items. Perhaps he sensed you because of them. I even suspect that he has an organization behind him. It was nearly impossible for the Eye of Wisdom to have collected several powerful mystical items alone in 30 years. Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos, a great pirate admiral, had only one, Creeping Hunger. Maybe the admiral was selective. The Eye of Wisdom must have good reasons for his collection. He spared no expense to acquire suitable items, like having a gold mine or running a bank, Klein thought silently. He didn't mention his guess that Eye of Wisdom might be linked to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, fearing he'd reveal he wasn't a new Beyonder. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly. Suddenly she frowned at the opposite window. A rich smell of blood. Klein turned and saw a secluded alley in the drizzle. Near the alley's mouth lay a woman in a gorgeous dress on the ground. A pedestrian passed and screamed suddenly. The horse startled. The driver slowed the carriage. Under the gas lamp's glow, Klein saw the woman's pale face and a deep gash in her stomach, her organs hollowed out, blood pooled thick and crimson. As a former Nighthawk, Klein thought of similar cases, often related to devil worship. The Blood Sanctify sect, from the Fourth Epoch, was a loose alliance of devil clans, Noise and Dariel and Beria. They weren't subordinate but spread devil worship through murder. Back in Tingyan, the Nighthawk's accountant Mrs. Oriana was once attacked but saved. Not all similar cases were theirs, some imitated them. It looks like it was done by the Blood Sanctify sect, Miss Bodyguard whispered, then vanished without waiting for Klein's reaction. The carriage passed the crime scene. Police had arrived. Klein stayed on, acting like a passing citizen. Yes, citizen Mr. Moriarty. The Blood Sanctify sect follows the criminal or devil pathway. After Sequence 7, Beyonders turn demonic under certain conditions. Sequence 9 criminals have strong bodies, keen instincts, and many abilities, but still have conscience. Sequence 8, called cold-blooded or unwinged angel, means losing conscience, indulging evil desires, gaining inhuman forms and some devil magic. Sequence 7, serial killers know devil worship rituals and please the devil with serial murders. Klein didn't know beyond that. These thoughts flickered as rain thickened and blurred the world. What's the point of thinking so much? Klein told himself. Beyonder squads like mandated Punishers or Nighthawks would handle it. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein forgot the murder and knocked on the Sammers' door, asking Mrs. Stellan to tell Mary to come for the evidence tomorrow. After washing up, he read newspapers to catch Backlund's news. Saturday morning, Klein ate breakfast slowly and picked up developed photos, selecting the best showing Doragu Gale's and Erica Taylor's passionate faces. He went to Rice Police Station before Mary's arrival and reclaimed £10 bail money. Seeing Sergeant Fuxine in person made him uneasy. After withdrawing £500 cash, Klein finished a busy morning. Before lunch, he gave £600 to Miss Bodyguard, leaving himself £146, 8 solly and 5 pence. Other than Miss Justice, no debts. Klein thought as he cooked a T-bone steak with black pepper sauce. Just as he enjoyed his steak, the doorbell rang sharply. Mrs. Mary? Isn't this too early? Klein said, puzzled, setting down his fork and walking to the door. He saw the visitor in his mind's eye, an old-fashioned gentleman in a light grey overcoat, silk top hat, holding a black and gold cane. His sharp blue eyes contrasted with deep wrinkles and streaks of white at his temples. May I know who you're looking for? Klein asked. The old gentleman spoke with a thick mid-Seashire accent. Are you Sherlock, Detective Moriarty? Do you have something you wish to entrust to me? Klein nodded, stepping aside to lead him in. After a brief pause, Klein asked, Would you like coffee or tea? A cup of hot water, please. The man removed his hat and sat. Very well, simple enough. Klein thought about getting an assistant to serve tea and clean. He rinsed the glass and brought hot water. Sitting on the sofa, Klein folded his hands. How may I address you? Millet Carter, the man said simply. Mr. Carter, what would you like to entrust me with? Klein asked directly. He discreetly activated spirit vision to observe Carter. The man was mostly healthy, but had discolored joints in his left leg, probably arthritis. His emotions were calm with a hint of anxiety. Carter rubbed his nose bridge. The thing is, I've bought a house on William Street. I come from mid-Seashire and will live in Backland permanently. Klein tried to place William Street, relying on his limited time in Backland. Carter continued. Rumour says the house was owned by a bankrupt viscount 2 or 3 decades ago. After changing hands several times, I bought it. I planned modern renovations, but found a secret door in the basement leading to a large underground structure. Worried it's unsafe, I stopped construction and forbade workers and servants from exploring. I hope you can help confirm the situation. Underground structure, ancient ruins, treasure? Klein thought, why didn't you call the police? The police can mobilize far more resources than a private detective. Their results would be more reliable. Carter rubbed his nose bridge again. I don't want too many people to know, especially the government. If it's safe, I want to incorporate the underground structure into the renovations. I know it's risky for you and will pay £50. No more than 3 assistants. I can compensate later. £50 was high pay, 2 or 3 months for an average detective. Carter was new and likely found Klein via newspapers. Klein hesitated. Let me think about it. He smiled apologetically and pointed behind him. I need to use the bathroom. Carter nodded, sipping hot water. In the bathroom, Klein looked in the mirror and took out a copper penny. With Miss Bodyguard nearby, he couldn't confirm through the grey fog and relied on his divination. I should accept this commission. He flicked the coin 7 times, chanting silently. Thud. The coin landed, King's portrait up, positive. Klein whispered into the air, What does your intuition tell you? Miss Bodyguard's figure appeared in the mirror, expressionless. There's a certain amount of danger, but it's not great. Very good. Klein put away the coin, washed his hands and returned. Smiling, he said, I'll take this commission. Chapter 259, Underground Structure. After signing a contract with Millet Carter and receiving £10 in advance, Klein didn't rush to Williams Street. Instead, he scheduled the exploration for 4 in the afternoon. Millet understood. Alone, Detective Moriarty needed help to carry out such an investigation. Once the old gentleman left, Klein returned to the dining table and devoured his cold steak. Seriously, doesn't he need to eat lunch? Why pick such an odd time to come? Klein thought, bitterly cleaning up afterward. At 2 o'clock, Mrs. Mary arrived as scheduled. Her eyes were red and puffy, her face gloomy. Stellan Sammer accompanied her silently. Klein handed her an envelope containing his carefully chosen photo. Madam, please confirm it. Mary paused briefly, then drew a slow breath. She pulled out the photo and examined it carefully. Excellent. Very excellent. You're the most efficient and responsible detective I've ever met. I'm honored to introduce you as a member of the Quillard Club. This is the remaining £7 for the payment. You deserve it. She took a wallet from her handbag and counted out a £5 note and 2 £1 notes. Without waiting for a response, she quickly stuffed the photo back into the envelope, placed it in her handbag and abruptly left. Tap, tap, tap. Her buttonless boots made hurried sounds on the floor as she stomped away, Stellan struggling to keep pace. Mary nearly stumbled as she opened the door but was caught by Stellan. This episode visibly slowed Mary down. She seemed calmer. Madam, you forgot the portable camera. I'll give it to Mrs. Sammer later and she'll bring it to you. Klein silently observed, shaking his head. He went upstairs, took a nap, and woke comfortably to the nearby church's bell chimes. Klein had already checked the map. William Street lay on the border of West and Empress boroughs, a residential area in Backland's heart. Houses in West and Hilston boroughs cost around £2,500. Millet Carter's former Viscount property near Empress Borough was sizable and surely cost at least £3,500, possibly £5,000, enough to buy a decent mystical item. Carter had come alone, no housekeeper or attendant, probably because he was new to Backland. Dressed in a double-breasted coat, hat and cane, Klein stepped onto Minsk Street. The gas lamps weren't lit yet. The streets were darker than usual, but the air felt clearer than in the eastern boroughs. Taking a rental carriage, Klein headed to Williams Street. Outside Unit 8, a manservant in a red vest and light trousers bowed respectfully. Good afternoon. Might I inquire if you are Detective Moriarty? Yes, I have an appointment with Mr. Carter. Klein nodded and followed the manservant into a mansion with garden and lawn. The 2-story house's first floor was a mess, construction materials everywhere and workers busy modifying the place. Millet Carter, hatless and covering his nose, approached. I'm very sorry about the mess and dirt here, but I hope everything will be ready before my family arrives in Backland. I can only urge them to keep working non-stop. He glanced at the manservant. Continue watching them. No wonder he brought no servants. His men acted as supervisors. Klein smiled. I know many doctors who say newly renovated houses aren't fit for immediate occupation. You have to wait 3 months to ventilate them properly, or old people and children might get sick. Is that so? Millet asked, doubtful as he led Klein to the basement. I've never verified it, but I choose to believe in authority. It supposedly originates from Emperor Roselle, Klein casually fabricated. Millet nodded, then frowned at the door ahead. Mr. Detective, you didn't bring an assistant? There might be quite a bit of danger in that structure. I have an assistant, you just can't see her, Klein lampooned, then said seriously, this is my first visit, so I'll advance carefully. If any problems arise, I will immediately retreat. I'm experienced in this area, so I won't put myself in danger. Inexperienced assistants might affect my nimble and decisive actions. Millet was startled. You're very professional. A professional bluff, Klein added silently. Without further questions, Millet led Klein through the cluttered living room and down to a spacious basement. No gas pipes were visible, but 4 metal candlesticks flickered yellow light on the walls. Stepping on stone pavement, Klein sighed. As expected of a noble's property, even the basement's nicely decorated, almost as big as my living room. Millet pointed ahead. There's a secret door over there. Workers discovered it during renovations. Klein focused. Under the candlelight, he saw a grey stone door embedded in the corner, once part of the wall now exposed. I'll leave the rest to you. Be safe. Millet handed Klein a lit lantern. Has this place been ventilated? Millet shook his head slightly. It's not stuffy, but I didn't let workers go too far. All right. Klein checked his belongings, donned a black glove, and under Millet's watchful eyes, slowly approached the door with lantern and cane. He pushed it open carefully. Heavy creaking echoed as a deep stone passageway appeared. Several wooden doors lined the sides and end. Rotten, but still barely usable. Not too ancient. The ostentatious door style and thick stone slabs didn't quite match. Did the Viscount's family modify this? Quietly activating spirit vision, Klein gripped his cane and proceeded cautiously. Passing rooms, he saw empty interiors with long benches and tables matching the door's style, likely left by workers. No spirits flickered. Klein pressed on to the passage's end, where a bifold black stone door stood. He half-gripped his cane, pushed slowly. Friction reverberated as the door cracked. Spirit light flared in Klein's eyes, swirling colors intertwined. His heart tightened, he stepped back. The door cracked open fully as a slimy black creature fell. A snake with a triangular head and red floral patterns raised its upper body, tongue flicking, eyes cold brown, fixed on Klein. One after another, snakes fell from above, piling at the entrance. Beyond lay a vast hall where countless snakes of various colors slithered, forming a massive nest 10 meters wide. The slimy, disgusting stench assaulted Klein's senses. His scalp tingled. He stepped back twice, nearly turning away. Though a man, he feared snakes, the one animal he dreaded most. The fear stemmed from childhood trauma. Past his bedtime, he once secretly watched a snake disaster movie with his parents. A building's demolition revealed a dense nest of snakes, a memory seared into his mind. Can the slumber charm affect so many snakes? Klein swallowed hard and asked aloud, do you have any solutions? Miss Bodyguard appeared silently at his side, lips sealed. They exchanged looks but said nothing. When a snake slowly slithered out, Klein coughed and repeated, do you have any solutions? Miss Bodyguard did not answer. Instead, she floated as a cold wind blew through the passage. Whoosh! The wind howled into the hall, temperatures dropped rapidly, nearing outside levels. Whoosh! The dense snakes scattered, seeking warmer places. 2 to 3 minutes later, frost coated the hall and passage. Countless snakes vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The wind slowed, but the cold remained. Miss Bodyguard vanished. Klein raised his cane to cover his mouth and nose, sneezed, then lifted the lantern and cautiously stepped into the wide hall. Its style matched the passage. 8 circular columns stood erect. Metal poles hung from the high dome. Candlesticks carved into creatures adorned the base. An upside-down candlestick caught Klein's eye. As a history student, who could barely be called an elite in this field, he made a preliminary judgment. A structure of the 4th epoch. Chapter 260. Strange Statues. Historians across the northern continent agreed that the 4th epoch was wrapped in deep mystery. It was impossible to say exactly what it had been. Historical records were full of missing pieces and unclear details. Tombs, ancient cities, and texts unearthed so far were too few to provide any real answers. But that didn't mean no one had researched it. The rarity suggested that some relics and clues still remained. The original Klein had been obsessed with 4th epoch history. often reading articles and books on it. Even now, much of that knowledge stuck with him. Whether Solomon, Tudor, or Trunsost empires, their architecture shared odd traits. They were disorderly, asymmetrical, and heavily used black. Typical were candlesticks hanging from ceilings and chopped floral patterns on black walls. So, when Klein raised his lantern and saw circular metal poles with candlesticks embedded at the bottom, running down from the dome, he immediately thought of the Fourth Epoch. This era's mystery left many historians frustrated by their lack of knowledge. Journal articles mentioned differing numbers of candlesticks in buildings. Though the three empires favored asymmetry, they maintained strict rules. 3 on the left and 2 on the right was the best standard for ordinary citizens, based on surviving structures. Klein slowly walked, counting candlesticks on both sides. The hall was wider than expected. After walking about 100 meters, he saw a platform half a meter high and a thick wall marking the hall's end. 41 inverted candlesticks on the left and 40 on the right. This is a bit much. What level of aristocracy is this? Powerful nobility? Klein thought. The Antigonus and Zaratul families were aristocrats of the Fourth Epoch, terrifying Beyonder clans. Others likely matched their status. Holding his lantern, Klein continued, spotting stairs beside the platform and scuff marks on the black stone tiles. Is this really a Fourth Epoch relic? He wondered. His sharp eyesight and the lantern revealed 2 large iron-black seats atop the platform, overlooking seats below. 2 seats? Why 2? According to tradition, this spot should belong to the most powerful person. 2 seats suggested equal power. A double count? Duke or prince? Klein's knowledge felt insufficient. He recalled many articles stating that the Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsost empires had strict hierarchies. Leaders of equal rank shouldn't exist. Strange, Klein murmured to Miss Bodyguard. What's so strange about that? Her ethereal voice answered from behind him, echoing in the vast, silent hall. Klein explained his observations, history knowledge, and puzzlement. He added, the ventilation here is very good. I wonder if there are other entrances. Miss Bodyguard, mostly blending with darkness, gave him a sharp look. How do you know so much? Because I was a university history student, Klein silently cursed before smiling. If I hadn't chosen to be a detective, maybe I'd have been a diligent young historian. Miss Bodyguard neither replied nor disappeared. She floated onto the platform. Klein followed. The platform was about 40 meters long and 10 meters wide. The architecture is grand and enlarged. One characteristic of the Fourth Epoch, he said as he approached the 2 massive iron-black chairs. Holding the lantern, he inspected them carefully. Seems fit for a 3-meter giant. One chair has a black crown emblem, the other a hand holding a scepter. I wonder what they mean. Klein muttered. Suddenly, Miss Bodyguard said, That's the Tudor family's emblem. Huh? Klein looked surprised, realizing she meant the hand holding the scepter. Tudor family? Could this palace belong to a Fourth Epoch Tudor royal? Klein frowned. Do you recognize the other emblem? To think it ranked equal to a Tudor member. Miss Bodyguard shook her head. Klein gave up for now. After the Tudor and Trunsost empires formed, they kept the Solomon Empire's original style. Candlesticks, scuffs, etc. It doesn't make sense. If I were emperor, I'd change things to mark my uniqueness. Does this mean the 3 empires have hidden, unchanging links? He guessed Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsost families controlled the Dark Emperor, the lawyer pathway. Similar styles were needed for acting. Miss Bodyguard said after a pause, only an emperor can be called an emperor. Was that confirmation? Klein didn't press further. Circling the chairs with the lantern, he found nothing else. Let's look ahead, Klein said. Before he finished, Miss Bodyguard floated toward the platform's end. The gloom and chill stayed. A few meters away, the lantern's glow revealed 7 large black stone doors at the hall's base, 2 on the left, 1 center, 4 on the right, perfectly asymmetrical. Klein passed his cane to his lantern hand, tossed a coin, and whispered, Start from the left. Ding. The coin landed portrait up in his palm. Left it is. Klein led. Miss Bodyguard followed silently. At the far left door, she said, It's the same on the right. In other words, the divination didn't matter. Klein smiled and raised the lantern to inspect the door. Against the deep black background was a crimson half-moon surrounded by radiant points. Klein's pupils narrowed sharply. This is the dark sacred emblem, the Evernite goddess's symbol. During the Fourth Epoch, the Church of the Evernite Goddess had supported the Tudor dynasty. Klein placed his hand on the door thoughtfully. Screech! The black stone door slowly opened with grinding sounds. Lantern light revealed the interior gradually. A few meters of open space paved with dark stone tiles led to a platform about a meter high. Cautious, Klein approached, holding the lantern over a huge statue. Fiery radiance formed the outline of a statue about 4 to 5 meters long, nearly filling the room. It was a beautiful lady with a hazy face. Her right hand propped up her head as she lay on the platform. Her layered black classical dress wasn't complex. A circle of radiating rays surrounded her head. Sparkling gems decorated her dress, bright specks that resembled stars. At first glance, Klein felt as if he was seeing the night sky itself. The statue's head rested on a circular shape resembling a full moon. Klein's thoughts froze for a moment, then a guess surged forward. Evernite goddess? Miss Bodyguard's voice carried rare puzzlement. Symbolism or form, it looked like the goddess. Klein's guess took shape in his mind. He remembered Captain Dunn Smith saying the difference between evil gods and true gods was that evil gods had images resembling intelligent beings, but true gods had only sacred emblems formed by symbols. Yet here was a statue resembling the Evernite goddess. What did this mean? Klein shuddered just thinking about it. Could the goddess once have been an evil god? No. Maybe some other evil god from the night domain. But the dark sacred emblem by the door matched the present one exactly. Or maybe image likeness isn't a reliable way to distinguish true gods from evil gods. Captain Dunn Smith's level might be too low for full understanding. It could also be that the Tudors were blaspheming the goddess deliberately. Yes, maybe it was part of some strange ritual. Many thoughts raced through Klein's mind, puzzling, nervous, tense. Yet there was a strange, indescribable feeling too. After surveying the room and seeing nothing else, Klein exhaled. Let's check the other doors. What would the other 6 hide? Would they be as strange and sinister? He wondered deeply. Miss Bodyguard nodded slowly. Chapter 261, The Innermost Room. Once outside, Klein held his cane and lantern in one hand, keeping the other free in case of sudden danger. His pocket contained charms, Azic's characteristic, tarot cards, the all-black eye, and all his current trump cards. He and Miss Bodyguard had only taken a few steps when the lantern light revealed the emblem on the nearby door, a baby surrounded by wheat, flowers, and spring water. The sacred emblem of Mother Earth. Klein said solemnly, easily identifying it from his Nighthawk training. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly. Her black Gothic dress, eerie pallor, and silent presence in this strange hall made her look like a grieving wraith in the lantern's glow. Any regular adventurer might have fled in panic at the sight. Holding his breath, Klein pushed the stone door open and raised the lantern. The room resembled a blend of a prayer room and statue hall, empty tiles leading to a platform with a 4 to 5 meter tall white stone sculpture. It depicted a beautiful, plump woman, ears of wheat growing from her feet, surrounded by spring water. Her dress swirled with carvings of herbs, flowers, and animals. She held an infant in her arms, sacred and serene. "Don't tell me that this is the statue of Mother Earth?" Klein muttered, lips curling slightly. Miss Bodyguard gave no reply. After confirming nothing was hidden, they left the room and opened the third door. It revealed a corridor wide enough for 4 to walk abreast. It stretched into darkness, mysterious and foreboding. "Let's first confirm the situation behind the 4 doors on the right," Klein suggested, not daring to rush ahead. Miss Bodyguard floated back in response. Behind each door was a different sacred emblem: storm, sun, god of combat, and knowledge and wisdom. Each room held what appeared to be statues of the respective deities. A man in black armor over stormy waves, trident in hand. A radiant youth in white, holding a golden sun and a book. A decaying warrior seated on a throne, visor down. A hooded elder with an open book and the omniscient eye. Like there were 6 humanoid statues of the orthodox gods, everyone but the god of steam and machinery. Given the steam church's former obscurity before Roselle, that absence had some logic. "This is really strange," Klein sighed, testing Miss Bodyguard's reaction. 6 gods, gathered in a single hall, a practice unthinkable in the current era. Was this a remnant of the 4th epoch? Why physical statues when today's churches use symbols? The master of this ruin, suspected to be a Tudor noble, might have done this deliberately. Klein even recalled a novel from his past life, The Sick Soul Banner. Miss Bodyguard remained silent, then said blandly, "There's another door." "Right." Klein suddenly felt a chill. Doors placed in the center often meant core areas and the highest danger. "What are your thoughts on that area?" he asked after a pause, deciding her spiritual perception was more reliable than his disrupted divination. Miss Bodyguard closed her eyes. "Very dangerous. But the danger is subdued. Once you venture deeper, don't touch anything. Subdued danger. Perhaps something sealed?" They approached the central stone door. The lantern's glow seemed dimmed, as if resisting the darkness ahead. Klein kept his left hand in his pocket, gripping Nezik's copper whistle and some charms. After 30 steps, Miss Bodyguard halted. Klein raised the lantern and saw the path blocked by rocks and dirt. To either side were doors identical to the others, one sealed shut, the other ajar and full of debris. Perhaps this ancient structure was above ground and collapsed later, Klein guessed. Only one direction left. Before he could finish, Miss Bodyguard glided into the rock and disappeared. Klein waited patiently. A few minutes later, she emerged clean and unscathed. "It's completely collapsed." Klein smiled helplessly. Together they turned to the left door. It had a small gap. He peered through the crack with spirit vision and saw 4 intense spiritual lights inside, 2 dark gold, 2 dark blue. His regular vision followed, revealing firelight falling across black stone tiles strewn with bones and tattered clothing. Some of the corpses emitted faint glows. Mystical items? Beyond the characteristics? At the far wall stood a pair of bifold doors, bloody, still glistening as if freshly smeared. Just as he considered asking Miss Bodyguard to scout, Klein felt a chill from Azik's copper whistle. The mild, cold metal suddenly turned bone-piercingly cold. Deathly. Then his right arm began to swell, itch, and go numb. Without hesitation, he pulled out a tarot card and slashed his arm. Instead of blood, black, squirming worms spilled out. Sizzle. They dropped to the floor and dissolved in smoke, writhing before finally melting in the lantern's glow. Soon, only blood remained. Klein used muscle control to stem the bleeding. Miss Bodyguard observed silently, a rare frown creasing her brow. He was about to speak, but the whistle hadn't calmed. Then he saw it. Miss Bodyguard had a shadow. She never had a shadow. "Run!" Klein shouted, bolting back toward the statue hall. She floated after him. The lantern's light was being devoured by spreading darkness. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran full speed, the firelight shrinking behind him. Tap, tap, tap. The shadow pressed in, closer, darker, thicker. The flame was nearly swallowed, and the door still meters away. With a final burst, Klein dove through and rolled past the stone door. Suddenly the flame flared brightly. The sense of danger vanished. The whistle returned to its cool, dormant state. Miss Bodyguard floated beside him. She looked back into the dark corridor and said with rare uncertainty, "Evil spirit." Klein resisted the urge to take a deep breath. Fortunately, as a clown, he could keep his expression steady. In the world of mysticism, evil spirits were monstrous, some even as strong as high-sequence beyonders. An evil spirit, sealed in that room? That explained the whistle's reaction. It was undead in nature. Klein stood and looked again into the engulfing dark. He felt it. Cold eyes, still staring at him from within. Chapter 262, Dream. In the cold, gloomy hall, Klein shivered and retracted his gaze. "Let's return," he told Miss Bodyguard. From the copper whistle's reaction, the room likely contained a terrifying evil spirit, stronger than the marionettist Rosago or Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos. It had likely existed for centuries, perhaps equivalent to a high-sequence beyonder. If not for its inability to release power beyond the room, Klein would already be dead. Even with Miss Bodyguard's Sequence 5 strength, they couldn't hope to defeat it. Tempting as the items inside were, greed led to death. Klein silently convinced himself to walk away. Miss Bodyguard looked at him, expressionless. "What happens next?" Klein gritted his teeth. "Let Millet Carter get the police. Who knows when this thing might escape? No, that won't work. Mr. Carter doesn't know enough. The police might underestimate it, and those who first enter could be slaughtered. Worse, it might help the spirit escape. And just seeing those statues might get me silenced. Did you see the bones and spiritual light?" She glanced toward the dark path and gave a slight nod. Klein continued, "My guess, those are the corpses of previous explorers. One of them, a beyonder, left behind mystical items. Might be tied to the Viscount family who once lived here. I'll check their surname, hit the library, and look for clues. Once I confirm the situation, I'll decide what to do. Maybe get explosives to destroy the door, or send an anonymous letter to the police, but I'll need to avoid danger beforehand. This isn't urgent. I can take my time. Miss Bodyguard listened quietly. Staring ahead, she asked, "Are you not considering to get people to exorcise this evil spirit? Even without mystical items, the remains after it dissipates are still valuable." "It's the first time I've heard you talk so much." "Probably." Klein replied, "Too risky. I value my life more." He added, "You're the strongest person I know, and even you didn't seem able to match that thing. I can't think of any other way to deal with it than calling the police." She turned around, her pale face faintly translucent. "You still have some sense," she said, drifting toward the exit. "Other than being suspected of true creator influence, how do I look like a madman?" Klein silently lampooned. He followed her, feeling watched by cold eyes from the corridor. The sensation only faded once they exited the ancient time-worn door. Klein shut it tight, sealing the inverted candlesticks, scuff marks, and eerie statues in eternal slumber. Dusting off, he returned to Millet Carter's basement. As usual, Miss Bodyguard had vanished. Millet was pacing nervously. "How is it?" "What's inside?" Klein, having prepared a lie, feigned fear. "Terrible, a lot of snakes and many collapsed spots. I'll gather intel and manpower, then explore again. In the meantime, don't send anyone in. Believe me, there are more venomous snakes in there than you'd imagine." Millet gasped. "Will they slither out? Do you know any experts?" Klein nodded. "I'll find help. It's autumn, cold enough the snakes won't move, just don't disturb them." "Okay, please hurry. I'll close the door and keep people out." Seeing his employer truly shaken, Klein adjusted his spectacles and said, "Next, I need to gather intel. I'll start with the underground layout. For that, tell me, which Viscount owned this house?" "Viscount Pound," Millet replied. "He'd bought the property because it was once a noble estate. What do you know about him?" "Not much. He earned his title in the Battle of the Violated Oath. His family was once illustrious, but declined mysteriously. They kept losing heirs and had to rely on distant relatives. The current Viscount squandered most of the fortune, was demoted to baronet, and might still be in Backland, barely scraping by." Battle of the Violated Oath? Klein, a trained history student, instantly recalled details. The war in 738 of the Fifth Epoch involved religion. Fina Potter originally worshipped both Mother Earth and the god of knowledge and wisdom, but conflict grew between the two churches. Lern and Intis took the opportunity to start a war under the pretext of protecting religious freedom. Faceless joined later to stop them, but failed. The result? Several border countries gained independence, favoring the god of knowledge and wisdom. Mother Earth became Fina Potter's sole state religion. Both sides accused each other of violating the holy oath at the end of the Fourth Epoch, thus the name. Afterward came 3 centuries of relative peace, ending only when Roselle invented the steam engine and improved naval artillery. That's what the textbooks say. But if it involved faith, Beyonders were surely in the mix. A full-scale Beyonder war? Klein pondered whether the Pound's decline was linked to the ancient structure. "Do you know where Baronet Pound lives now?" "Sorry, no." Klein asked a few more questions, but got nothing useful. He returned to 15 Minsk Street. By then, it was nearly 5. The sky was already dark, and the libraries were likely closed. He shelved the matter for now and made dinner. He'd planned to cook Fina Potter noodles from a newspaper recipe, but ended up with a mixture of noodles, meat, sauce, and vegetables. Surprisingly, it turned out tasty. After eating, Klein casually tossed a coin to divine whether he should contact the police. Negative. Evening in Backland's Sherwood Borough was serene. Klein slept soundly, wandering dreams, until he abruptly realized, "I'm dreaming. Someone is invading my dream." He resisted frowning and looked around in pretend confusion. He was in a vast yellow desert. Suddenly a roar shook the sky. A massive black and gold creature flew overhead, its thick, lizard-like body and wide wings blotting out the sun. A dragon. It had plate-sized scales, a gaping maw emitting pure light, and dark golden vertical pupils. Roar! The dragon unleashed a blinding beam of light that obliterated swaths of desert. In the blaze, a figure leapt. 3 or 4 meters tall, he lacked the vertical eye of the giants. He had a handsome, youthful face and wore black full-body armor, spattered with blood. The giant knight raised his sword, conjuring a storm of bluish-white, slightly purple spears, an illusory army of beyonders joining him. He soared onto the dragon's head and brought down his sword. The after-images overlapped. Sword rays turned into flashing lightning. Pow! The ground shook violently. The dragon crashed down, spraying dark gold blood. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a massive bloody door, the one Klein had seen earlier that day. It creaked open, revealing a black high-backed chair. A man sat upon it, head lowered, motionless. As Klein's perspective drew closer, he recognized the blood-stained black armor. It was the same knight who'd slain the dragon. But now he was of normal height. Then the man raised his head. His once handsome face was decaying. His eyes were cold and lifeless. Klein jolted awake, heart pounding. Crimson moonlight filtered through the curtains. Chapter 263, Spiritual Perception and Attempt. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein pulled back his blanket and got up. For a seer, dreams mattered, and the one he just had wasn't a simple nightmare. Standing before the full-body mirror in comfortable clothes, he said quietly, "I dreamed of the blood-stained door in that room." Miss Bodyguard's figure outlined itself in the mirror. The influence of the evil spirit's aura. It will gradually weaken until it disappears. Is that so? Klein nodded slightly, checked his pocket watch and lay back down. He didn't dream again. The next morning, in good spirits, he made himself a soft-boiled egg and buttered bread. As usual, he opened the newspapers he subscribed to, the Tussock Times, Backlund Morning Post and Backlund Bulletin, to read over breakfast. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill had passed. The first exam would be in early December, the second at the end of January, and interviews 2 weeks later. The government would announce positions and requirements within the week. The timing is rushed, shows how desperate the King and Prime Minister are to push this through. Klein took a sip of his sea black tea. But it benefits Benson. He prepared 2 months in advance. Even if he's not a top university graduate, he should outshine most, and he won't compete with the elites for positions. He nearly tapped his chest and prayed to the goddess, but stopped, remembering Miss Bodyguard was nearby and that he claimed belief in the god of steam and machinery. He finished his bread and continued reading. There was news of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council being approved and an independent alkali industry prosecutor established. Flipping to the 5th page, he noted there was no Ernst firm ad, no need to attend the gathering tomorrow. In Tingen, Benson stared at the same article, his bread forgotten. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill was passed? Melissa asked, her voice calm as she stood in her black dress. Benson exhaled. Yes. A heavy silence settled over the dining room until Bella, their maid, emerged from the kitchen. Benson forced a smile. Actually, the more important news is earlier. Oh? Melissa looked at him quietly. He smiled again. Backlund Polytechnic is being restructured into a university. It'll accept students next year. No grammar or classical literature tests, just technical ones. Perfect for technical school grads. You could try, Melissa. But its tuition is half that of Tingen, Perth or Backlund universities. It's like Constant Industry University in Bizisha, and scholarships will be easier to get. You like steam and machinery. This is your chance for deeper knowledge. Don't worry about money. Yes, we could live comfortably without working, but we're young. We can't define our lives that way. Even my grammar's improved. Look at me. He chuckled. Maybe we need a change of scenery. Melissa looked down at the scattered mechanical components on the tea table. Her lips moved slightly. What about Bella? After Klein's death, she hadn't wanted to hire another maid, but Bella's situation changed her mind. The weekly 5 soldi meant little now. We'll keep paying her until she finds new work, Benson assured her. We can help her prepare. Her cooking has improved. She could be a chef somewhere. But of course, that depends on you getting into the university. He'd wanted to say more about Bella, but seeing Melissa's gloomy face, he shifted focus. I'm resigning tomorrow to prepare for the exam. Most positions will be in Backlund. That's where I want to go. Hopefully together. Melissa hesitated, then slowly nodded. She set down her utensils, dabbed her mouth with a napkin and said, I'm going to the bathroom. All right. As she walked away, Benson's smile vanished. He took out his silver pocket watch with the vine leaf patterns and stared at it silently. Klein spent Sunday buried in public libraries in Sherwood Borough searching for information on Viscount Pound. But the family had no biography, and no historian had studied them. The few records were scattered, and without a search function, the endless texts left Klein with a pounding headache. 6 hours yielded nothing useful. I'll need someone who knows noble history, or someone in the police force to get Baronet Pound's address. As an aristocrat, there has to be a record. Back home, Klein stood in front of the mirror. Miss Bodyguard appeared again, clad in her Gothic dress. After a pause, she said dreamily, "The employment period is over." "Right, the 3 days are up." Klein asked, "If I can obtain clues about the Pound family, would you like to know?" She nodded. Through Marek?" Another nod. Then she bent slightly, lifted her skirt and bowed before fading away. Klein stayed alert. He calmly made dinner, ate, and waited until late night. In his bedroom, he drew the curtains and took out the iron cigarette case. Touching Rosago's all-black eye unleashed a surge of mental agony. Phantom roars tore through his mind. With effort, he endured the pain and saw the familiar black thread stretching from his body, densely tangled and endless. He quickly let go. A minute later, everything returned to normal. Phew, I can finally verify that spiritual perception above the grey fog. He set up the ritual, summoned and responded to himself, then took Ezek's copper whistle and the cigarette case to the world above. Sitting at the long table, Klein used spiritual flames to burn unneeded documents. When he opened the cigarette case again, he was surprised. The all-black eye was silent. The corruption remained, but it was dormant, as if hibernating. As expected, separation is impossible. Then, across from him, a robed man appeared, a clone like before, stiff and clearly fake. He wouldn't fool any Tarot Club members. But Klein had a new idea. Holding the all-black eye again, he saw black threads rising from the fake body too. Carefully, extending his spirituality, he touched a few threads. Suddenly, the puppet's hand moved. It worked. Marionetist's ability can be used to create a fake Tarot Club member. Klein was thrilled. He couldn't maintain more than one clone, but that was fine. The symbol on the chair wouldn't update, but the others couldn't see it anyway. He practiced excitedly, even figuring out how to make the clone speak by manipulating its throat and mouth. When he was nearly out of spirituality, he looked at his creation and smiled. "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card do you wish to draw?" The clone lifted its hand, stroked its chin, and laughed hoarsely. "World, I choose the card The World." Chapter 264, a 5-person gathering. If the Fool marked the start of the Tarot Club, then the world was the end, a perfect close to a cycle, a form of sublimation. Klein had named his Smurf the World, in hopes it would represent both an ending and a new beginning. In the future, I can have the world make inconvenient requests or handle awkward matters. It'll reduce the chance of my full persona collapsing. With an alt, no, a Smurf, life is finally complete. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and dismissed the world, then wrapped his spirituality around himself and returned to the real world. He left Rosago's all-black eye above the grey fog. He rarely used it, and keeping it hidden reduced the risk of discovery or loss. After packing up the ritual materials, Klein looked at the moonlight filtering through the curtains, full of anticipation for tomorrow's gathering. When it came to the aristocracy, Miss Justice definitely knew more than 99% of Loan's citizens. And now, through the world, he could ask about the Pound family without damaging the Fool's image. Of course, it had to be handled tactfully. Sherlock Moriarty was also investigating the Pounds, and he needed enough information for a divination above the grey fog. Phew. Klein mulled it over for a while before finally relaxing and falling asleep. The remnants of the evil spirit's aura seemed to have fully faded. Klein slept soundly until morning, waking to fog outside instead of sunlight. He stuck to his plan and visited several public libraries, this time flipping through materials alone without asking for help or mentioning the Pound family. At 2:40 p.m., he returned to the grey fog ahead of schedule. Inside the ancient palace, he sat on the Fool's seat and conjured the fake world opposite him, familiarizing himself with its operation. A few minutes later, he glanced at his pocket watch and sent a notification to the crimson star representing the sun. As he waited, he fashioned a silver chain for the all-black eye and wound it around his wrist, hiding it under his sleeve. At precisely 3 p.m., rays of light shot from the palace. Crimson silhouettes, Justice, the Hanged Man, and the sun appeared faint and blurry. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon." Audrey began her usual cheerful greeting, only to freeze when her eyes fell on the hooded figure seated silently at the end. "Who's this? Is the tarot club growing again? 4s? CO? No, doesn't match the height. Then who?" While she guessed, Klein leaned back and said calmly, "This is a new member, Mr. World." Using spirit vision enhanced by the grey fog, Klein noticed the sun's astral projection had grown purer, though still short of sequence 8, meaning the barred potion was fully digested. "Hello," Audrey greeted politely, eyeing the newcomer with interest. She tried reading his presence through the haze. Reserved, unmoving, expressionless. I wonder if he's from Lone, Intis, or somewhere mysterious like the City of Silver? From Derek's inability to follow their conversations, she had deduced that he likely didn't speak Lonese and was receiving translated information via Mr. Fool. Alger and Derek also greeted the world, who responded coolly. Klein then looked at Justice and said, "The 2 candidates you have nominated are still under examination. I'll give you a simple task. You can entrust it to them in your name. This is part of the examination." That's how it should be. Audrey wasn't disappointed at all. Rather, she felt it was proper. Members of the Tarot Club had to be carefully vetted. Anyone couldn't just waltz in. And for me to be chosen from the start, that's luck. And luck is a form of aptitude too. "All right, please issue the mission," Audrey agreed. Klein placed a portrait on the table. "Investigate the man in the painting. He's in Backland." Audrey studied the young man with combed-back black hair and round glasses. The taunting brown eyes and pronounced forehead were distinctive. Beneath the painting were the words "formerly known alias Lanvas," along with other details. A simple mission, so the target isn't strong. But if Mr. Fool knows of him, there must be something more. Audrey committed the task to memory. "I'll entrust it to them," she replied. "They have enough contacts in Backland to investigate this man." Klein, satisfied, gave the floor to the world. The Smurf surveyed the table, then rasped, "Mr. Fool told me that I can issue missions and gather ingredients here. Is that so?" "Yes," Audrey nodded gracefully. "However, you need to wait patiently. What's going to happen next is Mr. Fool's reading time." "I completed the Bakerland assassination but didn't even bring it up," Audrey thought proudly. "I gave the spotlight to Mr. Bay, Fool's readings instead. Such a good club member." Klein glanced at the Hanged Man. Alger, ever cautious, had observed the new member silently. Now catching Mr. Fool's gaze, he bowed respectfully and said, "This time there are still 6 pages. The final page will be given to you next time." "Sure," Klein nodded. Alger concentrated and relayed the diary's contents. The 6 pages quickly vanished and reappeared in Klein's hands. He began to read. 9th February. I have a 3rd child. I named him Bornova. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, was lucky. Her mother and I were just low-sequence beyonders back then. She is free to choose the path she wants to take. My eldest son, CL, is the most unfortunate. He inherited a minute amount of beyonder characteristics, but he has to follow my path. Perhaps he could make changes at sequence 4, but attaining high sequences are never easy. My second son, Bornova, was born between Bernadette and CL. I have his characteristics equivalent to a sequence 5 beyonder. This has reduced the burden on me, allowing me to digest my potion even faster, accelerating my advancement. And when he was just born, he was already showing various traits of an astromancer. Zaratul came to congratulate me in secret and praised Bornova as a lovely angel. I asked this master of divination what he would accomplish in the future. He only smiled and didn't answer me. When I asked him about CL's future, he finally said that death is an inevitable ending, but that might be a good thing. Seriously, a seer's words are always so vague that it makes one want to pry their mouths open. When I finally asked about Bernadette's future, he suddenly became very serious. He said she would hate me, detest me, turn her back on me, and she would become an important figure in the mysterious world. Sometimes you really shouldn't ask about the result of a divination. I find it hard to believe that my adorable and kind Bernadette, who cares for her brother, adores her father and pampers her mother, would hate me and betray me. Why would that happen? What excessive act did I do? Maybe she'll have someone she loves but I'm not satisfied with. Some punk that I'll end up killing? No, Zaratul isn't a soothsayer and the divination he receives might be wrong. Forget it, Roselle. Klein nearly laughed aloud. I think I smell the scent of some contrived family melodrama. He turned the page. 22nd May. Florin of the Sauron family actually wants me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lackey? His attitude is simply unacceptable. I swear that I'll one day make him pay the price for his arrogance today. However, some of the things he mentioned are very interesting and worth pondering over. Chapter 265. Cards of Blasphemy. Florin said the Sauron family's history exceeds 2,000 years, longer than the Church of the God of Craftsmanships. They witnessed all the strife and glory of the Fourth Epoch, and still stand strong today. While the Augustus, Einhorn, and Castilla families remain prominent, others like Antigonus and Zaratul have become shadows, lurking like sewer rats. He said making me his subordinate, a subordinate of the ancient and glorious Sauron family, was a gift. Back then, I wanted to fuck all 8 generations of his ancestors. Klein found the Sauron family's longevity shocking. The Fourth Epoch was the epoch of the gods, when the 7 orthodox deities, Death, the primordial demoness, dark side of the universe, and the true creator performed frequent miracles. For the Saurons to survive from then until now, still thriving, meant they must harbor powerful secrets and terrifying sealed artifacts. They were a colossus, towering beyond mortal gaze. Roselle must have gone through an intense struggle to overthrow them. Even if the Saurons didn't possess Grade 0 sealed artifacts, Grade 1s and high-sequence Beyonders were likely. Even the full backing of the Church of Steam wouldn't guarantee Roselle's success, unless the family had already begun to wane. Could the revolution have been the final symptom of deeper decay? Had they lost sealed artifacts? Did their top Beyonders die? Did that draw opportunists like Roselle? Klein noted that the Augustus family must have had contact with the Antigonus and Zaratul families. They likely kept records. The Sun had once said the City of Silver had endured for over 2,500 years since the Dark Ages. That likely marked the cataclysm. The Sauron family's claimed 2,000-year history, if true, wouldn't predate the cataclysm by much. Klein planned to casually mention the Saurons to the Sun. If the boy looked confused, it might mean the family only rose after the cataclysm, possibly seizing power during the chaos to become nobles and then royalty. Still, if the Sun didn't know, it didn't prove much. Maybe he just flunked history. Turning to the third page, Klein saw that the entries were from Roselle's early days as Intiz's consul. Roselle had developed a civil code promoting invention, trade, and industry. It wasn't just about playing Napoleon or feeding his ambition. These reforms brought him into alignment with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, God of deeds and business. The prosperity this code encouraged fit perfectly with the Church's doctrine. This suggested that Roselle's relationship with the Church had begun to thaw, improving steadily. So when he declared himself emperor a decade later, it was likely with the backing of both major churches. Otherwise, the risk would have been enormous. So what got him killed? Klein flipped to the fourth page. 11th August. That retard Florin is showing off again. He said that he's the most promising member of the Sauron family generation to become a high-sequence Beyonder because he's very similar to his great-great-grandfather. Is there any necessary connection? I looked him up and down, left and right, but I couldn't find any sign of talent. Moreover, in the field of Beyonders, is talent important? Well, figuring out the essence to acting can be a core element of talent, but that's not necessary. As long as one knows the acting method and not be stupid enough to misunderstand the meaning or avoid doing things that easily result in a loss of control, then one has a chance to completely digest the potions. Which is to say, just a bit more time and effort needs to be spent. In one's lifetime, it's not impossible to become a high-sequence Beyonder. The main obstacle to becoming a high-sequence Beyonder is the difficulty of obtaining Beyonder ingredients and the difficulty of corresponding rituals. Of course, I have to admit that those born as Beyonders have more time to prepare. Was Florin's great-great-grandfather a high-sequence Beyonder? Does looking like him imply talent? Roselle was clearly still young. He didn't yet know about the laws of indestructibility and conservation of beyonder characteristics. Klein, now well informed, understood the implications of Florin's boast. High sequence characteristics retained a spiritual imprint. That was why concocting such potions could easily lead to losing control. But someone who resembled the original owner of the characteristic might be less affected. This boosted their success rate and made them seem gifted. It also explained how holy artifacts recognized their masters. It paralleled the acting method in purpose, though not in process, and couldn't be popularized. One still had to act to fully digest the potion. While pondering this, Klein skimmed 2 more short entries. Roselle loved the liberalism of Intis, but feared his future wife would be just as liberal. Klein flipped to the 5th page. 20th April. I participated in that ancient organization's secret gathering once again. Those members still leave me shaking. It's hard to believe that they're actually all members of this organization. This time, I learned some of the ancient organization's philosophy. They believe that people will always lose some of their individuality, bit by bit, until they sleep. Hence, by trying hard to observe and remember oneself, one can use the various types of information to achieve the purification needed to face the final end of days. They've kept and passed down secrets for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They believe that dusk is inevitable, and that doomsday cannot be avoided. They believe in the original creator and believe that he is not truly dead. When dusk comes and everything ends, he will wake up from his slumber and let everything return to him. He will create a new world, a new history. All of the actions from this organization stem from this belief. It can be said that they show great animosity to the true creator. They aren't stingy with their descriptions to describe him as fallen and evil. They wield the 2nd blasphemy slate and the 22 paths of the divine, but they only allow members to choose a few of them, with the exception of those who were already beyonders when they joined. Are there any secrets to these pathways? I'll first jot it down and analyze it in the future. These pathways are Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Spectator. I have to change my habits of calling these sequence pathways in the future. Using those names in that ancient organization makes me appear quite uneducated. It aligned with Klein's own deductions. Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Secret Suppliant could be exchanged at sequence 4. Was Manipulator the high sequence of the Spectator pathway? Why did so many secret organizations preach the inevitable apocalypse? The Demonist sect, this one, and they didn't even try to recruit with it. Was it brainwashing, or did they know something? Still, Klein grumbled mentally. Roselle, can't you just write the damn name of the organization? Keeping his expression steady, Klein turned to the last page. 1st Jan, the beginning of a new year. I happen to finish my first card of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secret of the 22 paths of the divine in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them across the world. If things fail, they'll be the best insurance that my children can fall back onto. I'll disrupt the order they wish to have and spread the profound mysteries of the divine. These cards of blasphemy will possess characteristics of being anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Apart from the ones I'm giving my children, the fated ones will receive it. I'm a person who makes sure to square accounts when it comes to grudges, and after I die, who cares if floods deluge the heavens? Oh, I didn't create that sentence. In short, the more chaotic the world is, the better it is. I have to consider how to name the cards of blasphemy that will form a set. The paths of the divine number 22. The major arcana tarot cards also have 22 cards. They can match quite well, but there are a few that don't meet the requirements. I need to make some changes to match the original potion names. That ancient organization is my last and biggest insurance. I don't know if they'll support me, or the manner in which they'll support me in. I still remember the shock when I first saw the blasphemy slate. So it turns out that the Beyonder pathways are paths of the divine. It really is true that the blasphemy slate is blaspheming the deities. Above every pathway's sequence 1 there is still a sequence 0, and there's a corresponding potion and ritual. Each pathway has a sequence 0, and sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. For example, sequence 0 Sun. Chapter 266, The World's Commission Sequence 0. Above Sequence 1, a Sequence 0, equivalent to a true God and only one per pathway? Was this the true meaning of the paths of the divine? Could anyone, through potion, ritual, and acting, truly become a god step by step? Klein's mind reeled. These weren't just blasphemous ideas, they rewrote everything he knew. Could the final ingredients for such a potion be the godhood, divine blood, and body of the eternal blazing sun? The diary's last page was too much to take in all at once. Klein nearly lost control of his body movements. 22 paths. 22 sequence zeros. Sequence 0 sun. Did that imply a sequence 0 death? What were the names for the goddess and the lord of storms? Roselle had said some cards matched the major arcana, while others had been altered to fit the potion names. These weren't just potions anymore. Could Roselle's regret over not choosing seer, apprentice, or marauder be because those sequence zeros hadn't yet emerged? And the hidden sage, why had a symbolic deity become personified? In the end, what was Roselle plotting? It felt like he had become the enemy of the entire world. Could that ancient organization have been behind it? Primordial Demoness? Was that the name of the sequence 0 for the demoness pathway? Klein forced his racing thoughts under control. He couldn't allow himself to remain lost in shock. Not here. Justice and the hanged man were still watching. Mr. Fool had been reading the same diary page for too long. Suppressing the storm of emotions within, Klein made the diary vanish from his hands and knocked on the bronze table. Miss Justice, well done. You finished Bakerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what kind of payment do you want? Alger was stunned. Bakerland is dead. He hadn't received the news yet. He'd just returned from the islands. Audrey noticed his reaction and felt quietly pleased. Even if he were in Byam, the capital of the Rorstead archipelago, the delay in telegraph transmission would have kept the news from reaching him yet. I'm very sorry, said the hanged man, humble and respectful. I just managed to contact someone and couldn't help. This is a commission, not a help request. Don't worry about it. Klein chuckled and looked back to Justice, waiting for her request. Please don't ask for anything too difficult. Klein prayed silently to the goddess, knowing she couldn't hear him past the grey fog. Audrey hesitated briefly, then smiled. No, I'm actually the one still owing you. No, I owe your adorer the bounty. Rear Admiral Chilangos's bounty was worth £30,000. I should give your adorer £15,000. Killing Bakerland cost £10,000, so I still owe £5,000. But due to recent expenses, I can only pay it in a few months. Mr. Fool, is that all right? Klein nodded slightly. Chilangos's bounty reached 30,000? That means another £5,000? He struggled. This money was meant for Mr. Azik, but I won't be able to contact him for a long time. Letting it sit would be a waste. I'll use it to strengthen myself, then repay him through aid later. Audrey exhaled quietly in relief. Although it felt slightly inappropriate to discuss money before Mr. Fool, she couldn't hide the bounty she'd received. As for the plantation worth over £8,000, that was a private thank you gift from Duke Negan. After a short silence, the world coughed. Can I speak now? Audrey glanced at Mr. Fool, got no response and nodded slightly. She analysed him again. No shock when I mentioned assassinating Bakerland. He's either unaware of the significance or very good at hiding reactions. Also, his lip movements don't match the translated words. Mr. Fool must be translating them. I can't glean his native language or mannerisms. The world's hoarse voice sounded. I wish to obtain the true root of a mist trent, at least 60 milliliters of its juice, as well as the spring of the elves' marrow crystals and the complete spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. Which one of you can provide it, or provide any relevant clues? What do you wish to exchange them for? Klein had added the mist trent to his list to obscure the formula's actual purpose. Before Justice or the hanged man responded, Derek finally spoke. I know where mist trents are and I can help you obtain the materials. However, I must wait until I finish my advancement and have sufficient strength to join the corresponding patrol team. He'd been working hard, accumulating merit and trying to gather ingredients for light suppliant. As expected of the City of Silver, Klein thought with admiration. The world asked, Then what do you wish to receive in exchange? Derek replied directly, A weapon that suits me and can increase my combat strength. He didn't mention his advancement ingredients. Those could be earned through his own effort. Klein instantly thought of the steel sword from the gathering hosted by Eye of Wisdom. It matched perfectly, but it had already been sold. I will find a weapon that meets your requirements as soon as possible. Is this transaction to be witnessed by Mr. Fool? Klein nodded slightly. Audrey then glanced at the sun and warned, apart from the mist-tranced juice, Mr. World's requested ingredients correspond to a sequence 7. The rough price is about £500 to £700. She worried the naive son would get cheated. Even though Mr. B. Fool favored fairness, he wouldn't intervene unless something went clearly wrong. People sometimes paid premiums out of urgency, after all. A sequence 7 formula is about £800, Alger added coldly, still wary of new members. Klein translated as best he could, lacking any way to explain the currency to the City of Silver. He used a Series 9 formula as a unit of comparison. I understand, Derek said softly. Thank you. The world remained silent and calm, then turned to Justice and the Hanged Man. Audrey thought for a moment. Potion formula for Psychiatrist and the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. That's sequence 7, the Spectator pathway. You can gather the information first. No rush. Once I have clues about the dark-patterned Black Panther or Spring of the Elves, we can proceed. If you're willing to use gold pounds, you can buy it any time. She comforted herself with the thought that she could still raise money in an emergency. Alger said, Potion formula of the Sailor Pathways Sequence 6, Wind Blessed. This will be more expensive than the ingredients you want. Combined. If you find it, we'll discuss the extra payment needed. I can't promise I'll find the ingredients, but you don't need to prepare anything ahead of time. Mr. Hanged Man has strong ties to the Church of the Lord of Storms. He should be able to get that formula easily. Is he hiding how quickly he's digesting Seafarer? Klein was struck by the implication. All right, the world replied steadily, then added, I have another request. Chapter 267, Singing to the Same Tune. I want to get information about all the abject nobles in the Lone Kingdom, including their current addresses. The more details, the better, the world said hoarsely, glancing around the table. He didn't name Baronet Pound directly. Sherlock Moriarty was investigating a case involving the family, and Klein didn't want Justice connecting the dots. Audrey blinked, taken aback. What do you want to do with that information? That's not something you need to worry about, the world replied. I'm only searching for some things. I won't do them any harm. I can swear on this point and let Mr. Fool be my witness. Mr. World's control over his body language is impressive. Is his sequence naturally immune to spectators or telepathists? Audrey nodded thoughtfully. I know some, but nothing detailed. I'll need 3 or 4 days to gather the rest. Is that all right? No problem, the world said with a deep laugh. Then what do you want in return? I can offer some secret history from the Fourth Epoch, knowledge of Beyonder pathways, and a few formulas. But I don't think that information is worth a sequence 7 or 8 formula. If you have other requests, I can try to fulfill them. Audrey began to weigh her options seriously. The psychiatrist formula wasn't appropriate for this. She snuck a glance at Mr. Fool for a hint, but as always, he remained silent in the fog. She gave a calm smile. I'd like knowledge of other Beyonder pathways, only if I don't already know it. Mr. Fool, can you judge that? Yes, Klein said from behind the fog. Then let's have a private conversation, Audrey suggested. Klein tapped the table, isolating Sun and Hanged Man from the exchange. Then he nodded to his Smurf. Do you know anything about the Demoness sect? The world asked. I know their beliefs, origin era, the pathway they control, and the inclinations of their upper ranks, Audrey said cautiously. The world gave a hoarse chuckle, so not much. He went on, the Demoness sect controls the assassin pathway. Sequence 8 is Instigator. Sequence 7 is Witch. Audrey stiffened. Witch? If a man consumes that potion, how is he supposed to act? No, Miss Justice, the world said, he wouldn't be considered male anymore. He would become a real lady. Goddess, the witch potion changes a person's sex? Audrey blurted out. Mr. Fool didn't deny it, so it had to be true. Her mind reeled with awe and a hint of excitement. Then she guiltily remembered she'd just invoked the Evernite goddess in his presence. The world continued. It can only make men into women. For women, it enhances their charms, beauty, skin, the works. That's why the upper echelons of the demoness sect are all female. What flaws does it have? Audrey asked, intrigued. The acting requirement is to be a bringer of calamity, disease, and pain. Audrey sighed in disappointment, but her mind soon bounced to another question. If, say, an animal consumed the witch potion and didn't die or lose control, would its charms be more appealing to humans or to its own species? Like a female cat turning all male cats fanatical? I've never studied such matters, the world answered dryly. Then he added, Sequence 6 is pleasure, or the demoness of pleasure. Their acting involves bringing intense pleasure, controlling others, and using special spider silk. Audrey's mouth fell open before she quickly shut it, regretting her earlier fascination. Knowing these details will help you identify demonesses more easily, the world said. Are you satisfied with the payment? Audrey nodded. It helps me a lot. I'll gather the noble information soon. Shall I deliver it next time? Can it be faster? The world asked. I'll send it through Mr. Fool once it's ready. Mr. Fool, is that okay? Klein nodded. The world whispered, he? He'd caught Audrey's subtle emphasis on the word. She smiled and didn't explain. Klein tapped the table again, ending the private exchange. I have one more problem, the world announced. Audrey wasn't surprised. Alger and Derek also turned their attention to him. I want to know if there are any more high-sequence Beyonders in the Sauron family in Intis. Klein glanced at the sun. No reaction. The City of Silver likely had no records on the Saurons. Justice and Hanged Man exchanged looks, also clearly unaware. Klein rapped the table again. Let me answer this. What can you pay? The world immediately replied, a Sequence 7 formula. Okay, deal. Klein set up a private exchange and stared at his smurf for a few seconds. Audrey and Alger, now blocked again, both marveled at Mr. Fool's mysterious depth. They were curious about the answer, but it didn't seem useful enough to spend a Sequence 7 formula on. After the exchange, the world bowed and said solemnly, Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. It was very helpful. This is an equivalent exchange. There's no need to thank me, Klein replied coolly, suppressing the goosebumps from praising himself. The open discussion afterward lasted less than 10 minutes. Klein soon ended the tarot gathering and disconnected from the Crimson Stars. Once the figures of Justice, Hanged Man, and Sun faded into light, he looked at the world and chuckled. With a smurf, things really were more convenient. Unfortunately, the all-black eye couldn't be used outside the grey fog. What a pity. He had the world bow and vanish into the Grand Palace. Then, feeling the toll from splitting his focus, Klein placed the all-black eye behind the bronze table and returned to the real world. Sunlight, rare for autumn or winter in Backland, glowed behind the curtains. Klein didn't stop to enjoy it. He immediately napped for half an hour to recover his strength. Upon waking, since he'd already received Audrey's promise and the matter wasn't urgent, he didn't head to the library. Instead, he planned to visit one of the many cemeteries on Backland's outskirts before nightfall. He was going to test the influence range and limitations of a Zix's copper whistle, but only after dark. It would be far too suspicious to hire a carriage to a cemetery at night. Chapter 268, The Cemetery and the Hospital. When the steam metro arrived at the southern bank of the Tussock River, Klein rented a carriage and headed for Aston Cemetery on the South Borough outskirts. The cemetery was managed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Under dusk's darkness, the trees around the graveyard looked like monstrous claws blocking out the light. After paying the driver 4 soldi, Klein said he was visiting a friend, adding quickly that the friend was the tombkeeper, easing the driver's unease before he quickly left. Klein circled the cemetery until night fully set in. With smoke and dust cleared, a crimson moon faintly glowed through thinning fog. Tapping his chest 4 times clockwise, Klein drew the crimson moon's light, donned gloves, and climbed the iron fence. He carefully approached a weathered tombstone with a dirty photo and a faint epitaph that read, "Friend, if you are passing by, help me up. Thanks." A humorous man's grave. Klein leaned against a tree near the grave, waiting patiently through the cold night. He repeatedly tossed and caught Zix's copper whistle, but saw no sign of the dead rising after 20 minutes. Closing his pocket watch, he confirmed no results. He planned to return in 2 days. If no changes occurred, it would mean the whistle couldn't affect corpses laid to rest through priestly ritual. In the Lone Kingdom, 3 burial types existed: coffin burials for the middle and upper classes, cremation with ashes in urns for lower middle class and workers, and simple burial without coffins for the poor. Klein confirmed his experiment, targeted coffin burials with corpses. If Isaac's whistle could raise the dead, even fully decomposed bones should react with a dull thud, but nothing happened. Klein realized he needed to categorize the corpses by burial date, aiming to test on recently buried ones. After a cat-and-mouse game with cemetery guardians, he found a recently buried grave, but again, after half an hour, nothing abnormal happened. He concluded the whistle didn't raise corpses properly laid to rest. It likely summoned messengers, with affecting corpses being a negative side effect. Planning to try a second experiment, Klein prepared to head home and change clothes. The second experiment involved recently deceased bodies not yet laid to rest by ritual, often found in hospital morgues. He returned on foot through the quiet, cold night, recalling how he once walked from a cemetery to the city after being resurrected himself. Then he ran, shaking off the melancholy. After renting a carriage and taking the metro, he arrived at St. Estin's Hospital in the early morning, a charity hospital of the God of Steam and Machinery's church. Here, many poor died and were kept in the morgue awaiting cremation or medical donation. In autumn and winter, without air conditioning, bodies could remain overnight longer than in summer. The morgue was underground, cold even in autumn and winter. Using skills learned as a nighthawk and agility as a clown, Klein sneaked past staff, unlocked the morgue door with wire, and entered silently. The morgue was chillier than the corridors. Most corpses were bagged and placed in iron cabinets. A few lay on long tables awaiting examination. Unfazed as a Sequence 8 clown, Klein nonetheless felt uneasy. He closed the door behind him and paced among the tables. After 10 minutes, nothing stirred. He opened his gold pocket watch and, ready, withdrew spirituality from Isaac's whistle to test if that could prevent its negative effects. Silence seemed to deepen. Suddenly a corpse on a table sat up and banging erupted from the cabinets as if hell had broken loose. Klein whispered, "Crimson!" and threw out a requiem charm. Icy blue flames and gentle blackness spread, calming the corpses back down and silencing the noise. Not relaxing, Klein used a second requiem charm, then a third to be safe, exhausting his supply. The whistle only affected recently dead or unlaid to rest corpses, including zombies. Shielding it with spirituality prevented these effects. Seeing no more activity, Klein prepared to leave. Then, footsteps and a faint lantern light appeared. The elderly janitor, drawn by the noise, was unlocking and entering the morgue. Klein nimbly climbed between door and ceiling, maintaining perfect balance on bumps and cracks unseen. The janitor inspected the cabinets and tables, muttering fears about corpses, but finding nothing, he locked up and left. Klein escaped quietly to the janitor's room, then upstairs. Outside, the janitor, wrapped in a blanket, calmed his heart, mumbling that the strange noises were harmless and denying zombies or wraiths. Meanwhile, Klein walked along quiet, dark streets, glad to be free of latent threats. He looked at elegant gas lamps and anticipated upcoming Beyonder gatherings. He mused on obtaining weapons with special effects to become a true magician. Though low on money, Klein had valuable assets to trade: telepathist, bard, and light suppliant potion formulas. His clown potion was digesting faster than expected, nearing completion due to recent discoveries about the essence of acting. With these thoughts, Klein disappeared into Backlund's night. Chapter 269, Clues to the Psychology Alchemists. On a quiet stretch of the horse track outside Empress Borough, Audrey Hall led a chestnut mare aside, pretending to be deep in discussion with Viscount Glaint. She wore white pants tucked into knee-high black boots, a simple blouse, and a short black riding jacket. Her helmet matched the ensemble, giving her a valiant and striking appearance. At her feet, Susie sat obediently, a small leather satchel strapped to her back. Disguised as Glaint's servant, Shio couldn't help eyeing Audrey's long legs with a hint of envy, unconsciously standing on tiptoe. "Just horse riding is so blasé," Glaint commented half-joking. "It only becomes interesting when paired with hunting. Of course, a beautiful lady makes anything a sight to behold." Audrey smiled slightly. "The next hunt is still months away." From June to the new year, nobles flocked to Baklan for balls, salons, and banquets. Afterward, they returned to their fiefdoms to relax. There, hunting, with horses and hounds, was the favored pastime, especially with prized breeds like foxhounds. I already miss that life, Glaint lamented. Backland is so stifling, still I enjoy the extravagance. He stepped back, giving Audrey space to speak with Shio and Fors. Honorable Miss Audrey, why have you called us here this time? Shio asked, pulling her gaze away. Audrey paid generously and punctually. That said, Shio couldn't shake the feeling that Audrey's missions were always dangerous. She cast a sidelong glance at Fors, who returned it with the same unspoken mix of apprehension and curiosity. Audrey gave a polite smile. It's a simple request this time. She gestured subtly to Susie. Understanding, Shio stepped forward to unzip the satchel. She'd meant to pat Susie, but the golden retriever had already turned and presented the pouch smartly. Animals usually like me. Well, mosquitoes do, Shio thought as she opened the pouch and pulled out a stack of papers. They depicted a young man with average features, neat hair, round glasses, and mocking brown eyes. Someone Shio found oddly familiar. Then she saw the caption. Formerly used name, Lanivus wanted swindler. Of course, I've seen him before. She'd once researched Lanivus while chasing bounties across East Barrow. The man had vanished with over £10,000 in cash and had a £100 reward on his head. But recently she'd been too busy with Audrey's requests to follow up. Shio and Fors exchanged a look, then asked bluntly, How much is this request worth? Audrey was momentarily stunned. From her perspective, this was part of Mr. Fool's test. Who pays examinees? £100, she offered after a pause. Deal, the two chorused immediately. We catch him, get paid by Audrey and claim the bounty? Perfect. Shio's eyes sparkled. Why are you looking for this swindler? Did he cheat you out of money? I don't even know who he is. Audrey smiled and sidestepped the question. I received word that he's in Backland. She added, There are different portraits here, clean-shaven, bearded, different hairstyles. He probably disguised himself. These are my speculative drawings. I'm also good at painting, Audrey thought with pride, tilting her chin slightly. This is really good news, Shio beamed. I can almost hear that £200 calling my name. Then Audrey asked, Do you have any leads regarding the psychology alchemists? Fors, glancing at Glaint nearby, said cautiously, I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. Rumor has it that spectator and telepathist formulas appeared there. I suspect one of the members is from the psychology alchemists. I'll apply to bring you along to the next one. All right. Audrey didn't hide her joy. From their body language and expressions she could tell they weren't lying and were genuinely eager. Glaint muttered, Audrey's almost done with her matters. Where's my formula? Fors shrugged. Still no leads. The apothecary pathway is mostly in finer potter. That's fine. I'm still young, early 20s. I've got time, Glaint replied dryly. Audrey gave a graceful bow. Thank you for your help. Until next time. She mounted her horse and rode off, Susie joyfully trailing behind. After his long experiment the night before, Klein didn't wake until 9:34 a.m. Chewing buttered bread, he put on his coat and hat and hung a sign on his door. Owner is out and will be back after 5 in the afternoon. He had no pressing tasks, but he couldn't risk Millet Carter dropping by and realizing that the busy detective was just lounging at home. Losing the remaining £40 of the commission was not an option. I really have nothing to do but wait for Miss Justice's information. Klein stared at the haze blanketing the street, then sighed. He had his day mapped out, shooting practice at the Quillag Club, reading newspapers, free lunch, nap, some squash, then a visit to Braveheart's bar to see if Kaspars had news on Beyonder gatherings. As for Marek, Klein wasn't going near him. Miss Bodyguard might be part of his circle, and selling formulas would make him look suspicious. Why would the true creator give you potion formulas you don't even need? That'd be too generous, Klein mused as he boarded the carriage to Hillston Borough. Half an hour later at the Quillag Club, he spotted Talon Dumont, the equestrian teacher who'd introduced him and a friend of Mary Gale. Wearing a black tweed coat, Talon walked over, gave Klein a look, and said with a strange smile, Good morning. Mary and Dorago are getting a divorce. Klein feigned surprise with practiced clown skill. Really? That is really surprising. Talem gave him a probing look, then suddenly laughed. I have a friend who's been troubled about something recently. I want to know how good your marksmanship and fighting skills are. A commission, and one involving violence, Klein noted. I was planning on heading to the shooting range, he said. You can see for yourself, but to test my fighting skills I'll need an opponent. I've learned how to fight before, Talem offered eagerly. Chapter 270, Reporter Bang Bang Bang. Klein held the rented revolver steady and fired repeatedly at the bullseye. His worst shot hit the 8 ring, impressive by any standard. Thanks to practicing with real bullets and his superhuman control from becoming a clown, his marksmanship was excellent. If I keep this up for a few months, I could be a sharpshooter, Klein thought, as he unloaded the revolver and let the empty shells clatter on the ground. He smiled at Talem Dumont. Are you satisfied? Talem, the equestrian teacher, had shed his tweed coat and sweater, now standing ready in a boxing stance. Very good. Let me see your fighting skills. I've trained as a trainee knight since youth and don't waste my training. Klein cursed silently. If I can't beat an ordinary trained man, I might as well die. He kept his coat on, set the revolver down, and took 2 side steps, signaling Talem to begin. Talem bounced excitedly, then lunged with a punch. Klein blocked and grabbed the arm, bent low, twisted, and flipped him over with a smooth backflip. Thud. Talem landed on his back. Klein barely used strength, it was inertia that threw him off. Impressive. Talem stood and gave a thumbs up, as expected of a famous detective. Your marksmanship and fighting skills are excellent. I only beat a weak chicken like you, Klein thought wryly. How can you say my skills are high? He smiled and asked, Now that I have a better picture, what kind of request does your friend have? Heh heh. He'll come to the club later. You can talk then. Talem massaged his back. Not sure of the exact details. Oh, he's a reporter for the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. Probably wants some short-term protection. All right. Klein didn't pry further and resumed shooting practice, this time expanding to hunting rifles, single-shot rifles, and repeaters. If trouble came, he wanted to be ready with any firearm. Before noon, Klein headed to the buffet cafeteria on the club's first floor. He helped himself to roast chicken, pan-fried steak, and the limited cream cheese lobster. To complete the meal, he added finer pot of seafood rice, fruit salad, oyster broth, and Marquise black tea. Staring at the feast, he swallowed hard, silently thanking the goddess. This would easily cost 3 soldi outside. Using a silver knife, fork, and spoon, he ate contentedly. As he nearly finished, Talem returned with a man in a heavy overcoat and half-top hat. Detective Moriarty, this is my friend Mike Joseph. Mike, this is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, Talem introduced with a smile. Mike bowed politely, removing his hat. He looked late 20s with sparse eyebrows, rough skin, and unusually prominent pores. Yet his facial features were good, especially his charming blue eyes. 2 thin mustache lines added a mature air. Klein stroked his thicker stubble thoughtfully, invited Mike to sit, and said, The cream cheese lobster is excellent today. You should try it. All right. Mike eagerly filled his plate. He came in a hurry, hasn't eaten yet, Talem explained as he laid a stack of newspapers on the table. I can tell. Klein wiped his mouth and sipped tea, satisfied. Mike returned with 2 plates, ate a few bites, then looked up. Detective Moriarty, have you heard about the recent serial murders? The ones with organs removed? Klein's heart skipped. Talem nodded wistfully. Every detective's watching that case. Mike pulled a paper toward Klein. The front page of the Daily Observer blared, 11, another lady killed, Civilhouse Yard is helpless. Backland Police Headquarters was on Civilhouse Street in Empress Borough, hence the nickname Civilhouse Yard. 11 cases already? Klein tried not to frown as he read. The victim was a woman in a fancy long skirt, her intestines removed. Clear signs of devil worship. The police had likely handed the case to specialized squads, the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind, who had experts in divination, mediumship, and beyonder abilities. Yet the killer remained free. Does the murderer have rich, anti-investigation powers capable of destroying souls, or did the soul and organs get extracted for the ritual? Yes, this killer can interfere with divination. No devil pathway. Beyonder lacking this power would dare commit serial murders, Klein reasoned. He told Mike, You want a private investigation? Sorry, I can't take that case. Without police approval, I must maintain good relations. The kind where they invite me to the station for coffee, Klein internally lampooned. The real reason was that official Beyonders might be involved in the investigation, perhaps even Backlund's Nighthawks. No, not an investigation, Mike said quickly. I want to finish my report. Report? Klein set down his cup and asked leisurely. Mike explained, if you buy the Daily Observer soon, you'll see my deep dive on the serial killings. I reveal what the victims have in common, to warn people who fit the profile. What do they have in common? Klein asked. Mike sipped coffee. Besides being women wearing colorful dresses, there's one more thing. Their careers. Some were maids, others textile workers, tailors, even teachers. On the surface, no overlap, but they've all been street girls. Street girls? Teachers? Klein blinked. In Lone Kingdom, teachers earned enough, at least £2 a week, to avoid that life. Mike sighed. In the past, yes. They might have had tough times before getting those jobs. He continued, my survey showed that in Backlund, 1 in 6 women aged 15 to 55 is or has been a street girl. Foreigners are shocked that a conservative, bustling city is full of them. That number's exaggerated, Klein thought, but reality can outdo fiction. After pondering, Klein asked, one question, how does the murderer know a victim was a street girl? There are no labels, and you had to investigate carefully to find out. Good detective. That might be the clue, Mike answered, unsurprised. If the murderer is a devil path beyonder, they'd target someone who looks fallen but isn't fully degenerate. They'd sense the color of degeneration beneath the surface. The colorful dresses could trigger the targeting, Klein answered himself and asked, what else do you want to investigate? Mike nodded. Of the 11 victims, 10 were former street girls. The youngest, 16-year-old Cyber, still works as a prostitute. That's very odd. He planned to visit Golden Rose, Cyber's workplace, for more information. I'm worried they'll get hostile, so I want you to protect me temporarily. No fights needed. Just keep me safe at critical moments and help me escape. If nothing happens, I pay £1. If there's a fight, £5. Deal? Klein laughed. Let me wash my hands before I decide. He bowed politely and sauntered off to the bathroom, tossing a coin and getting a positive answer. Chapter 271. Golden Rose, 19 Hoke Street, Sherwood Borough. Near the Tussock River that sliced through Backlund, the water was turbid but unusually wide, glimpsed through cracks in old houses. The Daily Observer reporter Mike Joseph stepped from the carriage and pointed ahead at a 3-story greyish-blue building. That's the Golden Rose, the best legal brothel in the Backlund Bridge and Sherwood Borough area. Opens at 3 in the afternoon, closes at 2 in the morning. Klein, in a black double-breasted suit, half-top hat and gold-rimmed glasses, mused silently. The best legal brothel here implied better, but illegal ones lurked nearby. The entrance bore an inlaid golden rose, but no signboards. This doesn't count as a street girl, right? Klein asked. Of course, it's higher grade. Mike led Klein inside. Immediately a mixed fragrance, slightly pungent, filled the air. A soothing yet suggestive melody played softly. Bouncers in black coats and half-top hats stood sentinel at the entrance and corners, keeping unruly guests in check. The golden-hued hall held sofas, chairs, and a piano around a central dance floor. Ladies with hair in shades of gold, brown, pale yellow, and black occupied different spots. Some looked mature, some shy and young, others beautiful or attractive. They giggled, read quietly, or danced with men. At 3:30, few customers were present. It looked more like a refined ball than a brothel. If you come after 8, you'll see some interesting performances, Mike whispered with a grin, losing his earlier calm and taking on a more frivolous air. If any lady catches your eye, invite her to dance and ask prices amidst the music. If you agree, you can take her to a room upstairs. Willing to spend money? You can sleep here all night. Mike approached a girl about 15 or 16 years old. Klein, flabbergasted, followed, wondering if Mike's charm was professional or real. The victim, Cyber, was 16. A girl her age is likelier to know friends. Mike lowered his voice. Raising his thin eyebrows, he asked Klein, which lady caught your fancy? I'm just your bodyguard, Klein replied plainly. Mike laughed. Not used to being watched when I do this. I'll stand watch outside, Klein nodded seriously. Mike bent to offer his hand to the young girl for a dance. Klein thought bleakly, a prostitute so young, Backlund sure is bedazzling and dirty, and a middle-aged gentleman with white at his temples patronizes this place. Klein stood very straight, hands lowered, watching them dance. After a few minutes, Mike returned slightly annoyed. Too expensive. Lowering his voice, he said, "The girl knew Seba, but Ma'am Lopez forbids them from speaking about the case under threat of severe punishment." When that was mentioned, the girl shuddered. "Horrible," Klein sighed. "What now? I don't want trouble for those girls again. I'll go straight to Ma'am Lopez. Protect me." Mike patted Klein's shoulder. Klein turned sideways, serious. "If things get dangerous, you listen to me. Understand? Listen." Okay. Mike raised his hands. Mike strode toward a sofa where a heavily made-up lady in a gorgeous dress sat. "If you don't want to embarrass yourself after a dance, talk to Ma'am Lopez first and learn prices," Mike called out. Lopez looked up and smiled slowly. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Did any girl catch your fancy?" "Yes," Mike said, sizing her up with a chuckle. "I really admire you." "I admire you too. Acting like this is your home." Klein's mouth twitched. Lopez's expression froze briefly, then she laughed fake. "Sorry, not feeling well today. Women have those days every month." Mike fell silent, then serious. "Ma'am Lopez, I'm a reporter investigating Cyber's matter. Here's my documentary proof." Lopez darkened, replying impatiently, "I've told the police everything. Ask them. Cyber was a vagrant orphan I adopted. She accepted a guest's invitation that night and died returning home. Please leave or invite a lady to dance." She waved over 2 bouncers. Klein stepped in to shield Mike and guided him back. The bouncers didn't pursue. Klein whispered, "She's lying." Mike was surprised. When she spoke, her eyes darted around nervously. She avoided your gaze but watched your reaction closely. Lying. Defensive stance, agitated. Klein analyzed. Mike gaped. "You're a great detective. Only your spirit vision could detect such details. I saw her emotional colors were off, then reasoned it out." Klein smiled. "Thanks. Time to leave." They watched Lopez head to a quiet side door guarded by 2 bouncers. "Let's follow her. Maybe her anxiety will make her slip," Mike said. "Can you take care of those bouncers?" "Sir, I'm just your protector. That's illegal." Klein smiled. "I'll pay more. £5 now, 10 if there's a fight." Mike gritted his teeth. "Deal." Klein shook his hand. They circled to avoid the guards and approached the side door quietly. "Guests, please stop. Leave this area," a bouncer warned. Klein bowed. "Sorry, we'll leave." Suddenly his right fist struck hard into the bouncer's abdomen. The man bent over, clutching his stomach. Klein rose, chopping the back of the bouncer's head with his left hand. Pow! The man collapsed unconscious. The other bouncer was stunned. Klein quickly slid over, muffling the first with his right hand and punching him in the abdomen with his left. Bang! The man bent, spitting out undigested food. Klein withdrew his hand and chopped downward with his palm. Supporting the man's fall with his other hand, Klein laid him down quietly. Exchanging looks with Mike, Klein turned the knob and opened the side door. Mike ducked inside quickly. "Why so skilled?" "You're just a reporter," Klein lampooned silently, striding briskly along the corridor. Lopez's voice echoed, "Tell Capim not to send anyone over in the next few days." "Capim? Send anyone?" Klein glanced at Mike, who looked puzzled. They heard footsteps approaching. "Let's go!" Klein tugged Mike and fled without looking back. He closed and broke the side door lock behind them, delaying pursuit. They walked calmly through the hall, hearing faint, angry voices. Outside, Mike sighed in relief. Many similar cases, but never this simple and relaxed. "Thanks. I need to find out who Capim is," he said, fishing out £5. "But honestly, your price is steep. Over half a week's salary. You can claim reimbursement, right?" Klein grinned. "That's a fake ID card," Mike shrugged casually. Klein admired him silently. Watching Mike leave by carriage, Klein crossed the street and waited for a public carriage, eyes alert. A rental carriage approached. A middle-aged man in a black coat stepped out, nodding at Klein. Blue-eyed, thin-faced, with grey temples, the same gentleman from the Golden Rose. "He's not a customer. He's like us," Klein realized. "Hello, I'm Detective Isengard Stanton, assisting the police in this case. Can we talk?" The man pointed toward the carriage tracks. Chapter 272. Observing each other, detective? A colleague, but one well-known enough within Savellaus Yard to assist the police with such a serious case. Still, Klein wondered. Shouldn't the serial killer involved in devil worship be handled by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind? Why call a private detective when a few assistants would do? The 11 murders had caused a sensation, and the police were clearly under heavy pressure, unwilling to just wait helplessly. Klein hid his thoughts behind a polite smile and agreed. He boarded the rented carriage of Isengard Stanton, a thin-faced man with an angular face. Inside sat a young brown-haired assistant. "This is my assistant," Isengard introduced. He neither closed the door nor signaled the driver to move, showing no threat. Klein sat uneasily and asked, "What would you like to talk about, Mr. Stanton?" Isengard took out a dark pipe and asked, "What did you learn from following Mam Lopez? Did you hear or discover anything?" Klein feigned hesitation. "I'm also a detective, and we have confidentiality agreements. This is on behalf of Civilas Yard, not confidentiality." Isengard rubbed his pipe. "£1? £2? Klein, recalling past lessons and seeing no reason to hide, nodded. "Sure." Isengard smiled and handed 2 £1 notes. Klein recalled, "We only heard one sentence. Mam Lopez ordered her subordinates to tell Capim not to send anyone over in the next few days." "Capim?" Isengard nodded knowingly. "Got it. You know Capim?" Klein asked, surprised. Isengard answered, "One of the most controversial magnates in Sherwood Borough. In Backland, innocent girls often go missing along deserted streets, later turning up in legal or illegal brothels. Many rumors point to Keem as the criminal kingpin with blood on his hands, but lacking evidence, he remains free. He knows many important people." Klein nodded grimly. "This is Lone. This is Backland, Mr. Stanton. I'll take my leave." "Thank you." Isengard stood politely. "By the way, your fighting skills are excellent. Maybe we'll work together someday. What should I call you?" "Sherlock Moriarty," Klein said briefly, stepping off. Isengard shut his door and headed toward Hillston Borough with his assistant. Looking out, he pulled a brass ornament, a small open book with a vertical eye, from his pocket and slowly stroked it. Mr. Moriarty's look was odd. Cultured gold-rimmed glasses, but a deliberately scruffy beard, making him look crude and barbaric, unusual nowadays. Most gold glass wearers care about their image. Maybe he's hiding something, or just has an unusual aesthetic sense, Isengard mused, teaching his assistant. Klein, sitting in the carriage, silently thought, "Detective Isengard Stanton is problematic. Since activating my spirit vision, I see his aura dominated by rational indifferent blue and spiritual purple, few other emotions. Normal people can't hold that calm unless deeply focused. Either he's an extraordinary genius or a beyonder." The tracked carriage carried over 40 passengers toward Backland Bridge. Klein admired the 2- and 3-story buildings and the rare 5- or 6-story brown houses, Backland's latest architectural trend. After transferring carriages, Klein arrived at Iron Gate Street and entered the Bravehearts Bar. Kaspars was drinking brandy, eyes narrowed in satisfaction as he savored the malt's fragrance and burn. Klein approached, rapping the counter. "Is Marek here?" His hand gripped Azic's copper whistle in his pocket, his spirituality shielding its effects. Before he finished, he felt gazes sweeping over him, clearly observing. When Klein finished, attention shifted to Kaspars. The scarred old man said, annoyed, "He didn't come yesterday, nor today." Relieved, Klein relaxed his spiritual shield. Mentioning Marek caught someone's attention. Someone else is looking for him, Klein thought, resisting the urge to turn. He recalled wondering why a Sequence 5 Miss Bodyguard took a 3-day £1,000 mission. Sequence 5 means serious strength, a high-ranking person in secret organizations, or an independent power. Someone like her wouldn't need to personally take jobs and would enjoy subordinates' tributes. He'd assumed hiring a Sequence 6 guard to buy time was enough, but Miss Bodyguard was terrifyingly strong. Miss Bodyguard and Marek likely share sensitive identities and must hide constantly. Whoever hunts her must be powerful, with holy artifacts or multiple Sequence 5 members. Maybe Marek's Beyonder exposure has drawn Machinery Hivemind's attention. Klein sighed. "Is that so? I was planning to play cards with him." Kaspars, surprised by the unusual speech, chuckled. "I'm having a Texas card game tonight. Want to join?" "No, just until dinner. I'll head home." Klein left without ordering a drink. He'd planned to ask about Beyonder gatherings, but prudently abandoned the idea. Instead, Klein returned to his 1-bedroom East Borough apartment and divined over the grey fog to confirm no one followed. Before dark, he arrived at Minsk Street and found newspapers stuffed in his mailbox. I was too rushed today to read anything. After shooting practice at Quillard Club, I had a good meal and nap, then was forced into a few tennis matches with Talim. My skills aren't great, but fitness helps, he muttered, entering and locking the door. Lighting the wall lamp, he scanned the Backlund Morning Post. On page 5, an advertisement caught his eye. Ernst Firm purchasing goods, flour, buttered cream, Marquis black tea, with prices. A Beyonder gathering was scheduled for 8 tomorrow evening at the same place. The door code, 7 heavy knocks, 1 light, 6 long intervals, 1 short. The numbers 3 and 8 were meaningless. Klein leaned back, already looking forward to the gathering. He wanted to sell some formulas and buy the necessary ingredients. Chapter 273, Handing Out a Formula. Wednesday night, 5 minutes to 8, in an alley behind Braveheart's bar. Klein circled around based on his memories before finally finding the house with dark candlelights. He was disguised in a greyish-blue worker's uniform, cap, and a beard to avoid being linked to the man who'd bought Black Snake's item. Best if Eye of Wisdom and the apothecary didn't recognize him. Otherwise, a newbie who'd relied on luck to become a Beyonder and concoct potions in a week would be suspicious. Klein felt for Azik's copper whistle, tarot cards and charms in his pockets. His uniform was tailored with many small pockets holding metal bottles filled with herb powders and extracts. After a deep breath, Klein took out a metal mask covering half his face, the first step in his disguise. Using the clown's ability, he controlled his facial expressions, physical tics, gait, and numbed facial nerves to appear vastly different from before. He wondered what Eye of Wisdom used to recognize people. This was all he could do. Sighing, he wished to be faceless, but then he wouldn't need to attend such low-level Beyonder gatherings. Klein knocked on the door with 7 hard knocks and 1 light one, interspersed with 6 long pauses and 1 short pause. Almost immediately, the small wooden board slid open, revealing an eye that scanned him. Seconds later, the door creaked open, and Eye of Wisdom's attendant handed Klein a hooded black robe. Maintaining an emotionless face, Klein put on the robe, pulled down his hood to shroud his face, and deliberately took awkward steps on the way to the living room. The dark, silent room held 1 candle and many members. Klein didn't choose a corner like last time, but sat on a high stool in the center. He wanted every detail of his appearance and behavior to differ from previous visits. His clown identity gave him the expertise to mentally reflect and control his body's movements. The room was so silent it felt frozen. Time passed until Eye of Wisdom checked the clock and spoke in his ancient voice. "It's time. Let's begin. We don't need to wait for our late friends." Klein's hoarse voice cut in. "I want to sell potion formulas. They are Sequence 9 Bard and Sequence 8 Light Suppliant from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The former is £220, the latter £450. After much thought, this was his safest plan. Spectator and telepathist potions related to the Psychology Alchemists, an active secret organization in Backlund, would risk attracting attention. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was blocked by the Church of the Lord of Storms, so those Beyonders rarely appeared in Backlund and posed little risk. The seer potion involved Klein himself, so revealing it was out of the question. Through battles and observation, Klein learned that Beyonders below high sequence had distinct characteristics that rarely overlapped. Each had strong strengths and glaring weaknesses. For example, the spectator pathway lacked combat ability, but if ignored and misled, opponents could die without understanding why. Hurricane Rear Admiral Chilangos, a Sequence 5 with the mystical item Creeping Hunger, died mysteriously thanks partly to Azik and the spectator's role. Most Beyonders below high sequence had weak bodies but distinct powers. If one could hide strengths and know their enemy well, a stronger opponent could be defeated. In rare cases, a Sequence 9 could kill a Sequence 5. This was mostly theoretical. Sequence 5 was already powerful, with Beyonder powers akin to miracles. Strengths effectively covered weaknesses, and before Sequence 6 it was hard to affect them. Many Beyonders below high sequence feared group attacks because flustered mistakes could cascade into fatal errors. This is why Shepherds ranked first below high sequence. They were versatile and, when combined well, had nearly 0 weaknesses. After advancing to Sequence 7, Klein expected all sorts of magical Beyonder powers. Then he might contend with Sequence 6 or even win, and possibly escape from Sequence 5. Klein looked around waiting for a response. If Bard and Light Suppliant didn't sell, he'd try Spectator and Telepathist. Considering Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility and conservation, he wouldn't sell formulas of his own or the Witch Pathway. They required committing evil deeds and led to tragic cases. Though nervous, Klein kept his face expressionless. "I can consider buying it," the chubby apothecary laughed. "I can take another apprentice and give him these formulas, praying for light to shine on my herbs. Perfect. How extravagant." His words broke the silence. A man in a corner, hood pulled low, spoke sharply. "Perhaps I can give it to my child. At least it's stronger than my sequence. Sequence 9, £200. Sequence 8, £400. If you agree, we have a deal." Taking out £600 meant he was quite rich, enough for a house in Tingen City. Klein pretended to think, watching others' reactions. No one raised the price. The bid matched Klein's minimum. He added, "You cannot sell these 2 formulas in this gathering but may sell them elsewhere." "All right, Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness," the man agreed sharply. Klein hesitated to prove the formula's authenticity to avoid revealing his inexperience. Silently, he lifted his robe, took out the 2 potion formulas he had written, and handed them to an attendant. The attendant went to the single sofa and gave the papers to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman spread the papers on a small round table, and without looking closely, placed them down. He wiped his right palm with a handkerchief, then took out an exquisite ring inlaid with tiny diamonds and a dark green gem resembling an eye. Just seeing it made Klein's head feel heavy and body uncomfortable, like during a math exam. Eye of Wisdom wore the ring on his right middle finger, closed his eyes, and prepared something. Suddenly, the emerald gem glowed with a golden light as bright as the sun. The light grew purer until it turned into a holographic projection. "Authentic and effective," Eye of Wisdom announced quietly, quickly removing the ring, unwilling to wear it longer. His tone sounded like a notary's. That ring was Eye of Wisdom's prized sealed artifact 2081, which emulated a notary's powers. Klein felt a pang of envy. After notarization, the deal concluded quickly. Klein received a thick wad of £10 notes. He counted them thrice, but didn't fold them. He held the cash in his palm, waiting for a chance to spend it. He planned to observe first to ensure nothing else was needed before speaking again about purchases. The apothecary looked around, saying, "I brought a few bottles of sedatives." Klein was surprised he remembered to bring them. He'd forgotten. To avoid recognition, Klein acted as if he wasn't there. The apothecary shouted a few times with no response, then muttered, "That guy didn't come this time. Maybe he's dead somewhere." "Thank you for your blessings," but it was a relief he failed to recognize Klein. The apothecary again asked for Spring of the Elves marrow crystals, but as usual, it was in vain. After he stopped, a woman with her face completely hidden by a hood said with 2 boxes at her feet, "I have 2 weapons with Beyonder effects." Klein's spirituality as a seer told him this was the woman who sold the inscribed steel sword last time. She had 2 more similar weapons. Behind her was likely a Beyonder armament organization, or perhaps a marionettist, a Sequence 6 of the machinery specialist and savant pathway. Klein looked on with anticipation. He had agreed to give the son a Beyonder weapon worth £500 to £700 that would boost his combat ability. He hadn't specified type or characteristics, only that it be similar and usable. The son wasn't picky. Chapter 274, Beyonder Weapon. The woman with the hood glanced around. The 2 weapons this time are easy to carry. One is the Whip of Slowness, a replica of a particular mystical item. It constantly creates formless restraints, gradually slowing your opponent's actions. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger the effect. It lasts for 2 years. Price £450 or the potion formula for Barbarian. The whip sounded useful and reminded Klein of the Demoness of Pleasure's spider silk ability. But would Little Son really use a whip? Klein asked hoarsely, "Can this invisible binding affect spirit-type creatures? Like wraiths?" The woman shook her head. "No." Without waiting, she introduced the second weapon. The Axe of Hurricane boosts agility and running speed. It has a 15% chance to numb enemies and 5% chance to produce lightning. During thunderstorms, lightning chance rises to 50%. This is based on thorough experiments and data. It lasts up to a year. Price £520 or the Barbarian Potion formula. Stronger than the whip, the axe's time limit explained its price. Klein recalled how the City of Silver often had lightning flashes above it, like a constant thunderstorm. If true, the axe's lightning strikes at 50% would be formidable in Little Sun's hands. Even ignoring that, its base Beyonder effects made it a good fit. The 1-year limit wasn't a big issue. Little Sun's digestion and the city's resources would likely get him to sequence 6 within that time, when he'd need a new weapon anyway. Klein was set on buying the axe. The apothecary muttered, "An axe is easy to carry? Sounds like a joke. A wrench would be more practical. Why not revolvers with Beyonder effects?" "I'll try to collect similar items," the woman said firmly. "Friends interested, place your bids." Before Klein could speak, a man on the long sofa called out, "Axe of Hurricane, £520. The woman waited. "Anyone else?" Klein raised the bid, £530. The man quickly said £550. Klein calmly added £560. He made it seem he could always top the offer by £10. The £600 Klein had was just enough to pressure the other bidder. The man hesitated, then shrugged. "All right, it's yours." Klein sighed quietly in relief. "Anyone else for the axe?" The woman asked, but the room was silent. "Sold." She handed the box by her foot to an attendant. The Eye of Wisdom appraised it before it was brought to Klein. The money was exchanged. Klein put away 4 £10 notes, opened the box, and saw an iron-black axe that could attach to the back or belt. It was thick, sturdy, with a sharp edge. Spirit vision revealed many spiritual materials used. Symbols and runes embedded inside formed lightning and hurricane patterns. Touching it gave Klein a faint pricking pain. He nodded, placing the box on his lap. It could be exchanged for true root and juice of a mist trent. His magician potion only lacked spinal fluid from a dark patterned black panther. He had made good money from past commissions, plus savings and current cash, £209, 5 solis and 5 pennies. Sequence 7 ingredients were worth £700. He'd still need to sell formulas or knowledge. He planned to check on Leopard's bicycle progress this week. Klein stopped bidding and watched quietly. Later, someone bought the Whip of Slowness for £480. A Beyonder ingredient called Heart of Featherman didn't sell at £1,600. Klein knew this ingredient was sequence 6 level. Most transactions failed. Most Beyonders came with specific goals and wouldn't waste money. Unlike Klein, who bought any decent Beyonder weapon. Near the end, a quiet man in a corner said deeply, "I want to sell a sequence 9 Corpse Collector potion formula. £230. Klein recognized Corpse Collector, found only in the Church of the Ebonite Goddess, Church of the God of Combat, and the Numinous Episcopate. Was an undercover Nighthawk here? Or a Numinous Episcopate member trying to revive death? Low sequence formulas in the wild weren't surprising, though. Old Neil had mentioned Corpse Collector involved a desiccated black-spotted frog. Klein controlled his smile and watched the Corpse Collector formula quickly sell. Sequence 9 formulas sold easily. Previously, a Sequence 8 Folk of Rage formula had repeatedly failed, but his Light Suppliant and Bard formulas sold well. Most Beyonders with money collected Sequence 9 formulas for their children and students, giving them more paths to choose. If a Sequence 8 formula lacked a corresponding Sequence 9 base, buyers waited for Beyonders advancing sequences, which might not happen for years. Beyonder circles were scattered, and many didn't know the acting method. Nor did they understand the law of Beyonder characteristics, conservation and indestructibility. Klein remained silent. After 15 more minutes, sensing the gathering was ending, he asked carefully, "Who has the complete spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther?" Silence. He added, "I will offer payment no Beyonder would refuse." For example, the law of conservation and indestructibility. Though he'd sworn to the goddess never to teach the acting method again, and he'd already died once, was the oath still valid? Klein pulled back scattered thoughts but heard no reply. "Oh, okay, next." He shrugged deliberately. The apothecary cleared his throat. "I brought quite a few medicines. Take a look. They're cheap, just a few pounds or solly. The woman selling weapons asked, "Has the dangerous sewer beast been eliminated?" The apothecary snorted, "You asked the right person. I don't know either. After making a police report, I haven't gone near the sewers." Bro, asking for a beating. You must have had a tough childhood. Smart choice becoming an apothecary, Klein lampooned silently in Chinese. The woman took a deep breath and said nothing. After the apothecary's strange medicines sold out, Eye of Wisdom declared the gathering over. He arranged for Klein to leave Fifth via a secret basement passage. Eye of Wisdom didn't recognize him either. Klein removed his hooded robe, tossed it to the attendant, slipped through the passage, and circled stealthily. Confirming no one followed, he took off his iron mask, left the secluded street, and headed to East Borough with the axe of Hurricane. Black Palm Street in East Borough had no gas lamps and was abyssal after dark. In a particular apartment, Klein sealed the room with a spirituality wall, summoned himself, and lifted the axe of Hurricane above the grey fog. If it were heavier, he couldn't have carried it even with Azik's whistle reinforcing his spirit. He'd have to resort to a sacrificial ritual. He sent his thoughts to the illusory star of the sun. The world has sacrificed the weapon to me. Prepare the bestowment ritual. City of Silver. Seeing the grey fog and Mr. Harfull's instructions, Derek Berg sat up, preparing. Before the ritual, he silently took out his knight's sword and made a few vertical slashes to ease anticipation. Would it be a straight sword, broadsword, or rapier? He pictured himself wielding a powerful weapon. During the ritual, he saw his beyonder weapon, an axe. Chapter 275, Pound Family. Dear Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. World that I'll try to gather the mistrent's true root and juice as soon as possible. After the son's reply, Klein nodded quietly, muttering, he seems satisfied with the weapon. Even without the environment's aid, the axe of Hurricane is quite formidable. He had passed on the beyonder weapon's characteristics and limits, but avoided sounding naggy to keep his image intact. Done with this, Klein returned to the real world, changed clothes, and left Black Palm Street. East Borough, Dharavi Street, inside a cramped, lively pub. Shio Derecha covered her nose and mouth as she squeezed through the thick smell of sweat and alcohol and the armpits of taller men. Using considerable effort and her arbiter powers, she finally reached the bar and spotted the man she sought, Williams, a scruffy 20-something with a long, horse-like face, messy eyebrows, and soft features. He was laughing loudly and gulping down alcohol with the patrons. Williams, I have something to talk to you about. Shio banged the wooden counter. Many patrons shot angry looks, but all quickly retreated under her stern arbiter gaze. Oh, Shio, haven't seen you in weeks. Want a half and half? Williams said, half drunk and half surprised. Half and half, a popular East Borough drink, was malt beer mixed equally with fortified great wine. Are you really letting me drink? Shio raised an eyebrow. No, he doesn't, the bartender hurriedly said, recalling how deadly Shio got when drunk, throwing guests out one by one. Williams spread his hands and asked, So why are you looking for me? He was an informant connected to local gangs. Shio frowned. Williams, why not quit drinking? Save money, marry a nice girl, come home every day to hot water, food, and warm greetings. Share your day with her, and she tells you about the trivial things at home, with cute kids kissing your cheek. Isn't that warmth nice? Thanks to Williams, Shio quickly gained a foothold in East Borough and always wanted better for him. Warmth? Williams scoffed. It's all money. If I brought home 20 solely a week, maybe it'd be like you say, but instead the screams and insults from the woman, the cries of children, it drives me crazy. My mom's a good example. When my old man comes home, he beats me and makes a ruckus, so I might as well use my money for drinks. No one cares how much I earn here. Everyone drinks and chats and the mood's good. If I want women, there are cute street girls outside who don't quarrel. Shio smirked. You really are an incorrigible believer of the Lord of Storms. One day you'll die from alcoholism or some strange disease. At least I've enjoyed life, Williams said, unbothered. Haven't worked for 3 days, so no discounts. Shio gave up and handed him the portrait of Lanavus Audrey had given her. Help me watch for this man. Find him as soon as possible. Here are different portraits. Williams looked at the paper, skid. He looks too ordinary. East Borough is full of people. Some die, some leave, some become vagrants. Finding him will be tough. Just keep an eye out. Notify me immediately if you see anyone like him. Chio handed over 5 soldi. Beer money, £10 if you find him. £10? Williams whistled. Since when are you so generous? Or is this guy worth more? That's his reward. £10 for clues. Chio glanced around the pub. Don't forget, I'll come back in a few days. She had already spread the mission among gang leaders and informants, paying several pounds up front. As soon as one succeeded, she'd earn it all back. Profits awaited. She left the pub, nose and mouth covered. A brawl broke out behind her. Chio sighed, raised her voice. Stop! The drunkards froze, some crouching as if faced with their nemesis. Phew, when will I become sheriff? She thought with a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. Thursday morning, Klein travelled to St. George Borough, a city apart, to check on his first investment. With his tip and Roselle's manuscript revelation, Leopard was advancing fast on the bicycle project, already building a crude prototype. This matched Klein's impressions of bicycles. After a trial ride, Klein offered some improvement suggestions and promised a second investment next week, hoping to attract more investors to industrialize the project. Leopard insisted he was the inventor and wanted to name the product Bike instead of Bicycle. Klein didn't care. At noon, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street, but before removing his hat, he heard illusory pleas. Miss Justice? She'd gathered info on the abject nobles already. Klein prepared to go upstairs. The doorbell rang and Julianne, the Sammers maid, stood there. Mr. Moriarty, Mrs. Sammer invites you to a Sunday luncheon. Many neighbors will attend. After handing Mrs. Sammer a portable camera the night before and exchanging a few words, Klein hadn't expected an invite. Middle-class etiquette sent servants to deliver invitations, not direct invites. This fit Mrs. Sammer's style. Klein promised to attend. Free lunch with decent hosts was a win. He watched Julianne leave, closed the door and glanced over his somewhat messy living space. It had been days since cleaning, but not bad for a bachelor. With too many secrets and risks, hiring a full-time maid was unwise. Maybe Mrs. Sammer's maid could come twice a week, paid by Klein, common among tenants and landlords. He calmly climbed to his bedroom and drew the curtains. Inside the fog, the prayer was from Miss Justice, a blue-blood girl sitting on a piano stool, whispering the honorific name of the fool not belonging to this era. I've gathered information on the abject nobles, requesting permission to hold a sacrificial ritual and seek your help to pass it to Mr. World. Quick and professional, Klein responded immediately. Audrey, fresh from the Royal Coat of Arms office, completed the ritual, throwing the thick manuscript into the illusory door. I'll pass it to the world. Klein cut the connection with an indifferent tone. He lingered, flipping through the manuscript, focusing on the Pound family. They'd won the Viscount title at the Battle of the Violated Oath, loyal to the royal family, with power in the army and a fief. But 32 years ago, 2 heirs died from serious illnesses, one after another. The old Viscount brought home a distant relative's child. Shortly after, the old Viscount died. The young heir, swayed by servants, replaced the butler and turned foppish. Within 8 years, he lost most fortune, was reduced to a baron, and sold their Backlund house. In the following years, his title dropped to baronet. Died of serious illnesses? Klein thought. The corpses were probably missing, likely hidden in the innermost room underground beyond the bloody door. The old Viscount likely concealed the truth, blocking royal, military and church investigations. The Pound family must have discovered the Fourth Epoch underground structure about 30 years ago, perhaps even built the secret door. But more than 2 corpses lay inside. Others had explored there long ago. Klein planned to approach Baronet Pound carefully, concealing his identity. He stopped and found what he wanted. Baronet Pound, currently living at 29 Sivelos Street, Empress Borough. Chapter 276, Rafter Pound. Sivelos Prefecture lay west of the Lone Kingdom, across the Hornassus Mountains from the Intis Republic. In Backlund, near the police headquarters on the edge of Empress Borough, was Sivelos Street. Many settled there for peace. Rafter Pound, a baronet, was one of them. In his warm activity room at Unit 29, Rafter stood by a closed window in cotton-quilted pajamas, staring diagonally across at Sivelos Yard. Though in his early 40s, white strands framed his face. Puffy eyes and wrinkles marked his years. His body smelled of alcohol. Torn lingerie lay behind him, opposite a burning fireplace. He raised his glass, gulped the last of the liquid, then slowly walked to his bedroom. Without a pipe to transfer heat from the fireplace, the chill of late autumn hit him as he left the activity room. "Damn it!" he cursed, staggering to the bedroom door. The room was dark except for a faint crimson glow. About to close the door and collapse into bed, Rafter froze. A figure sat silently by the curtain, a man in greyish-blue pants and a cap hidden in shadows. His face was painted red, yellow, and white like a clown. Rafter wanted to shout and run, but froze at the sight of a revolver aimed at him, followed by 2 deep, hoarse sentences. "I advise you not to do anything unwise. If you cooperate, I won't harm you or take your belongings, if you still have any left." Rafter's expression flickered. Obediently, he closed the door, half raised his hands, and sat on the bed's edge. "What do you want from me?" he hiccuped drunkenly, trembling. "Civilhouse Yard is just across the street." "I know, but I think I'm closer to you than Civilhouse Yard," the disguised Klein said, voice altered. "I just want to ask a few questions." Before coming, Klein had divined in the mysterious space above the grey fog and confirmed the trip was safe. "Questions?" Rafter laughed bitterly. "Here we go again. Am I never going to escape this nightmare?" "Have many people come to you with questions?" Klein asked. "No, not just questions. After my uncle, the Honourable Old Viscount, died, too much happened. The kind old butler resigned for no reason and vanished. Servants and maids changed without warning, becoming cold and unfamiliar. They were looking for something. I wasn't even 10 then. I could only watch, afraid I'd never wake up again," Rafter said, on the verge of collapse. Klein considered, were they after the underground structure, or the Pound family's beyonder characteristics and mystical items buried near the evil spirit? The royal family and churches must know the law of beyonder characteristics. Conservation and indestructibility. Since the family was ruined, these items should have been reclaimed unless the old Viscount had secretly bought rare replacements to hide the underground secret. Though Rafter seemed calm, Klein stayed alert. "How long has this been going on?" "I don't know. Strange faces surrounded me. How do I know the rest aren't involved?" "Heh, I pretended not to notice. After years of fear, they led me to drink, gamble, sex, smoke marijuana, everything to make me look like trash." Rafter laughed crazily. "Now they're relieved and not watching. When I sold the house, they vanished. But no, they must still monitor me secretly, stopping me from calling the police." Klein suspected mental illness. He wasn't sure if Rafter's story was true or delusion. His mood shifts made sense, but maybe he blamed himself, imagining excuses for his fall. "What did they ask you?" "How the 2 children of the old Viscount died. What odd behavior the Viscount showed. I was under 10, I don't know." Rafter waved his arms and growled, "Calm down." Klein lowered his left hand, probing if Rafter knew about the underground structure. After much back and forth, Klein said, "You really don't seem to know anything. Sorry to bother you, but I must leave." He stood, bowed politely. At once, Rafter's breakdown vanished, his pale blue eyes deepened sharply, examining Klein. Seeing Klein straighten, Rafter reverted to grief, anger, madness, bitterness, neuroticism. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Klein's ears, "Crimson!" He injected spirituality into a slumber charm and threw it with his unarmed left hand. Crackling sounds filled the room as a serene force enveloped Rafter. His eyes closed involuntarily, and he collapsed weakly on the bed. "I'm sorry. The earlier questions were for comparison. Next is entering your dream and spirit channeling." Klein patted Rafter's pajamas, bowed again. He used the dream charm to enter Rafter's dream like a nightmare. In the flickering grey dreamscape, Klein walked beside Rafter, watching him see faceless servants and maids radiating eerie vibes. An old face silently gazed at Rafter as he curled up shivering, shadow slowly enveloping him. It matched Rafter's story. Klein tried guiding the dream, but Rafter's trauma was severe. Any trigger caused screams and frantic escape. Unable to gain more, Klein withdrew, cast another slumber charm, and prepared a manta extract and other materials for spirit mediumship. Spirituality passed through a storm of thoughts to see Rafter's illusory image of heart and mind. "What did the old Viscount say before he died?" Klein asked. "He wants me to maintain the family," Rafter replied, muddled. "And else?" Klein pressed. "To remember the ancestors' glory," Rafter answered blankly. Klein asked, "What were those people looking for?" I don't know. Comparing all answers, Klein concluded Rafter hadn't lied. He didn't linger. Passing through the storm of thoughts, he withdrew his spirituality. Klein tidied the scene and tossed Azic's copper whistle a few times, using its nature to block divinations. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Baronet. He bowed once more. He opened the window, jumped out, and disappeared into the night. After a while, Rafter's eyes opened. Ruptured capillaries circled his light blue irises. He sat up sharply, staring at the open oriel window. Later, Klein detoured through East Borough, washed off his disguise and changed into normal clothes. As if nothing happened, he returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. He didn't rest or ponder the underground structure. Instead, he entered the fog again. At the ancient table's end, Klein opened his palm to reveal several strands of brown hair, rafters gathered during sleep. There's still the final step, divination above the grey fog, Klein murmured. He conjured pen and paper, writing down the content he had prepared. Rafter Pound's future. I want to see what will happen to you to confirm the past. Klein leaned back and began reciting the divination statement. Since the ancient structure involved 6 orthodox gods, Klein avoided direct divination, reframing the question to ask about Rafter's future instead. Chapter 277, Finalizing a Plan. Rafter Pound's future. Holding the baronet's hair, Klein closed his eyes and entered a deep slumber aided by cogitation. In the grey, gloomy realm of the dream, he saw a narrow, irregular cave. Rafter, with puffy eye bags and grey hair at the temples, crawled forward like a reptile, propping himself on his elbows to leave the hole. Suddenly, he retrieved a black iron emblem of unknown origin and wore it on his chest. The emblem bore a scepter carved on it, with a hand gripping the scepter tightly. Tudor. Klein jerked awake. According to Miss Bodyguard, the black iron emblem was engraved with the imperial coat of arms of the 4th epoch Tudor Empire royal household. It matched the emblem he'd seen in the ancient structure. Rafter Pound was clearly more complex than he seemed. As a seer, Klein mulled over the revelation. It could be a future action, or it might reveal Rafter's deep connection to the Tudor family. Through direct questioning, dream probing, and spirit channeling, Rafter hadn't exposed any inconsistencies. Without a 4th test, Klein might have been fooled. Maybe Rafter truly didn't know anything now, and his act was genuine. He might even encounter an opportunity to connect with the Tudor family later. But more likely, Rafter had learned much from the old Viscount. Lacking confidence, he feigned decadence and madness to hide his knowledge. For him to evade Klein's dream and spirit probing suggested some beyonder power at work. Had he really been muddled then? Otherwise, a veteran like Klein would have detected deception. What kind of beyonder powers? What sequence? Or was he born with innate powers? Klein's thoughts hit a dead end. He switched perspectives. Rafter Pound's connection to the Tudor family might mean he was actually a descendant. If his blood relation to the old Viscount was real, this made things interesting. Perhaps the entire Pound family was a Tudor branch that changed its surname to evade pursuit. They contributed greatly, gained aristocratic titles, and climbed back into power while secretly searching for Tudor Empire's secret relics in Backland. After some time, they found something. They bought what now belonged to Millet Carter's house and built an elaborate basement for exploration. 30 to 40 years ago, they uncovered ruins and built a secret door. During exploration, an accident happened. The evil spirit didn't recognize the so-called Tudor descendants. The 2 heirs of the old Viscount died inside that deepest room, one after another. Their beyonder characteristics and mystical items couldn't be recovered. Though the old Viscount paid a high price for similar beyonder traits to cover up the deaths, the royal household and churches became suspicious. After the old Viscount's death, Rafter exaggerated the investigations and feigned madness to avoid attention. This explained Klein's earlier puzzle: how the Viscount family could be controlled by mysterious forces without the royal household or churches intervening directly. Even if control was needed, they'd do it subtly, for example via Faceless from Klein's own Sequence 6 pathway. A child would sense abnormalities, let alone powerful beyonders of the royal household and churches. The only explanation was that those unknown people were sent by the royal household and churches themselves. Klein's previous theory held. The Tudor and Trunsost families mastered the Dark Emperor pathway. To maintain the empire's style and secrecy, dynasties were established. Miss Bodyguard indirectly confirmed this. The Dark Emperor pathway's sequence 9 is lawyer, a beyonder expert in using order. This might explain why Rafter could deceive Klein's dream and spirit channeling. Perhaps Rafter had taken it further, cooperating enough to subtly manipulate the dream's order to guide its development. On reflection, during spirit channeling, Rafter hadn't seemed to lie outright. His truths were partial. Maintain the family and remember the glory could refer to both the Pound and Tudor families. Klein's thinking clarified the overall situation. From Rafter's attitude, the evil spirit couldn't escape without external help. Otherwise, Rafter would have tried to save himself already. Whether or not the evil spirit sought him, if it escaped, the underground ruins' secret would be exposed to the royal household and churches. That would implicate Rafter. The collapsed room opposite didn't weaken the seal over the evil spirit. So long as the innermost room remained intact, the spirit couldn't escape. The plan was clear. Klein would buy explosives from Kaspar's to collapse the entrance, burying the evil spirit forever. When powerful enough, Klein could finish the job and help Backlund rid this danger, maybe even recover valuable items. But how to collapse it safely? Klein didn't know demolition. Kaspar's, a black market weapons merchant, might know an expert. Klein finalized the plan, deciding to meet Kaspar's the next evening. He aimed to settle the underground ruins matter within the week. As for the true Pound-Tudor relationship and Rafter's abnormalities, Klein didn't want to pry further. "It's none of my business," he grumbled, plunging past the grey fog back to reality. Friday morning, Klein left early, pretending to be busy. Actually, he went to the Quelag Club to practice shooting and read newspapers. At tea time, preparing to leave, he was surprised to see Mary Gale, his former employer, and Talon Dumont, the equestrian teacher, enter together. They were accompanied by gentlemen in double-breasted frock coats and finely made ladies. Among them was Mike Joseph, a Daily Observer reporter. "Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence," Mike said, his charming eyes contrasting his rough skin. Klein smiled. "Mr. Burr, reporter, finished your investigative news?" "Thanks to your help. Let me introduce. This is famous Detective Sherlock Moriarty, a good friend of Talon's." Mike gestured. After greetings, Mike continued, "I've roughly figured out who Capim is. I'll tell you details later. I believe Cyber's death was by a copycat, not the serial killer. You'll see my news in tomorrow's papers." "Just as I thought," Klein smiled. Mike then addressed Mary. "I'll arrange an interview about Backlund's air pollution and solutions, but you must coordinate with my editor-in-chief to finalize page in time." Mary's eyes lit up. "All right. Thank you. Mike, why didn't I think of such a good idea?" This was for promoting the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Though the Daily Observer wasn't top tier, its circulation was large. Did Mary come today because other House of Commons members at the club were here? Such private clubs suited politics and business. Klein understood and left early. Before becoming a Faceless, he wanted to avoid high-level affairs. Evening, Eastborough apartment. Williams, after a busy day, entered his rented room to change coats, get money, then head to a pub for dinner. Suddenly, he stopped dressing. A shadow stood by the window, face hidden by a hood. "Who told you to look for Lanvas?" the low voice asked. Williams gulped. "I have a friend, a bounty hunter." Bounty hunters were common in Eastborough and Backlund, living off rewards. "Why look for Lanvas? That bounty's old," the shadow pressed, stepping closer. "I don't know. Maybe she wanted to try again." Williams stepped back. "Who is she?" the shadow asked. Williams hesitated, then whispered, Shio Derecha, I don't know where she lives." "Very honest," the shadow said, patting Williams. Then, without warning, snapped fingers. Williams froze, body split into pieces, scattering blood and flesh. The shadow broke the gas pipe. Gas hissed. He grabbed a candle and struck the wick. The shadow left. Minutes later, the candle lit on its own. Boom. An explosion wiped everything out. Chapter 278, Free? After dinner, in the Bravehearts Bar's billiard room, Klein, wearing a simple black coat and dark cap, held a glass of Southville beer. He quietly closed the door behind him and walked over to Kaspar's, who was bent over the table trying to hit a ball. Before Klein could greet him, Kaspers straightened up and glanced his way. "Marek isn't here." There are no other gatherings you want. I have nothing but weapons. Klein smiled slightly. I'm here to buy weapons. Marek wasn't around. They must have been exposed and were moving. Klein realized he couldn't contact Miss Bodyguard through Marek anymore, which complicated his plan to trick Millet Carter using Marek's zombies, obedient, secretive, and fearless, as long as Ezek's copper whistle's influence remained shielded. Kaspars eyed Klein suspiciously, rubbing his nose. What kind of weapon? Finished your previous bullets? Finished what he was this? That was a lot of practice. No, those were from the Quelaag Club. Klein replied, smiling. I want explosives, like the kind used in mines. Kaspars's expression grew serious. What for? I warn you, don't do anything condemnable. I won't allow my customers to challenge Civilaus Yard. You don't have to buy from me if that's your plan. To survive as a black market weapons merchant, Kaspars had to keep strict rules and avoid selling to crazies. Klein smiled at this from a Nighthawk's perspective. You misunderstand. I'm not blasting a bank vault or causing a spectacle. I'm helping someone demolish a building for easier renovations. Then why not hire a construction company? Kaspars stayed wary. Klein chuckled. It's a secret chamber. They don't want others to know. Do you know any reliable explosives experts? I'm not good at demolition and worry the whole house might collapse. Kaspars's doubts eased at Klein's concern for safety. As Kaspars considered, a voice suddenly echoed in the room. There's no need. Klein turned quickly. Miss Bodyguard sat quietly in a corner chair, dressed in her black Gothic regal dress and soft matching hat. Her pale face and blonde hair made her features delicate yet striking. Good evening, madam. Klein bowed slightly. Good evening, ma'am, Sharon. Kaspars also bowed, so her name was Sharon. Klein waited thoughtfully. Sharon told Kaspars, Marek won't be coming back here. If you need him, leave a message by the third method. Yes, ma'am, Sharon. Kaspars, a seasoned man, seemed instinctively wary of Miss Bodyguard. Klein asked, if I wanted Marek's help, how would I contact him? Through Kaspars, Sharon answered simply. Klein smiled. Oh yeah, what did you mean there's no need for a demolition expert? Sharon's blue eyes were steady. I am one. Klein froze. A demolition expert? A beyonder of probably Sequence 5 moonlighting as a demolition expert? He chose to believe her and started to say, I'm going to visit. But stopped, realizing Kaspars wasn't meant to hear this. Because of his status, Kaspars was just an ordinary man. Sharon said to Kaspars, prepare 2 pounds of explosives. He'll pay. Yes, ma'am, Sharon. Kaspars glanced at Klein and limped out, closing the door behind him. Feeling watched by a ghost, Klein hurriedly explained. I found Baronet Pound's address and visited him at night. He recounted Rafter Pound's words and his deductions. I think he lied in many areas. It's impossible for a Viscount family to be manipulated so easily. If a child can sense something abnormal, how could the royal household and churches not notice? After Rafter degenerated, he interacted with outsiders and aristocrats. A bit of courage would have solved his problem easily. He's definitely hiding something related to the underground structure. From his mind state, the evil spirit can't escape for a long time. So I plan to get explosives to destroy the entrance and prevent others from entering, but I'm afraid I might accidentally release the spirit. Yes. Sharon neither confirmed nor denied. Klein hesitated. I don't know demolition well. I'll draw a layout and hire an expert to tell me where and how much explosives to place. If I ask for your help again, how much would it cost? If too expensive, he'd hire an ordinary expert since he'd only get £50 from this job, while Miss Bodyguard's fee was £1,000 for 3 days. Free, Sharon answered tersely. Klein was shocked. Free things usually cost the most. Sharon explained briefly, after collapsing the entrance, only I will be able to enter or exit. This was what I wished to do. Klein realized destroying the entrance wasn't just safety. It was to keep others out, especially other beyonders who couldn't pass through dirt and boulders like spirits, except apprentices who don't know about the ruins. Deal. He quickly added, can you lend a few of Marek's tight-lipped subordinates to be helpers to show Millet Carter? All right. Sharon didn't refuse. Klein smiled, not mentioning payment. Let's schedule it for 10 a.m. tomorrow. We must explore the terrain first. We can't let the explosion cause obvious damage. Sharon nodded and faded away. Saturday morning, Shio Derecha rode in a public carriage to Eastborough to check on her commissions. She bought a Backlund Bulletin newspaper with a penny and skimmed through it. Suddenly, her eyes froze on a news article. At 7:10 last night, a serious explosion occurred at 1 Dharavi Street, East Borough. Suspected gas leak. Explosion at Unit No. 306. Tenant died instantly, body unrecognizable. So far, 3 dead, 16 injured. 1 Dharavi Street, apartment 0306. Wasn't that where Williams rented? He was dead? Gas leak explosion? Impossible. Williams was cautious, unlikely to have gas installed. Did accepting her commission lead to this? But Lanavus was a wanted criminal. If he knew someone searched for him, he could just move, not kill people. This was too radical and lunatic-like. Williams was just a swindler, not a killer. Poor Williams. I'll avenge you. I'll find out the truth. Shio stared sadly at the carriage and chose not to board. She knew East Borough was dangerous now. She planned to return, have Fours move her to a spare rental, then disguise herself and send someone familiar to East Borough for preliminary investigation and killer tracking. None of Miss Audrey's commissions are without danger, she sighed. I thought avoiding stopping a wanted swindler meant no retaliation. I was careless. I caused Williams's death. Maybe he was also gathering info, bringing disaster. She crossed the street to wait for the transfer. At 10:14 a.m., after inspecting the Fourth Epoch structure's surface, Klein and Miss Bodyguard Sharon arrived outside 8 Williams Street. Sharon vanished. Millet Carter saw Klein in his worker's uniform and cap, with 3 taciturn assistants. It's convenient to explore like this, Klein said. Millet's eyes scanned the assistants, satisfied. Your preparations were quicker than expected. Is one of them a snake-repelling expert? Yes, they're good at repelling snakes, Klein answered without hesitation. How could a zombie fear snakes? Chapter 279, Extreme Joy Begets Sorrow. In the dark underground structure, Klein carefully inspected the hall, holding a lantern. He made sure there were no other entrances, but didn't dare enter the tunnel leading to the innermost room. The newly gathered snakes were once again driven away by a biting cold wind. Satisfied, he moved to the side of the gate, where he and 3 zombies watched as Miss Sharon, placed explosives at different points. She looks very professional, Klein murmured. The zombies didn't react, likely because Klein kept wrapping Azic's copper whistle in his spirituality to shield against its negative effects. Otherwise, their abnormally passionate response might have overwhelmed him. Originally, Klein hadn't intended to carry the ancient copper whistle, but since he had to guard against the evil spirit's manipulations, he sacrificed some spirituality. Miss Sharon had said she was a demolition expert, and judging by her skill, she wasn't bluffing. Klein's mind wandered. Was she a demolition expert from a past job, or was her Beyonder sequence the reason? Candidates he recalled from Nighthawk info included Sequence 9 Criminal, Prisoner, Warrior, Hunter, Sequence 8 Sheriff, Sequence 7 Weapon Master and Knowledge Keeper, the latter nicknamed Detective and part of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. For the rest, he had no clue. He wondered which pathway Miss Sharon followed. Nothing quite fit, and she had even demonstrated zombie command abilities. While Klein's thoughts swirled, Sharon finished setting explosives and, without warning, lit the fuse. Hey! Why no warning? Klein jolted, startled, and quickly rushed outside the hall into the corridor. The zombies calmly followed. It's very safe here. Sharon appeared and floated beside him. Klein exhaled in relief. Will dust fall from the tremors over here? Yes, she said simply. That's good. Klein stepped back as the hissing fuse burned closer, irritation rising, not from fear of the explosion, but from unease. One, Sharon said suddenly. Huh? Klein was confused. Rumble. The earth shook violently, dust rained down. Klein's ears buzzed, blocking out all other sounds. If he weren't a clown, he might have fallen. Caught off guard, he started coughing. Boulders and mud tumbled, instantly blocking the entrance. During the tremors, Klein gripped Azic's copper whistle, watching for signs of the evil spirit's release. Though he'd divined the expedition's safety, he didn't fully trust the revelation involving statues of 6 orthodox gods, so he cautiously judged if the evil spirit was freed using the whistle. The copper whistle's surface was cold but stable, no abnormal changes. Klein breathed out in relief and looked at the zombies, noticing his face was very dirty. Good. That fit the story he'd tell old Mr. Millet Carter. He hadn't wasted time changing clothes. He walked to the entrance, confirming it was fully blocked. Only those from the apprentice path or beyonders like Sharon could enter now. By sealing the entrance, she had excluded many competitors. No wonder it was free. Klein looked at the rubble and sighed. Of course I can do that too. I have a spirit-body-like condition, he thought, smiling inwardly though expressionless outwardly. Let's call it a day. Snapping his fingers exaggeratedly, Klein led the 3 zombies back to the basement. Sharon had vanished. In the spacious basement, Millet Carter nervously paced, glancing at the secret door. Detective Moriarty and his assistants exited, and Millet exhaled. What happened inside? Klein panted dramatically. The underground structure is too old, hasn't been repaired. We drove away snakes, but with little movement it collapsed. The whole area fell, but luckily we were near the door and escaped. Holy Lord of Storms, that structure was that dangerous. Millet pounded his chest. Yes, only a few ancient buildings survive, most fall into history's river, Klein said. I'll bring you in to confirm. Will there be more collapses? Millet asked cautiously. No, this area is sturdy. Klein patted dust from his body, coughed twice, and led Millet to the completely blocked entrance. Walls near the hall had collapsed, leaving stones and dirt. You can use this area. Klein pointed to a corridor. Millet was silent, then sighed. Thank goodness I didn't send anyone in hastily but sought you, a professional. Otherwise I'd bear the burden of lost lives. This commission ends here. I'll pay you the rest of the reward. Millet pulled out his wallet, counting. He found only about £30 in cash. Fortunately, I have other forms of money. Otherwise I'd have to go to the bank, he mumbled, looking at Klein. Do you mind gold coins? No, any form is fine, Klein smiled. The Lone Kingdom's gold pound could be coins unless huge denominations. In the last century, after Emperor Roselle, people had grown used to paper money. Some MPs even wanted notes to replace copper pennies. Gold rarely circulated except in old gentlemen's pocket watch chains, kept for peace of mind and habit. Millet nodded, pulled a small box from his gold chain's pocket, opened it and took out 5 glowing gold coins. He handed them and the notes to Klein. Klein openly counted the money, flicked a gold coin, caught it coolly and smiled. Thank you for your generosity. He glanced at the statue, bowed sincerely to Millet. If any other detective demolished the entrance and passage, they'd have nightmares, hearing things at home, feeling watched, mind weakening. That's the evil spirit's corrupted aura. It takes a long time to fade. But they were different. Miss Sharon was like a ghost. Klein would be fine once he returned above the grey fog. The zombies feared neither death nor evil spirits. Klein lampooned silently, pleased, then bade Millet farewell. Outside, the 3 zombies silently parted ways without informing Klein. Miss Sharon was gone too. She hadn't charged for the zombies. Klein smiled, waved at the zombies' backs, changed into normal clothes at home, then headed to the Quillad Club to practice shooting. After dinner there, he took a public carriage back to Minsk Street. The dark street was lit by gas lamps. With cane in hand, Klein strolled leisurely. Suddenly, a bad premonition struck. Looking up, he saw 2 police constables walking with a dog on a leash, investigating the streets. Investigation? With a police dog? Could this relate to the serial killings? The murder scene smelled of cloves and gooseberries, yet a dog was involved. Klein silently lampooned. Dogs had been rare since the Roselle period. Considering his possessions and the premonition, Klein decided to take a detour. At that moment, the officers spotted him and signaled to stop. A twitch appeared at Klein's mouth corner. He waited, smiling. Routine investigation, one said, showing ID. All right. Klein began, but the dog growled and barked wildly. Smell of gunpowder from afternoon practice? Klein realized. The officers tensed. Klein smiled and said, It's this. I picked up a revolver with a holster and bullets, planning to hand them to the police. He slowly pulled out the revolver, raised hands to his shoulders, and added with a serious smile, Officers, I really am not bearing a gun illegally. One constable stayed alert. The other took the revolver seriously. You have to come back to the police station with us. All right, Klein replied with a bright smile. But please inform my lawyer, Mr. Jürgen Cooper. I'll accept a body search only with him present. Chapter 280, The First Step. In a dingy corner of East Borough, a drunken Zeon pulled down his pants and relieved himself against a mossy wall. Just as he finished, someone patted his shoulder. He shivered and turned to see a short boy in a canvas jacket and cap. The boy raised his head, revealing a delicate but dirty face. "Shio? Why are you dressed like that?" Zeon blurted out. Shio pressed her finger to her lips, then whispered, "I'll ask and you answer. Keep your voice down." Startled by her presence, Zeon could only nod. "Which of the guys that Williams knew have died in the past 2 days?" she asked softly. Zeon racked his alcohol-muddled brain. Gavin was found to have drowned in the Tussock River this morning. Probably fell in last night. The poor sod can't swim but loves getting drunk by the river." Shio's gaze sharpened. Did Gavin accept Williams's request to look for Lanvis? Of course. We all got this commission from Williams. Just had to show the portrait around. Williams even promised to treat me to 3 days of booze and meat if I got a clue. The poor fellow actually died in a gas explosion. That's why I won't let my landlord install gas pipes. That was months ago. Now I'm stuck in a cheap motel, Zeon rambled. What region was Gavin in charge of? Did he tell you anything? Shio's lips tightened as she stared him down. He usually went near the East Balham dock. Said yesterday he stopped by the Workers' Alliance Tavern to show Lanevis's portrait. There were many shipyards across Backland. East Balham dock was just one of them. And after that? Shio pressed. Of course, drinking, then find a place to sleep. Probably got hot from drinking and went to bathe in the river. Forgot he couldn't swim and it's almost winter. Zeon sighed. Shio's expression turned grim. Gavin had distributed posters at the Workers' Alliance Tavern and ended up dead. Even Williams had died. The murderer wasn't just extreme. He was a lunatic. If she were Lanivus, she would have disappeared the moment things got hot. Unless he was trapped, unable to leave. Still, with so many bounty hunters out there, could he kill them all? If he could, Sivelaus Yard would have been a bloodbath. Shio found herself at a complete loss, just as she had after Williams's death. In the end, she decided to report to Miss Audrey first, then head to the Workers' Alliance Tavern in disguise, only to observe, not ask questions. In Sherwood Borough's Rice Police Station, Klein sat on a hard bench between thieves and drunkards. Unlucky. All because of that damn serial killer. He cursed silently while trying to figure out how to hide the charms and herbal powder on him. He'd considered slipping them into his gloves and stashing them somewhere discreet. Just then Jurgen Cooper appeared, neatly combed hair, black tweed coat, looking like he'd just come from a banquet. A constable followed behind him. "You can leave after signing your name," Jurgen said with his usual deadpan tone. "That's all?" Klein asked, surprised. Jurgen nodded. "Yes, they know you're a well-known detective." "What kind of reason is that?" Klein didn't dare question it. He got up, followed Jurgen, signed his name, and left. The skies were cloudy, no rain, just thick clouds obscuring the crimson moon and stars. Gas lamps lined the streets. "Thank you so much. I've troubled you once again." Klein walked briskly to his side. "No need to thank me. This is my job," Jurgen replied with zero emotion. £2. Okay. Klein smiled as he produced 2 notes. His wallet had been rather plump lately. Jurgen accepted them without hesitation. "If you're willing to enter into a formal partnership, I'll only charge £1 each time you're at the police station, except for serious cases. Most of the fee goes to the office. It's not like I'll be at the police station all the time. Pui, they don't even serve coffee. Not even water." Klein was still complaining internally when Jurgen added, "For a private detective, it's an occupational hazard. Every private detective bears illegal arms or trespasses. Your explanation this time was good. The police couldn't prove anything, and the smell of gunpowder from Quelaag Club made sense. Otherwise, you'd be at the magistrate's court. You're not a suspect. You're a good citizen who handed in a gun, so there was no need for a body search." "But I lost a revolver and bullets. That's several pounds, plus lawyer fees." Klein forced a smile. "I understand. Lawyer Jurgen, let's establish a formal partnership." Jurgen's mouth twitched. With a professional smile, he extended his hand. "I hope for a pleasant partnership, and that I don't see you too often at the police station. That's not something I can control." Klein laughed self-deprecatingly. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein sank into a hot bath, but suddenly he heard a familiar illusory voice. "Miss Justice? Could it be a clue about Lanvis?" He jumped out of the tub, dried off, dressed quickly, and ascended above the grey fog. Staring at the expanding and shrinking crimson star, he extended his spirituality to listen. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Honourable Mr. Fool, there's been a problem with the investigation of Lanvas. Justice in a white gown for some reason calmly reported the explosion on Dharavi Street and Gavin's drowning. As a telepathist, she didn't include her guesses to avoid clouding Mr. Fool's judgment. Klein frowned deeply. Lanvas should have fled the moment something felt off. That was a conman's instinct. But instead, he was killing anyone involved in tracking him. If this continued, 80% of East Borough's bounty hunters would be wiped out. It would cause a stir and attract the Nighthawks or mandated punishers. Was it the influence of the ritual with the true creator? Has Lanvas gone mad? That would explain it. But it's hard for lunatics to remain hidden. Klein fell silent, thinking deeply. He already knew about the explosion, so he used dream divination to dig further. Clues to the explosion in Dharavi Street. He entered a dream, seeing a grey-blue apartment. On the 3rd floor, a room was half destroyed, the windows gone, clear signs of an explosion. The scene shattered. Klein woke and tapped the table. The clues are at the crime scene? Or the killer's still there, waiting to eliminate the next investigator? This could be his chance to find the person who posted the bounty. Even if it's not Lanvas, they must be connected. But how to find them without being found himself? His gaze fell on the all-black eye on the table. Marionettist Rosago's beyond a characteristic. He couldn't use it for long due to corruption from the true creator, but for a short while he could track someone using the threads, just like he'd tracked Miss Bodyguard earlier. Klein narrowed his eyes and performed a divination. Would the trip be dangerous? The pendulum said yes, but only mildly. Acceptable. He returned to the real world. By summoning himself, he retrieved the all-black eye, sealed it in an iron cigarette case, and brought it back to his room. After changing clothes and putting on a fake beard, Klein stood before the mirror. The scholar's aura was gone. His brown eyes seemed like deep, ancient pools. He almost didn't recognize himself. One by one, he flexed his fingers into a fist and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the first step to avenging both you and me." But before he finished, his reflection suddenly grinned back at him, a brilliant, radiant smile. Chapter 281. Clue. In the suburbs west of North Borough stood a 3-story house that once belonged to Backland Medical School. With the school relocated, only a few teaching staff and students remained, guarding what was soon to be abandoned. Audrey wore a white gown and mask, her golden hair coiled and hidden beneath a surgical cap. She glanced at Fours wall beside her, similarly dressed. Somehow Fours seemed more suited to this look. The kind of temperament that could casually pick up a scalpel and slice open a patient's stomach. Audrey didn't say anything and simply followed half a step behind. She was still startled by what she'd learned from Fours. Mr. Fool had said this was a simple task. But realizing that simple was from his point of view, Audrey had used the moment alone while changing to silently pray and report everything that had happened. But she'd yet to receive a response. They stepped into the classroom. Audrey instinctively scanned the room and realized this wasn't a normal setting. It held skeletal specimens, 4 glass coffins with pale naked corpses, and a tall pillar filled with preserving fluid, in which floated a man in a black, scholarly robe. The corpse floated upright, clothes clinging tightly as though he had drowned rather than been placed there. Her instincts as a spectator made this judgment immediately. Around the room sat several others in white coats and masks, silent as the corpses around them. The crimson moon outside barely lit the space. Audrey shivered from the primal fear, but also felt a thrill. This is what the life of a Beyonder should be. She sat quietly in a corner with Fours. After a while, the corpse in the pillar opened his eyes and said, "Let's begin." In Dharavi Street, East Borough, Klein walked in dusty grey-blue workers' clothes, a cap pulled low. Only a few gas lamps lit the gloom. Candlelight spilled from cramped apartments, mingling with faint crimson moonlight. The pedestrians were wrapped in despair, clothes ragged, eyes hollow, homeless who had nowhere to go, wandering endlessly. To Klein, they looked more like zombies than the real ones he'd seen. And East Borough resembled the abyss more than any mythic one. He drew a sharp breath. It hurt his throat and made him cough. Refocusing, he looked sidelong at a damaged building, one clearly affected by an explosion. The best place to monitor the scene is the building across the street, 3rd or 4th floor, or the rooftop. He assessed like a true former Nighthawk, never slowing his pace. At the end of the street, he turned and entered the opposite apartment. It reminded him of his one-bedroom rental nearby, and also of the apartment he'd once shared with Benson and Melissa in Tingen. Some of the familiarity was his. The rest came from the original Klein's memories. He pulled his cap lower and ascended the creaky stairs. With no revolver thanks to his misfortune earlier, he slipped a few tarot cards between his fingers inside his pocket. On the 3rd floor, the only light was the dim moon. Klein paused and surveyed the corridor layout. The 3rd room on the left should have the best view of the explosion site. He walked slowly. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and opened the iron cigarette case. Fingers brushing the all-black eye, a marionettist beyond a characteristic, he instantly heard maddening whispers. They clawed at his mind. But through that, black threads became visible, floating, tangled, traceable. He saw people in bunk beds on the floor, men, women, children, all asleep. No one hidden, no suspicious activity. He yanked his hand back. The hallucinations faded. Pain pulsed in his head. He endured and pushed on. At the next room, he repeated the process. Nothing. Room by room, floor by floor, the all-black eye revealed nothing but ordinary residents. Finally, he collapsed in a balcony corner, panting, his knees trembling. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. His nose ran. He looked like he had a cold. Multiple uses of the all-black eye in a short time had overloaded even his resistance. At least he hadn't been corrupted, just severely shaken. If corruption had set in, he'd have abandoned the method entirely. When his mind finally cleared, he changed to a different building. Still nothing. Did I misinterpret the divination? The clues are at the scene of the crime. He eyed the damaged apartment again, suspicion flickering. Just in case, he slipped his hand once more into the cigarette case. Instantly, pain surged and he staggered forward. At this distance, the threads were too faint to trace. But, there, a gathering point in the 3rd floor crime scene. Someone was there. No, wait. Klein's heart pounded. A black thread floated from the explosion site and vanished into the air. His pupils contracted. Someone's in there. In the destroyed room. That murderer is actually waiting for investigators? Is he not afraid official beyonders will step in? I judged it wrong, because I assumed he thought like a normal person. But he's insane. Klein composed himself and walked a circuitous path back to the apartment. He had to make it seem natural, returning to a familiar building. The all-black eye's backlash was fading. Like someone tired returning home, he ascended to the 3rd floor. The room with half its wall gone lay ahead. He passed it casually, heading toward the public bathroom. Just as he drew near, he touched the all-black eye again. The mental attack came instantly. Through the haze, Klein caught a thread leading to a man fully merged into the shadows. He looked like shadow itself. Tall, nearly 2 meters, mouth corners drooping, cold, beast-like eyes, eccentric, dangerous, not Lanavus. Klein broke contact and walked to the bathroom like nothing had happened. Once out of view, he wiped cold sweat from his brow and climbed out the window, landing lightly and slipping away. He had only minutes before the man noticed someone hadn't returned. Going back the way he came might give him away. He didn't know which room he'd supposedly come from. The clown sprinted, circling around the district before returning to his own small rental apartment. There, safe behind locked doors, he went above the grey fog to confirm there was no pursuit. That man must be connected to Lanavus. Klein conjured a spiritual portrait of the figure he'd seen and passed it to the Crimson Star representing Miss Justice. Then he said in a solemn, commanding tone, "This is a clue. Chapter 282. This is East Borough." Inside the soon-to-be abandoned medical school building, Audrey took a detour to leave the gathering and suddenly felt her surroundings change. She saw the familiar thick grey fog and the blurry figure high above the bronze table. This is a clue. Mr. Fool's solemn voice echoed as coloured images appeared like a film reel. A man in a black priest robe stood in the shadows. Though not particularly muscular, he was nearly 2 meters tall. His slightly curled light yellow hair framed cold dark brown eyes. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him look like a ferocious wolf. A clue? Audrey quickly realized it was linked to the Eastborough bombing and Gavin's drowning. This is the murderer? She stared blankly, then understood. Mr. Fool already has a clue. He's really impressive. No, omnipotent. She glanced at Fours. As soon as Fours removed her mask and cap and got into the carriage, she noticed Audrey's strange look. Is there something on my face? Fours asked, puzzled. Nope. Audrey turned away and removed her disguise. Fours then asked, why didn't you announce that you were purchasing the Spectator formula? You could have established contact with the psychology alchemists. Audrey smiled faintly. This is my first gathering in this circle. I think it's more important to observe and wait. I'm looking forward to the potion formula and even more so, the mystical items, but I told myself that there's no rush. It would be a better strategy to familiarize myself before taking action. Looking at the not yet 18 girl, Fours felt she was more mature than ever. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. If I had been like you back then, I wouldn't have wasted such a precious opportunity. I'll ask some special friends in the morning if they have any leads on the Darabi Street bombing. Wait for the information at the same place with Shio, Audrey said. All right. Klein didn't return to Minsk Street that night. He stayed in the Eastborough apartment on Black Palm Street, worried that the priest-robed man might have accomplices searching for him. In the morning fog, he changed into a dark blue worker's uniform, donned a light brown cap, and joined the crowd of laborers on the street. As he walked, he saw a man fumbling for a cigarette. He dropped it and Klein picked it up. Thank you, I can't live without this old friend. There's only a few left, the man said gratefully. I haven't slept for another night. I don't know how long I can last. I hope the Lord will bless me so that I can enter the workhouse today. Why doesn't the king and ministers allow all of you to sleep in the park? Klein asked casually. Who knows, but to sleep in this kind of weather outside, it's very likely that you'll never wake up again. The man lit the cigarette and sucked at it delightfully, then walked beside Klein. Suddenly he bent down, picked up a dirt-covered apple core, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it clean. I haven't eaten in almost 3 days. Klein was struck. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself just now. I'm a reporter and I'm currently writing about homeless people. Can I interview you? Let's go to the cafe up front. No problem, it's much warmer inside than on the streets. If you can stay a little bit longer after the interview and let me sleep inside for half an hour. No, 15 minutes. That would be even better. Klein led him into the cafe and ordered tea, lamb stew with peas, bread, toast, butter, and artificial cream for 17.5 pence. This is for me? The man asked in surprise. Except for a piece of toast and a cup of tea, the rest is yours. You truly are a kind-hearted person. After starving for so long, make sure not to eat too quickly. I know I had an old buddy who died just like that. After eating, the man sighed. I haven't eaten until I was this full in 3 months. No, half a year. How did you become a vagabond? Klein asked. It was bad luck. I had a wife, 2 cute children, but a few years ago an infectious disease took them away. I often couldn't find a job, and I didn't have any money to rent a house or buy food. This made me very weak, making it harder for me to find a job. He sighed again. I can only wait for an opportunity to enter workhouse, with good luck. I can recover my strength a little and then find a temporary job. Soon, I'll be jobless again. I should have been a good worker. How many cigarettes do you have left? Klein asked. Not many left. This is the last of my assets. I'll only take one out to smoke during my worst hardships. I was a good worker back then. Klein looked out the window. Hunger was on the faces of the residents and the vagabonds alike. There was no obvious gap between them. The man before him could easily be one or the other. When Klein looked back, the man was curled up in the chair, asleep. He waited a few minutes, then patted the man awake and handed him a handful of copper coins. This is the payment for the interview. Okay, thank you. I'll go to a budget motel and get a bath, get a good night's sleep, and then get a job. At noon, Klein attended a party at the Sammers. He ate well: steak, roast chicken, fish, sausage, soup, champagne, and red wine. Mrs. Stellan Sammer told him it cost a total of £4.08. You earned £10 from Mary's Matter alone. For people of our class, you have to invite friends once a month. Well, I'll have to wait till my income settles at £400 a year before I can be like you, Klein replied politely. £430, it must be £430. At the Workers' Alliance Tavern near East Balham Dock, Shio disguised herself with boots and a beard, posing as a short man. She ate slowly, scanning the crowd for the man in the portrait. If Gavin had been killed by him, the murderer probably frequents this tavern. Suddenly, the tavern's door opened. Shio looked over, and her pupils shrank to needles as she nearly froze. The patron who entered was nearly 2 meters tall. Chapter 283. Dock Union. Shio had been a bounty hunter for a long time. Many reactions came from instinct. When a nearly 2-meter tall man entered the Workers' Alliance Tavern, she instinctively lowered her head and kept eating her pork sausage and fries as if nothing had happened. Though she ate, she tasted nothing. After enduring the moment, she slowly raised her head and casually looked around. The tall man sat at the bar counter, waiting for his drink and lunch. His soft, curly, pale yellow hair, dark brown beast-like eyes, and the slightly drooping mouth with an aura of solitude and malice. The details overlapped with the image in her head. It was him, the suspected murderer, the man who killed Williams. Shio lowered her head again, stuffed the rest of the food into her mouth, then left the tavern without looking back. Her high boots masked her features well. Outside, she slowed down and found a secluded spot to watch people enter and leave the tavern. After a while, she spotted an acquaintance, Burton, a technician who worked at East Balham Dock. Burton liked to treat himself to a shoddy rye beer at noon or afternoon. His salary only allowed it occasionally. Shio darted over and patted Burton's shoulder. "It's me, Shio." Burton looked up and down at the short man, barely recognizing him as the famous arbiter Shio Derecha. "I have something to ask you," she said, pointing to a nearby corner. Burton followed, puzzled, then realized, "Are you on a bounty mission?" "Yes," Shio nodded, tossing 5 pennies on the table. "Do you know that tall man in the tavern?" "You mean the one this tall, with pale yellow hair, a fierce look?" Burton gestured. "Yes." Shio unfolded the folded portrait. "You have to be sure." "That's him. He's been coming here often the past 2 or 3 months. I never saw him before that. Very fierce, unreasonable, good at fighting. Best not to provoke him," Burton said sincerely. Shio exhaled inwardly. "Do you know anyone he's close with?" "No idea. He's not sociable, seldom speaks. We don't even know his name. We call him Giant." Burton shook his head. Shio asked, "Where else have you seen him besides the tavern?" "Ask your trusted friends. When I worked at the Dock Union, I'd sometimes see him there." "Why aren't you in the union? You're so just. Those guys charge us 1.5 solly a week, but when other docks strike, they pay us half our salary to support our families." "Lord, forget it. We have to help each other to survive, but when they organize strikes, they just make deals with rich people's lawyers. Our situation doesn't improve." Burton curled his lips. Shio raised a palm. "Apart from that, anywhere else?" "No. We talk about him privately," Burton said firmly. Shio gave him 5 copper pennies. "Drinks on me." "Don't tell anyone. It's dangerous." Before he finished, she turned and headed toward the Dock Union at East Balham Dock. About 10 minutes later, she saw the 2-story yellow building. She wore her canvas coat inverted, exposing patches beneath, transforming from a short worker to a vagabond. Shio pinched her nose and sat beside homeless people near the corner. She watched the Dock Union across the street as people came and went. Minutes passed. She endured the cold and harsh environment, patiently observing. She remembered Williams's insistence on drinking and how she'd felt the day she saw the newspaper. This made her more patient than usual. About 8 people came out of the Dock Union and headed to a cafe across the street for lunch in groups. Shio narrowed her eyes, scanning each passerby carefully. No one suspicious. She was about to look away when the cafe door creaked open and warm air rushed out. A man took off his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped fog from the lenses. Shio glanced casually and froze. Those eyes, that mouth, always that taunting smile, Anivis? Shio jerked her head back, not daring to look again. The man had bronze skin, short hair, a craggy face, different from the portraits, except those familiar eyes and mouth. That feeling of taunting everyone. Is it Lanivus? Could it be Lanivus? Shio bowed her head and stared at the street's flagstones. At the Sammers. After a sumptuous lunch, the hosts and guests gathered in the activity room to chat and play Texas Hold'em. Rumors and humorous stories echoed as Klein smiled, occasionally interjecting. He saw the Sammer children playing energetically. Next to him, Jürgen Cooper wore his usual serious expression, occasionally giving legal advice. Klein smiled and asked quietly, "Are you bored?" "No, their topics are interesting," Jürgen nodded. "Then why don't you laugh?" Jürgen frowned in puzzlement. "Why are you smiling?" Klein's mouth twitched, unsure how to answer. He almost joked that Jürgen was like his cat Brody, always serious, when he suddenly heard a series of ethereal pleas. Female, Miss Justice had found useful information based on his clue. Klein stood and bowed slightly. "I need to use the bathroom." In the bathroom, he locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and ascended above the grey fog. His judgment was accurate. The plea came from Miss Justice. He felt nervous and emanated spirituality, focusing intently on her words. "After the usual honorific," Justice reported, "they discovered the clue you gave at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balham Dock. The person's nickname is Giant. After tailing Giant, they found a person suspected to be Lanivus at the Dock Union. They don't dare approach Lanivus because Giant is powerful and dangerous. They continue waiting. They also asked if they could notify police and collect the bounty after confirming Lanivus. Lanivus has a powerful and dangerous helper. Does he have others? Is a faction backing him? Why so many killings? What's his plan at the Dock Union?" Questions flashed through Klein's mind. Things were more complicated than expected. Regarding notifying the police, Klein's answer was yes. He'd suggest they notify the Church of the Evernite Goddess directly, fearing police leaks. Having the Church's Nighthawks kill Lanivus would be sweet revenge. He wanted to confirm Lanivus's identity quickly before circumstances changed. He took a deep breath, suppressed emotions, and undid the spirit pendulum on his wrist. There is danger going to the Dock Union for confirmation. Closing his eyes and chanting 7 times, he opened his eyes to see the topaz pendant completely still. The divination failed. He changed the phrase and method, still failure. After thought, he had 3 reasons: not enough information, Lanivus wasn't there, or Lanivus had items shielding divination, like Inst Zangwill. An item shielding divination, a benefit from that god's spawn ritual, a little godhood from the true creator. No matter what, he had to visit the Dock Union. Certain things needed doing despite danger. If the 2 ladies could observe secretly, so could he. He only needed 1 meeting with Lanivus to confirm with divination. But no rashness. Preparation was key. Send the all-black eye above the grey fog to avoid spiritual resonance with his godhood. Elevate his height so Giant wouldn't recognize him from last night. Find a plausible reason to avoid suspicion. Pretend to be a reporter for an interview. He'd borrow a false reporter ID from Mike Joseph. The corner of Klein's mouth curled as he covered himself in spirituality and descended back to reality. Chapter 284, Instinctive Trembling. 3 in the afternoon at the Dock Union in East Balham Dock. Klein wore a thick sweater, a tan jacket, and a simple cap, closer in style to an investigative reporter than a banquet interviewer. The costume had cost him an extra £1.10 solly. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and his hair was neatly combed back, shining with hair oil. His face was clean-shaven, except for a deep black stubble around his lips. He was at least 5 centimeters taller than before. He tried his best to look different from the worker he'd been last night, so no one unfamiliar could connect the 2. In his pockets were no all-black eye, charms, or herbal oils, only tarot cards, notes, a fountain pen, wallet, some change, keys, and false reporter ID. He didn't know Lanivus's current state or where the powerful beyonder around him came from. So, as a precaution, he brought no suspicious items. Looking at the 2-story building ahead, Klein crossed the street, pretending not to rely on his clown's intuition, though he noticed several pairs of eyes watching him. He pushed open the door. The Dock Union's layout was simple. No female receptionist, no spacious lobby, stairs in the middle flanked by office corridors, floors cement, no wood or carpet. Klein turned to the man guarding the door and said, "I'm a reporter from the Backlund Daily Tribune. I'd like to interview workers of your association about their needs and desires." The man wore a patched jacket, with dirty cotton lining exposed and a linen shirt underneath. Upon hearing reporter, he became wary and replied loudly, "No, we haven't organized a strike lately, no." "I think you misunderstood me. I sympathize with you. I'm planning a special report on the union's help for workers and the real difficulties they face. Trust me." Using his clown-beyonder powers, Klein made his eyes look unusually sincere. "Is that so? Go to Mr. Rand, committee member in charge of publicity. Turn right. Second office on the right." The man hesitated before replying. "Thank you." Klein bowed with feigned relief, feeling the gaze watching him from a dark corner vanish. He turned right, sweat cold on his back, and knocked on the office door. It creaked open. A middle-aged man with sparse hair looked at him. "May I know who you are?" "Mr. Rand? I'm reporter Statham from the Backlund Daily Tribune. Here are my identification documents. I'd like to do a report to help you get more attention." "That's me." The man eyed the ID hesitantly, clearly unwilling to believe reporters came to help. "I was born in East Borough and know how miserable workers' lives are. If you don't believe me, follow me and monitor every question." Klein smiled and added, "A report with real interviews is better than imaginary news. You can give your views and hopefully guide things your way." Rand touched his scalp. "All right then. I'll follow you." "Thank you." Klein almost lost control of his emotions. Rand guided him from office to office answering prepared questions. Right corridor, nothing suspicious. Left corridor, nothing suspicious. Klein climbed the wooden stairs calmly. Rand led him into the office opposite the stairs. "This is a reporter from Backlund Daily Tribune, Mr. Statham. He wants to interview you all, but you can refuse any questions." Klein smiled and stepped forward, gesturing to shake each staff member's hand. He saw a slightly familiar figure. Though the man's skin was bronze, his face more angular, and glasses changed to gold rims, Klein found a trace of familiarity through his seer spirituality. His body trembled. His smile almost vanished. "I'm sorry, I suddenly have a stomachache. May I ask where the washroom is?" Klein asked awkwardly, holding his stomach with the hand not holding pen and paper. Rand and staff pointed to the door. "Go out, turn left. Sign at the end." Klein smiled apologetically and quickly left. Inside the washroom, he chose the cubicle nearest the window and locked the wooden door. He bent down, the corners of his mouth curling into a silent laugh, laughing so hard his body nearly shook. A drop of sparkling liquid fell from his laughter onto the floor. He had confirmed it was Lanavus, not just from familiarity, but from an aura he felt, one deeply imprinted in his memory. That trembling came from instinctive fear. The collapse of his emotions came from horror and sorrow buried deep within. That aura was the true creator's. Klein washed his face and returned to the interview as if nothing had happened. Even facing Lanavus, who had changed so much, he continued asking questions and recording answers. After finishing, he bid farewell and left the dim building. Outside, the sky was cloudy and misty, an early evening. The true creator's aura could only come from his body or spawn, or from things extended from those, items bestowed or his godhood. This matched what Lanavus told Hood Eugen. That tinge of familiarity. Klein didn't even need to ascend above the grey fog to confirm it was him. If he hadn't interacted with the true creator multiple times and neared mental corruption, he couldn't have recognized his aura, lacking strength but unmistakably his. Klein felt heavy emotion but appeared relaxed. He stood on the street, organizing interview notes. He caught a glimpse of a familiar figure among the vagabonds opposite him. "Miss Yeo?" Klein guessed based on what he knew. He didn't stop, put away the notes, and headed for the tracked public carriage station. Suddenly, a horse carriage stopped before him. "We meet again." Inside sat a thin, elegant, middle-aged gentleman with white hair at the temples, the great detective aiding the police, Isengard Stanton. Klein looked the same as usual, just a bit taller in new clothes. "What a coincidence, I was just thinking about the last time I interviewed you," Klein answered deliberately. Isengard smiled and changed the subject. "I'm investigating a case. Cyber's death has been ruled out, and I'm in charge now. Her death is close to East Ballamdock." "So it is a copycat crime?" Klein feigned ignorance. After pleasantries, Klein boarded the carriage. Instead of going home, he transferred and headed to the Quelag Club in Hilston. In the lounge, he ascended above the grey fog to confirm no one followed him. Only then did Klein fully relax, though lingering fear remained. The true creator's aura haunted his mind like a nightmare, dampening his clothes repeatedly. To be sure, Klein conjured yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and a dark red fountain pen. He wrote a divination statement he'd long thought of, the source of the inexplicable familiarity earlier. Putting down the pen, leaning back, he murmured as he entered the dream. In the grey, illusory world he saw a figure. Ordinary facial features, round glasses, a condescending, taunting smile from beginning to end. "Lanavus, I finally found you." Klein no longer used his clown ability to control expressions and muttered through clenched teeth. He sat up straight, preparing to answer Miss Justice's prayer. Controlling his emotions, he said deeply and coldly, "There's no need for confirmation." "That is Lanavus. You can inform the Church of the Evernite Goddess and tell them that Lanavus has the godhood of the fallen creator." Watching her father train hunting hounds with Susie, Audrey froze hearing Mr. Fool's response. "Fallen creator? Isn't that the true creator? That swindler has the godhood of the true creator? Such a simple mission actually involves the godhood of the true creator." As expected, Mr. Fool had deeper motives, targeting the true creator. As expected of Mr. Fool. Many thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. Chapter 285, Midnight Bell Tower. Audrey quickly relayed Mr. Fool's message to Shio and Fours through Susie, the golden retriever, disguising the source. In the corner of an old church, as Shio contemplated confirming Lanavus's identity and planning how to avenge Williams, she unfolded the note. "There's no need to confirm. He's Lanavus." Her eyes widened at the words. The note was clear. The only choice is to notify the Church of the Evernite Goddess. Alert them that Lanavus has the godhood of the true creator on him. "Godhood? The true creator's godhood?" Shio blurted, staring at the dog, only to realize she was just as shocked. "What?" Fours, overhearing, snatched the paper and scanned it. After a pause, she said, half in disbelief, This must be a joke, right? How did a simple bounty on a 200-pound swindler get tied to an evil god's godhood?" Susie just blinked innocently, unhelpful to the confusion. Fours turned to Shio. "I'm afraid Miss Audrey isn't as innocent as we thought. She's got secrets. This is probably a power struggle between cults, nobles, and the church. But Audrey didn't know about the godhood until now. She's being used, maybe by her father, Count Hall." Shio nodded slowly. "Luckily this ends here. No need to risk ourselves anymore. Just report it, then wait for the bounty." She sighed. "Hopefully the Nighthawks will avenge Williams. They're strong. They'll definitely do it." Her voice faltered, and she spoke quietly as if to herself. "I'm still too weak. Too weak." She covered her mouth and nose, struggling with that admission. Klein, after delivering the message to Audrey, returned to the real world. He put on a beard, changed his hairstyle, and stared into the mirror for several minutes, a storm of anticipation, excitement, depression, and powerlessness swirling inside him. Before evening, he left the Quillard Club and went to Minsk Street. At a busy market stall, he bought several masks, including a clown's. He had decided to watch the hunt for Lanavus unfold. He wanted to see Lanavus pay for his madness with his own eyes. Of course, his strength meant he could only watch from afar. By 11 o'clock, while many were asleep, Klein changed into his grey-blue worker uniform and the disguise from the previous night. He put on his cap, walked a few streets away, and took a rental carriage to Backlund Bridge. There, he switched to walking and headed to East Balham Dock. His interview the day before included questions about where workers stayed, so he knew Lanavus would be in the Dock Union dormitory at night. But Klein didn't approach it. Instead, he circled around, his target the clock tower. Backlund had several clock towers on government buildings, but the one at East Balham Dock was pragmatic rather than grand, unlike the tall church tower. It stood high in the night sky, overseeing the area. Klein easily entered and climbed the endless spiral staircase in the dark, finally arriving at the top of the huge wall clock. Surrounded by a dark yellow fence, a steeple loomed just above his head. He stepped forward into shadow, orienting himself, eyes on the Dock Union dormitory, a 2-story brick-red building where passing pedestrians looked like black dots from his vantage point. After a few seconds, Klein stepped back and sank into darkness. He pulled out his new mask, a clown face with a sharply raised red mouth and a painted red nose, a happy clown. Wearing the clown mask, Klein stood in the darkness, patiently awaiting the show. He waited 2 hours. When the large clock's hands passed 1 o'clock, something flew in from the distance. A huge airship painted matte black moved silently like a vulture hunting prey. The cotton frame was supported by a solid light alloy, and under it hung compartments with guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. It looked terrifyingly powerful. "It's silent." Klein guessed this was due to Beyonder influence. The quietness puzzled him. Sending an airship for a small beyond the battle in a dense city area? What about collateral damage or panicking citizens? The airship hovered 10 meters above the ground, giving Klein a perfect vantage point. He realized it was probably for air surveillance, ensuring no escape during the operation. At that moment, 3 black-robed figures appeared before the brick dormitory. The leader didn't wear a hat, showing short golden-brown hair and deep black-green eyes, calm as a still lake. His shirt and windbreaker collars were high, and his palms gloved in blood red. A silver-white metal suitcase, bound by a matching chain, was attached to his left hand. This was Crestet Sesamir, a high-ranking deacon of the Evernite Goddess Church and one of the feared Red Gloves. He was in Backland for this mission. Sesamir glanced left at his subordinate. "Use sealed artifact 163. Yes, Your Grace." The Nighthawk crouched and untied the chain around the suitcase. Sesamir's muscles tensed as if fighting an unseen force. The Nighthawk pressed the surface of the silver box, causing its illusionary ripples to crack and disappear. A bone sword less than a meter long, glowing pure white, floated upward. Its blade bore an ancient silver-coated mirror, reflecting endless layered scenes. The Nighthawk pointed the mirror at the dormitory. It showed the building unchanged. Sesamir exhaled slowly and grasped the bone sword. The halo returned. "Let's go in." The 3 Nighthawks pushed open the door and headed upstairs. From the shadows in the corner, a tall, thin figure emerged. Black priest's uniform, curly pale yellow hair, dark brown beast-like eyes. "You're the goddess's sword?" The nearly 2-meter-tall giant said, his voice deep. He clenched his right palm. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the dormitory's union members exploded in their dreams without a chance to scream. Their bodies split into thick, sticky flesh. Half the flesh rushed to the giant, weaving into cloaks to reduce magical damage. The other half condensed into giant furry rugs that blanketed the 3 Nighthawks. Sesamir silently observed. The flesh collapsed and rained down like droplets, but the floor remained clean. In each room, the sleeping figures reappeared, illusions restored. This is the world within a mirror world only targeting Beyonders. The flesh bombs in ordinary people are illusions here, Sesamir explained, raising the bone sword, which extinguished the light around him. "Humph!" The giant suddenly grabbed his left shoulder, tore off his arm and threw it forward. Boom! The arm exploded, raining blood. His left shoulder squirmed, growing a new, bloody, skinless arm. Smack! 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 Sizzle! Blood droplets fell, carefully avoiding Sesamir and his comrades, corroding the floor. The 3 Nighthawks narrowly avoided every drop as if fate protected them. "My enemies aren't always lucky," Sesamir smiled, then appeared in front of the giant. The giant's eyes narrowed and his body melted like a candle, turning into sticky flesh that seeped into the floor. Sesamir kneeled, plunging the bone sword into the ground. "No!" A roar full of pain and horror echoed, then fell silent. Sesamir stood, drew the sword, and saw a drop of dark red blood fall from its tip. On the floor, flesh and blood congealed into a face of despair, the giant with the drooping mouth. Pat, pat, pat! 3 shadows appeared but collapsed instantly, overpowered by invisible forces. Bang, bang, bang! Another Nighthawk fired bullets marked with the Evernite sacred emblem. The attackers hiding in shadows revealed themselves, twitching as they lost breath. "Rose Bishop, Shadow Ascetic, people from the Aurora Order," Sesamir frowned, warning, "Something's wrong. Be careful." Footsteps echoed. Lanavus descended the dark staircase calmly, his chiseled face placid, unafraid. "I'm curious," Sesamir said. "To the Aurora Order, you should be a blasphemer. Why protect you?" Lanavus smiled his taunting smile. "Because I'm no longer just Lanavus." He paused, his gaze turned cold. "Now I'm even more of the true creator." He yanked open his linen shirt, revealing dark red flesh, skinless, shaped like a hanged man on his chest and abdomen. Suddenly the void shattered like glass. The surrounding scenes crumbled. This was the aura of a deity. Chapter 286. A Taunting Smile. In the darkness atop the East Balham Dock clock tower, Klein, wearing his clown mask, watched silently over the Dock Union dormitory. An ominous airship hovered above the red brick building. Though he couldn't see the battle's details inside or the operation's developments, he stayed vigilant, tracking the subtle changes around and the occasional figures moving like black dots below. Suddenly, every gas lamp in the area extinguished. Total darkness swallowed the street. From that distance, Klein was overwhelmed by an oppressive, suffocating sensation, the feeling of being looked down upon by something unfathomable, a crushing weight that made his legs tremble and bend. It was the same terrifying sensation he recalled from probing the mines at Blackthorn Security Company, but far more extreme now. No, don't look directly at God. The sensation was impossible to resist or confront. Before Klein could regain control, a profound darkness swallowed the oppressive presence. Instantly, the gas lamps flared back to life and the airship righted itself, quietly hovering once again. Though the visible signs returned to normal, Klein's gut told him otherwise. Something significant had occurred in the dormitory. The overwhelming divine aura, the hint of an evil god's descent, was gone. This meant the true creator, or Lanavas's grand scheme, had failed. Yet the Nighthawks must have taken a serious hit. Their strength was likely depleted. Klein's heart quickened. He pulled out the spirit pendulum from his sleeve and whispered, "Lanavas is no longer dangerous at the moment." Repeating it 7 times, he watched the topaz pendant turn slowly counterclockwise, its motion gentle but steady. Lanavas remained dangerous but less so. Most importantly, the divination had not failed. Lanavas had been separated from the true creator's godhood. A cold wind bit into Klein's bones, sending shivers through his body like an electric shock drilling into his brain. A sudden thought struck him. Maybe I can do something. Without hesitation, Klein stepped 4 paces counterclockwise in the dark tower. He climbed above the grey fog enveloping the city and sat down, conjuring a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment. On it he wrote a divination query, "Lanavas's escape route." Leaning back, he softly chanted the statement and slipped into a deep dream. In that misty, illusory realm, he saw cramped, rusty tunnels filled with slush, sewers. Instantly waking, Klein wrapped his body in spiritual energy and descended from the tower's edge. Moving away from the airship's line of sight, he leapt gracefully over the fence and used the building's ledges and decorations to jump down level by level, as if walking on solid ground. In moments, his feet touched the street's thick flagstones. Inside the small red brick building, 2 Nighthawks with red gloves lay unconscious by the door. The ancient silver-plated mirror, once a Grade 1 sealed artifact, had fallen to a corner, losing its luster but still slowly recovering. Crestet Sesamir knelt at an intersection, blood-like tears streaming from the corners of his tired golden-brown eyes. His once proud, high collars were torn. His hair and expression were limp and defeated. Distorted, semi-transparent faces flickered briefly on his teeth. Bracing himself with his gloved left hand on the floor, Sesamir straightened his neck and stared ahead. Above the staircase stood Lanavas, his linen shirt fully unbuttoned, motionless except for slow, labored movement. A pure white bone sword protruded from his chest. The skinless flesh that once formed the figure of a hanged man was gone, replaced by a hollow void. One could even faintly see through his back. Lanavas strained forward, then burst into loud, maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, thank you. I really need to thank you. For real, look at my sincere eyes. I really want to thank you." Sesamir, stunned, couldn't believe the man whose crutch had just been shattered would be so joyous. Lanavas continued with a cough and a smile. "If you hadn't found me and come in time, I would have truly become the vessel for the true creator's descent in a few months. How different would that be from death?" Sesamir wished to rise, but was powerless. Sensing Sesamir's confusion, Lanavas explained, "Do you know, for people like me, the worst thing is having no one to share a great accomplishment with." He coughed violently. "When I was in Tinjin City, the true creator deceived me. He initiated the descent of his spawn and secretly planted a sapling in my body. No, I believe Magosi's child was just a ruse. He didn't even protect her with the Aurora Order to distract attention. The real descent was inside me. The godhood bestowed upon me combined with the sapling after I reached Backland. Ha! I was being replaced bit by bit. Thankfully, I was found early by the Aurora Order via the godhood. Thankfully, they're lunatics with simple brains. So many fools." Lanavas spat foul blood and slowly regained mobility. His features softened, briefly resembling his original self. Grasping the staircase's handrail, he laughed tauntingly. Thankfully for the true creator to fully descend, he needs massive pessimism, despair, numbness, resentment, and primitive evil. Only Backland, East Borough, the factory, and dock area could satisfy that. It gave me a chance to interact with others. I knew I couldn't report this to the police through my contacts. Many could be Aurora Order members. I tried instigating a strike to get police attention, but was warned off by the Aurora Order. After torture, I ended it hastily. I acted like I was losing control and escaped into the sewers to vent. Secretly, I corrupted the creatures there with my blood, turning them into mutated monsters. But before I could investigate fully, the Aurora Order found out. One of theirs died to those monsters. Now without the godhood or sapling, my blood no longer has that effect. Control tightened, but I found an opportunity. I killed a prostitute cruelly to draw police attention. The Aurora Order disguised it as serial murders. I failed to get help. I used a more cunning method, requesting the craziest Aurora Order member to watch me. It suited their thinking. Can't they use their brains? Such lunatics always get into trouble. As expected, you came. Breathing heavily, Lanivus pulled the holy bone sword from his chest. What a pity. I can't take it with me, or you'd track me quickly. The sword left no blood. The wound didn't seem to belong to Lanivus anymore. Facing Casimir, he bowed. The airship crew will recover soon. I can't stay longer. Thank you. Though stupid, you helped me. An honor for foolish bastards like yourselves. Straightening, Lanivus smiled tauntingly. Goodbye, foolish Nighthawks. Use your lives to send me off. Grasping the sword, he lunged at Casimir. His eyelids grew heavy, drowsiness overwhelmed him. So you still have some strength. This is troublesome. Biting his tongue, Lanivus hurled the holy bone sword at the unconscious Nighthawk by the door. No! Casimir used his strength to summon an invisible force, deflecting the sword. Lanivus dashed aside, somersaulted out a washroom window, and escaped. He lifted a manhole cover and slipped into the sewers. Despite the darkness, Lanivus moved fluidly, familiar with the maze below. Suddenly he stopped, gasping. A card stabbed deep into his right chest, blood dripping. Lanivus looked up, and with his ability to see in the dark, he saw his attacker. It was a medium-sized man in a worker's uniform, wearing a mask with a raised mouth and red nose. It was a happy clown. Chapter 287, Death Battle. The moment their eyes met, Lanivus suddenly ducked and rolled forward. Clang! A tarot card depicting an angel and trumpet shot out sharply like a dagger, embedding itself into the sewer wall at the height where Lanivus had just been. Clang! 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 Lanivus rolled, jumped to the side, or threw himself forward, nimbly avoiding 3 cards coming in rapid succession. The sound of cards colliding against walls, slabs, and concrete echoed sharply, like metal striking stone. Out of the corner of his eye, Lanivus saw the man in the clown mask following closely, not much slower than him. In his hand was a thick stack of cards which he launched with practiced familiarity and skill. On the surface of one approaching card was a sun with 5 facial features. Lanivus propped himself up against the wall with his left hand and leapt into the air, drastically changing his course. Suddenly a swishing sound came, and Lanivus felt a sharp pain in his ankle. He launched 2 cards. One arrived slightly late and was aimed at my escape route. Can he foresee my movements? He thought grimly as he landed, enduring the pain and rolling. Clang! Another tarot card embedded itself into the wall exactly where Lanivus had just been, resonating in response to the impact. Only then did Lanivus notice a card deeply embedded in his right ankle, a card depicting stars, water containers, and holy water stained with red. Sow! Sow! More cards turned into sharp flying daggers shooting at various parts of his body. Soon, the injuries on his right leg and chest, the lingering effects from the hole in his chest, and the strain of the earlier demigod-level clash made Lanivus sluggish. This was in stark contrast to the speed and nimbleness typical of a Sequence 9 marauder. He sent a card flying, but a deep laceration tore through his wrist, bleeding heavily. The Nighthawks and the military will be coming soon. I can't delay any longer. Lanivus's mind was clear and resolute. Suddenly, he stopped and stopped dodging, letting a tarot card depicting the devil strike him squarely in the neck. Almost immediately, the cards sticking out from his body flew off. The gruesome wounds squirmed madly, sprouting grotesque meat tendrils in hideous shapes. On his skin, numerous small goosebumps appeared, with a metallic tint as if forming a suit of armor. Clang! A tarot card shot toward him but was deflected by the fine goosebumps. With bloodshot eyes, Lenivus stared at the clown who had sheathed his cards and come to a halt. He said, half laughing, half mocking, "No matter what, after being tormented by a deity, one will always get something in return." Before he could finish, Lenivus leapt over the polluted canal waters. Klein stepped aside, pulled his left fist from his pocket and punched Lenivus's temple. Bam! Lenivus swung his elbow sideways and raised his forearm, hitting Klein's fist. The explosive force surged like a tidal wave, staggering Klein slightly. But. Explosive punches sounded in Klein's ear, each heavier and faster than the last, constantly reflected back. The flurry caused Klein to lose his balance. He staggered, fell to the side, then rolled on his left elbow. Smack, 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 bang, bang, bang. Lenivus's punches and kicks came quickly and furiously, almost landing several times. Thanks to Klein's exaggerated balance and movements that defied logic, he dodged successfully, sometimes on the wall, sometimes on the ground, like an acrobat performing. He appeared calm, with no impatience, as if determined to drag the battle out until the Nighthawks and military arrived. Whenever Lenivus showed signs of trying to escape, Klein pressed the attack, not giving an opportunity. Pah! Lenivus's punch forced Klein to rebound from the wall and fly into the air. Lenivus, meanwhile, turned sharply and fled toward another tunnel. When Klein's toes touched the ground, his body shot forward like a cannonball, pouncing straight for Lenivus's back. An image flashed in Klein's mind. It seems as if Lenivus has no bones. I should force him to twist his upper body and land a punch on his body. This was a clown's intuition. Without hesitation, Klein reduced his strength for the follow-up. Smack! He threw himself forward, much weaker than expected. Kacha! A jarring noise sounded as Lenivus twisted his upper body suddenly while keeping his legs still. His face turned backward, toes pointing forward in a terrifying contortion. Lenivus threw a punch toward Klein's head with explosive force. Boom! His fist struck air, still 20 or 30 centimeters from Klein's face. The wind stirred through Klein's hair, but he didn't attack. Instead, he croaked a single word in ancient Hermes, "Crimson." A charm? Lenivus scrunched his face and immediately jumped to the side to dodge the attack. However, Klein hadn't thrown the charm yet. He clenched his left fist tightly and followed Lenivus's direction. He threw himself to the side and rolled, only slightly increasing the distance between them. Was it a bluff? Just then, the clown's mouth raised in a dark smile, clearly reflected in Lenivus's eyes. A dark red flame unknowingly ignited in Klein's left fist. Lenivus's gaze froze. A light crackling sound entered his ears. A calm, tranquil feeling instantly enveloped both Klein and Lenivus. What is he trying to do? He wants both of us to be affected at the same time, to allow the Nighthawks and military to rush here in time. Lenivus's eyelids drooped heavily. Fatigue and weakness he had been suppressing began surfacing uncontrollably. He fought hard not to fall asleep, hoping to rely on his body's uniqueness to endure the charm's slumbering effects. Klein didn't resist and quickly entered a deep slumber. But whenever Klein fell asleep unnaturally, he instinctively woke up. This was his unique ability against mediumship and dream invasions, the reason he escaped Madame Charon in Tingian. After throwing his cards proved ineffective, Klein immediately took out the slumber charm, gripping it tightly, waiting for the moment to affect both himself and his enemy. In just a split second, he forcibly broke free from the abnormal dream state. Lenivus staggered, clearly reflected in Klein's eyes. Phew! Klein suddenly became very calm, as though Lenivus was just a target. He took a deep breath, twisted his waist, pulled back his shoulder, and thrust his fist forward with all his strength. Bam! Kacha! His fist ruthlessly landed on Lenivus's throat, breaking bones and splattering flesh. Lenivus took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall. The intense pain finally allowed him to break free from the slumbering effect, but the fine iron-colored goosebumps all vanished. After Klein's punch landed, he pulled 2 cards from his pocket. Sow! Sow! The 2 cards stabbed into Lenivus's eyes, scarlet liquid gushing out. Lenivus endured the pain silently, not crying out. Suddenly, he threw himself forward in a desperate last stand. Klein didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Having expected this, he turned his body sideways and stepped back. As Lanivus fell forward, Klein took 2 steps and reached behind him. He grabbed Lanivus's neck. "Catcha!" With force, he twisted Lanivus's neck. After doing so, he took 2 steps back and looked down at his enemy. With a card embedded in him, Lanivus looked weakly ahead, slumping. He asked in a broken, staccato manner, "Why do you want to kill me?" With his clown mask on, Klein stared at his archenemy and replied indifferently, "No reason." "No." Lanivus's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, unable to accept his fate. Finally, his breathing stopped. Klein, seeming extremely calm, suddenly stepped forward, tightened his right leg, and with all his strength, kicked Lanivus's head. Bam! His neck, which was already badly mutilated, could no longer bear the pressure and was sent flying like a rubber ball. It slammed heavily into the wall, creating a red and white patch. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly crouched down. He laughed crazily with a suppressed voice. The clown mask looked so very happy. The corners of those raised lips, the bright red nose, and that white face wore a very happy expression. Klein laughed so much that he went out of breath. His laughter was more jarring than crying. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down. He slowly straightened his body and winked with his left eye at the darkest part of the sewer. Then, he smirked and muttered to himself, "Captain, look, we've saved Lone once again." Droplets of liquid quietly slid down and landed on his collar. At that moment, he felt that his clown potion had been digested completely. Chapter 288, a scene filled with symbolism. In the dark sewer, Klein wiped his neck, then looked toward Lanivus's cracked head and decapitated body, before turning to the 2 tarot cards stuck in Lanivus's eyes. He had originally planned to retrieve all the thrown cards and erase any clues left behind. However, a very real and serious problem presented itself. He didn't have night vision. During the intense battle with Lanivus in the pitch-black sewer, he had relied on spirit vision. He could see the colors of Lanivus's aura, the spirituality radiance of various critters, and faintly used their glow to distinguish his surroundings. Unfortunately, the cards he now used weren't the silver-edged spiritual ones from the Nighthawks. They were ordinary, lacking any special traits or spiritual glow. In such a dark environment, Klein could only distinguish objects within a small radius by his own aura's spirituality, but he couldn't see the cards stuck in the walls or scattered on the ground. The battle had covered a wide area. Given enough time, he believed he could eventually retrieve all the cards. But the greater problem was, the Nighthawks and the military could arrive any minute. "I can't be too careless about this. I've been wearing gloves this whole time. This deck was bought before I came to Backland. It's standard across the nation. I don't use it often, and most of the time it's stored with Mr. Azik's copper whistle. It'd be hard to trace it back to me even with mystical means. At most, they'd reconstruct part of the battle scene. I wore a mask and my shoes are padded." All sorts of thoughts raced through Klein's mind. He made a decision quickly. He turned to the corpse and crouched down. Using his black-gloved right hand, he rapidly searched Lanivus's body. He didn't intend to conduct a mediumship ritual. The evil god's brief descent still lingered in his heart. He dared not attempt a seance unless it was above the grey fog. And with the military and Nighthawks possibly minutes away, he didn't have time to summon himself, respond, ascend to the grey fog, and channel the spirit. "I should give up when it's necessary." Klein silently muttered. He withdrew his hand. Lanivus had clearly been in a hurry while escaping. There was no cash, no materials, no charms. Only one item stood out, an eye-sized badge that emitted faint spiritual radiance. Klein wasn't worried it could be used to trace him. He planned to toss it above the grey fog for study later. Standing up, he pocketed the badge. Casting one last glance at the corpse, he didn't wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear. Instead, he used his left-gloved hand to remove the remaining cards from Lanivus's body. Then, he stretched out his left arm and held his palm directly above the corpse. He released his grip. The tarot cards cascaded down like leaves, some face up with numbers and pictures, others revealing dark red patterns on their backs. After doing all this, Klein took out Azik's copper whistle and tossed it a few times. Then, without another look, he turned and ran deeper into the sewers. Almost 2 minutes later, a group of figures arrived. Some wore thick black windbreakers, others fine military uniforms. At the front was Crestet Sesemir carrying a pure white bone sword. His red gloves were dusty, and his firm expression revealed clear signs of exhaustion and weakness. They stopped a few meters from the corpse. Through night vision, they saw Lanavus's head against the wall, and his headless body not far away. 2 tarot cards were embedded in his head, the Emperor and Wheel of Fortune. His body was covered with more: the Chariot, the Hermit, Death, along with cards of chalices, scepters, and other suits. On the ground and walls were other cards like the Devil, the Sun, and Judgment. It resembled a strange ritual. Lanavus, the sacrificial offering. Crestet Sesemir silently gasped, his brows furrowed tightly. The Beyonders with him fell into stunned silence at the eerie, symbolic scene. Far from the sewer, Klein found an exit, removed his clown mask, and under the gas lamp's shadow, made his way quickly toward East Borough. He'd already dealt with the stains on his shoes. Only when he reached Black Palm Street did he let out a soft sigh. Back in his 1-bedroom apartment, he performed the ritual of summoning himself and responded. As a spiritual body, Klein brought all the clothes he'd worn that night, the leftover charms, herbs, essential oils, and the badge into the space above the grey fog. Then, using spiritual flames, he burned all traceable clues. Few. Finally, he examined the badge. It was the size of an eyeball. The front bore a symbol of fate and concealment. On the back, in a ring, were tiny ancient Hermes words: "You can join if you have this item." What does it mean? Was Lanavus also a member of a secret organization? Klein rubbed his temples. Exhausted mentally and physically, and knowing the timing wasn't right, he gave up on researching it until after the Tarot Club gathering. He quickly left the grey fog, changed clothes, and removed his disguise. But he didn't return to Minsk Street. It was safer to sleep here tonight. Being out near midnight, especially after an incident like this, risked inspection. He lay down, watching moonlight creep across the window, and gradually calmed. Having exacted revenge, he felt lighter, less burdened, less tense. His mental state had clearly improved. I'm not capable of confronting Inst Zangwill or Sealed Artifact 08 yet. The gap is too big. Only after becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, a demigod, will I have the qualifications to interfere. Before I reach Sequence 4, I'll pretend they don't exist. For now, my goal is to improve myself. I've digested Clown. Once I gather the ingredients, I can advance to Magician. Then comes Faceless, Marionettist, and the Sequence 4 I don't yet know. Until then, I'll just be an ordinary detective. His thoughts scattered peacefully, no longer anxious or bitter. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Captain, Benson, Melissa, I believe all of you would prefer to see me like this. At dawn, a group in surgical hats and white masks arrived at the dock union's dormitory. They were dressed like doctors. The elder leading them looked experienced. He addressed the puzzled residents. We've discovered an infectious disease in this building. A person named Kevin has already passed away because of it. We will provide free treatment. This disease has a special drug. As long as it's taken in time, you'll be fine. Kevin? The residents exclaimed, scanning the area for their colleague. But there was no Kevin. That was Lanavus's alias. Seeing the medical team escorted by police, the residents no longer questioned it. Nervously, they lined up for the medicine. The first in line, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, anxiously asked questions, worried that one bottle wouldn't be enough. The doctors grew impatient. He downed the blue liquid. He was helped aside, where he aimed his mouth at a hole the size of his head. Ah! 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 Suddenly, he retched violently, vomiting a foul, bloody mass. Just as he tried to look at what he expelled, 2 strong nurses pulled him away. The hole fed into an iron black metal barrel. It was deep and unlit. At the bottom, a pool of yellowish-green liquid sat quietly. In its center floated a small piece of blood-colored flesh. Ah! 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 One after another, residents drank the medicine and vomited into separate barrels. In Empress Borough, Count Hall's grand villa. Why did you suddenly visit so early? Audrey asked Viscount Glaint, glancing at the sky. He looked around. Only the golden retriever sat nearby, then whispered, I was planning to go to the turf club, but I met Kantz on the way. He told me something very interesting. It's truly interesting. Since I was passing by, I thought I'd share it with you. What is it? Audrey asked curiously. You've heard of the Aurora Order, right? They assassinated the Inti's ambassador. They were caught, several key members killed, and a large ploy was foiled. I thought it might be about the true creator's godhood. Shio and Fours reported it last night. Wait, the Aurora Order worships the true creator. Audrey's eyes lit up. She calmly asked, "What ploy?" "I don't know. Kans wouldn't say. Just told me the person in charge was a wanted swindler named Lanivus." Audrey nodded inwardly, not hiding her curiosity. "Was he caught?" "He's dead, but not by our people." Glaint grinned. "That's the interesting part. His body was found covered in tarot cards. Same with the surroundings. You can imagine the scene." "Tarot cards? His body covered in tarot cards?" Audrey was stunned for a moment. Then it hit her. This was done by our tarot club. It was Mr. Merful's adorer. Chapter 289, Conjecture and Investigation. Audrey couldn't help but picture the scene. Viscount Glaint described Lanivus lying dead in the muddy darkness, his body covered in tarot cards. The Fool, Justice, the Hanged Man, the Sun, the World. Some overturned, some face up, some only showing their patterned backs. The image was like an eerie, large-scale tarot divination. This must have been an astonishing sight. I wonder where the card for justice landed. The plan involving Lanivus and the Aurora Order with its link to the true creator's godhood must have been catastrophic for Backlund and Lone. Yet it was easily foiled by a simple mission from Mr. Fool. Was this a struggle at the level of deities? Mr. Fool and the true creator, were they mortal enemies? No wonder he called the other party the fallen creator. Audrey trembled imperceptibly. "What are you thinking about?" Glaint finally asked, puzzled. Snapping out of her reverie, Audrey tilted her head and smiled. "Didn't you ask me to imagine the scene of the corpse being covered with tarot cards?" "Ha ha," Glaint laughed awkwardly and sighed. "I wonder which secret organization's member did it. It's exactly the style I imagined. So cool." "It was our tarot club," Audrey replied silently. "Maybe it wasn't an organization," she said aloud. "Maybe just a powerful beyonder acting alone. No matter what, I like this style. Urge Shio and Fours to hurry and find my apothecary formula," Glaint said eagerly. Audrey widened her eyes slightly and whispered, "Shh, keep your voice down. How can you talk about potions here?" Glaint waved it off. "Relax. I confirm there's no one here but you, me, and a dog." Susie the golden retriever subtly shifted her position. In North Barrow, inside a room beneath St. Samuel Cathedral daily, wearing a hooded black robe, blue eyeshadow and red blush, gave off a chilling allure. She picked up a document, skimmed it, then froze. "Lanivus," she said sharply. "Why wasn't I informed of this? Why wasn't I told about last night's operation?" Crestet Sesamir, seated at the head with his chin hidden by a raised collar, replied calmly. "I was afraid you wouldn't be able to control your emotions. It would have endangered the operation. As the commanding deacon, I had to eliminate all unstable elements." Daly sneered. "Why do you think I'd lose control? I'm calm. I act after catching the bastard. That's the professional bearing of a deacon. If I had caught Lanivus, I'd make sure a cold, rotting corpse was behind him, and a white bone filled with thorns was in front of him. I'd let the cold little fellows crawl in and out of him." She gritted her teeth. "Damn it, you actually let him die just like that?" Sesamir listened silently, then asked gently, "How long have you been holding this in?" "A long time," Daly muttered, deflated. Sesamir turned to the others. "Any findings?" A deacon reported, "Based on preliminary investigations, the murderer was likely a member of the Secret Order, a Sequence 8 clown. They used tarot cards like flying knives, but we're not sure. The final scene didn't seem like they were hiding something. The cards on the wall and in Lanivus's head were left untouched. We think it was a ritual or symbolic, possibly a message from a secret organization or a personal preference." "Start with that," Sesamir nodded. Any update on the informant?" Aya Hassan, flipping through papers, said, "The informant was a bounty hunter. Her companion was killed by the Aurora Order. She investigated and identified Lanivus at the Dock Union Tavern. Witnesses corroborated her story. We confirmed she's unrelated to the murderer. She's in hiding now." Sesamir added thoughtfully, "That fits with Lanivus's account. The Order helped him. What about the reporter at the Union that afternoon?" The captain replied, "He was a fake, actually a private detective who had previously helped Mike Joseph at the Daily Observer. He likely found a clue related to Cyber's murder, then approached the Dock Union to investigate the suspects." Isengard Stanton has confirmed this. Casimir asked about others who had contacted Lanavis, but received the same response, no issues. Finally, he frowned slightly. I don't understand the motive for the murder. The killer deserves our attention. Continue investigating. And considering how radical and insane the Aurora Order is, I'm worried they'll retaliate. Everyone stay alert. I'll remain in Backland for now. Yes, Your Grace, the deacons and captains replied. Casimir continued after a pause. The incidents with Megos in Tingen and Lanavis in Backland point to a pattern. The industrial zone, dock area and East Borough have become hotbeds for the descent of evil gods. Send people to investigate. If it's true, I'll raise the matter to the Council of Cardinals and pressure the kingdom and government for reform. Klein slept in and didn't wake until late morning. The fog and cold air didn't match his pleasant mood. After changing clothes, he quietly returned to Minsk Street. Confirming that no one had investigated his identity as a private detective, he finally relaxed. He changed into a shirt and sweater, then went out to shop for ingredients to cook himself a good lunch. That afternoon, he basked in the rare sunlight, enjoying a rare moment of peace. At 2:45 p.m., Klein glanced at his golden pocket watch, returned to his bedroom, and ascended above the grey fog. After controlling the fake world, he sat in the high-backed chair and notified the sun to prepare for the gathering. At precisely 3, crimson light streaked across the ancient palace, forming indistinct figures. Audrey looked toward the seat of honor and cheerfully greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The simple mission you entrusted has been completed." She deliberately emphasized simple, hoping to confirm whether Lanavis's killer was truly Mr. Fool's adorer. Klein remained composed and smiled. "I'm already aware." Then he sighed. "In such an age, in a place like Backland, East Borough, the docks, and the factories, they're all hotbeds for an evil god's descent." Alger was stunned. What kind of simple mission involved that? Chapter 290, Affecting Change Indirectly. Alger recalled the mission Mr. Fool had given. It was simply to identify and evaluate 2 potential tarot members. All they had to do was find the person in the portrait, who had already been confirmed to be in Backland. Wasn't it just a basic task? So why was Mr. Fool talking about the descent of an evil god? Could there have been a deeper motive? Was this the quiet clash of deities? Alger suppressed the urge to question Miss Justice, and instead resolved to gather intel through the Church of the Lord of Storms. Audrey, on the other hand, instantly grasped the implication behind Mr. Fool's sigh. The bit of godhood Lanavis possessed had been the foundation for the true creator's descent. Meanwhile, East Borough, the docks and factory districts provided the nurturing ground for his arrival. With a simple mission, Mr. Fool had shattered a horrifying divine conspiracy and saved all of Backland. Audrey's gaze sparkled with admiration. Then the gloomy, reserved world suddenly chuckled. "Yes, every time I see and hear about how many child laborers die in their teens, how most workers rarely live past 30 due to exhaustion and toxic conditions, or how those who survive become homeless and starve or freeze on the streets, I no longer doubt the existence of evil gods. These gods walk the land, in East Borough, the docks and the factories. There's even a report that factory workers rarely last 5 years. In East Borough there's a saying, anyone who's a grandfather must be from the countryside. That's because no one there lives long enough to have grandchildren. Poverty and hunger leave children stunted. Brutal working conditions destroy them before they have the chance to marry, let alone raise a 3rd generation." It was the first time Audrey had heard Mr. World speak at such length. Her mind reeled. Why? Why don't I know any of this? The newspapers and magazines only mention how difficult life is in East Borough, not this. Her entire understanding of the kingdom felt overturned. Now she understood Mr. Fool's sigh, and why those areas were considered hotbeds for an evil god's descent. We can't let this continue. Audrey resolved to learn more, and to use her identity, spectator abilities, and subtle influence to guide her father and the kingdom's policies to improve the lives of those in East Borough and the other suffering districts. At the end of the long bronze table, Klein silently watched Miss Justice's response. He had sighed on purpose, then used his smurf, the world, to deliver a brutal truth. His aim was to awaken this still pure noble and inspire her to enact change. Before becoming a Faceless, I must remember, I cannot be personally involved in such matters. Thank you, Mr. Fall. Thank you for saving Backland, Audrey said sincerely. Your sigh helped me see the root of the problem. And thank you, Mr. World, you helped me understand what I had never imagined before. Saved Backland? Alger frowned in confusion. He knew how terrible the situation was in East Borough and the factory districts, but he was still stunned by her phrasing. Just how serious had this really been? The son, though unable to follow all the details, listened attentively, eager to understand the worlds these mysterious figures came from. Klein didn't respond to Audrey's thanks, he merely turned to the hanged man. Alger took the cue and conjured the last page of Roselle's diary. Klein received it in mid-air and read, 14th January. I discovered a problem. If unconscious high-sequence beyonder objects are not sealed, they would unconsciously attract nearby low-sequence beyonders from the same pathway, causing them to come into contact with each other. The higher the original sequence, the more likely that this will happen. However, this situation doesn't seem to be a constant. It seems to be intermittent. Klein's eyes sharpened. This confirmed a guess he'd made long ago. Ever since arriving in Backland, he'd been inexplicably drawn into encounters with the Secret Order and other Seer Pathway Beyonders. He'd gained Sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas, but at great risk. He had once suspected that his transmigration and resurrection had caused this, attracting things from the Seer Pathway like the Antigonus Notebook and the Secret Order. But now, after reading this, he had a new suspicion. His eyes drifted over the thick grey fog and the illusory dark red stars. Was it not him, but the space above the grey fog that attracted these things? Could this be one of the secrets behind his transmigration? He tucked the thought away and read the second diary entry. 16th January, the taste of a demoness still isn't bad. Klein's mouth twitched. Emperor, I've underestimated you. You're truly unstoppable. You really don't care about their previous gender, or what they went through during the pleasure phase. Suppressing a sigh, he read the final entry. 20th January, I finished making the second card of blasphemy. Let me think, where should I hide it? Yes, I plan to disguise it as a bookmark and insert it into a very valuable book. If the person who obtains it isn't someone fated, it would be hard to imagine that the most valuable thing in the book is actually that seemingly ordinary bookmark. Not bad, that's a good idea. Klein stared blankly. Emperor, couldn't you be more specific? Which book? I was so excited thinking I could follow clues to a card of blasphemy, and now this. He sighed inwardly. Hopefully the next entries will contain more detail. Leaning back, he smiled and said, You may begin your discussion. The son promptly raised his hand, a habit learned from Justice. Mr. World, the Beyonder weapon you gave me exceeded expectations. I've accumulated enough contribution points to purchase the ingredients needed to advance to Sequence 8. The rest will go to hiring help to obtain the mistraint's root and juice. The deal will soon be complete. He explained in full to show he was trustworthy. Of course, he spoke the truth. While the axe wasn't quite what he'd pictured, its power was undeniable. It could create a powerful bolt of lightning in just a few strikes. With temporary enhancements from his bard powers, Derek could hold his own against a Sequence 7 monster, and if the creature was weak to lightning, the battle would be even easier. He now stood as a light suppliant, able to cast certain spells. His strength had advanced by a great margin. In the City of Silver, survival depended on raw potency. That axe earned his wholehearted appreciation. All right, replied the gloomy world, controlled by Klein. He then looked around. Lady, sirs, do you have any clues regarding the dark pattern Black Panther spinal fluid or Spring of the Elves marrow crystals? Audrey shook her head. Alger thought for a moment and said, There'll soon be a grand event in the Sonia Sea. The 4 pirate kings and 6 pirate admirals, no, 7 now, will be there. Such events always include trades in Beyonder ingredients. It's likely you'll find the ones you're looking for. I can participate, but what can you offer in return? I'm certain you don't have the wind-blessed potion formula, and I doubt you'll be able to obtain it easily either. Chapter 291, Seller and Notary. In one Klein controlled the world, letting him chuckle deeply. Yes, I really don't have the potion formula for wind-blessed, nor will I have the means to obtain it anytime soon. However, I have an incomplete formula for a sequence 4 potion. Even though it's incomplete, I think you should know its value very well. It can be exchanged for at least 10,000 gold pounds, and most of the time, you can't even buy it with money worth several times that. This is a crucial step that will lead to a human's qualitative change. So, are you interested? The spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther is worth between 500 and 700 pounds, and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals is between 300 and 400 pounds. I believe you'll still need to prepare an additional 9,000 pounds in cash or an item of equal value. Klein had long suspected that the Sun Pathways Sequence 4, unshadowed, could be interchanged with those from the Sailor, Reader, Spectator, or Secret Suppliant pathways. Mr. A's actions and Roselle's diary had only reinforced this. So to the Hanged Man, such a formula should be a powerful temptation. Even if Alger couldn't pay it all at once, he could do it in installments, with Mr. Full bearing witness. Still, there were risks. If the Hanged Man died unexpectedly, Klein would suffer a huge loss. This kind of transaction always feels uneasy. Audrey's eyes lit up. She barely restrained her curiosity and asked quickly, "Mr. World, can I ask which Sequence 4 pathway the formula pertains to? If it's not convenient to tell me, pretend I never asked." Mr. World actually has a Sequence 4 formula. No wonder Mr. Fool invited him. As for CO and 4s, Mr. Fool didn't mention them joining yet. Maybe he needs more time to observe them. I shouldn't bring it up. It might seem rude. Klein, glad for the question, had the World respond in a husky voice. I was planning to say it anyway. It's the potion formula to Sequence 4 of the Sun Pathway, unshadowed. Derek immediately turned to him, eyes filled with longing, but he kept silent. He knew the City of Silver's rule. Focus only on survival. A demigod's path was too far away for now. Unshadowed. Audrey nodded gracefully. Thank you for your answer, Mr. World. She felt like she'd learned something precious again. Unshadowed. Alger muttered, then calmly said, I'm sorry. I have no need for it. Klein, caught off guard, made the World freeze. That wasn't part of the plan. It took several seconds before the World offered, You can first owe a portion. With Mr. Fool as witness, I believe you'll definitely make up for the rest. No, I really have no need for it. Alger shook his head. He's that confident he'll receive the potion directly from the church? Or, he already has the Sailor Pathways Sequence 4, Cataclysmic Intera. Klein felt his plan crumble. Should I try offering a witch or demoness formula? He thought sarcastically, then made the World speak again. Other potion formulas, or some secrets I know? Such as secrets of the high-level sequences. Alger adjusted his posture, then said, I personally know some secrets of high-level sequences. How will you guarantee there's no overlap? That what you offer matches the ingredient's value. We'll each give the secret to Mr. Fool and let him decide if there's overlap or not, and whether the exchange is fair. Mr. Fool, is that all right? Klein controlled the World to ask himself this question. Then, putting on a lofty air, he answered himself, Sure. Alger nodded. No problem, let's begin. Audrey watched with envy as they each conjured a piece of goatskin parchment. She had never truly known what it was like to be poor, until now. Klein looked first at the Hanged Man's submission. The high-level sequence conceals the path to divinity. Phew, thank goodness. That leaves room for my secret to count as new value. Klein examined the other parchment, smiled faintly, and declared, There's no overlap. To most Beyonders, Mr. World's secret is meaningless, but to a select few it's extremely valuable. It cannot be measured with money. Alger hesitated. Obtaining 2 ingredients at once wasn't easy. He'd need to sell many precious items, and for what might be an unusable secret. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, he asked, Mr. Fool, can you provide more hints? I can't make a decision yet. Klein hesitated, then smiled and said, The content he describes is a detailed supplement to the secret you know. A supplement to the path to divinity? Alger no longer hesitated. He turned to the World and said firmly, Deal. Then he added, I'll help you exchange for the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals within the week. Of course, that's if they actually show up at the pirates' gathering. If not, I might need more time. But don't worry, I will keep my promise. No problem. With Mr. Fool as witness, there's no need for me to worry, the World said hoarsely. Once the deal was struck, Klein conjured a goatskin parchment in front of Alger. The hanged man read eagerly, "There is a sequence 0 above sequence 1, and sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. They can similarly be reached through the corresponding potions and rituals." Alger sat in stunned silence. Sequence 0, what, the realm of the gods? His astonishment slowly turned into understanding. "I get it. I finally understand what it all means." He leaned back, his face composed once more. "That secret must be incredible." Mr. Hangman even lost his composure. Audrey retracted her gaze with longing and turned to the sun. "Mr. Sun, I remember you mentioning that the City of Silver has the Dragon Pathways Sequence 9, 8, and 7 potion formulas?" "Yes," Derek nodded. "Sequence 7's potion formula is Psyche Analyst. If I wish to get it, what's the price I need to pay?" Audrey asked politely. "The Sequence 7 potion formula of the Sun Pathway," Derek answered. Audrey nodded. "I'll do my best to obtain it." Forzan Shio said there's a Sun Pathway beyonder at Mr. A's gathering, probably Sequence 7. Maybe I can get it from him. Or maybe I'll try the gatherings at that abandoned education building and contact the psychology alchemists." But then she realized. Finding the formula was one thing. Buying it was another. "I'm nearly broke. If I save every penny, I might get to £800. It's already October. When the new year comes and I'm officially an adult, I'll have more control over my finances. Or maybe I can sell the knowledge Mr. Fool taught me. I wonder what his view on that is." Her thoughts drifted. The transaction segment ended. Klein had hoped to use some of his knowledge to trade for a mystical item, but realizing that Alger would be financially strained, he gave up regretfully. As the free exchange segment began, Alger spoke up first. Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos' ship and crew was subdued, giving rise to a new pirate admiral. Chapter 292, Exchanging News. Audrey leaned forward curiously. "What's his name? What was his current title? There hasn't been any related news in Backland." Alger nodded slowly. "She's a lady and was a famous pirate in the past. You should have heard of Ailment Maiden Tracy, right?" "No, I don't know much about such things," Audrey admitted honestly. "Me too." Klein thought silently. Alger paused briefly. "She subdued Chilangos' crew last month, proving she had the strength of a pirate admiral. She renamed Chilangos' ship Black Death and calls herself Vice Admiral Ailment. She specializes in curses, black flames, and ice, afflicting enemies with sudden ailments. Her pathway is unknown, but she's certainly Sequence 5. Audrey's eyes lit up. "Mr. Hanged Man, can you introduce the 4 pirate kings and the other 6 pirate admirals? I only know their names and titles, but not their powers." Seeing the sun and the world equally attentive, Alger nodded. "The strongest pirate king is the king of the 5 seas, Nast. He claims descent from the 4th epoch's Solomon Empire, is a high sequence beyonder, and possesses the terrifying ghost ship Black Emperor, a relic of the Empire. He can draw enemies into his combat domain, creating bizarre effects. Rumor says he's over 100 years old, active since the Roselle era. As for the owner of Dawn, we only know she's a beautiful woman, a former warlock turned demigod, who calls herself Queen Mystic." Alger continued. "Ludwell, owner of the Black Tulip, was once Nast's subordinate but became independent as Admiral Hell. He's a powerful medium, controlling creatures from the spirit world, and is rumored to have a relic ring from death. Admiral of Stars Catleya was once Queen Mystic's follower but joined a secret organization, angering her. From what I know, that organization is the Moses Ascetic Order." Moses Ascetic Order, Mystery Prior Pathway, Hidden Sage. Klein remembered old Neil's corruption and the whispering evil god. First time I'm hearing of them outside books. Alger finished with Admiral of Blood. Senor is suspected to be non-human. Vice Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine has partial sea monster blood. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards and Vice Admiral Dusk Bulatov Ivan complete the 6. "Thank you for sharing. I'm beginning to yearn for the sea," Audrey said dreamily. "I don't know when I'll truly travel." "No, Miss Justice, it's not what you imagine. It's blood, chaos, murder, desire, and horror," Alger said flatly. Audrey nodded and changed topics. "There have been 11 serial murders in Backland, though one was a copycat. The victims were former street girls who now worked normal jobs. Their stomachs were cut open and their organs removed." "This sounds like devil worship. Was it the Blood Sanctify sect?" Alger guessed. "I don't know. The murderer hasn't been caught, Audrey said, eager to play detective with Susie and catch the killer. I know about such rituals, Derek blurted out dazedly. Right, devils were active before the cataclysm. The City of Silver would have records, Klein thought, watching the sun. You know? Audrey asked, surprised. It's in our devil studies. It supplements advancement, usually from sequence 6 to sequence 5. It's not to please a devil, but for the devil's own advancement? Audrey asked. That's right. The Abyss Pathway's sequence 6 is called Devil. That's where the name comes from, Derek said seriously. The Abyss Pathway. So Devil is sequence 6, but sequence 0 might be Abyss. Klein marveled at the City of Silver's preserved knowledge. Mr. Sun, do you know the ritual's details? Audrey asked. Yes, it requires 13 to 49 murders. More murders increase success. There must be at least 3 days between each, but no more than 9, or the ritual resets. After each murder, the devil eats the victim's organs and becomes violent and bloodthirsty until the urge is sated. That's terrifying. Audrey said, chilled. Klein quietly memorized every detail. Audrey then asked, Mr. Hanged Man, why are potion formulas so rare at gatherings? Even when sold, no one buys them easily. Alger chuckled. Formulas are easy to fake, and gatherings are secretive and unregulated. No one risks their life buying one. Will you prepare 2 sets of ingredients and experiment on animals first? That's costly. Audrey felt guilty. Animals lose control easily, so you need beyonder guards. Most people wouldn't dare buy a random formula, Alger continued. Audrey's guilt deepened. Unless the host or a trusted member can verify formulas, trades rarely succeed, Alger finished. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom can. Mr. A too, Klein thought. Audrey asked, can't you make an oath? This is an underground gathering. Swearing by the 7 orthodox gods is dangerous. As for evil gods or mysterious existences like the hidden sage or true creator, unless you're their believer, who'd dare? That's asking for death, Alger said. Also, without knowing acting methods, potions easily cause loss of control. Ingredients are hard to get and expensive. Since the churches don't officially allow such trades, they don't even need to suppress formulas. So that's why, Audrey murmured. No wonder, Klein thought. Derek hesitated but asked, the City of Silver explored deep darkness and found a semi-destroyed temple. It had a naked man nailed upside down on a cross covered in blood. Do you know which god it is? The true creator, Klein thought, shocked. The Forsaken Land has his temple. He shouldn't exist before the cataclysm or the City of Silver would know. Justice, the Hanged Man, and the world all shook their heads. We don't know. From the grey fog came Mr. Fool's calm voice. That's the fallen creator. Chapter 293, Derek's Worry. The fallen creator? Derek frowned. The people of the City of Silver believed in the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything, so hearing such a title instinctively made him uncomfortable. Fallen creator, that's how Mr. Fool refers to the true creator. So that's the image of this evil god. But why would his statue and temple appear within the City of Silver's exploration zone? Alger pondered. Could the holy residence the Aurora Order mentions be the Forsaken Land of the gods? The lack of reliable historical records from before the cataclysm left him unable to judge. After 2 seconds of thought, Alger deliberately explained, we have another name for the fallen creator. It's the true creator. The faction that believes in him controls beyonder pathways such as Secret Suppliant, Listener, and Shadow Ascetic. The subsequent sequence includes the Shepherd you mentioned before. Shepherd? Derek sat up straight, horrified. He wasn't unfamiliar with the terms. The Whispered and Listener were close to how some sequences were named in the City of Silver. So that strange and evil statue represents the Secret Suppliant pathway. Elder Lovia is already a shepherd, and she's been acting increasingly strange. He suddenly became deeply worried for Elder Lovia and the safety of the City of Silver. The City of Silver had once discovered completely destroyed cities during explorations. The only remaining traces were fragments carved with variations of Dragonese, Jotun, and Elvish. Almost all described one kind of existence, evil god. The residents believed those cities were destroyed by evil gods. Now that Elder Lovia's pathway might be tied to such a god, Derek was understandably shocked and afraid. He returned to silence, much to Audrey's disappointment. She'd hoped to hear more about the City of Silver. Her interest had only grown since she bought information on the dragon race. His reaction is different from what I expected. Alger watched but failed to glean anything useful. The Waki couldn't find a natural way to probe. Asking directly might prompt a demand for payment, hard for Alger, burdened with debts for 2 ingredients. At that moment, the sound of fingers tapping the table echoed through the grey fog. Klein, hiding his fatigue, chuckled. "Let's end today's gathering here. Your will is our will." Audrey stood up and curtsied in her illusory gown. The Hanged Man, the Sun, and the world replied similarly. Klein waved and ended the gathering, watching the blurry silhouettes fade. Then he made the world vanish, picked up the badge taken from Lanavus, and examined it. "You can join if you have this item." The inscription on the back remained unchanged. Klein carefully injected spirituality into it. A faint light appeared and formed a beam that shot out, only to be stopped by the endless grey fog. The beam dispersed and became an illusory piece of goatskin parchment, palm-sized. It read in ancient Faceak, January 4, 1350, 8 p.m. in Babor Valley. A simple mysticism communication device. It synchronizes time and venue. Klein made a rough judgment. 1350. That's next year. Babor Valley lies just before the Tussock River reaches Backland. Time is exact, but the location spans nearly 100 kilometers. Maybe this badge will act as a locator when I get there. Klein turned it over again and again, trying to decipher its symbols and traits. If only I had more mysticism knowledge. But since leaving the Nighthawks, he hadn't had the opportunity to advance in this area. After a few minutes, he sighed and gave up. As for, "You can join if you have this item," he decided to shelve it for now. If I become a Faceless by year's end, I'll go in disguise. Otherwise, forget it. Shifting gears, Klein began thinking about advancing to Magician. The mist traint's root and juice is likely with the sun. If my luck holds, I should get the dark-patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid this week. Sequence 7. A mid-sequence. I can already see it. How should a magician act? Thanks to his experiences with death and resurrection, he had grasped the essence of clown and had digested the potion by incorporating it into daily life. There'd been no need for constant feedback or fine-tuning. After killing Lanavus, laughing through tears, it had fully digested. But Magician was different. He'd need a clear method and careful observation. The essence of Magician, to pass off the illusory as genuine? Klein recalled Zaratel's words in Emperor Roselle's diary. Although this pathway didn't focus on fate, it did involve some aspects of it. Perhaps fate seems changeable, but it's actually an illusion? Just a magic trick that fools you? He rubbed his temples, wrapped his residual spirituality around himself, and descended into the grey fog. St. George's Borough in a 2-bedroom apartment. Fortunately, I prepared at another place like this, otherwise I wouldn't even know where to hide. Fors looked into the mirror, tugging on her hair. "That's right." Shio replied weakly, still in bed. "I just read that Lanvas is dead," Fors continued, "but this involves godhood, so it won't end quickly. We have to lay low." "Well, you do. I'm just an upright doctor and best-selling author." Shio sat up slowly. Thankfully, I was clever and experienced. When I reported him, I didn't mention godhood or the true creator. I only said the target was dangerous and appeared to be praying to evil gods. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare stay in Backland. High-level battles are too dangerous. I don't want to take on any more of Miss Audrey's missions again. "Really?" Fors asked without turning. Shio paused. "Actually, we didn't even need to mention godhood. If Miss Audrey noticed it, the Church of the Goddess surely did too. They probably killed Giant, right?" "I can't be sure," Fors said bluntly. Shio fell silent, then sighed. Fors turned and said, "You basically completed the mission. I won't split the reward. It's £200. With your 70 in savings, and even after expenses, you should be close to affording your first ingredient for the sheriff potion." "But I won't get the £100 police bounty immediately." Shio pursed her lips. She'd submitted the report through a friend who would be the official bounty recipient. It was safer that way. She wasn't worried about being cheated. The man had helped too many shady bounty hunters. If he ever stole an entire reward, he'd probably end up dead in some dark alley. "But it'll ultimately be yours." Fors paused. "When you've saved enough, will you contact the masked guy again and work for him to buy the ingredients?" "No, unless I have no other choice." Shio shook her head. In Empress Borough, Count Hall's villa. Audrey was still thinking about the gathering when her maid Annie approached with a telegram. Miss, here's your telegram. Annie smiled. It's from the east coast of Balham. Alfred's? Audrey opened it eagerly. Dear sister, the rainbow salamander that you asked for has arrived at Pritz Harbour last night. My orders are to deliver it to your manor in the suburbs. Arrived last night? Then it'll be delivered today or tomorrow. She turned to Susie, who was munching snacks. Smiling, Audrey said gently, Susie, the gift I prepared for you is almost here. Woof. Susie tilted her head in confusion. Chapter 294, Admiral of Stars, ring, ring. Klein circled the lawn behind Leopard's house on the new bicycle, then braked and stopped smoothly. It's not bad, just as expected, he commented, returning the bell to its mount. But there's no need for a standalone bell. The rider won't be able to free a hand mid-ride. Combine it with the handle. It'll be simpler and more practical. Leopard nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I was imitating the ringing bells on carriages and forgot this is an entirely new mode of transportation. Looking at Klein's smooth movements, he added, You give me the feeling that you've ridden something like this before. I'm sure the other bikes on the market are clunky compared to mine. Sir, do you have time to learn about bicycle sharing systems? Klein lampooned silently. As a clown, I should even be able to ride a unicycle. This has nothing to do with experience, he said aloud. The key is outstanding balance and exercise. Switching topics, he continued. But as you said, production costs are high. We need to reduce them. Nobles and magnates won't ride bikes. It'd be disgraceful. Same for the middle class, earning over £300 annually. Our target are clerks, postmen, working-class aristocrats, those earning £70 to £300. Leopard replied, This is just a prototype. Prototype is a term invented by Emperor Roselle. High cost is normal. Once industrialized, I believe we can lower it to £6. If we find a cheap alternative to natural rubber, even better. That's the most expensive part. No crude oil yet. I wonder if it exists. Can refined coal tar work as a substitute? I'm not a savant. Klein thought, then said, If you can get the cost below £4, we'll be rich. As for replacements, try looking through Roselle's manuscript. He might have left hints. Yeah, Leopard brightened. Speaking of which, there's an Emperor Roselle Memorial exhibition next week at the Royal Museum. Organized by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, rumor says they'll display his original invention blueprints and various relics. Klein's heart skipped. When exactly? I'm very interested. Next Tuesday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Even though he was once an enemy of the kingdom, his legend still captivates people. I'll make time to go. Klein pulled out 2 £10 and 2 £5 notes. Here's the second payment. Use it to reduce costs and apply for a patent. If you don't know a lawyer, I can recommend one. The last £20 will come next week to help find investors and industrialize. I'll introduce you to interested parties. Klein had no intention of monopolizing bicycle profits. He lacked the money for mass production and the connections for sales and promotion. He could barely manage his current operations. Bringing in investors with channels and resources was the better path, and it allowed him to cash out some shares early and gather funds for his Faceless advancement. I don't plan to be a bicycle tycoon. My identity is sensitive. Before I become a Faceless, I should avoid drawing attention. I'm acting as a magician, not a businessman. Klein sighed inwardly. I know some lawyers, Leopard said, accepting the payment. Why not apply for a loan at the bank? Once we get the patent, they'll support us. We want more than money. We need connections, skills, resources, Klein replied with a smile, putting on his hat. Let me know once the patent's applied. You know my address. On the Sonia Sea stood an island with an extinct volcano. Ships crowded the wharf. Pirates sang, laughed, cursed, and drank, filling the air with revelry. Alger Wilson, the hanged man, stepped off the Blue Avenger and climbed a nearby cliff, silently watching. Only the 4 kings and 7 pirate admirals had received prior notice. The rest heard only a week ago, limiting arrivals and making it harder for navies and the church's powerful beyonders to attack. He wasn't concerned about Lowen's new ironclad fleet. 4 months wasn't enough to field a proper combat force. Training crews and building supporting vessels took at least a year. Suddenly, pirates shouted in alarm. Some fled inland, others hurriedly turned their ships around. The wharf fell into silence and disorder. Alger turned to the sea. A black ship approached, flying a white skull flag. The skull was pitch black, and its eye sockets burned with ghostly blue flames. "Black Death," Alger whispered. Wherever Rear Admiral Ailment Tracy passed, people mysteriously fell ill. The pirates' fear was justified. A figure stood at the ship's bow, a beautiful woman in a white linen shirt, dark red coat, and beige pants. She exuded elegance and heroism. Her long black hair was coiled high, wrapped in a white scarf. Most striking were her sharp blue eyes and long brows, though her gaze occasionally lost focus, making her seem adrift and mesmerizing. A wandering poet stood near Alger and began to recite, "She will always be a girl. She indeed brings ailments. Oh, I'm sick. My mind is full of her." Pirates who'd fled now reappeared, gazing at her in awe. Alger scoffed inwardly. A bunch of weak-willed fools. They hid a moment ago. Now they're bewitched. Ailment. Maiden is beautiful. Yes, but this isn't natural. A beyonder power related to allurement? He watched her disembark and head toward the Black Palace at the island's center. Just then, another ship appeared, a massive sailboat flying a flag depicting a lashless eye surrounded by 10 stars. "Admiral of Stars," Catleya. Alger nodded slightly. With the dock crowded, the ship anchored near a cliff. Suddenly, the gloomy sky brightened. Stellar radiance condensed into a transparent bridge from the sailboat to the palace. A woman in a black, ancient-style robe walked across the bridge, strolling through the air. Her robe was covered in arcane symbols, the most prominent being a mysterious, lashless eye. A celestial globe and short scepter hung at her waist. She resembled the powerful warlocks from Fourth Epoch legends. Alger frowned slightly. "That celestial globe. It looks like that strange glass bottle I once obtained, the one that shattered after Mr. Fool pulled me into the gathering." In the suburbs of Empress Borough, Audrey led her maids and golden retriever Susie into her manor. "Miss, the delivery from Enmat Harbor is just ahead," the butler informed her respectfully. "All right," Audrey smiled slightly. "Susie, this is your present." They turned the corner and saw it. A massive lizard with iridescent, color-shifting skin lay before them. It was 3 meters long and came up to Audrey's knees even while lying down. 2 enormous creatures, enough to terrify a child. "Woof?" Susie turned to look at her mistress, eyes wide. Audrey's expression matched hers exactly. Neither of them had expected the gift to be quite that exaggerated. Chapter 295. All ingredients gathered. Audrey had always pictured a rainbow salamander pituitary gland as a palm-sized, color-shifting, grooved lump. Nothing more. So the 3-meter-long colossus in front of her left her dumbfounded. Snapping to her senses at Susie's yelp, she quickly composed herself. "This is exactly the animal specimen I need. It's just a little bigger than I thought, just a little. Take the servants and move them to the warehouse. I'll study it when I'm free." "Yes, miss." The butler immediately began organizing the servants. Without another word, Audrey led Susie to the study and used writing a reply letter to her brother as an excuse to keep the maids out. Once dissected, there would be 2 sets of rainbow salamander pituitary glands, enough to exchange for a Farsman rabbit and concoct the telepathist potion. But then she paused. She didn't know whether Susie had digested her spectator potion or not. If it hasn't been fully digested, the telepathist potion could make her lose control. She's not even human. Wait, how did she survive it the first time? Audrey thought, staring at the golden retriever sitting beside her. "Susie, have you completely digested the potion?" "Digest?" Susie tilted her head, clearly puzzled. Audrey slowly explained, "It's a very strange and unique feeling, like something inside breaks down and fuses with your mind. You'll vaguely see illusory stars, and you'll be one of them. They'll attract each other, trying to fuse." Susie listened quietly, then replied in a light voice, "Then I should have completely digested it. I've had a similar feeling before." "What? She digested it? But I never taught her the acting method. At most, I told her to observe more and stay calm." "When did you digest it?" Audrey asked in disbelief. "Last month, maybe the month before or earlier. I don't remember. I'm just a dog. I won't purposely remember such things. Woof. Just a dog, but only a little slower than me in digestion. If I ever meet other beyonders, will I have to say I'm slightly better than a dog at potion digestion?" "Pui." Audrey suppressed her thoughts, maintained her smile, and praised. Very good. On the matter of digestion, you did very well. Returning from leopards, Klein took an afternoon nap but was soon awakened by strange, disconcerting cries. Male, is it Mr. Hanged Man or Little Son? One of the final ingredients. He focused, identified the source, and stepped above the grey fog. The crimson star of the Hanged Man was pulsing. Klein reached out, spreading his spirituality. I've already gathered the dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals. Please permit me to hold a sacrificial ritual and seek your help in handing it to Mr. World, Alger prayed. That was fast. So the pirate event is already underway, not just upcoming. He's always so cautious when speaking. Klein nodded and answered, Sure. Through a simple ritual, the ingredients were sacrificed. Alger resisted asking about the celestial globe on Admiral of Stars Catlier's waist. Klein was too absorbed in admiring the offerings, the Black Panther's spinal fluid, a layered translucent liquid satisfying any obsessive-compulsive, and the elf's marrow crystal, like a fragile, egg-like shell with faint swishing inside. I should get £300 and a formula clue. Now I'm only missing the Mist Trent's true root and juice. The other supplementary materials were already ready. He'd ground the droplet gem into 5 grams of powder himself. Thankfully, Klein didn't have to wait long. On Wednesday evening, Derek whispered his prayer to the fool. He had the Mist Trent's ingredients ready. The true root resembled a heart-shaped, palm-sized chunk of brown skin, wrinkled like an old man's. The back was smooth, gem-like, and pulsed faintly. The juice was sparkling, light green, almost delicious in appearance. Klein looked at them, a little smug. In this era, Sequence 7 marked the threshold of a mid-sequence beyonder, no longer just slightly stronger than ordinary people, but wielding real powers. Phew. He slowly exhaled and returned to his room. Summoning himself, he retrieved the ingredients. He washed an iron pot in the kitchen and began brewing according to the standard sequence, first the supplementary materials, then the main ingredients. With clown-level bodily control, he swiftly completed the first stage and added the spinal fluid and the Mist Trent's root. Sizzle. White fog hissed out but was forcefully sucked back into the pot. When the bubbling calmed, Klein poured the liquid into a transparent bottle. Inside, brilliant fireworks constantly erupted, red, orange, yellow, green, shifting, vanishing, then returning. This was the magician potion. He flicked a £1 coin into the air, using divination to test its success. Pa! The portrait landed facing up, a positive response, no hesitation. Klein put away the coin, grabbed the bottle, and walked into the dark, unlit room. He sat on the sofa, breathing deeply. The sky outside was dark, only faint light entering through the oriel window. Klein entered cogitation, calming himself, shedding emotion. Then he raised the bottle and drank. Gulp! The icy potion slid down, sending bubbles bursting through his whole body. Information exploded in his mind, fireworks of knowledge and sensations. His forehead veins bulged, his skull felt like it might burst. But compared to the true creator's ravings or the grey fog's whispers, this was manageable. Hornasis, Phlegria, Hornasis, Phlegria. Tempting whispers echoed. Klein's head pulsed, but he forced himself to restrain his thoughts, focused on a sphere of light, and slowly regained control. When his vision returned, his body itched all over, his arms worst of all. One arm was wrinkled like a centenarian's. The other was translucent. His blood vessels, muscles, and veins were all visible. Was I close to losing control? No. Probably just residual influence. He sat in the dark, watching his distorted arms like something foreign. 5 or 6 minutes passed. The anomalies faded. It's a good thing no one rang the bell or knocked. I waited to digest Sequence 8 fully. But even so, the effects were severe. For those slowly grinding through, no wonder Captain took 9 years. No wonder Swain, a mandated Punisher captain, never dared consume Seafarer. After another silent 10 seconds, Klein finally stood up. He was no longer a low-sequence beyonder. He was now a magician. Chapter 296, Magician Klein stepped past the coffee table, stretching his limbs and shaking his wrists. Everything felt normal, yet somehow more agile. He looked at the gas lamps flickering outside the oriel window and muttered thoughtfully, "My hands are more nimble. Even without beyonder powers, if I worked hard enough, I could become a top magician." Just like the Nighthawk record stated, when a potion granted new abilities, its knowledge would be etched into the mind as though by divine revelation. My head nearly exploded. Klein smiled faintly. He focused on sorting the abilities he had received, and was impressed. The first, and most crucial, was damage transfer. As long as he wasn't killed instantly and could move his hands, he could shift a fatal wound to a less vital area like his arms, preserving his life in actual combat. At sequence 7, I can only transfer wounds within my own body and only once, but maybe at higher sequences I could redirect it to items or people. He imagined the possibilities, already anticipating his future power. Second was flaming jump. Within 30 meters, he could teleport between a flame and a fire spark he'd left behind. It was as if the spirit world lent a hand, perfect for stage magic too. Klein couldn't help but chuckle at the showmanship possibilities, and once he advanced or digested the potion further, the range would only grow. Third was the air bullets, the ones he had seen the suited clown from the Secret Order use. By snapping his fingers or making a sharp sound, he could fire air projectiles as fast and strong as bullets from a custom revolver. Eventually, I could probably generate cannonballs. Still, I'll keep a revolver on hand. Not every problem needs to expose my abilities. The fourth spell, paper figurine substitutes, allowed Klein to instantly switch places with a pre-prepared paper figurine, blocking fatal attacks or weakening hexes. So that's what all of Rosago's figurines were for. He must have regretted being contaminated before he could use them. The downside is needing to prepare them in advance. In the fifth epoch, you'd be accused of being a dark warlock if caught carrying these, probably still would be now. Klein noted the risk. Fifth, flame controlling. He could manipulate or ignite flames within 30 meters with a simple gesture. Once his sequence advanced, he could even conjure swirling fire. Sixth was illusion creation. With color, sound, and smell, Klein could simulate realistic environments to deceive enemies. This is the magician's specialty, he thought with a grin, gazing out the window at the quiet streets. Seventh, a pseudo-underwater breathing. He could create a thin, invisible air pipe up to 5 meters long, enough to function like a murloc. But if the water's deeper than 5 meters, I'm still at risk. Fortunately, the length would grow as he advanced. Eighth was bone softening, which let him escape ropes, cuffs, or tight spaces with ease. Another specialty, perfect for escaping chests on stage or prisons off it. Ninth was drawing paper as weapons. Beyond sharp knives, paper could now temporarily transform into clubs, bricks, or other blunt tools. While none of these were exceptionally offensive or defensive on their own, their variety, speed, and utility made the magician versatile and powerful. With such rapid spellcasting, no chanting or spiritual infusion needed, Klein had taken a major step forward. I can barely be considered quite a good beyonder, he thought with a quiet sigh. Just as he considered going out to buy a new revolver and replenish bullets at Braveheart's bar, the crimson moonlight outside deepened and the gas lamps flickered strangely. Startled, Klein looked up and saw the clouds disperse. The red moon, just past a half circle, suddenly became full, round, blood-red and glowing. Only 2 weeks since the last full moon. There should be 10 days left, he thought in shock. This is the blood moon. Though rare and unpredictable, these sudden blood-red full moons occurred a few times each year. Neither astronomers nor mystics could explain them. Jokingly, it was said that perhaps the goddess was in a bad mood, because a woman's moods were never regular. In mysticism, this phenomenon was called the blood moon. It amplified negative emotions and boosted the powers of the underworld and spirit world. Even the dead might stir in their graves. This is the second time this year, right? Klein murmured as he stood at the oriel window, watching the red full moon in the clear sky. Strangely, he felt quite stable. Elsewhere in Sherwood Borough, Forswall sat cross-legged on a sofa in her friend's apartment, too late to return to St. George Borough after a gathering. Her long hair loose, she chewed on a meat and vegetable stuffed bread, thinking about her next novel. Suddenly she frowned, tossing the food and pen away. The moonlight outside had grown stronger, redder, and her pain increased with it. Every full moon she heard ravings that drove her to the edge of madness. Bam! She collapsed from the sofa, body twisting in pain. She yanked out a clump of hair, but it did nothing to ease the pressure in her skull or the compulsion to stab herself. "Here it comes again," she muttered, legs spasming uncontrollably. Through clenched teeth she began chanting, "Great God of steam and machinery, you are essential, the embodiment of. You are an artisan, a protector. You are the glory of technology, glory." But her suffering only deepened. Bam! She crashed into the coffee table, books falling in a heap. Fours began clawing the wooden leg with her nails, desperate for an outlet. Pa! A fingernail snapped. Her hair grew longer by the second. She felt on the brink of losing control, on the verge of becoming a monster. Desperate, she tried the names of several gods. No answer. No reprieve. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." As she writhed and twisted, her eyes landed on a piece of paper. Ancient Hermes script gleamed on it, the mysterious incantation Shio had found in history of the Loen Kingdom's aristocracy. "Even if it's an evil spirit, if it can help me, I'm willing," she thought dimly. Gathering all her strength, Fours whispered, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, save me, save me." Chapter 297, The Full Moon's Ravings. Klein had just put on his double-breasted frock coat and picked up his half-top hat when he heard faint, illusory prayers. Frowning, he listened carefully and confirmed it was a woman's voice, staccato and filled with great pain. Since nothing urgent awaited him, the newly advanced magician casually hung his hat on the rack, then returned to his bedroom. After taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he entered the majestic palace above the grey fog. This time, no illusory star pulsed with deep red light. Instead, by the fool's seat at the ancient bronze table's end, a clear rippling radiance shimmered. "Is this a prayer from a non-Tarot Club member?" Klein wondered. Perhaps Shio or the curly-haired lady. Leaning back, Klein spread his spirituality to touch the glowing light. Instantly the scene changed. He saw the overturned coffee table, a slanted sofa, scattered books and papers, and a woman with brown hair writhing in pain. Her prayers echoed clearly. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, save me, save me, save me," Klein thought, watching her hair rapidly lengthen, her skin covered in a sinister white glow. "How can I save her?" He studied her carefully, feeling stumped. Suddenly, he detected faint, indistinct ravings in her anguished pleas, similar to the madness he experienced before rising above the grey fog, but without any evil or malice. It seemed her near loss of control was caused by hearing these ravings. If the voices stopped, could she calm down? Klein reached out his hand and let his spirituality pour into the circle of light, establishing a firm, mysterious connection. After advancing to magician, his spirituality was far more abundant, making this easier. Fours' head felt muddled, her thoughts bubbling like boiling water trying to escape their confines. "Am I dying? I don't want to. I don't want to become a monster," she thought despairingly. Suddenly, all the pain, madness, and despair that gripped her vanished like an illusion. "I managed to endure it so quickly. Isn't the blood moon's effect supposed to last longer?" She opened her eyes and found herself amid endless greyish-white fog, in front of a towering palace supported by huge stone pillars. "Where am I?" Fours wondered, eyes wide as she looked around. At the end of the long bronze table, she saw a mysterious figure, shrouded in thick fog, seeming to oversee everything. "Who is he?" she asked herself warily. Then she recalled what she had done, chanting the incantation from history of the Loen Kingdom's aristocracy, an ancient, mysterious spell suspected to invoke an evil god. But not just evil spirits, this being had actually pulled her into this strange world and temporarily freed her from the ravings. Suppressing her fear, Fours half rose and bowed. "May I know who you are?" Suddenly, she remembered the incantation's words. "You are the fool, Mr. Fool. You are His Excellency, the Fool." Klein smiled and nodded. "Just call me Mr. Fool." As he spoke, he noticed the symbols on the back of Fours' chair rapidly shifting, layers of illusory doors appearing everywhere. Door? Klein instantly connected it with Mr. Door from Roselle's diary. During a full moon, the door would draw near the real world, crying for help. Could the ravings be related to Mr. Door? Tonight was the blood moon, an intensified full moon. This lady corresponded to a door, while the symbol on Miss Shio's chair resembled the sword of judgment. Klein nodded slightly, confirming that a stable connection could reveal a visitor's true nature through the symbol behind their seat. Joining the tarot club wasn't necessary for this. A wave of shock rose in Forz's heart. The fool? It really is the fool. What does he want? Will he want to trade for my soul? She thought bitterly. Well, at least this is better than succumbing to those ravings. Lost in thought, Forz heard Mr. Fool's gentle question, "You hear ravings from nowhere every full moon?" "How does he know?" she asked, surprised. "Yes," she answered dazedly. Before finishing, she hesitated, then asked, "Did you know the origin of those ravings? Who is trying to harm me, and can you solve this problem once and for all?" Klein had prepared to answer with a self-description, a miserable wretch lost in darkness, but hesitated. He wasn't sure if she had actually heard Mr. Dawes' voice. To avoid mistakes, he smiled vaguely and said, "He might not necessarily want to hurt you. Perhaps he is just asking for your help." So the ravings weren't malicious or insane. Forz was incredulous. Asking for help? But those ravings nearly made me lose control. If you hadn't helped me, I might have become a monster by now. Klein grinned. "That's because you're too weak." "Weak?" Forz was stunned. Klein explained, "The difference in your life's natural order and his is too great. Maybe just breathing near him could tear you apart. Maybe one glance from him would kill you. If he controls his strength deliberately, communication can happen, but his voice might have to pass through many obstructions to reach you. Deliberate control usually means a failed cry for help, assuming, of course, that he is calling for help." Forz was shocked. "This reminds me of a saying, you may not look directly at God." Klein smiled but said nothing. Could those ravings really come from a near God? And Mr. Fool could suppress that influence? The thought shook Forz to her core. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Klein asked, "How long does it last every full moon?" 3 to 5 minutes. On a blood moon night, more than 7 minutes, she answered honestly. Klein's suspicions deepened. The raving's source likely was Mr. Daw. He put the matter aside and smiled. "You can return in a few minutes. There is only one solution. Raise your life's natural order." Forz hesitated, then asked timidly, "Whenever there's a full moon, can I recite your name? I will be your devout believer." "No, there's no need," Klein replied, smiling, "but I don't mind helping you along the way." "Thank you so much," Forz said gratefully. Though she suspected he was an evil god, she no longer wanted to suffer those painful nights. Seeing many empty seats at the long bronze table, she asked, "Mr. Fool, are there others who come here frequently?" "Not all are human," Klein said casually. "I've pulled them here for various reasons. They hope I hold regular gatherings to trade formulas, ingredients, information, and missions." I agreed. Enticed, Forz asked boldly, "Mr. Fool, can I join?" "Sure. Mondays at 3 in the afternoon. Remove all disturbances." Klein smiled, pointing at cards appearing on the bronze table. "They use tarot card names as code names. Pick one, but these are already taken." Forz shuffled and cut the cards, whispering, "Let fate arrange my title." She pulled a card, then looked. The Magician. Chapter 298. Together Again. Forz's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. She was lying on the floor of her living room, and through the window the bright moon hung high, a crimson disk casting rich, bloody light instead of the usual thin glow. "I'm not dead. I didn't lose control. It wasn't a dream." Forz thought, remembering how she was saved by the mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool. Sitting up, she checked herself. Nothing seemed wrong, except her hair had grown longer and thicker. But my life is completely different now. Is that good or bad? She wondered, hugging her knees and lost in thought. Her mind drifted from anxious to sad to confused. Above the grey fog, Klein stared at the chair with the layered door symbol on its back. I wonder what information those ravings contain. If Forz is at sequence 7 or 6, she should resist the negative effects enough to hear the ravings. Content. If she hasn't learned the acting method yet, I can have Miss Justice and the others teach her. I swore an oath to the goddess never to mention the acting method to unaware people. When I advance to sequence 5 and become a marionettist, maybe I can remotely control her through this space, seeing and hearing what she does. Then I can confirm if it's truly Mr. Daw. This ancient gentleman, who witnessed the 4th epoch, might be older than Mr. Azik, who lived multiple lives. Klein wondered what sequence the Daw's strength equaled. Sequence 2? or even one. Feeling his spirituality unstable after recent advancement, Klein descended back into the grey fog and into the real world. Such instability was common after advancement, so he gave up going out and patiently entered cogitation, practicing retracting and releasing spirituality at home. In the early morning, Fours took the first steam metro back to St. George Borough, then a public carriage to her two-bedroom apartment shared with Shio. To her surprise, Shio, who usually stayed up late, was already toasting bread. "The blood moon last night gave me insomnia. Fours, are you okay? Did those strange ravings get worse?" Shio asked, concern in her eyes. Fours' vision blurred. She turned away, forced a smile, and said in her usual defiant tone, "What's wrong with your brain? I told you the ravings get stronger during the blood moon. But they don't affect me at all. Look at me, how energetic I am. Hey, make me some toast too." Shio tidied her short blonde hair and mumbled softly, "I thought you didn't like toast like this." After taking his first step toward revenge and advancing, Klein slept soundly. He went out leisurely to buy breakfast, Feina potter noodles, a desi pie, and sweet iced tea. After enjoying his meal, he picked up the newspaper with a relaxed mood. Headlines screamed, "Night of the Bloody Moon, the killer demon strikes again. 11th true case, police helpless. The cold-blooded killing demon mocks the police again. Panic spreads through Backland." Klein sighed inwardly. The Nighthawks and mandated punishers must be troubled. He admitted to a secret urge to catch the killer. Back on Earth, as a weak man, he daydreamed of being a hero. Now, as a Sequence 7 Beyonder, he felt sorry for those dreams. Sigh. "This case is too hot. If I join, I risk exposing myself. Besides, the Sun says the culprit is likely advancing from Sequence 6 to 5. I might not catch him even with my new spells. Too risky." He chose to remain a rational, ordinary citizen. With the Church's combined strength, if the killer kept acting, he'd likely be caught. Flipping the paper, Klein saw the Ernst firm's advertisement again on page 5. "A gathering tomorrow night at 8. I can sell the Spring of the Elves marrow crystals then." He memorized the first 4 digits of the listed price. After finishing the newspaper, Klein pondered his future plans. Long-term, advance to a higher sequence, become a demigod expert, and seek revenge on Inst Zangwil. Mid-term, learn the magician's acting method, summarize mantras to digest potions slowly, and search for rare ingredients, characteristic of a human-skinned shadow, deep-sea naga hair, thousand-faced hunter's blood, mutated pituitary gland, and a way to remove evil god corruption. Beyonder ingredients for Sequence 6 cost around £1,500 each, very expensive. Also, Klein needed a mystical item for attack or control. Though magicians were powerful, most Beyonder abilities were for preservation or escape. The strongest attack was still his custom revolver, surprising but limited. Short-term, make paper figurines to prepare his powers. He planned to visit a circus for relaxation and inspiration for acting, watching ordinary magicians. Backland had a few permanent circuses. After settling his thoughts, Klein tidied his plates, cleaned his cutlery, and began serious preparations. Near noon he sighed, looking at 3 crude paper figurines he'd cut. "Probably the first time I've done manual work this seriously. Luckily, it's just paper figurines, not flowers or embroidery. If not for my dexterous hands, I might have failed." Testing one figurine confirmed his skill. He folded them and hid them in his notes, then pocketed the stack. Just as he planned to enjoy a better meal before heading to the circus, the doorbell rang pleasantly. A job? My advertisement must be ending. Wearing a starched shirt and a thin sweater, Klein opened the door, already sensing the visitor's image. A fat man in his 40s, struggling to stand, with tiny eyes buried in flesh, rough yet pale skin, a cane, and a large tall hat. Though October was cold, sweat dripped from his forehead. 2 attendants in bright red coats supported him. I don't know him. Before Klein's spiritual perception could react, he opened the door. "Good afternoon. The weather is truly scorching hot." The man wiped his brow. A cold wind blew, making his attendants shiver. "Good afternoon. How may I help you?" Klein asked politely. "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty? I have a matter to entrust to you." The man forced a smile. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rogo Coleman, a jewelry businessman. Please, come in." Klein smiled, stepping aside. Rogo sat heavily on the sofa, which groaned under his weight. "What's the matter?" Klein rolled a copper penny between his fingers. Rogo sighed. I want you to protect my son until tomorrow afternoon. He's offended some lunatics. Until tomorrow afternoon? Have you found a solution? Why not call the police? Klein asked calmly. Rogo paused 2 seconds. My son Adol fell into bad company and did bad things. Nothing too serious, but enough to land him in prison. I prefer not to involve the police. He broke off with those friends, but now keeps yelling they want to kill him. I hired 6 senior bodyguards outside and 4 private detectives taking shifts, even watching him sleep. One detective had an accident at home and won't return until tomorrow afternoon. I need a last-minute replacement. I'm sorry, only 1 day. Reward is £10 and more if danger arises. You'll be satisfied. Klein noted £10 was a week's pay for Mr. Sammer next door. Reading Rogo's emotions, Klein knew he was truthful. In the brief silence, Klein rolled the penny, then let it fall into his palm. He smiled, bent his fingers and said, "Deal." Chapter 299, Snapping Fingers, West Borough, Grim Garden Street. Klein, sporting some stubble and gold-rimmed glasses, carried a top hat and black cane as he followed Rogo Koloman into a spacious, brightly lit living room. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Golden carvings and ornaments decorated walls, corners, and tables, giving the room an exquisite and luxurious air. As expected of a jewelry businessman living in West Borough, Klein scanned the oil paintings and sighed. With every step, Rogo's fat quivered, making one wonder when his clothes might snap, though his wealth assured the best quality garments. "Detective Moriarty, this is my son Adol," Rogo said, stopping by the carpet's edge and pointing to a pale boy of about 15 or 16, sitting on a single sofa. Despite the warm room, fireplaces lit and metallic pipes conducting heat, the boy was wrapped in a thick fur coat and heavy blanket, shivering continuously, his dark blue hair dull. Rogo's voice rose slightly with concern. "Adol, this is Detective Moriarty. He will protect you today and tomorrow." Adol lifted his head, revealing pale skin, bluish lips, and unfocused eyes. "Protect me! Protect me! They're going to kill me! They want to kill me!" His voice sharpened until he covered his ears and screamed. After a few seconds, he calmed down. Klein quietly tapped his molars and activated spirit vision, holding back surprise. Adol's aura was dyed with a deep blackish-green sheen, a sign of wraith haunting, possible possession. Adol's bad friends are already taking revenge. Or perhaps there were no bad company at all. Klein held a Zix copper whistle, spreading spirituality, then shifted focus to others in the room. By the oriel window stood a tall, sturdy man in a black coat, expressionless, waist bulging as if hiding a gun, one of 6 bodyguards. Rogo introduced the others, Detective Kaslana, her assistant Lydia, and Detective Stewart. Kaslana, in her 30s with black hair and blue eyes, had thick eyebrows and sagging cheek muscles, giving a stern look. Lydia, a red-haired woman about 20, had an excellent figure but average appearance. Both wore aristocratic, rider-like, tight white shirts and trousers, with 2 revolvers at their waists. Klein recalled lawyer Jurgen's words. Private investigators rarely have legal gun permits, unless nobles, MPs, or senior civil servants. Stewart sat opposite Kaslana and Lydia, a lean man with a bushy beard and lively light green eyes, about Klein's height and 140 pounds. He had an armpit holster with a custom revolver. After brief greetings, Klein took off his coat and hat, handing the hat to a maid with instructions to keep it accessible. His pockets held paper figurines, notes, charms, a matchbox. The coat held herbal powder, extract essence, keys, and his wallet containing £206 in paper bills. Stewart chuckled. "You didn't bring a gun?" Klein smiled, raising his cane and puffing his cheeks to imitate a gunshot. Bang! The loud sound startled Stewart, who rolled, and Kaslana and Lydia quickly took cover. Rogo and a servant looked surprised and confused. Adol kept shivering. Seeing Klein held only a black cane and no harm came, Kaslana and company relaxed and frowned. "What just happened?" Kaslana asked. "Ever since I handed a revolver I found to the police, I've been practicing imitating its sound. Seems quite effective," Klein replied half-jokingly. "That's not funny, Detective Moriarty," Kaslana said seriously. "I just wanted to perform some magic for you," Klein lampooned silently. He handed his cane to the maid and nodded solemnly. "I will keep that in mind." Stewart, no longer rattled, patted his clothes with interest and asked, "Why haven't I heard of you, Mr. Moriarty? I know many in the detective business, but not you." "I only came to Backlund in early September. Klein explained briefly. Is that so? Stuart laughed. Tonight, you and I will pair up. We're in charge from midnight to morning. Any problem? Nope. Klein smiled. Okay, after dinner, rest and take your early morning shift, Kaslana added. Klein looked seriously at trembling Adol and nodded. The afternoon passed uneventfully. The anxious host prepared a hearty dinner for detectives and bodyguards, no alcohol served. After eating, Klein and Stuart retired to the second floor. Alone, Stuart said, Sherlock, you should have noticed Adol's problem isn't about revenge. Klein's expression stayed neutral. Why? He seems mentally disturbed or, as the countryside says, haunted by ghosts and evil spirits. I'm afraid. Mr. Collerman should try a psychiatrist, and if that fails, get priests from the Lord of Storms to sprinkle holy water and perform rituals. You can suggest that, Klein said objectively. If no improvement in days, I will, Stuart replied. My mission ends tomorrow, Klein smiled. They parted. At 1 a.m. in Adol's bedroom. Klein sat quietly in a rocking chair holding Azic's copper whistle, watching his ward. Stuart sipped coffee at his desk. Neither spoke, wary of waking Adol. A cold chill swept the room. Adol sat up, eyes open but pale, lips purple. What's wrong? Stuart asked nervously. To the washroom, Adol murmured dreamily. Klein nodded at Stuart and followed one step behind Adol to the washroom. As Adol entered and moved to close the door, Klein stepped in. I can't let you out of my sight. Do what you need. Pretend I'm not here. Klein smiled, leaning against the wall. Adol remained silent, eyes unfocused, staring into the mirror. He turned on the faucet. Klein lit a match as if to smoke, then blew it out, tossing the extinguished match casually. Pa! A cold wind howled. Adol, lower body fixed, turned and glared at Klein's left hand, where the delicate copper whistle bounced. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept Klein's face. He smiled and snapped his fingers. Bang! Flames rose from the ground, igniting an invisible figure that writhed and struggled before dispersing. The flames died. Klein put away the whistle, calmly watching Adol's eyes sharpen and focus. Adol seemed to awaken from a long nightmare. He saw a young man in a white shirt, dark trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses, leaning against the wall with a gentle smile. Then a gentle voice asked, What happened to you? Chapter 300. Spirit Dance. What exactly happened? Adol muttered softly, realizing he couldn't remember the past few days. He looked around, frightened, panicked, confused. Who are you? Where is this place? This is your washroom. Don't you recognize it? I'm a private detective in charge of protecting you. Klein chuckled at the boy still trying to grasp his situation. My house. Detective to protect me. What exactly happened? Adol murmured in astonishment. Suddenly, fear filled his pale face. Maybe there really are ghosts in this world. There really are ghosts. His shaky voice carried two feelings, fear and excitement, clearly shown in his emotions' color. Excited? Did this boy provoke a wraith due to his thrill-seeking? Klein guessed, but asked, Ghosts? His spirit vision had improved since becoming a magician, but not enough to see deep astral projections or judge beyonders. Adol flushed red. Yes, ghosts. There exists a wider world beyond our senses. I'm serious. Death is not the end of everything. That sounded adolescent, yet familiar. Klein smiled. I believe in another saying, in the face of time older than ancientness, even death itself will disappear. He took out his gold pocket watch. So how did you get into that state before? You looked like you had a nervous breakdown. Adol thought, then said, I joined a society. It's not ordinary. We all believe death is not the end. We use mysticism to sense death directly and understand everything can be reversed. Yes, we believe the dead can be resurrected. Klein, just risen from his own grave a month ago, chuckled dryly. You and the others were trying to revive the dead? Death is not the end. Mystic sensing. These were teachings of the numinous episcopate, created to revive death, he realized silently. Yes! Adol nodded, eyes bright but fear still visible. Where did you get your corpses? Klein pressed. We secretly dig up graves not long buried, or buy them from hospitals, Adol recalled, a crime punishable by jail. No wonder Rogo Koloman avoided the police. Klein smiled genially and asked, Did you succeed? Not yet. The last gathering looked at me like I was a corpse, as if placing mystics. Then we danced a spirit dance to communicate with the beyond, and then I lost all my memories. Adol trembled uncontrollably. Spirit dance? Definitely the numinous episcopate. A test subject for companions? Klein frowned. Your memory disconnected since then? According to Nighthawk's internal records, spirit dances originated from ancient southern continent sacrificial dances, rituals favored by death. A spirit dance uses beat, rhythm, and movement to harmonize spirituality with nature, to connect with the prayer's target. Combined with an altar and honorific, it mimics complex ritual magic. Yes, Adol whispered, then suddenly asked, "What day is it? What time?" "Friday morning, 1:12 a.m., Klein answered. Adol sighed. "I missed the newest gathering. They conduct a resurrection ritual outside Grim Cemetery every Friday at 3 a.m. Grim Cemetery was near Grim Garden Street. "You still want to go? Forgotten what happened? You don't remember, but ask your father, mother, servants," Klein reminded him. "And I might not help further," he thought. This incident revealed a magician's weakness: poor handling of wraiths and shadow creatures, only basic fire control. Exorcism after possession is tricky, kills both ghost and host. Klein wasn't helpless. Ritual magic could help, but was troublesome and revealed identity. He chose to use Azik's copper whistle to lure wraiths, then purify with flames. Damage was limited. Stronger wraiths might defeat him. He lacked charms or items against undead. If only he had sealed artifact 30782, mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. Adol suddenly recalled memories, face pale again. "No, I don't want to go. Never again." "Very good." Klein smiled supportively. Adol looked at his fearless face and asked, "Aren't you afraid after hearing all this?" Klein straightened up calmly. Detectives don't believe unless there's concrete evidence. He opened the door and left, considering contacting the numinous episcopate. This might relate to Mr. Azik's mystery. Adol, dazed, realized he was alone in the washroom. Moonlight cast long shadows, seeming to watch him. He shivered and shouted, "Wait for me!" He hurried out, following Klein closely. He knows fear and is apprehensive, still redeemable. Klein mumbled, hands in pockets. Back in the bedroom, Stuart didn't notice Adol's improvement. He still wore a serious, ghost-haunted expression and avoided wandering. After Adol slept, Klein took out a copper penny, rolling it between his fingers. At 2:50 a.m., he flipped the coin, caught it, and whispered to Stuart, "I'll head to the balcony to smoke." "Be quick," Stuart urged nervously. Klein donned his gown, walked to the corridor's balcony, and hid in shadows. He pulled out a crudely cut paper figurine. "Pa!" He shook his wrist. The paper snapped crisply, expanding into a human-sized wax statue with Klein's exact face. This was a paper figurine substitute. Klein focused, tapped his body. Silently, the figurine came alive, a glowing cigarette in its mouth, smelling of tobacco. "By delegating this figurine, this illusion lasts half an hour. I'm really a magician." Klein donned gloves, pushed off, and slid down the balcony, avoiding patrolling guards. Outside Grim Cemetery, in a secluded forest, Klein observed from the treetops a relatively flat clearing. Around him, evergreen leaves and dusty brown branches. 8 youths in long black robes danced and twitched rhythmically around a corpse. The dance was mysterious, natural in rhythm. A girl shook long hair, a boy knelt and extended a hand. The scene connected subtly with nature's rhythm. After 3 to 4 minutes, a wild, confusing atmosphere spread 10 meters around. It grew sinister, mixed with divinity. It was truly a spirit dance, ritualistic magic, accessible even to commoners. Klein shifted gaze to a man in black robes chanting beside the corpse, the dance instructor, likely a numinous episcopate member, probably a beyonder. The dance climaxed. The man lifted his head, removed a wig revealing strange bald head tattoos. He raised his hands, shouted, "Death! Honorable death is about to return." Dancing stopped. The youth stood dazed, full of anticipation, excitement, fear. The man opened an iron cage at his feet, pulling out a black object. Klein saw a blue-eyed black cat. "This works too?" Klein was stunned. He recalled folklore. A black cat, hell's evil emissary, jumping over a corpse could awaken it. This was his first time seeing such a ritual. The man stepped forward, restraining the struggling cat, then threw it at the corpse. "Meow!" The cat's hair stood on end as it hissed and leapt over the corpse. At that moment, Klein felt he understood cat language. The cat must have said one word, "Fuck!"